By the way, how are Parker and Faisal? And Snoopy too. Was his trip to the Demon Garden successful? Leylin spoke to Freya while eating the delicacies that the chefs had thoughtfully prepared. Most of the time, he was the one asking the questions, while Freya answered. When the heartwarming dinner was over, and while Leylin was enjoying his black tea, Freya finally asked, "Leylin, how long are you going to stay here this time?" A trace of anticipation flashed in her pupils. Probably longer. The missions from before are finished, and there are still a few experiments that have to be done in the Magus Tower. Leylin began to speak endlessly while beating around the bush. Freya's palms were under her chin, and her eyes were full of worship, almost emitting stars as she smiled gently and listened. Ka-cha! This comforting moment did not continue for long before it was interrupted. When the sound of glass breaking was heard from Freya's body, her expression changed drastically. "This is the necklace mentor Duke Emma left for me. Inside is a thread of her soul flame." Freya yanked out a platinum necklace that had a large blue gem at the center. The blood-red flames leapt out, but at this moment seemed to have withered. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 541, Determination and Action. Determination and Action. The spiritual flame of a morning star Magus had an intricate relationship with their body. Its strength also reflected the time the Magus had remaining. That Freya's necklace had encountered such a situation meant the original body of Blood Duchess Emma had likely been dealt severe damage in the foreign world. Trauma would weaken a Magus vitality, which in turn caused such a change in the spiritual flame they left behind. "Mentor, mentor." Freya's eyes turned red as she covered her mouth, but Leylin's secret imprint twinkled before he could try to console her. "Yes, Faisal." Leylin frowned as he tapped the secret imprint open. "Your Grace, my mentor, the spiritual flame of the First Elder was extinguished a minute ago." Faisal's voice was husky. It was as if his heart had sunk and he was feeling hopeless. "Extinguished?" Leylin touched his chin. If the spiritual flame had been extinguished, the Morning Star Warlock's originally body must have perished. The only thing that supported the First Elder's group was that he was still alive. There was still hope for them to return from the foreign world. And now, that final hope had been shattered. Faisal's change was understandable. But what happened? Wasn't it all good until now? Leylin felt puzzled. It seemed like a conspiracy was afoot. Another connection request came up before Leylin could end Faisal's secret imprint call, and Kesha's panicked voice sounded out. "Leylin." Leylin, she called his name directly, forgetting about his current status. It showed how desperate she was. "What happened?" The ominous feeling in Leylin's heart grew stronger. "Forgive me, Your Grace." Kesha paused to correct her misbehavior before continuing. "Its mentor. The spiritual flame Duke Gilbert left behind has grown extremely unstable and is flickering strongly. I'm very worried." "I got it." Leylin nodded, and his voice turned serious and solemn. "Pass down my orders. All Crystal Phase Warlocks are to report to the meeting room. We might be in trouble." The Warlock elites were now congregated here instead of residing in their own territories. Since they were all in Phosphorescent Swamp, they could gather immediately after Leylin's orders were passed. Leylin reckoned that these people would not have come so fast if it was not related to their teachers. "Duke Farlier." The panic-stricken Warlocks calmed a little upon seeing Leylin dressed in his huge robe. "Please sit down and be at ease." Leylin sat at the head chair. With his battle experience, he had long since acquired a dignified aura that turned the meeting room solemn. "Thank you, Your Grace." A number of Crystal Phase Magi bowed and settled down in order. By virtue of being his wife, Freya occupied the seat next to Leylin, a fact that left some of the rest in envy. Leylin sighed while looking at the handful of Crystal Phase Warlocks in an upright position. The last war had caused tremendous loss to the Ouroboros clan, and the loss of their elite forces was especially tough to recover from. It would take at least a few hundred years for them to recover to peak condition. "Shat, report," Leylin said after glancing across everyone, and called for Shat only when everyone settled down. "Master." Shat wiped off the fog that was on his thick spectacles, bowing to Leylin immediately after he stood up. He spoke in a dignified manner. "The spiritual flames of the elders that we'd kept in our technical department started fluctuating vigorously 24 minutes ago, and the first elders has completely died out. I'm afraid that Leylin too felt somewhat frustrated and aggrieved. After all, this was the fall of another Morning Star Warlock. Even though Shat did not continue his words, Faisal and one of the Crystal Phase Warlocks had lowered their heads. Losing the first elder was definitely a huge blow to their morale. I've asked the other 2 Morning Star Seeds as well. It's not just a single spiritual flame that flickered, it's all of them. The other 2 elders must be in the same plight as the first elder in the foreign world. There was not much to say for now. After Shat sat down, the rest of the Warlocks placed their focus on Leylin. Upon seeing their reaction, Leylin cleared his throat. Shat, have the coordinates of the foreign world been confirmed? My apologies. The technical department and I have been working on this problem endlessly. There are 2 possible coordinates on our list. I will send them to you after this. A tinge of shame surfaced on Shat's face. This incident was a humiliation to the entire technical department. They had been overconfident and bragged that they were going to solve the problem in a few days' time, but took them nearly 5 years. It was such a dereliction of their duty. The Crystal Phase Warlock, who had tears in the eyes just like Faisal, slammed the table and shouted, "Shat, you old fogey. Are you pulling strings and intentionally not revealing the coordinates of the foreign world?" The moment he heard these words, Shat fumed with rage. "Nonsense. I vow in the name of everyone in the technical department, never have I orchestrated something like that." Before, he'd suffered in silence because it had been difficult for him to locate the coordinates. Afterwards, there seemed to be another strange interference that added to the complexity, leaving him grasping at his hair. Could it be the interference of another organization that is not eager to see our dukes being saved? A thought surfaced in Shat's mind, but was quickly suppressed as it was too sinister a plot. However, Faisal remained silent. His reaction affirmed the Warlock's suspicion, but before he could snarl at him, Faisal dragged his arm with force. "What the hell are you doing, Faisal?" The Crystal Phase Warlock growled. "Watch your manners, Marquis Ordefal." Faisal's voice was equally low, but it carried within an undeniable order. "I'm sorry, I acted out of line. Please forgive me, Marquis Shat." The Warlock's face blushed, but he still apologized to Shat and bowed to Leylin, who was in the head seat. "Please forgive me, Your Grace." "Never mind." Leylin waved and stared at Faisal with intrigue until sweat glided down his cheeks. Leylin took a last look at the Warlocks before he spoke in a low voice. "I have come to a decision. I will set off tomorrow to rescue the elders." There was a minute of pause, which then quickly recovered as excitement and joy could be seen in everyone's eyes. Still, they did not dare to show their emotions. They kept reminding Leylin not to fall for tricks. "My dear," after all the Crystal Phase Warlocks had been dismissed, only Freya was left behind, her eyes filled with worry. Emma was her mentor, but Leylin was her dearest husband. This situation was complicated, like a spider web that pulled her heart apart. At last, she asked, "This time round, is it going to be dangerous?" "Yes, there will be danger, but it's a chance too. Trust me, I'll bring your mentor back." Leylin gave Freya a reassuring, heartwarming smile. Seeing Leylin with such confidence, Freya felt more at ease. However, she had missed the trace of complication in Leylin's eyes. After returning to the Magus Tower, Leylin went straight to the Astral Gate and fell into deep thought. "This time, I'm afraid that I really have to make the trip." Leylin was very clear on the fact that there were voices asking for his help being circulated in the Ouroboros clan, and they had grown stronger now. He had suppressed these messages as long as he could. He had to do something now, otherwise the entire Ouroboros clan might fall apart. Luckily, he had already gotten what he wanted during this period of time. Even if the other 2 Morning Star Warlocks returned, his power in the clan was unshakable. Also, Leylin was not too worried about the trip, as he had already formed a more complete strategy after getting to know the existence of the puppet master behind the scene. Almost at the same time, high up on a throne that was made from eternal darkness and rumbling thunder, the rank 5 Magus that had a moon rune on his forehead was exchanging thoughts with someone through telepathy. "How are things going with the Ouroboros clan?" "Everything has been prepared, and we are ready to take action. As long as the opponent enters the foreign world, we can block him completely from this world and wipe out the entire Ouroboros clan." "You disappointed me the last time. I do not wish to see it again," the Radiant Moon Magus warned with great dignity. "There is no need to worry, Master." The morning star conscient dispersed on its own, and the radiant moon Magus sat still in the throne, pondering. Was it really that kiddo in the ruins of Scarlet Crescent? What an interesting pup. A mysterious voice sounded in the air, but the radiant moon Magus did not seem surprised at all. "I wasn't quite confident, but Siebel's already dead. He's the most suspicious." Radiant moon Magus spoke in a cold tone. "I have to get him. He's just a chem-in serpent warlock. Even if he had any trump cards, the bloodline shackles will be his Achilles heel." The mysterious voice sounded in disdain. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 542, Setting Off. The radiant moon Magus nodded his head, and he suddenly felt a lot less uncertain. That's right. Even though the rascal has immense, inexplicable strength, the bloodline shackles will be enough to stunt his growth. Chem-in warlocks can reach the peak of rank 4 at best, after which he won't have any room to grow. Keek, you're right. Who would still care about a rascal that's confined to the morning star rank? The mysterious voice suddenly changed to that of a lady, gentle and soft. "Your real enemy is—" "Shut up." The radiant moon Magus, who had originally been sitting down, stood up abruptly, looking sinister. "Shut your mouth this instant. Don't you know that as long as you mention his name, even if it is unintentional, he will be able to detect it? The power of a king isn't something a person of your lowly status can belittle." "Fine, but isn't it just a breaking dawn, Magus?" The female voice replied indignantly, and she felt rather uneasy. It was as if everything that she had said carelessly today was inappropriate. This mysterious intuition had been left behind by the host of the body before her. "I don't care about who you were before. Now you're but a damaged soul." The radiant moon Magus voice was cold and assertive. "But don't we have the same interests currently? I can help you, and in return you can offer me." The female's voice trailed off. Leylin did not know explicitly that Jupiter's Lightning's radiant moon Magus had already made special arrangements to deal with him, but anyone with a brain would be able to infer it. As a result, he had to make preparations for his imminent trip. An enormous satellite hung in the sky, looking about to fall at any moment. It was surrounded by a nebula in the vast universe. "Please take a look at this contract. You can sign here if there are no problems." Leylin rarely used his real identity, but now he was doing so. He was having a conversation with 3 other Morning Star Warlocks, with an already drafted contract on the table. Leylin picked up a cup of coffee and talked to the Warlocks opposite. "During the period of time when I'm away, I would appreciate your help in guarding the Ouroboros clan in my place. Also, I would like you to prioritize helping my wife Freya and the Tower Genie should they require any help." "Any questions?" In front of him were Paul, Philip, and another stranger. Since he was looking for protectors, it was naturally better to rely on allies. There was no need to ponder much about Philip. He had the bloodline of the ancient Wind Wolf and was hot-blooded. And with respect to Paul, after being taken advantage of by Leylin the previous time, he now admired him even more. Based on Hai's words, his people respected highly intelligent beings. Leylin immediately thought of the rumors of them being fond of sucking up souls and drinking brain juices, and could not help but shudder. However, since they had already signed the contract, there wouldn't be any issue. The last Morning Star Warlock was a good friend Leylin had made recently, Mars. With these 3 in control, the might of the contract, as well as the supervision and urging of the Morning Star area, Leylin was rather assured of the safety of the Ouroboros clan after he left. Everyone was familiar with each other, and the conditions that Leylin had offered were very generous. Though the terms of the contract were harsh, the 3 Morning Star Warlocks signed the contract without hesitation. "Good luck," Philip patted Leylin's shoulders. Out of the 3 of them, he was probably the one who hoped the most for Leylin's success. "Many thanks." Leylin was comforted as he punched Philip in a friendly manner. Ever since the happenings at Scarlet Crescent, the Wind Wolf Lair had not only lost a Morning Star Warlock. Palesa, their most important fighter Cybele, had been beaten down to become a regular Morning Star and had to withdraw and conceal himself. A lot of pressure weighed on Philip's shoulders, and Leylin had lent him a hand. This had gained him Philip's gratitude, and the Wind Wolf Warlock now treated Leylin like kin. These were Philip's words, of course. However, Leylin obviously did not believe that, and rolled his eyes in secret. Of course, the relationship on both ends had gotten increasingly better, and had even surpassed that of Leylin with the Wind Wolf Lair and Spirit Circle. That was the uncontestable truth. Phosphorescent swamp within the Morningstar Magus Tower. After sending everyone away, Leylin came before the astral gate alone. Tower Genie, once I leave, seal the Magus Tower immediately. Do not let anyone enter, and await further instructions. HR instructed. He had prepared a lot of things for this expedition. This was different from the previous experiments where he just projected spiritual seeds. He was on a rescue mission and needed to move with his real body. This was extremely dangerous, and he could be completely lost in another world. Hence, the astral gate had to be kept completely safe. Nobody would trust someone else with a job like this. He could only leave this to the Tower Genie, which had no human emotions. In actuality, Leylin had prepared another safeguard. Even if this Tower Genie were rendered ineffective, he wouldn't end up stuck in another world. However, this was one of his deepest secrets, something only he could know. Rumble. With Leylin's order, the Magus Tower shut down, runic chains and defensive layers sealing off each and every pathway. Large numbers of puppets and void assassins with red light in their eyes began to patrol the area rigorously. Leylin, you must succeed and come back safely. Outside the Magus Tower, Freya's hands clutched tightly at her white dress as she prayed in her heart. Beside her stood Parker, Snoopy, and a few other high-ranked warlocks, all watching the Magus Tower that was being completely shut down. Their expressions were complex. Leylin obviously did not bother with this. His focus was entirely on the astral gate in front of him. Leylin had already calculated the coordinates of the world that Gilbert and the other dukes were lost in long ago. However, this was only for his own consideration, thus he had not announced it and even interfered with Shat's work in secret. This went on for 5 years. Now, it was necessary that he rescue the two dukes right away. Apart from Emma, Gilbert was his mentor and had taught him a great many things. The feelings and relationship between them was enough for Leylin to take this risk. Besides, that was another world. Even if it's a trap, they handed over the coordinates of another world. Leylin was emotional. Even the lowest grade world was definitely more powerful than a plane. The resources there were plentiful, enough to make morning stars and even radiant moons go green in envy. You didn't mind revealing the coordinates of a world just to trap Mentor and the rest. I wonder what your expression will be like if I completely take control of that world. A slight smile appeared across Leylin's lips. It was as if he could already see the flustered, exasperated look of the radiant moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning. A ball of light that looked like a star floated out from Leylin's hands and disappeared into the astral gate. Rumble. Through the connection of the astral gate, Leylin's soul force seemed to come into contact with an extremely complicated and tremendous world. The aura of sulfur and flames could be seen spilling over in copious amounts at the edges of the world. The astral stone reserves that acted as the energy core rapidly decreased, almost falling to a level that would issue a warning. Through some sensing, Leylin could confirm that this world was very far from the Magus world. Just the consumption from opening the astral gate once would leave one tongue-tied and wide-eyed. An aura full of flames and sulfur? Leylin was startled at first, but immediately eased up. It's no wonder that Mentor and the others mistook this place for Purgatory World. If not for the memories from ancient times, I'd be misled too. Tower Genie, maintain the energy reserves required for the astral gate. Be prepared to retrieve us immediately. Leylin's voice was low. Understood. The Tower Genie that was like a green elf immediately nodded. Prepare for the crossing of the main body. Leylin took in a deep breath. Though he had experienced teleportation to the Morning Star area, the idea of traveling such a long distance still had him slightly worried. Beep, beginning collection of data. Establishing folder in database. The AI chip immediately intoned. This was very rare but expected. Even if it was an AI chip, it lacked first-hand research materials, and they could be supplemented at this moment. However, using myself as a guinea pig is really rather. Leylin rolled his eyes. The lights on the astral gate got increasingly brighter until he was eventually swallowed into it. Rumble. The bright tail of a blue beam appeared from the spire of the Magus Tower like an aurora, streaking through the dark skies like a magnificent meteor. It's beginning. Freya's felt her heartstrings tight. It's beginning. Activate interference procedures. Things must be the same as before. Break off all of his communications and make him lose his way as well. In a jet-black world crack, Collins, who Leylin had seen several times before, was talking to a group of technical staff who were fiddling with some instruments. There was a large amount of data showing up on the screen. Energy interference mode activated. Warping force field structure completed. Interference can be engaged at any time. Energy particles taking form. Beginning tracking of trajectory and intercepting opponent. Multiple high-ranked magi acted like the most cautious scientists as they quickly operated the instruments in their hands, reporting various data. Good. Begin immediately. Collins swept his hand down viciously. It was as if he could already imagine Leylin's features contorted by terror, and the pleasure of vengeance immediately flooded his heart. He could not help but burst into laughter. We're here. Even though he was still in the midst of teleportation via the astral gate, Leylin was still clear-headed. The AI chip was now sending him warnings. Detected unknown force field reaction. Determined to be interference particle ripples. I've been waiting for you. An intelligent glint flashed in Leylin's eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Lava World. Lava World. Knowing that it was a trap, those who still jumped straight in were idiots. Leylin was obviously not an idiot. Since the other party had revealed that they had the ability to interfere with astral gates, Leylin obviously would not ignore them. In fact, in these 5 years, he had been silently surveying the other world. He had even attempted projecting spiritual seeds, all in order to thoroughly understand the other party's ability to interfere. Through the 5 years of probing that seemed to only last a day, he had long since understood the methods they could use like the back of his hand. He'd even prepared a contingency plan. Its offensive pattern number 3, activate corresponding countermeasures. Leylin's eyes glinted with intelligence. Task initiated. Spatial anchor being projected. Tracing target's coordinates, the AI chip began to operate methodically. A layer of mysterious spatial undulations was emanated from Leylin's body. Target coordinates have been determined. Proceed with attack, the AI chip asked with a robotic voice. Yes. A smile appeared about Leylin's lips. Bang, boom, a glass meter exploded, and many pieces of apparatus burst into flames. Collins, who was watching on, was about to go berserk. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Collins roared, his eyes red. Even Breaking Dawn Magi would find it difficult to obtain this high-grade spatial interference apparatus. This time, so many pieces had readings that went off the charts, and his master would probably murder him. The other party seems to have grasped some sort of spatial technique and is counterattacking. An old man pushed at the lens in his glasses and concluded. Are you kidding me? Do you know how valuable research on spatial techniques is? How did he get it? Colin's first reaction was that of disbelief. But that's the only explanation. If the other party's spatial knowledge reserves are vaster than ours, we'll probably have to be on our guard against the following spatial attacks. The old man spoke rapidly. Spatial attacks? Collins was stunned, and immediately after, saw the earth-shattering spatial turbulence that submerged the area. The effects aren't half bad. Listening to the prompt from the AI chip, Leylin's mood immediately improved. Arcane arts and knowledge regarding spatial coordinates were obviously insanely expensive. They were rarely seen, even in the Morning Star area. However, he had the AI chip and did not need very complete information. Hence, he had purchased just a few incomplete ones. Though he could not be considered a great master in this area, attacking a few guys who were similarly newbies wouldn't be a problem. You dare? An enraged voice sounded. Another Magus with a black moon rune on his forehead suddenly appeared at the boundary of the world, trying to intercept Leylin. I am your opponent. Along with the sounds of a lion growling, another Warlock with hair that seemed to be cast out of gold appeared in front of that Magus. Wade, the radiant moon Magus called out in a low tone, his expression revealing his fear. The other plan has been launched. Is that the radiant moon Magus from Jupiter's lightning? Leylin turned and took a glimpse, storing the other party's appearance in his memory. Whoosh! As he was breaking through the protective sphere of a world, Enormous astral forces had been activated, and Leylin felt himself go dizzy. His body seemed to turn into a streak of light and then completely disappeared. Compared to a prepared teleportation formation, the strength one required to move freely about the astral plane was much higher. The huge pressure was as if a slab of steel was pressing down on Leylin's body. Cold, stifling, frenzied. Leylin immediately felt his bones creaking, and the defensive aurora on his body began to shatter bit by bit. Perhaps even the pressure tens of thousands of meters under the sea can't compare to this. This was the last conscious thought Leylin had. Before he completely fainted, the only thing he could do was to use multi-limb strength and cover his body with dark green energy. In a world of lava, large crevices could be seen in the earth, magma surging inside like a network of red rivers. Space distorted on the surface of a large black rock, forming a translucent gate of light. It incessantly generated lightning in the surroundings. The lightning crashed down more and more frequently as the entire area was filled with a dazzling white light. Boom, the white light exploded, forming an eye-piercing radiance. When all the light vanished, the original gate of light and the lightning had all disappeared, leaving behind only charred traces that recounted the strange events that had just occurred. "Ha, I've finally entered." Leylin furrowed his brows, sensing the large amount of fire elemental particles surrounding him. This concentration, Magi would believe it if someone said this was the fire elemental world. Intense pain could be felt from various parts of his body, causing him to groan and bend his back. "AI chip," Leylin immediately ordered. "Check my current condition." Beep. Host body's soft tissue damage is at 30.87%. Fractures found at 7 areas and signs of bruising observed on internal organs. Immediate treatment is recommended. The AI chip loyally intoned, transmitting a 3D human figure to him. The blue image held many signs of wounds. Even with Leylin's current vitality, he was still injured to this degree. Other regular Magi would probably have completely disappeared without a trace. His astonishing vitality and Warlock bloodline were slowly mending the injuries in his body, allowing his tightly furrowed eyebrows to relax. That was really dangerous. I almost died outside the protective sphere. While recalling what had just happened, Leylin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The protective sphere. This was the edge of a world and even included part of the void. It could be said to be a large world's strongest defense. In general, every world had this protective sphere, though its strength varied. The most famous protective sphere was probably the world of God's crystal wall. Its powerful isolation ability was enough for even Magi at ranks 7 and above to be forced to return in defeat. It included a large world and various planes, forming the world of God's unique culture of strength. It even cut off attempts at peeping from other worlds, save for that one time when the ancient Magi had invaded them. Before reaching the lava world, Leylin was able to regain consciousness with the protection of multi-limb strength, preventing him from being in a bad situation. If one wanted to use a metaphor, a large world's protective sphere was like customs upon entry to a country. If Leylin had not woken, he would need to force his way in, and would definitely be met with attacks, especially from the malicious intent of the world will. The method Leylin had employed this time was akin to slipping through a barrier. He had not been discovered by the world will, and the focus on him was evidently minimal, which would aid in his later movements. "And this?" Leylin pulled a silver necklace full of astral light from his neck. After sensing that the connection was undamaged, he could completely relax. This necklace represented his connection with the astral gate in the Magus World. As long as the connection there was not broken, he could teleport back at any time through the gate. Right when Leylin had left the Magus World, Colin's attack had been in order to completely cut off this connection, leaving Leylin stranded in another world and unable to find his way home for eternity. Gilbert and the other two had been defeated using this method. Of course, Collins had been made a fool of by Leylin and would probably not be able to emerge for a long time. The largest danger had been obstructed by Wade, and Leylin finally had some time to do what he wanted. Saving the two dukes also fit with Leylin's plans for benefits. After all, he was not strong enough to go head-to-head against Jupiter's lightning. He needed a few other people to relieve the pressure, and Gilbert and Emma were very good candidates for this. Furthermore, Gilbert was Leylin's mentor, not someone he could abandon so easily. After considering for some time and finding the best way out for himself, Leylin still chose to come forward and save them. But this world is so huge. Where am I to find them? Leylin watched the lava lake that stretched as far as he could see, as well as the burning clouds in the sky, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Beep. Testing surroundings. At this moment, the AI chip immediately projected the analysis of the surroundings before Leylin. Leylin's soul force was sent out to explore, and he immediately sensed the difference from what he was used to. In the lava world, his spiritual force seemed sluggish, a result of the laws of this world not being harmonious with his own. As expected, with a switch in worlds, the dimensions, energy levels, and even the interactions between particles are starkly different. The changes in laws are definitely a huge obstruction to Magi who travel between worlds. A thread of understanding flashed in Leylin's eyes. This was the precious experience that many ancient Magi had gathered through their blood and sweat. Thankfully, I've already condensed my point mass. Soul force is still useful in most worlds and only needs some slight alterations. If it was still spiritual force, I'm afraid, relief rose in Leylin's heart. Soul force was a high-grade power and could be used in many worlds. Its practicality trumped that of spiritual force. Leylin estimated that if he still used spiritual force here, he would probably have to deal with the awkwardness of not fitting in. He might even need to cultivate it from the beginning and turn his spiritual force into the spiritual strength unique to this world. Though there would be no bottleneck, it would definitely require a lot of effort. Now, with the use of soul force, this issue was mostly solved. It's no wonder that ancient Magi placed Morning Star as the minimum rank to attack other worlds. So there's this factor. Leylin touched his chin. Beep. Data on surroundings completely gathered. Generating elemental map. Analyzing world's laws. Beginning fine-tuning of host body's soul undulations. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544 Assistance over 5 years of progress, and the addition of a large amount of information on the soul from Leylin's end that he'd acquired through trade and missions. The AI chip's analysis on the soul had reached a whole new level. Though it still could not completely enumerate soul force, it was not far from this goal, and could perform many unbelievable deductions and integrations. Things like altering the soul undulations being emitted by him were only one part of it. The concentration of fire elemental particles is the highest here. If I modify the spell models of the Magus World, I might achieve an even more astounding bonus to my power. Leylin touched his chin and watched the elemental map, his eyes glowing. Meanwhile, his aura had already begun to change. A dim layer of light flickered into existence and quickly covered his body. The entire space seemed to distort for a while, but at the same time, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Leylin suddenly sighed deeply, and his body seemed to incorporate itself seamlessly into the surroundings. I've finally rid myself of that feeling of being spied on. World will, he sighed, tone showing his relief. Luckily, the protector of this world is similar to the consciousness of Gaia, and not some living being. If not, I wouldn't have been able to dupe them so easily. After traveling to another world, there was an issue of how to deal with the ill intent from the world. The undulations of Morning Star Magi were as obvious as a lit torch in the darkness. It would definitely attract the attention of the world, and things would be even more troublesome in a world that was not their own. If he completely infuriated the world will, it was like inviting a god of death to his side. It would bring about unceasing bad luck. Even Morning Star Magi would be played to death. Forget anyone else. Leylin's aura changed, and he was now just like the occupants of this world, not standing out in the least. This way, I have completely descended into this world. I wonder where Mentor Gilbert and the others are? Leylin furrowed his eyebrows, and a tremendous and terrifying soul force was sent out to scan the surrounding areas. Though soul force had no form and was intangible, the instant a Morning Star power exploded, the entire space would seem to halt, and even the lava would stop roaring. The world was a fiery red. With the spread of his soul force, he could see much more of the lava river network. This place seemed like it was near a crater, with practically no signs of life. The reason why he said there was practically none was because Leylin had found a plant. This was a plant similar to a black metal tree. The roots were fixed firmly in the ground, almost entering the lava, and the whole trunk had a black luster. Even the high temperature of the lava did not cause this tree to wither at all. At least there's some signs of life, or else I'd have assumed only elemental beings could survive in this world. Leylin nodded, but his expression suddenly changed as he glanced in a direction. There he had keenly felt the undulations of some being, and it was a large one at that. The aboriginals? Leylin chuckled. His body merged into the air and began to move in the direction that the energy had come from. Not long after, he reached his destination and watched a large battle. At one side of the battlefield was a group of beings, each 2 to 3 meters tall and looking similar to humans. Even when boiling hot lava made contact with their glistening black skin, it did not result in a large reaction, which meant their resistance to heat was very high. They also had a single little horn on their heads. There were about 10 or so one-horned beings, holding black lances and other weapons as they surrounded and attacked a giant monster. This monster was completely red. There was a thick layer of rocks on its body that looked like a shell, lines of lava flowing down like little streams. It was 10 or so meters tall, looking like a large worm with its lower body submerged in lava. It seemed to be a being that lived only within the lava. Pack. With a ferocious sweep, several of the one-horned beings were flung away, and the creature spat out a golden liquid from its mouth. The liquid was of an unbelievably high temperature, and the moment the liquid landed on the ground, it began to burn fiercely. Even the one-horned beings were in trouble, and those that had the golden liquid splashed on them immediately showed signs of burns appearing on their bodies. KKNGSG FCAMG. The few leaders of the one-horned race immediately began to yell using a very strange method. They did not seem to employ vocal cords, instead making sounds directly from the lower abdomen. It was similar to the ventriloquists from his previous world. As expected, I can't understand it at all. Leylin was speechless, but luckily, issues like this were not a huge problem. Secretly following them for a period of time and having the AI chip analyze their language would work, but Leylin had an even better method. Whoosh! A thread of dim soul force quickly disappeared into the head of a one-horned being who was heavily injured. That one-horned being began to struggle vigorously, and yet could only whimper uselessly. His fellow clansmen thought he was crying out in pain, and hence this did not arouse their interest. Meanwhile, images flashed in front of Leylin's eyes like in a movie. Soon enough, this being's entire life was presented before Leylin, from his birth, including his growth, to his death. Everything was clearly recorded by the AI chip. Beep, identified unnamed language. Saving in database. Beep, generated map of vicinity, as well as basic information on Lava World and the races. From the great amount of memories, the AI chip had found much useful information and began to organize them systematically, sorting them into the corresponding fields of knowledge. Good. Set the name of this unnamed language as Lava Language and transmit it to my memories. Leylin immediately used this function. In less than a second, Leylin had learnt the language of this world. Though they had different bodies, that was a problem easily solved by magic and some illusions. Only at this point did the meaning of the yells of those one-horned beings emerge in Leylin's mind accurately. Wukma, leave! A being with a body larger than the rest of the one-horned clansmen stood in front of the lava worm, pushing a one-horned being with a smaller stature away. Chick chick, the giant lava worm roared, opening its mouth and swallowing this one-horned being. The one-horned being called Wukma was stunned as she sat on the ground, eyes losing their focus. Damn it, Wukla's finished. The ceremony is a failure. How were we so unlucky as to encounter a lava worm? The other one-horned beings' faces were filled with remorse, and one of them began to curse. It must have something to do with Klin Clan. When the time comes, I'll definitely kill them. Hearing this, bitter laughs sounded from the other one-horned beings. In this situation, being able to survive was already a luxury. What was the point of saying things like that? The terrifying spit of the lava worm had already reached Wukma, and it was much too late for rescue attempts. A few of these clansmen closed their eyes, unable to watch. Wukma had only just grown to adulthood and was usually a passionate, bright child. To think she would die here, a few other young clansmen were already roaring while they pounced forward. Roar. The expected pain did not come, and Wukma opened her eyes curiously, finding a strange being in front of her. This being looked very strange. He had no horns, no black skin, and physically looked small. He looked about the size of a 3 or 4-year-old in the clan. However, it was this small figure that had easily blocked the attack of the lava worm, and from the opponent's howls, there was a trace of fear. Yes, Wukma was sure of it. The powerful lava worm was actually afraid of this little thing. "Are you all right?" The weird being in front of her spoke, using the language of her tribe. Wukma naturally understood. I'm fine. Are you of the ant tribe? Though you don't have their feelers, your skin color and physique match." Wukma seemed to have forgotten the danger in front of her and began to strike up a conversation with Leylin. Leylin was speechless at the actions of this tribe and instead exerted strength in his arms. Ka-cha, ka-cha, a giant red hand that was 10 or so meters long fished the lava worm up easily. Its 5 fingers exerted a force one by one, causing the lava worm to roar in pain. Layer after layer of rock fragments peeled off and fell from its body, and by the time the magma armor had disappeared, its physique had obviously become much smaller. Even its aura had strangely weakened. Interesting. Leylin watched the magma shell dropping off. The golden liquid from before was transported through a series of complicated pathways through which its effects were amplified, turning from ordinary lava to the powerful golden lava. An amplification spell formation, but I don't see any resemblance to one. Leylin's eyes shone with interest, the large hand exerting more force. More layers fell from the lava worm's body. Yet another layer of magma fell, and the lava worm was now only 2 or 3 meters long. Its aura suddenly weakened till it could not match up to the most ordinary one-horned clansman. Chip, remember these patterns," Leylin secretly commanded. There were many paths and research methods in these other worlds, and also ample experimental materials. All of these were things that Magi would go berserk over, and also one of the main reasons they were willing to risk death to explore other worlds. Boom, the last of the magma slid off, and the lava worm that had seemed enormous had turned into a fat, meaty worm that was just over a meter long. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545 Unicorn Race. Thank you for saving Wukma, revered powerful one. Rather than the young female, 2 other one-horned beings came forward with their right arm on their chest, doing a strange action. "May I know the powerful one's name?" Leylin noticed an investigative glint that had been concealed well in their eyes. There were even traces of suspicion, but he had already come up with a plan. "I am Lei, of the Winged People. I am currently traveling to learn more about different cultures, so there is no need to thank me." The Great Will of Lava was the one who orchestrated all this. With the memories of that one-horned tribal, Leylin's speech was just like that of the Lava World's aboriginals, and his disguise was seamless. The so-called Winged People were a shield Leylin had found for himself. Through the other party's memories, he had found that all the different races of Lava World looked totally different from regular Wooks, and only the Winged People tribe were somewhat similar. As for the wings, with his skills in magic as a morning star, creating 2 wings was too simple. "So you are a friend of the Winged tribe. Welcome to the Blazing Thornland." The Winged People were a peace-loving minority in the Lava World. They were usually scattered throughout the land, and did not cause any trouble with any large organizations. Hence, these 2 one-horned beings, even if they didn't let their guards down completely, lost a lot of their suspicion. They invited Leylin enthusiastically to a city nearby to rest. Leylin, who had other intentions, naturally rejected them for a while, before going with the situation and agreeing. Overjoyed, the 2 clansmen immediately used whatever they had at hand and conducted a banquet in Leylin's honor. What surprised Leylin the most was that their meal today was the lava worm. It had to be said that when one repressed the disgust at placing the lava worm's meat in their mouth, the expected terrible taste did not appear. The meat was actually similar to chicken and also had a fragrant and sweet juice. It was a rare delicacy. This was especially true in the Lava World. Food that had high water content was actually one of the rarest ingredients. "Lord Lei, thank you so much." Also, Wukma thanked Leylin with a tone full of admiration, passing over a large portion of the meat of the worm. "What is it?" Leylin answered, finding the situation funny. May I see your wings? I've heard that the wings of the winged people are the most beautiful things in the world." Wukma's eyes were full of admiration, but that only had Leylin feeling like laughing and crying at the same time. "The most beautiful. I'm afraid us winged people can't take that title, but I can fulfill your request." Leylin nodded, not caring if this was just the pure fantasies of a little girl or if someone was trying to sound him out. After he stood up, the clothes on his back tore open, revealing a pair of large, snow-white wings. When spread out, they were a good 4 or 5 meters long, and the wings that looked like that of an angel wrapped Leylin within. At the edges of these fine, pure white feathers, there were traces of a golden luster. "With this appearance, I could even pretend to be an angel in my previous world," Leylin thought with a laugh. At the same time, he saw that behind Wukma, who looked full of admiration, the other 2 one-horned clansmen were surprised. Based on their previous conversation, Leylin knew that one was called Wook and the other was Wookber. They were part of the largest one-horned clan nearby, the Wook clan. In the lava world, matured one-horned clansmen had to hunt for food by themselves, a rite of passage. However, they had been unlucky, or rather been plotted against. That was why they had encountered a lava worm, and an enraged one at that. If not for Leylin acting, these people might all have died here. "Mr. Ley, I heard that you're a traveler. Can you tell me stories about other places?" Wukma's hands were under her chin as she laid on her stomach in front of Leylin like a curious baby. Combined with her almost 3-meter-tall stature and horn, she gave off an appearance that would scare any regular child into crying in his previous world. The contrast was stark. Please wait for a while, I still want to discuss something with your uncles," Leylin smiled. All the information he had obtained had come from the unlucky guy who had died. If he was asked about some other matters, that might expose his identity, and he had hence quickly changed the subject. "All right, Wukma, go to bed. We still have things to discuss with Mr. Ley." Wook stood up. He sent the pouting Wukma away and chuckled, finding this embarrassing. "My apologies, Mr. Ley, she's only a child." "Indeed, I don't blame her," Leylin shook her head. The glint from his eyes made the 2 clansmen afraid to look him in the eye. "But why did you try to probe me?" "Nothing gets past Mr." Wook and Wookber exchanged a glance and began laughing wryly. The blazing bonfire gradually died out, and only the red lava river in the distance slowly emitted dark red rays. The flickering flames covered the faces of these beings, giving a feeling of light and darkness being unable to be determined. Leylin, who was listening to these 2 speak, also had a grim expression as he nodded or shook his head from time to time, looking to be deep in thought. The next day, Wook and Wookber announced that Leylin would temporarily join and return with them. This immediately resulted in many cheers, with Wukma's the loudest. Seeing Wook and Wookber's confident expressions, Leylin had the urge to laugh. Last night, they had told him about some conflict between organizations and some persecution they were facing. Though Leylin had not understood much, nor could he be bothered to, his expression looked like he understood completely. His outward hatred immediately netted a favorable opinion from these 2. From the looks of it, they seemed to think of him as a reliable power, or rather, as a savior of sorts. Leylin found this hilarious, but had to endure it. "Mr. Ley, what are you thinking about?" Wukma immediately began to cling to him, and Leylin pressed against his forehead with nothing to say. Leylin could work independently and find where the large creatures gathered, searching the strongest one's soul, and therefore obtaining more information in a convenient manner. However, this would cause a huge ruckus and arouse needless suspicion, as well as the attention from the world's will. The cons outweighed the pros. Even without attention from the world's will, the lava world was a world and definitely had someone with a battle might of at least the Morning Star realm. The moment he besieged and enraged large powers, even Leylin could not be certain he would be able to escape safely. His motive was to save the 2 Dukes, which was why he had to maintain a low profile until he found them. Though this method of blending in was slightly troublesome, the advantage was the safety, and there weren't any loopholes. What allowed Leylin to feel at ease was that time flowed different in other worlds and in the Magus World. 1 year might have passed in the Magus World, while only a month or even a few days had passed here, which was why he still had plenty of time. Since Jupiter's lightning set up a trap here, they must have found this world's coordinates long ago and occupied an area here. Leylin's thoughts began to gain clarity. Perhaps even that radiant moon Magus has quite a few clones here in charge. They might have set up some traps and are waiting for me to get caught, which is why I can't make mistakes. After following the group for a few days, a silhouette of a black city could be seen in the distance. That was a giant city of rock. Whether it was the houses or city walls, they were all made of giant black boulders. Though the city wall was low, the men of another race who were standing tall above it were robust and valiant. "We're home," many single-horned clansmen immediately cheered, but at the thought of their siblings who had died, they could not help but begin to lower their heads and weep. "This is a place where intelligent beings gather, but my soul force has yet to make any discoveries of them." His concealed soul force swept through the place, but Leylin's expression did not change despite his sighing inside. In a palace constructed of large black rocks, Leylin saw the leader of the one-horned race's Wook clan. These leaders were usually called the Intellectual One. "Revered Intellectual One, please accept the blessings of a guest from far away." Following custom, Leylin placed a few portions of lava worm meat in front of a wrinkled one-horned being as a gift. At this moment, only the two of them were in the large palace. Wook and the rest had long since hurried back. Lava worm, these beings usually like to stay in lava and seldom come out. After being aggravated, they will explode with terrifying lava attacks. It's all thanks to you that Wookma and the rest could return safely. The elderly Intellectual One nodded, grabbing at the lava worm and beginning to eat without reservations. Juice splashed everywhere and fell from the corner of its mouth, droplets landing on the straw mat. This was a tradition of the one-horned race. Enjoying the gift in front of the guest was a sign of respect. Leylin appeared to be sitting at a side respectfully, though in actuality, his soul force had already covered the surroundings. This intellectual being has pretty good abilities, at the strength of a rank 1 or 2 Magus. It's a pity that it's still too weak. The old one-horned clansman obviously did not notice Leylin's gaze that held pity, and when it was done with the meal, it touched its lips. "Well then, is there anything I can help you with? Just say the word." "Of course, I have a difficult problem that I need your help with." Leylin smiled slowly while softly stating his request. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 546, Rank. It was the early morning, and the air was refreshing, a situation that seldom occurred. Even the lava rivers weren't boiling hot right now. The large black city gates opened slowly, and a small caravan made its way through. Within the caravan were many black, one-horned clansmen. Their mode of transport was a giant creature that looked like a snail. Their shells towered high, a few openings in them made expressly for the easy retrieval of items. There were no goods in the huge shell of the largest mount, and only a space that was specially cleared for Leylin to sit in, with his legs crossed. Though this snail's movements weren't especially quick, it was advantageous in that there were practically no jolts from the travel. Even the temperature of this place was different from that of the surroundings, and it left Leylin feeling very satisfied. At the thought of the unwillingness to part on Uma's face, as well as Wook and Wookbo's stunned expressions, Leylin had the urge to laugh. He had no plans on interfering with matters relating to other races. That Intellectual One had also known from the aura undulations that Leylin had intentionally emanated that he was not to be provoked and did not want to keep a time bomb like Leylin around. Hence, everything clicked together. The one-horned race immediately agreed to bring Leylin along on their next travel. With the traveling merchants as the guide, they brought Leylin to a bigger city. In all honesty, compared to the city where many different races lived together in harmony, the black city that the one-horned race had built was like a town in the countryside. "Walking City, the largest city in the blazing Thornland. I hope it won't let me down." Leylin's eyes flashed with a glint that nobody could see through, while his hands began to move quickly. Large amounts of Magus materials were fished out of his spatial ring and arranged to form a small-scale spell formation. The whole process was covert, and not the slightest sound was made. It was not just the one-horned beings outside. Even the snail that Leylin was sitting on did not feel it. Buzz, an extremely slight undulation that only Morningstar-ranked Chem-In Warlocks could detect, was transmitted into the distance. Go, two dull spiritual flames appeared on Leylin's hands, quickly disappearing into the spell formation. Following that, Leylin closed his eyes, a thread of soul force linking with the spell formation. His mind seemed to pass through the snail shell and arrive outside, spreading further. A long while later, Leylin opened his eyes and shook his head. It still isn't working. This is the limit of what I can do. I'm afraid the two dukes aren't in this region, Leylin sighed, his expression complicated. A world was much too large. It could be said that the lava world far surpassed the central continent in terms of surface area. To find two people in such a large area, a needle in a haystack couldn't even begin to describe it. Though Gilbert and the rest were Morningstar Warlocks and would definitely make a name for themselves wherever they were, one had to remember that Jupiter's lightning definitely had an organization here. It was possible that before he could even find Gilbert, the radiant moon magi would be at his doorstep wanting his life. But Morningstar strength is rare even in other worlds. If I was a Magus from Jupiter's lightning, I would probably scheme to seize control of large-scale organizations and find a way to lure other members to come over as well. Leylin began to envisage the plans that Gilbert and the others would make after coming here suddenly, and immediately had several trains of thought. I'm afraid I'll have to go to other large cities. Intelligence groups there must have the information I want. Leylin's eyes shone, and he pointed at the spell formation in midair. A layer of crimson flames immediately started to rage, swallowing the spell formation and the two soul fires within. In the crimson flames, the spell formation that had originally been large and oversized shrunk down into little droplets that rolled around and disappeared into a soul crystal. When the crimson flames had died out, all that was left was a red crystal the size of a fist. At the heart of the crystal were two fine silver-white flames that intertwined, forming the strange shape of the Ouroboros. All right, the sensing technique has been set. I won't need to go through the troublesome task of setting up a spell formation every single time in the future. Leylin looked relaxed as he kept the crystal properly. Immediately after, he felt the whole group come to a halt. What's going on? Furrowing his brows, Leylin opened the shell of the snail and went outside. Mr. Ley, there's a battle going on outside. The undulations have already reached the Earth grade, hence I've ordered the group to stop. A giant one-horned clansman came before Leylin, looking very respectful. Initially, he had had qualms regarding Intellectual One's plans, but after Leylin had shown some tricks, the other party was immediately taken in. His gaze towards Leylin was full of deference. Oh, I didn't notice that just now. Leylin nodded, spreading a pair of large white wings from his back. A powerful strength flowed through them, allowing his body to fly into the air. This expansive view immediately allowed him to view the scene far away. Energy undulations were spread recklessly, and two figures moved to and fro in the lava, filling the whole sky with magma droplets. Indeed, energy at the Earth grade, Leylin nodded. This world naturally did not have the same classification system as the Magus World, but several beings with extraordinary strength still existed here, though the differences in ranking were not as distinct. From what Leylin knew, individuals who had exemplary abilities only had a few divisions. Exemplary, Earth, Sky, Star. Based on Leylin's understanding, exemplary referred to knights and acolytes, and they were beings which possessed the slightest bit of extraordinary strength. They were the lowest stratum. Earth referred to the equivalents of official magi, or perhaps those who could reach rank 2. Similarly, Sky were the strong ones, as strong as rank 3. And those of star rank were beings who existed in legends and myths, and were on par with the Magus World's Morningstar Magi. The classification of stars allowed Leylin to guess that Lava World definitely had been influenced by the Magus World. Or, at least, there had been a few Morningstar Magi that had paid attention to this world. If not, the classification of stars would not be so similar. As for strength, the one-horned race that Leylin had seen up to this point depended completely on their body. Only the intellectual one he saw that day seemed to have awakened some magical ability, which was rather decent. The two beings of another race that were fighting in front of Leylin paled in comparison to the intellectual one from before, whether in terms of the intensity of their energy or undulations. However, after observing for a long while, Leylin made a discovery, a summoning ability, and it's the power of a totem. These two were obviously not of the one-horned race. One of them was extremely obese, to the point that their waist couldn't even be seen. A long nose hung from its face, making it look like an upright elephant, except that its skin was bright yellow. The other was green, and from the big-headed race. It had an exceptionally small body and very nimble arms, with many runes and spell patterns rolling from its fingertips and being carved into the ground. Ignite, with its voice, the image on the ground suddenly brightened, a layer of soil solidifying to form a berserk bear-like creature. A pentagonal spell formation appeared on the elephant clansman, and in the next moment, the space seemed to shatter. A large, double-headed cheetah descended from another space. The two creatures looked each other face to face, and then began to tear at one another viciously, powerful energy undulations sweeping through the region. There's a shadow of the Magus World here. It seems that the ancient Magus World once took over many worlds and made use of the strengths of this place, giving rise to many strength-based systems. Looks like the rumors were real. Leylin watched on with interest, occasionally finding traces of some systems similar to that in the Magus World from their usage of energy. However, his attitude of watching leisurely had clearly offended the two of them. "You damned bird person, what are you looking at?" The elephant man roared, and it summoned a large goshawk, its sharp feathers and claws like steel as they emanated glints that inspired terror. The goshawk cawed out and pounced towards Leylin, its large talons seemingly able to tear through anything. The other opponent seemed to have slowed his movements, standing aside and waiting to watch a good show. "Really?" Leylin couldn't help but shake his head, watching the goshawk that was throwing itself at him speechlessly. Never did he expect that watching such a spectacle could cause trouble. Summoning methods can technically be divided into elemental summoning, spatial summoning, bloodline summoning, all the way to the greatest, which is world summoning. The summoning methods here are probably those of the lowest level, spatial summoning. They can only instantly summon contracted beings of this world before the summoner. Leylin touched his chin, watching the goshawk that was pouncing over, and suddenly laughed. For some reason, after seeing that smile, the elephant man on the ground felt a chill, as if he had done something very wrong. Soul force invaded the insides of the goshawk's mind. Leylin immediately found a spell formation that symbolized a contract. It was twinkling, and as if it had discovered the invasion of another being, it began to retaliate. However, soul force was far too powerful. With just a sweep, the elephant man's low-grade spiritual force was utterly defeated, and the spiritual branding had also been erased. The large goshawk felt giddy and suddenly found the white-winged person in front of it favorable, circling around Leylin. Impossible, the intense spiritual attack, as well as the erasing of his mark, immediately caused the elephant man to be seriously injured. He involuntarily cried out and spat a mouthful of fresh blood, crumbling down on the spot. The other opponent seemed to be scared out of its wits and stayed rooted to the spot. How could this summoning partner of his be defeated in such a straightforward manner? The green-skinned clansman felt like his thoughts came crashing down. He was beginning to pity his opponent. Just a casual act had provoked such a terrifying existence. They had to be at least of the sky rank. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, Walking City, Mr. Lay? The rest of the Wooks celebrated upon Leylin's return, worship in their eyes. There was a respect for power that was imprinted into their very bloodlines, and now it had shown itself. "It's all settled, let's continue." Leylin returned to the seat in the giant snail shell, looking calm. Indeed, the two rank 1 Magi did not warrant Leylin's attention. However, it had surprised Leylin how much the AI chip had advanced after deriving the energy transformation formulas of the rank 1 Magi. Beep. Decoding of 15 rank 1 fire element spells, 7 rank 2 spells, and 3 rank 3 spells has been completed. Leylin's face broke into a smile after hearing the notice from the AI chip. Due to the difference in the rules of the lava world, spell models of the Magus world could not directly be used in it and had to be slightly altered. For other magi to do such a thing would require a lot of research, something that was potentially troublesome. The spells had to each be studied and analyzed individually. However, Leylin had the ability to analyze the spells in batches and instantly managed to understand many of the spells. In this case, I can recover most of my strength before we reach Woking. A streak of light flashed, and he slowly closed his eyes. The giant caravan started to move slowly after the short pause, the Wook clansmen at ease. After all, with the almighty Mr. Lay overseeing them, there was not much to worry about during the journey, be it the bandits of the wilderness or disasters of nature and beasts. As a matter of fact, with Leylin around, they were rarely affected by natural disaster and even avoided huge crises many times. After some time, the one-horned race eventually worshipped Leylin like a god. They had never been at such ease before, usually losing more than half their merchants and consuming large amounts of supplies for every trip. Their parting with Leylin was full of reluctance. The chief of the caravan tried his best to persuade Leylin not to leave, even hinting that he could stay even if the intellectual one refused. But how would Leylin agree? He left with a smile. Woking City, the largest city in the blazing Thornland. The entire city was built in a huge barren desert, with raging winds roaring every once in a while. The place appeared desolate, but Leylin knew that such living conditions were considered exemplary in the lava world. In the lava world, the intelligent creatures thrived best in the areas where there was no lava flow. Other than the pure fire elemental creatures, few species would enjoy living near the edge of the lava. In here, other than the shortcoming that the temperature was slightly higher, it wasn't very much different from that of the deserts in the Magus World, and hence was considered conditions that were good enough. Nevertheless, these non-human species are really. The dress code and appearances of the Magi in Woking City differed greatly from what he was used to. Leylin was a little speechless at the unique structure of the buildings and the large crowd of passers-by who were predominantly non-human. To Leylin's surprise, the one-horned race whom he had encountered early were actually more human than most. At least they looked similar to normal humans. With non-humans who had numerous eyes and limbs were barely considered normal, Leylin was completely shocked when he saw a humongous green caterpillar, with hat and stick, in a store. It, ignorant of his gaze, was in a heated argument with the store's owner. Despite his adventure experience in the Magus World, Leylin had mostly only been exposed to humans. Although the central continent held many non-humans, humans were still the majority, while the rest eked out an existence in the shadows, even if they were mixed bloods who looked human. However, in this place, Leylin felt like he was the odd one out. This feeling of isolation was new to him and interesting. No wonder the antique books say that the process of conquering a foreign world is actually a great challenge for Magi. It's extremely difficult to even think of such a thing now, especially the act of going against the whole world by oneself. Truly insane, flames fumed in Leylin's eyes as he mumbled under his breath, his eyes flashing with excitement. I really wish to give it a try, the feeling of conquering a world. His exclamation was well and good, but time had arrived that he settle serious matters. Leylin stopped a long-haired, two-headed green being that was drooling out some unknown liquid. I need to get some information. Is there any place can fulfill my needs? If you can bring me there, this will be yours. Leylin took out a pinkish crystal and tossed it in front of the non-human, making his eyes brighten up. I'll bring you there. The sturdy man by the side of the two-headed being hemmed and hawed, as if he had to invest a lot of energy in speaking each and every word. Great, after you. Leylin's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. Clearly, the two-headed being was pretty familiar with streets of Woking, every step of his long legs taking him a few meters ahead. He was originally worried that Leylin could not keep up with him, but after seeing Leylin at ease, he sped up. When they reached a remote alley, the two-headed fellow turned around and stammered, right here. Is it? Leylin looked around. The huge shadow of the building covered the region, blotting out the sun and leaving the entire place in darkness. A tinge of a somber mood was felt, and there was not a single person around. Heh, look, what strap brought us? A green, multi-limbed being who looked like a grasshopper climbed along the side of the wall. The pair of crimson eyes on top of its triangular head stared at Leylin with a malicious intent. Ant tribe, or winged tribe, Whatever, Old Hawk will surely pay a high price for his meat anyway. In concert with his voice, many other non-humans climbed out of the corners, all looking bloodthirsty and ferocious. I knew it, I just knew it would turn out this way. Leylin sighed helplessly. Why do you want to force me to use violence when we can resolve this peacefully? Leylin's puzzled look made the non-humans tremble, feeling as if they had done something wrong. Just as well, in any case, I'm short on quite a few foreign specimens. Leylin played with the ring on his finger, gracefully taking out a silver surgical knife. He looked focused and devoted. Oh no, please let me go. I don't know anything, they forced me. Half an hour later, the alley was filled with the reek of blood. All the non-humans had disappeared, leaving behind only the two-headed being kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. However, it was a high-pitched female voice this time, coming from the other head. Really? Leylin wiped the silvery surgical knife, mirth in his eyes. It terrified the two-headed being, whose hair stood on ends. I can help. I know the best information broker in the city, it's old Jake. I'm telling the truth, he even knows things about other worlds. I can bring you there right now. The being revealed its intelligence at the boundary between life and death, finally securing its life from the surgical knife Leylin had placed in front of it. Good, bring me to him now. The surgical knife stopped right before the being's eyes, only a millimeter away. Yes, master, I will bring you there now, the creature wept, even wanting to die. If not for the fact that it was in its resting period, and if it had let its younger brother go out instead, it would never have come near a malefic like Leylin. It was useless to say anything now, though. It knew very well that it would end up like the scattered piles of flesh and bones if it did not bring Leylin to his destination and help him get what he wanted. It was no doubt that he was the local tyrant. In a short while, he had brought Leylin to an extensive basement area. Leylin got excited upon entering the place. This atmosphere of this place was pervaded with feelings of passion, madness, and death, causing the darkness elemental particles to be very concentrated here. It wouldn't take too long for this kind of place to give normal humans a mental disorder. Leylin stroked his chin, followed after the two-headed being. What brings you here, Strap? Do you want to play some games? A creature with the head of an ox patted the two-headed creature's shoulder with great strength. His right leg was missing, instead replaced with a giant metal limb. Leylin smelled an odor similar to that of marijuana from the ox head, coming from the crimson drink in his hand. It seemed to be an alcoholic drink of this world. No, I'm here for old Jake. You see, the two-headed being pointed at Leylin and started to whisper to the ox head with flattery. Off you go. The ox head took another look at Leylin. Perhaps it was the attractive, thin figure of Leylin that set him off guard. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548 Underground Wrestling Match passing through a rusty metal door, Leylin entered a large underground arena. There were cheers, howls, even berserk roars sounding incessantly. At times one could hear the sound of weapons clashing, at others the sound of a body being pierced. The atmosphere was insane. The audience, who were composed of multiple races, waved pieces of paper in their hands as they yelled towards the middle of the arena. This! Leylin looked down towards the center with interest and immediately made a discovery. In a large cage made of steel was a lion with golden fur. It was matched against several large monsters. These monsters looked like 8-legged crocodiles with mouths full of sharp teeth. Their mouths actually looked like saws with all the sharp teeth, boasting a viciousness and frightening power that would cause weaker beings to faint. Their opponent, the lion, was unarmed and could only fight these monsters with its own fists. Heaps of muscles bulged on its body, holding in store its formidable strength. Just as Leylin glanced over, it mercilessly grabbed onto one of the crocodile's tails and ruthlessly flung it onto a metal bad. A large number of metallic thorns stabbed into the creature's body, and blood gushed out. The injury looked fatal. In exchange, the lion's back now had several bloody scratches that were dripping with blood. A place for underground wrestling, with bets and alcohol? Leylin nodded, beginning to have some expectations towards old Jake. The heads of such underground organizations were usually the people who acquired intel the most effectively. He would definitely have a huge network. After all, selling information was very profitable, and he would definitely not let this opportunity go. "Come with me." The oxhead limped as he led the way, guiding Leylin through several bar counters where many were raising their wine cups and roaring madly. He then opened a small wooden door. This door truly was tiny. Leylin's physique would be considered slender among the races of this world, and even he had to lower his head, half bowing before he could enter. Boom! The sturdy wooden door closed, isolating the room from the clamor outside. The moment before the door closed, Leylin vaguely saw the Warlion successfully taking care of 2 other monster crocodiles. Though it had paid a large price, it had still managed to keep its life. Large numbers of bets failed, and those who had lost their money bellowed, the cacophony almost overturning the entire arena. And still, when the wooden door closed, it was as if everything outside had no relation to this place. Serenity and insanity are only separated by a single door. Isn't that feeling amazing, Mr. Ley from the One-Horned Race's territory? A dwarf that was around a meter tall walked out. It had on a long silver robe, the bottom dragging on the ground. It held the same wine cup as the rest, an excited blush on its face. Its eyes, however, were cold. They were like a mass of ice, not a single ripple within them. A rational lunatic? That was Leylin's first impression of this dwarf. For it to be able to take control of such a large organization, it was evidently not a simple character. "You know me?" Leylin had arrived at the lava world a few days ago, and he had only made contact with the One-Horned Race. The knowledge that the other party had found information on him so quickly caused him to be delighted. In this case, there was a higher chance of his plans being realized. "Of course, there are few who can defeat the summoner, Cleto. A sky-ranked master is definitely worthy of my respect." The dwarf bowed slightly, and Leylin was moved. It must have been a member of the ant race with its brown skin and 2 little antennae. For some reason, it had broken away from its community and formed a large underground organization in Walking City. Was it the merchants of the One-Horned City? Leylin pondered over it for a moment and immediately answered. Pretty much the only ones who knew him in the entirety of Walking City was that lot. Indeed, it was them. Since they were escorted by Mr. Ley, I've already sent down orders that all their goods will be sold off at 10% higher than the market price. The dwarf of the ant race invited Leylin to take a seat and personally poured a glass of something similar to red wine for him slowly. The slight smell of alcohol, mixed with all kinds of fermented items that had anesthetic effects, immediately surrounded Leylin's nostrils. The alcohol of other races is really terrifying. They aren't even afraid of harming their bodies. Leylin shook his head, a little speechless. Though he was not afraid of these with the quality of his body, his tastes were well developed. Such a crudely made thing was not worthy of his attention, even if this alcohol was the best out of this dwarf's collection. "All right, respected guest, may I know your purpose in seeking out pitiful old Jake?" Seeing Leylin putting the wine cup down without taking a sip, Jake's expression did not change. He'd taken the initiative to bring up the topic, his eyes smiling. "Everything," Leylin chuckled lightly. "Everything?" Jake cried out involuntarily. "What do you mean by everything?" "All the intelligence you have, everything you know. That includes this region, as well as other areas. Whether it's a big or small issue, I want everything as long as it's valuable." Leylin's voice was low and had a unique charm to it. "Hee, Mr. Ley, do you know how much this information will cost?" Jake laughed, but his voice turned cold. "I know, but I can definitely afford it." Leylin answered without hesitation. "What are you going to use to pay for it?" Jake had already assumed he'd met a lunatic or someone with a screw loose. "Your life. Is that enough?" Leylin spoke coldly. "Crap!" Upon hearing Leylin's words, Jake immediately bowed and retreated, throwing himself behind a study table with a jump. With a push of some mechanism, a defensive layer of energy appeared instantly. Its movements were fluid, as if it had trained for this countless of times. Only after the layer rose did its expression become calm. A sneer raised on its lips. "Mr. Ley, don't you think you're going too far for a mere guest? I've never felt that way towards the weak." Leylin's voice was dull, and that caused Jake's face to flush. As if Leylin's words had touched on some nerve, Jake instantly grew furious. "Get him!" It called out suddenly, and a pink mist filled the room. 2 figures rushed out from within, emanating powerful energy undulations. The two mice finally dare show themselves. You're only at the sky rank, is that so amazing? Leylin laughed slightly, a dark green layer of energy appearing from his body as a large hand grabbed forwards. Boom. Space itself seemed to freeze in place, and the two fierce black figures halted abruptly. Leylin held each of them by the neck. What appeared in his hands were two other dwarves that looked very similar to Jake. Energy undulations similar to that of a rank 3 Magus were continually emitted from them, but to Leylin this was far too weak. They were like a candle in a hurricane, a random wisp of wind enough to destroy them. Is this all you have to depend on? Any others? Leylin opened his mouth, and a vortex appeared in the air. The pink mist that had pervaded the air was sucked into Leylin's stomach. One of those that Leylin was holding suddenly seemed to recall something, and even began to stutter. This powerful? You're a star rank. He sent the two flying, and they fell with a thud, fainting from their injuries. Swish. Seeing Leylin unraveling his trap and defeating two sky ranks so easily, Jake, who was within the defensive layer, could only grit his teeth and remove it, kneeling before him. Revered Master Ley, please forgive the petty me for offending you unknowingly. Jake is willing to hand over all power and information to you. You're smart and understand the situation. Good, I like people like you. A smile appeared on Leylin's face, but to Jake it looked like that of a devil. I don't want your organization or anything like that. I just need some information from you. Because you're tactful, I'll only purge a portion of your memories. Don't worry. Hearing Leylin's words, Jake immediately knelt in gratitude while forcing a laugh inside. Just a star rank was enough to destroy Walking City, and he had no means of fighting back. A few hours later, Leylin, who had obtained what he wanted, left the underground wrestling arena satisfied. The atmosphere in the arena was still very heated. Now, however, there were great battles between various races. Leylin even saw a few one-horned clansmen who were mere cannon fodder. The soundproofing effects of the wooden door were superb. There seemed to be some spell formation, and even though Leylin had caused a mess inside, nobody outside found out. Even that ox-headed person would not know that over the course of the past few hours, the leader of their organization had thoroughly bowed down at the hands of this young being of a different race. Of course, Leylin spurned the head of an underground organization. After using methods of psychological hints to confirm that it had handed over all the information, he had immediately modified its memories and even created a fake experience. This completely concealed the happenings of the day. After leaving the arena, Leylin found a random inn and, after paying with precious gems, received a large house. Of course, this wealth had been obtained with the generous sponsorship of old Jake. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Emburrowing Race. The lava world was vast, and a few hundred years would not be enough to traverse the entire world. Based on the information HR obtained from Jake, this continent that Leylin was on was the largest in the lava world, called Blazing Crown. Around Blazing Crown was an ocean formed of lava. Within this lava ocean were all kinds of terrifying high-energy beings, and it was a much more dangerous place than the oceans in the Magus World. Hence, communication between Blazing Crown and the other continents was minimal. Even the most powerful extraordinary ones rarely left the continent. To Jake's knowledge, Blazing Crown was the heart of the lava world. The other continents were merely slightly large islands. What an interesting world. An ocean formed of lava? If those fire elemental magi were to find out about this place, they would be willing to migrate over even if it cost them a fortune. Leylin touched his chin, beginning to browse through the intelligence he had obtained from Jake. Though the information was very complicated, the AI chip had recorded everything and could quickly filter out the wrong and useless information, leaving behind the great amounts of valuable intel. It then combined a few pieces that seemed to be linked. Soon, Leylin managed to form an image of the true lava world. This was a world of flames. Fire elemental beings and lava creatures occupied over 80% of the area here. The one-horned race, as well as the ant race that Jake was a part of, could only somewhat survive at the edges of the continent. On the complete map of the continent, there were no signs of the single-horned city. Walking City was merely a black dot at the edge, and was basically a remote and desolate place. 3 organizations stood at the apex of Blazing Crown. There was the Divine Flame Empire, made entirely of fire elemental beings. The Atlan Union was made up of the Emberwang race, a life form similar to humans, and then the Allied Kingdom was made up of the rest. There weren't any others at the same level as them. Of these 3, the Divine Flame Empire was the most powerful. The Atlan Union and Allied Kingdom had to collaborate to stave off their invasions. Wars were incessantly fought as they tried to seize good territory from the lava and fire elemental beings. It was to the point that huge military campaigns were launched every few years. As for the divisions in their ranks, it was the same as what he'd already encountered. The weakest was exemplary, followed by Earth, Sky, and Star. As for those above the Star rank, beings that possessed the strength of radiant moon magi, he hadn't come across any such thing. Although it could just be that Jake's organization hadn't acquired that level of information yet. Even so, Leylin's current strength allowed him to do as he liked in the lava world, as long as the other star ranks or Jupiter's lightning didn't set their sights on him. If I were Gilbert and the others, I would either find a place and hide myself completely, or build an organization in secret that would give off a distinct signal to the outside, letting any rescuers know where I am. Leylin's eyes flashed, and the AI chip immediately began to search through the data. Soon enough, a distinct heading attracted Leylin's attention. Riot at Eastern City of Atlan Union. Rebel Army, Tricerpent Sect, has taken responsibility for the event. There are conjectures that this could be a retaliation in response to the large-scaled attack of the Union, Tricerpent Sect. This phrase that was full of meaning immediately got him to make a mental association. Isolate all information about the Tricerpent Sect, Leylin commanded. With the keyword found, the AI chip search went more quickly. Almost instantly, information relating to the Tricerpent Sect was projected in front of him. Through reading this information, Leylin gained a deeper understanding of this organization. The Tricerpent Sect, which was also called the Tricerpent Resistance Army, was an up-and-coming organization, and its development was rapid. With the goal of overthrowing the rule of the Atlan Union, their operations were unpredictable and very much supported by the lower-class commoners. It was said that there were 3 heads of the Tricerpent Sect, and they were terribly powerful. The Atlan Union's attempts at cornering and annihilating them were to no avail. However, days ago, the Atlan Union had suddenly announced that they had achieved victory while trying to eliminate the Tricerpent Sect. Not only had they destroyed many of its branches, they had even killed the head. The news of rebellion that Leylin had seen was retaliation launched by the Tricerpent Sect. Tricerpent Sect? Interesting. Is it really the 3 dukes, or is this bait? Leylin touched his chin, but it was obvious that in the Atlan Union there were clues of the location of the 2 Morning Star Dukes. For this reason, Leylin had to go there no matter what. I keep having this feeling that the Atlan Union is very suspicious. Leylin touched his chin and sank deep into thought. The 3 dukes had no grudge against the Atlan Union. Why would they suddenly attack them? Unless they had made some astounding discovery in the Atlan Union. Come to think of it, Jupiter's lightning found this world first. It would be strange if they did not painstakingly manage it. Hence, if the ones working behind the scenes in the Atlan Union were Jupiter's lightning, that would explain everything. Leylin wondered as explored different possible solutions. Compared to the Divine Flame Empire that was against all foreigners and full of fire elementals, the Atlan Union, formed of the Emberwang race, similar to humans, were easier to manipulate. On top of that, their strength was only second to the Divine Flame Empire in Blazing Crown, and was more suited to the needs of the Morning Star Magi of Jupiter's lightning. However, while this made sense logically, Leylin believed things could not be so simple. The same intuition that had helped him obtain astonishing harvests during dangerous moments was blaring sirens at him. No matter what it is, I need to go the Atlan Union. As for the Tricerpent Sect, we'll see, Leylin sighed. Boiling lava and fiery red light formed the only luster of the lava world. And yet, even under this dazzling redness, life was growing stubbornly. This was a grassland, and little steel trees similar to the one Leylin had seen before and filled the area, along with vegetation whose leaves had jagged edges. A few slender channels of lava could be seen every once in a while, flowing past like little streams in the grasslands. Yet, they could not harm the area at all. These plants that were like grass that had their roots firmly and deeply in the ground, even boring into the lava and absorbing its energy for their growth. The stubbornness for life had Leylin feeling surprised. "Uncle Ley, why do you like watching this iron thread grass?" A very fair girl cloaked in reed darted over, the sparse red feathers covering her forehead bouncing up and down. This girl was no different from an ordinary human child, if one disregarded the feathers on her forehead and on the back of her hand. This was the Emburwang race. In the lava world, besides fire elemental life forms, they were the largest racial group and formed the largest group in the Atlan Union. "I just like them for their resilience," Leylin chuckled as he handed over a large piece of meat to her. "Take this, I'm afraid we'll have to part here." "Uncle Ley, are you leaving?" The little girl sucked on her finger, looking reluctant. Though they had met on the road, the powerful aura of this clansman even had her father in awe. Based on her father's guesses, this Mr. Ley must be at least an earth rank working hard to temper oneself, and fervently hoping to advance to a higher realm. "Brother Ley, are you already leaving?" Not long after, another large man of the Emburwang race rushed over. He had obviously just heard the news and looked anxious. Leylin now had a few fine red feathers on his forehead. This was the appearance of the Emburwang race. In the Atlan Union, it was much too eye-catching if he were to continue pretending to be of the winged race. "Yes, working hard in this world can't stimulate my progress anymore. Hence, I've decided to join the army. Perhaps competing against those evil fire elementals of the Divine Flame Empire will help me advance to a higher level." Leylin's expression was callous. "Besides, I've had a dream since I was young. I wanted to punish those flame bastards with my iron fist, just in time for me to steal my skills in the upcoming battle at the Death Grand Canyon battle." Death Grand Canyon? The large man's eyeballs protruded. That was the front lines of the battle between the Atlan Union and Divine Flame Empire. That was also where the most casualties were. "You!" The large man only moved his lips, but seeing the resolute look on Leylin's face, he did not say more. "My good brother, help me kill a few more fire elementals." The large man could only pat Leylin's shoulders as if wishing him luck, and he watched Leylin's figure disappear into the horizon. "Ha, I've finally arrived." Leylin saw the outline of the Emburwang race in the distance and let out a long breath. The moment he had obtained intel on the Triserpent sect, he had immediately set off and hurried here in secret. However, as the lava world was much too big, and Walking City was located in a very remote area, he had expended much time and effort to reach this place. As for the large man and family of Emburwang race, they were only a few companions he had joined out of loneliness on the way here. Compared to the Magus World, many exemplary ranks join the army directly in the lava world and hold high rankings. If I want to obtain any information or intel, that would be the most convenient place. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550. Testing and passing compared to the magi of the Magus world who liked to work behind the scenes. The strong in the lava world were more willing to take the stage and take control of the organizations. The kingships of large-scaled kingdoms were taken up by star ranks. In that case, it was understandable for there to be a large number of exemplaries in the higher-ups of the Atlan Union's army. Furthermore, the army was the quickest place to advance in status, especially during wartime. As long as one was capable, had outstanding results, and nobody obstructed them, people were usually promoted rapidly. This was a method that was much better than others, and also the way that Leylin liked the best. But there's so much hardship in being a soldier. I don't want to be trampled on. Leylin's eyes swiveled around as he had an idea. Days later, in a special building within the city. "Are you here to apply for the special task force? Come with me," a female Emburwang race member said. She was dressed in a military uniform and was expressionless, yet looked to be formidable. She carried a stack of documents and forms and turned to leave, leaving Leylin and the rest with a view of her elegant back. "This doll is really..." A burly man beside Leylin began to complain. "How callous." "I like it." Another pale young man's eyes glowed green, leaving Leylin speechless. Those with Leylin were all of the emburrowing race. However, what made them distinct from the rest of their clansmen was the obvious energy undulations from their bodies. Since this world had exemplaries, it was obvious that they had special treatment and missions. Things like the Special Task Force were formed for this reason. With enough strength, emburrowing clansmen were allowed to be selected into the Special Task Force. Not only would their positions be high, they had the best treatment in the army. Leylin wanted to sneak in, and he obviously formed a fake identity and signed up successfully. What Leylin cared about was that the Special Task Force often needed to deal with riots that had to do with exemplaries. As long as he was there, he would definitely bump into the Tricerpent sect. For this reason, he was in no hurry at all. He would swing in and sneak into the Special Task Force and hide away there while gathering more information. After all, he was not quite sure about the background of the Tricerpent sect, and he needed to remain cautious. If this was a trap and he still charged right in, wouldn't he be seeking death? Leylin and the young male emburrowing looked just as nervous and excited as the rest, while they followed the female soldier to a large square. A middle-aged soldier in silver armor was already waiting there, his expression grim. "We're beginning the test now. Who's first?" The middle-aged instructor's voice was so loud that everyone's eardrums seemed to have gone numb. "Me?" That pale young man seemed to be too anxious to show off and darted to the front. "Fine. Use all your strength and attack the black obelisk ahead." The military instructor stepped aside and revealed a giant black crystal before everyone. "Ha!" The young man took a deep breath, and a layer of fire-red light was emitted from his body. Streams of air were dispelled as dust filled the air. Rumble! He threw a punch, and it landed on the black crystal. While it did not budge the slightest, a dim layer of red light appeared on the surface. Red light filled the obelisk with some difficulty, and fine rings appeared on the surface. A total of 5 red rings appeared before completely disappearing. Upon seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed by the young man's expression. "5th level of emburrowing technique, exemplary status. Pass." The officer nodded, with no surprise in his expression. "Next." His voice was icy cold, causing the young man's original complacency to disappear. "Me." The one who went up was plump and similarly used emburrowing technique. However, only 3 ringed runes appeared on the obelisk. 3rd level of emburrowing technique. "Fail." The officer's voice was callous, and 2 soldiers immediately went forward and dragged him out. "Ah, wait. Give me another chance, I can definitely." From a distance, the sounds of his wails and pleas could be heard, causing great fear amongst the crowd in the square. "Next." The officer's expression remained cold as he continued. One young man after another went up, and most passed the test, though there were a few who failed. The officer was ruthless as he commanded the soldiers to chase them out. Leylin watched this scene coolly from below. Emburrowing technique. He had heard of it before and knew that it was used by the emburrowing race. It could be said to be found everywhere, and practically everyone knew it. There was nothing special about levels 1 to 3 of emburrowing technique, and was similar to the breathing techniques of the Magus World. It could increase one's vitality and endurance slightly, with some tolerance towards fire elements. Once one got to the 4th level of emburrowing technique, it would be similar to a meditation technique and allow the emburrowing clansmen to have a rapid increase in strength. The 4th and 5th level was the strength of an exemplary rank, while 6 and 7 meant earth rank. 8 and 9 were considerably powerful existences and were comparable to the sky rank. Once one advanced to the 10th level, of which there had been no precedent in history, that was the door to the star realm. Though the fundamental parts of emburrowing technique could be found everywhere, the 4th and 5th levels were kept somewhat secret and were considered the essence of the race. As for the next few levels, they were kept secure and could only be passed on in a few places. The reason why so many young people wanted to enter the Special Task Force was probably because they wanted information on the later levels of the technique. As for the 10th level, that was something only the family of the head of Atlan Union possessed. Most had never even heard of it. A grave, burly, middle-aged emburrowing clansman went forward. Extending a scarlet palm, 6 fire rings immediately appeared on the obelisk, and even the officer couldn't help but give the man a second look. 6th level of emburrowing technique. Earth rank. Pass. How amazing. It's someone at level 6, the earth rank. These sorts of people can survive anywhere. What is he doing here? It must be for the information regarding the 8th and 9th level of the technique. It's only passed on in the army. The appearance of what was the best results till now immediately gave rise to loud discussions in the queue. The man from before stood expressionlessly aside in answer to the looks of curiosity or reverence, and the officer couldn't help but have an expression of approval. Next, the officer yelled again, eyes scanning through the crowd that was beginning to thin. I'm afraid that this burly man is the one with the best results in this batch. It's not a bad harvest. At least one is passable. The officer was stuck in this train of thought, but then he saw another slender clansman stand up. Though this above-average-looking man seemed frail, the officer's eyes brightened as he lapsed into thought. This little guy doesn't seem to be simple. Leylin obviously cared little about what the officer thought. In actuality, he was now performing research and gathering information on the path of emburrowing technique. Interesting. At the beginning, it's night training, and after that, there seems to be content infused with some conscient runes. He was interested in such techniques. But I need to get through this. Leylin shook his head at the ruckus in the crowd due to his being in a daze for too long. A morning star Magus point mass was a minute dot that could contain the terrifying strength of a morning star without leaking any energy. With the AI chip's help, there was no issue with simulating the energy belonging to emburrowing technique. It's a pity the strongest person here is only the officer, who is at the sky rank with the 8th level of emburrowing technique. The next few levels, as well as that of the star rank, can't be obtained as of yet. Leylin slowly extended his palm. Yet it seemed like a layer of melting flame came to life, spreading across its surface. This immediately silenced the crowd. Ha! Leylin controlled his strength, looking as if he was attacking with all he had. Rumble. The entire obelisk began to tremble as bright fiery runes appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, the light from bright flames were dazzling, and spread till there were 7 on the obelisk. There even seemed to be half a ring extra. The officer's eyes shone and he immediately asked, 7th level of emburrowing technique. Peak earth rank. Very good. What's your name? My name is Ley, my lord. Leylin performed a military salute, something the officer immediately found pleasing. At this moment, the silent crowd suddenly became boisterous, hearts filled with jealousy that could not be suppressed while observing Leylin's handsome face. As long as this young man did not die in battle, he would become the rising star of the Special Task Force, or even the entire Union. At this moment, Leylin acutely felt a gaze land on his back. It's the large man from before at the 6th level. This feeling of jealousy and hostility, though it's normal, why is there killing intent? The corner of Leylin's lips rose in a cold smile. An enemy of this level was too boring. When all those who had failed cleared out, the officer stood before Leylin and the rest, voice booming. Welcome to the Special Task Force. I am your officer, Skiker. You'll soon find that the Special Task Force is the best place to be. As long as you complete your missions, we can give you techniques, money, status, or land. It had to be said that the officer was silver-tongued. In a short amount of time, he had incited the hot-bloodedness of the youths. Leylin's expression was also one of excitement, though he found this all ridiculous on the inside. Now, follow me to participate in your first mission. Powerful undulations were emitted from Skiker's body. Only then did the members realize that their officer was actually at the sky rank. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, Mobius different from ordinary troops. This elite group formed of exemplaries needed to start on missions right away. The Atlan Union had spent much manpower and physical resources on supporting the Special Task Force, and they were naturally not to be underestimated. However, this method of mentoring through fighting had resulted in the dissatisfaction of some members. Of course, with Sky Rank Skiker around suppressing them, it was as if nothing had happened. Hi, Ley, I'm Mise. This is our first time on the battlefield. How are you feeling? Nervous? The pale young man who had been the first for the testing leaned towards him, looking to fawn on him. All right, Leylin answered indifferently, and then pointed towards the burly man who had mastered the 6th level of Fireplume. What's his name? Him? He's Loke, and rumors have it that he was an expert at being a mercenary. Look at that pretentious display, as if all eyes are on him. Mize played the role of a lackey very well as he immediately stood in line, his instinct now to help his boss beat down the number 2. "Oh," Leylin said lightly, and did not continue inquiring. As fresh recruits, they had gotten a set of new clothes that were very pliable, and could even protect against high temperatures and ordinary knife slashes. As far as this world's treasures went, they were all right. "Look at these clothes, how chic." Mize looked at the completely black uniform and could not help but be infatuated with it as he arranged his collar. Watching him act so foolishly, Leylin had little to say. "We're on a mission. Focus." Upon hearing this, Mize froze for a moment as he continued to move quickly. Immediately afterwards, he looked in the direction of Skyker guiltily. Seeing that the officer hadn't been focusing in their direction, he relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. After the excitement, Mize calmed down. He looked uneasy, his slight nervousness apparent as he looked towards Leylin. "Ley, what kind of mission do you think we will be assigned to?" In his eyes, this comrade was exceptionally mysterious and had a calm that most lacked. Even just staying by his side gave him a feeling of security. "Whatever it is, it won't be easy," Leylin spoke dully. In actuality, he was guessing that the mission was a test for the recruits. There was no better proof than real battles. Through intense fights, the weak would fail and be eliminated, while the strong would survive and gain even more resources. This was the ruthless order of nature. Leylin guessed that this operation might be tailored just for them. Were it not so, the difficulty would be too high. Most of the members, maybe even the entire squad, would be wiped out. The Atlan had enough strength and backing. That was enough to attract numerous willing participants, and there was no fear of the lack of manpower. But, am I going to bump into the Triserpent sect on the first mission? A trace of doubt streaked through Leylin's mind. He had yet to gain enough information and knew little of how things stood with the Triserpent sect. It was not a good idea to make contact with them recklessly. Thankfully, Skyker, who was standing in front, began to speak coldly and dispelled Leylin's doubts. "Our mission this time is to eliminate an extremely evil, bloody sect, a branch of the Mobius organization. Kill all members." They were now far away from the barracks and city and had come to an open, desolate area. Large amounts of red lava reflected an orange splendor that even dyed the horizon crimson. With the bonus from Fireplume, these special task force members all maintained a vigorous physical strength, and were still in good condition even after running across a long distance. "Mobius organization?" Mize immediately cried out in surprise. "That disgusting sect that likes blood sacrifices and dismemberment." "A disgusting sect that likes blood sacrifices and dismemberment." Leylin's brows furrowed, seeming having heard the large and burrowing man he had befriended previously speak. The sect seemed to be very secretive, and the higher-ups held enormous strength. There were rumors that it was being spread even in the Divine Flame Empire and could not be destroyed. Of course, with their extreme methods, they weren't that welcome. That Mobius organization? Heavens, I hear that they're insane. To avenge one of their bishops, they massacred a city. The members began to discuss this softly, the sounds of endless whispers mixing together. Seeing this, red light emitted from Skyker's face. "Silence!" he shouted as tremendous sound waves covered the region. If not for having sensed a soundproofing barrier being set up just prior, Leylin would have assumed that Skyker was a spy, intentionally notifying the Mobius organization. "We're soldiers. It is our duty to obey orders. Isn't it just a Mobius organization? What are you afraid of? Don't forget, you're now Special Task Force members. The moment you disobey an order, I'll immediately execute you. Even if you can escape, you'll have to deal with being the target of a kill order from the Union." Skyker's words were eerily cold, and with the powerful force field undulations of a sky rank, the original tendency towards disorder was wiped out. "Do you want to betray the Union?" Skyker's dark words immediately had the Special Task Force members grow resolute as they answered in unison. "No, definitely not." "Good. These are the warriors our Union needs." Skyker seemed satisfied. "The organization has only a few Earth ranks in charge. What does that count for? After succeeding, just the rewards alone are enough for you to spend for quite a few months. You might even accumulate points towards becoming nobility. Now, we'll allocate tasks." While Skyker was immersed in his unceasing narrations, he had failed to realize the interesting change in Leylin's expression. With a sweep of his soul force, the concealed undulations, and even a full view of the structure below was presented in front of Leylin, and he laughed. Looks like the Union received relevant intelligence and know the military strength inside the stronghold like the back of their hands. Based on Skyker's plans, our side should have had a large chance of success. But it's a pity, with a scan of his soul force, Leylin found that there were quite a few Earth-rank priests in the Mobius organizations. On top of that, there are even a few bishops wearing red religious attire, emitting the terrifying undulations of sky ranks. This is obviously a trap, though I don't know if this is aimed specifically at Skyker. Whatever it is, he's in trouble. Leylin's expression held traces of pity. Good, this is the overall plan. Move. Skyker obviously knew nothing of Leylin's thoughts right now. On the contrary, he wanted to watch how Leylin, Locke, and the rest performed and grade them. Rumble. Along with a giant explosion, the barren land that was initially empty blew up, revealing a large building with a number of floors. What first appeared was a glorious, distorted black sculpture. The lines were simple and crude, and yet they gave Leylin a demonic impression. Under the sculpture were many decorative designs that gave it a style similar of that of an altar. There were limbs and livers from living beings on it, and the blood had not dried yet. The fresh blood kept dripping and filling the spell formation. The process of a sacrifice had obviously been interrupted, and a few low-ranked worshippers let loose roars of ire. "Leave none alive, crush them," Skyker howled. He didn't actually need to yell. The Special Task Force members had long since seen red and pounced forward, boiling hot rays flickering on their bodies. Fireplume activated, giving them immense support. Pooh! A palm filled with flames extracted itself from the body of a worshipper, and the accompanying flames burnt this vicious-looking worshipper to ashes. "You must all die." Locke's chilly voice swept through, voice spreading, and Skyker nodded unceasingly while watching in secret. Meanwhile, Mage might seem cowardly, yet seemed to have had his thirst for blood kindled, especially after seeing his side winning all engagements. Many members were in high spirits as they went deeper in. "What is this Ley doing?" Skyker nodded in satisfaction, but when his eyes were on Leylin, his face scrunched up in dissatisfaction. Leylin, who he'd thought should rush to the front lines, was wandering around within the group. Even when he did make a move, it looked like he was cowering and seemed listless, falling behind Locke by a large margin in terms of his kill count. That's not right. His way of moving forward implies he's having reservations about something. Has he discovered something? Skyker instantly became cool-headed, going through Leylin's actions and the information he had gotten previously. As he saw his troops continuously heading in after their victories, his pupils shrank as he realized that his members had lost their formation. "Crap! Come back!" Skyker shouted loudly, but it was much too late. Boom, boom, boom. Large amounts of sparks exploded, forming a heat wave that wiped out most of the Special Task Force members. Even with the protection of Fireplume, the high temperature surpassed their limits, caused them to turn into charred corpses. "Keek, Skyker, we meet again." A few figures wrapped in light stood before Skyker, accompanied by warriors and worshippers donning garments of their sect. "Sky rank, 2 sky ranks." Mage, who was lucky to have survived, watched the 2 tall figures in the air and cried out in pain and despair. "It's you, so it was a trap." Skyker remained collected. "Yes, this is a trap specifically to deal with you. What happened 15 years ago can be settled properly now." The 2 bishops in red clothing held hatred in their eyes. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 552, Hot-Blooded Breakthrough. Hot-Blooded Breakthrough. All members, break free from the encirclement. Skyker's shout after the momentary silence surprised the 2 bishops. Red flames surged from his body, even forming a giant phantom of a flying beast behind him. This was a perfect creature like those in legends, bathed in fire like a god born of the flames. The 8th level of the Fireplume. "Skyker, you've gotten this old, yet you still haven't made any progress." The 2 bishops exchanged a glance and took a step forward together, a huge pressure dispersing in all directions and suppressing the phantom of the fire phoenix ahead. As if night had fallen, great amounts of black mist bound Skyker to them. A great battle was about to happen. Kill them! Numerous members of Mobius organization yelled, and figures in dark robes with daggers or the like in their hands darted out of the shadows. The sounds of shouts were unceasing. Most of the members of the special task force were new, and the surprise attack resulted in heavy casualties. Their morale immediately fell, and there were some members who were outside who roared as they escaped into the distance. Thud, Skyker was ruthlessly smashed to the ground by a fist, patterns that seemed to be multiple curses creeping up his body. Even the horrifying flames of the 8th level of the fire plume was useless. The large quantity of flames was even contaminated by the curse runes and gradually died down. Over time, even the fire phoenix behind Skyker's back was beginning to whine. Skyker was pale, a few large wounds appeared on his body, countless black runes digging their ways in like earthworms. "Haha, Skyker, you're going to die today?" One of the bishops in red smiled relaxedly. Let the instructor go." The sudden yell interrupted the words of the bishop in red, and he furrowed his brows. What saw were 2 Imburwing clansmen with flames around their bodies, charging over as if they had gone mad, looking frightened and worried. "Keek, what hot-blooded young things. Skyker, you're still as capable at brainwashing as before." The other bishop laughed coldly. "Let me slaughter them before I take care of you." The old man had a drunken look. Merely killing the other party was not enough to satisfy his interest. The hatred that had lasted over a decade gave him the urge to torture him for over a period of time, and just when Skyker had given up all hope, kill him. Such a method of revenge was the sweetest. "You guys," Skyker clutched his chest, twisting his head to watch the figures rushing over, touched but also anxious. "Leave, you aren't a match for him. Try your best to break out. Keek, you can't escape." The old man sneered and got his partner to watch Skyker while he blocked the path of those 2 young and burrowing clansmen. "Instructor, hang on." Leylin's face was flushed as he called out, the fire plume exhibiting its full strength at his hands. Terrifying flames burned, causing a few Earth-rank worshippers to suffer. Expressions of dread appeared on their faces as they kept a distance. This display would probably be similar to a hot-blooded lead character in my previous world, the kind who'll have a breakthrough at the most crucial moments. Leylin made fun of himself while putting on his best act. At the same time, he ran his gaze across the surroundings. Due to the ambush, the casualties the special task force sustained were very serious, and practically all the members had died in battle. That kid Mize, however, had smeared blood on his face and collapsed, using some secret technique to hide his aura. This had allowed him to survive. He was much more fortunate than those who had escaped and been chased after and killed. He hadn't sustained many injuries and was on a whole other level. Noticing the look of gratitude on Skyker's face, Leylin grew speechless. "If you knew that the 2 who seemed to be risking their lives to save you actually had other intentions, I wonder if you'll start vomiting blood?" Leylin shot a glance to the side. The cool, burly man at the 6th level of the fire plume was now fighting with all his might, looking enthusiastic and impulsive and seeming completely loyal. In actuality, he was also someone harboring malicious intentions. There was the obvious aura of another race on his body, but that had been concealed very well. If not for Leylin having probed him with his AI chip and soul force, he might have been duped as well. "I'll hold them down. You go and save the instructor?" Loke shouted after seeing Leylin looking in his direction. Large amounts of flames shot out of his body and surrounded the few Earth-rank worshippers around him. The sounds of explosions could be heard unceasingly, and the battle was obviously fierce. "Damn it! You found a bunch of low-leveled cannon fodder to protect yourself and gave me 2 sky ranks." Leylin rolled his eyes but still rushed forward with a roar, throwing a fist at the bishop in red who was standing in the middle of the path. Bang, scree, the ear-piercing sound of an explosion sounded, seeming to be an enthusiastic call from a phoenix. A fire phoenix slightly smaller than that which had appeared behind Skyker emerged on Leylin's back, the bright red flames so splendid that they were like sunlight, giving Leylin a layer of golden armor. The peak of the 7th level of the fire plume. The bishop, who was blocking the way, cried out in astonishment. Though the fire plume was a compulsory technique for all Imburwing clansmen, with practically every adult having reached between the 1st to the 3rd level, there were few who reached the 5th level or above that. The peak of the 7th level meant he was just one step away from the sky rank. With how young this emburrowing clansman appeared to be, he was absolutely a rare talent. "Little guy, you've got pretty bad luck to have met me." The bishop in red snickered. Wiping talents off the face of his world was his guilty pleasure. Even if these talents would have a boundless future, a dead talent was not even comparable to a dog. Snap, turbulent black streams of air surged through the air, forming a giant scorpion that blocked Leylin's path. "Explode!" With a loud cry, the red force in Leylin's hands became even more vigorous and seemed to turn into a bundle of flames, darting towards the scorpion. The flames initiated by the fire plume crackled as they scorched the surface of the scorpion's large black pincers. Parts of the black air dissipated. However, that was all the flames could do. Pack. The black gas scorpion waved its other pincer around, and Leylin was sent flying, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his lips. Let the instructor go." Leylin collapsed and appeared gravely injured, but he crawled back up, charging forth again. The giant fire phoenix phantom was less imposing than before, but still let loose a booming cry. Crash, crash, crash. Leylin was flung backwards time and time again, and it seemed the bishop in red wanted to make Leylin waste all his energy. This would agitate Skyker even more, which was why he had held back a little every time and allowed Leylin to struggle up again. Seeing Leylin tenaciously struggling on and not giving up, even if Skyker's heart was as hard and cold as steel, he still felt a warmth boiling up from his chest. Hot air went up to his eye sockets, leaving him on the verge of tears. "Give up, child. Leave," Skyker yelled uselessly. "No, I won't ever give up." Leylin yelled out words that made himself want to vomit while waving his fists, the fire spilling everywhere, burning the ground till it was scarlet. Crash, he was sent flying again, and the bishop in red took several steps forward. "I'm already getting tired of this game. I'll take care of you the next time." Huala. The large black scorpion dissipated, and the streams of air converged before the bishop, terrifying energy undulations radiating. Is he really a fool? Meanwhile, Lok had just happened to have finished dealing with a few of his opponents and had crept closer. Almost there. "Once Ley dies, I can save Skyker with that and request a higher position." A determined look rose in Lok's eyes, his hand already extended into his clothes, touching a round object. "Ley, you're a good person with astounding talent, but it's a pity. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Your enthusiasm will not give you anything in return and will only leave you dead. Rest in peace," Lok spoke in his heart, like a leopard waiting before a hunt as he hid in wait. All of a sudden, his eyes widened, eyeballs protruding and almost popping out, mouth huge as he bawled in disbelief. Goddamn. Does that even happen? For love and justice." Leylin, who was bathed in flames, looked even more saintly. As he saw the bishop closing in, he had a holy look on his face. Following that, with his yells, great golden flames surged out and healed all his wounds. Even the terrifying phantom of a phoenix that seemed omnipresent formed at his back. If the phantom that Leylin had summoned before was a mere illusion, each feather of the phoenix floating behind him was undeniably real. It was as if a real ancient fire phoenix had descended. The powerful undulations of fire plume broke through the boundaries of the peak of the 7th level and entered a much more powerful level. "Shit, he actually broke through?" Lok cursed. The 8th level of the fire plume signified the sky rank. In other words, Ley was now on the same level as the two bishops in red and Skyker. This actually happens. Compared to Lok, the bishop who was the main lead felt as if he had received a huge blow. How could a hot-blooded idiot actually have a breakthrough right before death? And he had even advanced and was on the same level as himself. This did not make sense. Skyker, on the other side, was filled with elation. Terrifying waves of heat of the 8th level of the fire plume immediately shrouded Leylin as he charged before the old bishop in red. Boiling hot waves swept through and even broke through his opponent's defense, causing the old man's eyebrows and beard to start to burn. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, Taking Root Thud. The iron fist wreathed in scarlet flames ruthlessly struck the old bishop clothed in red, causing him to fall back while coughing blood. The large phantom phoenix at Leylin's back let loose a frightening cry. Pressing forward, Leylin immediately charged to the other bishop in red. Even if you're also a sky rank, you've only just advanced. You definitely know too little about battles between sky ranks. Kid, looks like I'll be the one to have to deal with you. The bishop, who was on his guard against Skyker, yelled. The reason for the defeat of his ally before seemed to be an underestimation of his enemy, which was why Leylin's sneak attack had been successful. Let Instructor Skyker go, and I can pardon you. With a ferocious roar, Leylin and this bishop collided. Rumble, a red blaze and a black storm intertwined as they engaged in battle. The soil was devastated, opening up to reveal the bedrock. Things should be fine, right? Even if Ley suddenly broke through, those are 2 sky ranks. Lok touched the item in his hands, preparing to dash out. He had come here with a mission. He was to gain Skyker's trust and successfully sneak into the higher ranks of the Special Task Force. However, with Leylin suddenly interfering, he was obviously annoyed. Pooh! A streak of fiery red rays broke through the storm and made a quick stop by the area Skyker was located. The man disappeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, Leylin brought Skyker and appeared before Lok and pushed Skyker into Lok's arms. Leave with the instructor. Though Leylin did not know what kind of expression Lok had on his face right now, he was sure that he wanted to curse him and his family. Due to his escape, the storm, which had initially lost its target, was madly rushing in his direction. The bishop ahead, who had been attacked by Leylin, had already come rushing over to hunt him down with a grim expression. Damn, damn, damn. Ley was at the peak of the 7th level, so it made sense that he suddenly broke through, but I only showed power at the 6th level. It's no use breaking through. Lok watched the 2 sky-rank, red-robed bishops who were dashing over and began to wail inside. I don't care anymore, I have to use this. Lok gritted his teeth and a black metal egg flew out. Swish! Black light flashed and a slender metal egg exploded in the air. Large amounts of smoke flew out and a large construct appeared, blocking the area in front of the 2 red-robed bishops. A binding construct. The bishop's cries of surprise were transmitted into Leylin's ears, and he grinned inside. In front of Leylin, Lok's little schemes were like children's pranks that could be seen through by any adult, even forcing him to showcase his talents to this extent. This is a spider model construct. So Skyker looked weakly at the construct, eyes glinting as they held more kindness towards Lok. The family treasure that I inherited can hold them for at least 5 minutes. Let's go. Lok displayed a smile that looked even more ugly than a crying face and carried Skyker on his back, a defensive layer from fireplume emitting from his body. Wait for me. Hearing they wanted to break out of the encirclement, one of the corpses on the floor leapt up, revealing Mai's bloody face. Big brother Ley, bring me along. So there's one more? Lok rolled his eyes powerlessly, feeling that the number of unexpected situations he had met in his life before this could not compare to this day. Good, let's go, Leylin chuckled, surging flames brimming on his body. He opened up a path of flames through the encirclement by the Mobius cultists. The 2 sky ranks were temporarily out of the way. Leylin used his fireplume at the 8th level and swept through the area immediately. Whether they were ordinary worshippers or crazed fanatics, none could withstand the attack of the crimson-golden flames. Most of the ordinary followers would begin to burn if even the smallest spark touched them, turning into giant human-shaped torches. Take a rest here. I need to go out and do something. After returning to the camp in the city, Skyker had pretty much recovered and could even move around freely. On the surface, it was hard to tell that he was injured at all, besides his slightly tattered clothing. Understood, instructor. Leylin and the other 2 immediately puffed their chests out and shouted. Skyker's gaze now held gratitude towards Leylin and Lok. Before proceeding forward, he patted Leylin and Lok's shoulders. Ley, you did well this time and even broke through to the sky rank. I will recommend you for a promotion. And Lok, I hope to be able to speak with you tonight. That would be my honor, Lok immediately shouted. From his expression, Leylin guessed that it was anything but bad. It looked like the origins of that spider construct had attracted Skyker's interest. The organization backing Lok has truly put in a lot of effort for him to sneak in, Leylin sighed inside, but little did he know that Lok was green with envy. If looks could kill, Leylin would probably long since have turned into a human torch. As for you, Skyker's eyes turned to Mai's, immediately causing the young man's face to turn as white as snow. I'd initially wanted to penalize you for escaping right in the face of battle, but this happened because of a lapse of judgment on my part. I'll let you off. Many thanks, instructor. Magus answered loudly, his apprehension disappearing. But if there's another instance of this happening, I'll stuff your head up your arse. Do you hear me? Skyker shouted, and Magus' little face crumpled. All right, you're dismissed. Skyker left in a hurry, and Leylin was stuck deep in thought while watching his back. Just from the murderous aura he had that was unafraid and not planning on backing down, Leylin knew that some people in this base were in trouble. Skyker returned very quickly, and there were even some spots of blood on his collar and cuffs. He swore constantly while throwing a gold badge and a set of new military uniforms in front of Leylin. You've been promoted to be a captain of the Special Task Force. You've also obtained a second-class Medal of Honor of the Union, as well as points for a rank as nobility. You now have enough to pay for the lowest authentication as a knight. Wear the uniform for now. The real documents and procedures will come in a few days later. Look, while you haven't been promoted, you've obtained a Medal of Honor from the Union as well. It is my honor. Loke's voice was full of spirit, to the point that there were faint tremors in his voice. Seeing the fake look of excitement on his face, Leylin immediately realized the value of this Medal of Honor of the Union thing. However, this had little to do with him. After this matter, Skyker would definitely place him in higher regard and would allow him to look at some confidential information. That would be helpful. The average temperature of the lava world was at least 50 degrees and above. Astounding heat waves filled the air. As a result, most of the outer walls of buildings were very thin and had the function of absorbing heat. The buildings of the Emburwing race were of a different style than in Walking City. They were more similar to bamboo houses, and Leylin's residence used a rock that constantly emitted cold air, keeping his room always cool and refreshing. The benefits of being in the Special Task Force were generous. Even normal members had their own residences and allowances of resources for their training. As the captain, Leylin had a villa of his own. This chilly stone was a very precious resource, and those who did not have the captain rank could not enjoy this. Magus often found excuses to hang around at Leylin's, enjoying the cool air. Leylin currently held something like a monitor in his hands, skimming over something. With his authority, much of the information of the Special Task Force was open to him, and he had also gathered much information on the Triserpent sect. The full view of this organization appeared before Leylin's eyes. The Triserpent sect looks like it really has a connection to the Three Dukes. Leylin put down the monitor and rubbed the space between his eyebrows, unconsciously tapping at the table. From the intelligence, the Triserpent sect seems to be trying to overthrow the government of the Atlan Union, allowing other races to have more space to survive. In actuality, they're a bunch of terrorists. They intend to attack the city of every Emburwing clansman and loot them. They don't have any special activity, Using the AI chip, Leylin went through the cities that had been attacked. The data on the losses was arranged in a unique database, and the relationship was quickly found. This resource seems to be the favorite of the Triserpent sect. Leylin's eyes brightened. He'd found that the Triserpent bandits seemed to have a vested interest in a type of special ore. Perhaps the attacks on other cities were all in order to obtain the ores, but this target had been concealed well and not been discovered. However, through the comparison of gargantuan amounts of information, the AI chip had managed to accurately pinpoint this common ground from all the data on the destruction caused. Furusor stone, a treasure said to be able to increase progress in Fireplume, and a top-grade ingredient only possessed by the Atlan Union. Leylin touched his chin, observing the projected image given by the AI chip as well as the explanation next to it. He sunk into thought. The reason why the people of the Triserpent sect liked this Furusor stone, this much must be because of something unusual. Anything that would cause these Morning Star Magi to go so frantic had Leylin very interested as well. I remember that with my merits and status, I'm able to apply to purchase limited-grade resources. I can use this opportunity and get a sample for research. Leylin made his mind and commanded the AI chip to scan and record the other books of the Emburwing race. It was the accumulation of a civilized society in another world, and definitely held much research value for him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Furosaur Stone, Time to Go. Leylin kicked Mage, who had almost fallen asleep. Where are we going? Mage shrunk back a little, his vision blurred. If there was a choice, he would still have preferred to sleep here, as the weather outside was so hot that it could make him pass out. Hurry up, Leylin raised his brows. Mage stood up immediately, feeling speechless. Okay, we shall go to the logistics department and check out the mission of the month. It's almost time. All right. You're the boss. Mage shrugged his shoulders. Ever since the last incident, Leylin had gotten promoted and became a captain of the special task force, while Mage was put in his unit, becoming one of his men. As for Locke, he had his way around. Even though he was not promoted after the last mission, he soon achieved lots of merit for the following events and got promoted to be a captain like Leylin just a few days ago. The logistics department of the special task force was not far from his residence. Every staff were as obese as pigs. They resembled nothing from the slender and good-looking traits of the Emburwang race. This had Leylin and his men shunning them. Hand me all of my special offerings of the month, and an exchange list. Leylin spoke to a big fat guy with oily hair who was sitting behind the counter with glass windows. At your service, Captain Leylin. The fat guy was full of smiles and had a gingerly look. Leylin's fame had long ago become widespread in the special task force. He had been able to achieve level 8 in Fireplume at such a young age, becoming a Sky rank elite. His prospects were definitely boundless. Moreover, he had saved Skyker's life. This was someone who was known to have a powerful background, tactical brilliance, and more importantly, a person that favored his own men. Thus, Leylin was assured to have a bright future. Some people speculated that becoming a captain was not the end of his road. He could possibly become a marshal of the Union with 1 star. This fatty wouldn't dare to neglect such people, and he handed Leylin his complete set of supplies. These supplies were a benefit enjoyed by every member of the special task force. The Atlan Union depended largely on their supplies and nobility. They had attracted and recruited numerous unbounded extraordinary ones. Leylin threw the supplies to Mage, who followed Leylin like a valet. He then opened the exchange list. The contents of Fireplume were at the top of the list, the first 8 levels being recorded. This included some practical experiences as well as the special techniques of different individuals. It was everything he needed, totally perfect, except for one thing. It had no record of techniques at the 10th level, the Morning Star realm. This caused him to furrow his brows. Having stayed here for quite a period of time, Leylin had discovered that their special task force actually had high clearance to access in the Atlan Union, despite their infamous reputation. Even a captain like him was equivalent to a major general in the Union. Leylin grew a little discouraged at not being able to learn the 10th level of Fireplume, even with his current status. He was keen to know the second half of this technique. Currently, Fireplume was the only path to power Leylin knew that combined physique and the soul perfectly. In his own world, these 2 paths were separated into knights and magi. Nonetheless, even with the help of Skyker and the others as specimens, the information the AI chip could simulate only pulled Fireplume to the 9th level. A lot of time and power would be required to deduce the 10th level, the Morning Star realm. Only when one reaches the Morning Star realm along a path will it become obvious. Levels 1 to 9 can be deemed creative, but I'm not sure what the real path to power is like. Rumor had it that the Emburwang race descended from the Phoenix, but Leylin disagreed. He had already tried it out and hadn't found any genetic segments related to the ancient bloodline. Still, when Fireplume reached a certain level, it was clearly linked to the Phoenix. This was what had Leylin confused. We can put aside doubts about Fireplume for now. Let's look for the Furosaur Stone. Leylin flipped down the page and an image of a fiery ore appeared. Furosaur Stone. Increases the rate of advancement, or even assists in breaking through to the next level of Fireplume. Top-grade treasure, valued at 100 nobility points for a gram. Only available for ranks captain and above. 100 nobility rank points for a single gram? Miles shouted exaggeratedly from beside Leylin before he could comment on anything. I don't think I could afford such an expensive item even if I sold myself. He stuck his tongue out. designation of nobles was very prestigious in the Atlan Union. Thus, audit was very strict. The only way for one to achieve a noble rank other than through the special task force was to head to the Death Grand Canyon battles. Therefore, everyone in the force protected their nobility rank points like their own eyes. For example, Mise felt repulsed just looking at the incredulous price of the stone. Hee, but this is a Furosaur stone. It's exclusively supplied to top ranks like us in the Union, with just 1 gram being able to get you through 6 levels of Fireplume. The fatty laughed from behind the window, mockery in his eyes. 6 levels? Mise's eyes widened. It was very difficult to break through the latter stages of Fireplume. He had currently been stuck in the 5th level for a long time. Once he reached the 6th, he would become an Earth rank elite. The difference in position from now went without mentioning. And yet, Mise glanced at the price tag, somewhat unwilling to give up his points. After all, being able to acquire nobility was a rare chance, and he could not bear to spend all the points he had earned. Yep, I'm exchanging all my points. Leylin nodded. Immediately, Mise shouted without a thought, Captain, have you gone mad? Of course I haven't. I'm very calm and know what I'm doing. Leylin shook his head. After all, this was a foreign world. Nobility here meant nothing to me, and it was something he would have to think about even if offered for free. Thus, his points were better spent on resources. Hold on, Captain. Your transaction somewhat exceeds my authorization limit. The fatty behind the window found it hard to sit still, and beads of oily sweat trickled down his forehead. They were cleaned off along with his white handkerchief. He could only exchange 1 or 2 grams of Furosaur stones at best. That was the limit of his authority. But this obviously did not satisfy Leylin's needs. Soon, another fat guy had received the notice, and he came to Leylin. He had strong energy fluctuations of the sky rank at the boundary of Morningstar. Chief! Leylin and Mise bowed down slightly. The one who had just arrived was the chief of the logistics department and had a higher military rank as compared to Leylin. Hey, Ley, you have enough nobility rank points to earn you the title of a baron. Are you really going to trade them all away? The fat chief looked at Leylin with pity. He'd thought highly of this genius. Yes, Leylin was firm. As compared to nobility, I would like to focus on my abilities first. As long as I have what it takes, I'm going to get more valuables and higher positions. Brilliant. Someone at the side clapped loudly. Skyker had come beside Leylin without notice. Exchange for him? Skyker nodded at the fatty, then exclaimed, If I were to think like him while I was young, I would have gotten more achievements than I have now. All right then, as you wish. The fat chief wiped his sweats on his face using a gold handkerchief. Follow me. The exchange of nobility rank point isn't a simple affair, but it should be all right since Skyker is around. After settling on a series of authorization documents, Leylin had finally gotten the Furosaur stone. He thanked Skyker and the chief once more before he returned to his place. Furosaur stone? Leylin opened his palm, revealing a fiery ruby. It seemed to contain a large amount of liquefied ore. The entire ore was only the size of Leylin's fingernail. This was all that Leylin's nobility rank points could be exchanged for. Despite its petite size, the chief of the logistics department spent much efforts to gather it, even having to transfer some from other regions to barely make it enough for Leylin. A phantom of a phoenix showed up behind Leylin, letting out whistles of excitement. Leylin had the premonition that once he made use of the Furosaur stone, his level 8 Fireplume would advance greatly, even to the extent of breaking through level 9. But it was not the strange phenomenon of the Furosaur stone that caught Leylin's attention, it was the notice from the AI chip. Beep. Special object detected, Furosaur stone. Gathering information. After a period of examination and simulation, the AI chip sounded again. Special soul object, Furosaur stone. Able to strengthen Magus point mass, increases soul force to an unknown extent. Looking at the AI chip's notice, Leylin's eyes widened. It could increase soul force. Who knew this Furosaur stone had such an effect? The advancement of a Magus and the power of their spirit were inseparable. From ranks 1 through 3, one trained in spiritual force. Soul force came into the picture after one entered the Morning Star realm. Soul force was the most mysterious amongst all. Even though there were many great meditation techniques, they could only result in a strengthening of the soul over a long period of time. One could not be sure of the pattern. Even those great meditation techniques required at least hundreds of years to improve one's soul force, and it was even worse in Leylin's case. Kemin's pupil ended at rank 4, not giving him a single bit of information as to how to increase his soul force. Thus, he could only continuously try his luck. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, The Organization's Leader now, a wide golden path had appeared in front of Leylin. As long as he gathered enough Furosaur stones, his soul force would increase greatly. Even the soul force of a Morning Star Magus, who had thousands of years of experience using the top meditation techniques, might not be as strong. If the Morning Star Magi in the Magus World learn about this, I'm afraid they will go mad over it. Leylin stroked his chin, finding it a little puzzling. A precious source like this is a fatal attraction to Morning Star Magi. If so, why would Jupiter's lightning use this world to trap the elders despite risking the exposure of the coordinates? This doesn't make sense. At that moment, everything that had happened previously left Leylin confused. Maybe they had confidence in getting rid of the elders, but did not expect that they could get away, which had them caught unprepared. Or maybe they didn't even manage to find a source like the Furosaur stone. After all, if they don't have the help of the AI chip, they will only know the amazing function of the Furosaur stone if they conduct an on-site inspection. All he could do was to speculate. Anyway, the reason the Tricerpent sect is so eager to get the Furosaur stone could very well be that their Morning Star Magus has already found out the function of it. Now, I have to gather as many Furosaur stones as possible. The fourth level of Kemin's pupil already had little effect on Leylin. It had helped his advancement for quite a while already, but there was no change to his soul force at all. In actual fact, many Morning Star Magi faced the same difficulty. It was very hard to improve their soul force, even with top-grade meditation techniques. This trip to the lava world was such a great decision. Leylin held his grid tightly, his eyes were filled with excitement. In the capital of the Atlan Union, a huge and prosperous place. A void was created deep underground, a massive flame ball staying in the middle of it like a sun, showing the vague figure of a phoenix. A continuous high-pitched whistling of the phoenix was transmitted through the flame ball, the entire ball breathing in and out as if it was alive. There was a huge pentagram-shaped spell formation there, in the middle of which rays of crimson light were been drawn out and immersed into the flame ball. The phoenix inside was extremely excited, just like it had benefited greatly from the rays. There were some remaining crimson light rays dropped down at the side of the spell formation. They solidified over some time and turned into fire stones. Moments later, the phoenix in the flame ball stopped the flame. It transformed into a human bathed in a stunning golden light. This was a handsome male. He had scarlet hair and brows, his aura filled with surging waves of power. Even the void around him fluctuated. An aura of the peak power of a radiant moon Magus surrounded him. The scarlet-haired man had a regal crimson robe draping over his shoulders, fully dressed on the inside. He went to the other basement, which was empty save for a giant mirror, leaving only large amounts of binding runes appearing regularly. "We meet again, my dear President of Atlan Union, Your Highness Durat." A hologram of someone in radiant moon Magus robe with a crescent mark on his forehead appeared in the mirror. Weird dark power was released strangely, his aura somewhat able to compare to Durat's. The Magus who appeared in the mirror was the leader of Jupiter's lightning, a rank 5 Magus. "Hello, my guest from a foreign world." Durat smiled, his crimson feathers radiating lust. The Magus in the mirror turned silent for a while, as if he had sensed something. Moments later, he opened his eyes and smiled. "It seemed like you have accepted my suggestion. How is the effect?" "It was great, my friend. Just some improvements to be made." Durat nodded his head. "This requires me to put in more time and effort. Most importantly, I was unable to get enough on-site information, unless you allow me to go over." The radiant moon Magus in the mirror shook his head. "Of course not. My friend, we are both the elites above the Morning Star realm, and this world needs protection." Durat rejected immediately. Welcoming a foreign world's elite was definitely a trouble for himself. Durat had only thought of making use of the Magus with caution, never had he thought of other possibilities. "All right, Then next let's talk about the deal. The leader of Jupiter's lightning in the mirror said helplessly. A morning star Magus was like a little stone on a beach in the world, a little hard to recognize without careful inspection. A radiant moon Magus like him, on the other hand, was more obvious, an elephant in the room. The moment he tried to cross over, Durut would attack him mercilessly. On this matter, Durut was able to gain the support from the world's will, which made him way more powerful than any ordinary rank 5 Magus. Thus, despite being a similar rank 5, the man in the mirror had never thought of getting himself into trouble. He could only send some of his man over to run errands for him in secret. That's right, my friend, as long you keep your promise, we of the emburrowing race will show great hospitality. Durut smiled. The Magus opposite rolled his eyes. Since you are very satisfied with the energy withdrawing spell formation, I have quite a few others you can try it out. In return, I want 500 grams of morning star gold, arcane ore, Peridian feathers, and also Furosaur stones. He continued with the names of numerous resources, and Durut agreed without any hesitation. Sure. As long your spell formations work, I will transfer them right away. After Durut had left the chamber, he sneered, You think I wouldn't know what you are really up to just by hiding the Furosaur stone among the long list of sources? How naive. Upon reaching the study room had some documents viewed, he was outraged. The Triserpent sect and the Mobius organization, these foreign tribes are way too much. I have to warn them and give them a lesson. Immediately, he took a device from the table which looked like a telephone, strings of letters appearing from his fingers and vanishing into the speaker. All special task force units in action, destroy every base of the Triserpent sect and the Mobius organization in the Union's territories. Durut recalled something after he had put down the phone, and he passed down another urgent order. Skyker, take charge of the East region. That little pup should be back now after the contribution. Durut's face finally showed rare tinge of gentleness. The increasing of soul force feels really amazing. Leylin was far from the capital. Therefore, he was not aware of the silent undercurrents that developed throughout the Atlan Union. He was still indulged in the joy of the advancement of his soul force. The feeling of using the Furosaur stone was utterly fantastic, making him feel giddy as if he was drunk. Once the effect ended, his body was much more vigilant than before, and his soul force much more active than usual. Leylin took a look at his stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock bloodline. Chem-in Serpent, complete form, strength, 50 agility, 45 vitality, 65 spiritual force, 539.7 magic power, 539 magic power in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force. Even though the soul force is not shown, the spiritual force had increased by 30+ units. It's probably a side effect of the increase in soul force. Leylin was over the moon. This advancement in soul force was comparable to the process of those morning star magi, having had to practice top-grade meditation techniques at least 10 years. With how things looked, as long as he had enough Furosaur stones, his soul force would continue to increase at an incredible rate. How is this Furosaur stone related to Fireplume? How is this produced? Leylin's eyes brightened. He had even put behind the rescue mission, and finding and gathering of enough Furosaur stone had become his top priority. Boss, boss! At the same time, Mize's call sounded from outside, making Leylin frown. What is it? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? Leylin pulled open the door, displeased. Not me, it's Instructor Skyker. We've got a big mission now. Mize's face reddened due to agitation, and he was still panting. Big mission? Leylin remained calm before Mize. Look at how you're behaving. All those trainings went down the drain. However, a weird premonition had taken shape in his heart. Is it related to the Triserpent sect? He was not too confident in handling this organization for now, despite there being a huge possibility that it was established by the 3 elders. Now that the Furosaur stone had popped up, however, there were a lot of variables. Because it was very likely that those morning star magi under Jupiter's lightning to found out about the secret of the Furosaur stone. Thus, they were forming connections underground and gathering them. Oh, and Instructor Skyker wants to see you now in his office. Mize finally caught his breath and finished the message. Got it. Wait for me here. Leylin closed the door and left Mize, dumbfounded, standing outside the room. He did not have to wait long. Minutes later, Leylin had changed into his military outfit and shown up in Skyker's office. "Lay, here are your orders. Clear out these bases with your squad." Skyker signed some documents before handing them over to Leylin. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 556 Orders Given. Orders Given. What mission is it? Leylin took the document that was labeled Top Secret on the cover and unconsciously furrowed his brows. "The Union has ordered that our special task force is to attack the Tricerpent sect and Mobius organization within the territory of the state. I am the person in charge of the Eastern region." Skyker's voice was that of a hardened war veteran. "Your squadron is in charge of a few strongholds of the Tricerpent sect that have been discovered recently. I will personally take care of the Mobius organization side." It was obvious that their trap had thoroughly enraged Skyker. Now he wanted to exact revenge properly. "The Tricerpent sect?" A look of interest appeared on Leylin's face, though he was sighing inside. His intention in coming to the Atlan Union was to obtain some information regarding the Tricerpent sect, but so many things had happened, especially with the appearance of the Furosaur stone. That one resource had dispelled all other thoughts. However, just when he was hoping to continue concealing himself, this matter had suddenly cropped up, and it just so happened that he was involved. This left him not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The order this time was personally signed by the head of the state. "The garrisons from all regions will coordinate with our operation. In other words, once we succeed, we will appear in front of the head immediately. Chances like these are hard to come by," Skyker seemed to be reminding him. "Understood." Leylin saluted, his back ramrod straight, though he began making some guesses. It seemed that Skyker had an unusual relationship with the Union head, to the point that he could obtain the position of the person in charge of such a vital operation. He must have a very powerful backing. No wonder that Loke wanted to get close to him no matter what. "Good, you may leave. Get Loke to come in." Skyker nodded in satisfaction. "Yes." Leylin saluted and left. Every movement was like a textbook example and seasoned as a soldier. Skyker nodded inside after seeing this. "Captain Loke, the instructor is calling you." After walking out, Leylin found that Loke was already waiting aside. Compared to before, there was more calm and steadfastness on his expression, and he had unwittingly broken through the 6th level and reached the 7th level of Fireplume. He could now be considered an Earth rank. Of course, this was all a facade. Leylin believed he was at least at the Sky rank, but he had somehow snuck in for some unknown reason and gained Skyker's trust. In the operation this time, Leylin was in charge of dealing with the Tricerpent sect, while Loke was to follow Skyker and was in charge of the matters of the Mobius organization. Just this point made it clear to Leylin that Skyker trusted Loke more. In the special task force, there had long since been rumors spreading that Ley and Loke were Skyker's left and right-hand men, and Skyker himself did not deny this directly. It's a pity when you find out the two subordinates you thought were your helpers were actually enemies sneaking in as spies. I wonder what expression you'd have. Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be amusing. Leylin touched his chin, a smile on his face as he ruminated. "Leader Ley, is there anything else?" Loke observed Leylin, who was acting in this manner. For some reason, he felt a chill in his heart and seemed to have a bad premonition. "Oh, nothing much. I was just thinking about the scene from our previous mission." "Quick, get in." Leylin patted Loke on the shoulder and calmly sauntered away. Loke kept drawing back and stared at Leylin's back. Though he seemed to be sending Leylin off respectfully, there was a strange glint that flashed in his eyes. Soon, things will be different. A flicker of jealousy and hatred appeared in Loke's eyes. Though both Leylin and he were captains, one was a Sky rank while the other was only at the Earth rank. That naturally gave rise to criticism. Though Loke was considerably powerful and was on good terms with Skyker, he seemed to be a level below Leylin in many aspects. He might not seem bothered on the surface, but that was because he was trying to be conceal himself. He wasn't preparing for a life in the Union anyway, but he still somehow felt strange. Of course, this was hidden well, and even the person closest to him had not realized it. "Loke, what are you waiting for?" Skyker's dissatisfied voice traveled from within the room. Loke was startled and immediately returned his expression to the original honesty with a trace of shrewdness and admiration, nodding and bowing as he entered the office. Reporting in? Back in his residence, Leylin was carefully browsing over some information in the documents. Only after some time did he put it down and sigh. The information within was so detailed that it was excessive. They even knew the strength of the leaders there, and it seemed that the Atlan Union definitely had hidden some spies and the like inside. The Tricerpent sect will probably suffer heavy losses this time. Leylin stroked his chin. He still could not confirm if the Tricerpent sect was an organization formed by the 3 giant Chem-In Serpent Dukes, and he was not prepared to make a move. They were a few branches and strongholds anyway. Nothing would be missed even if everyone died, and with this, he could even gain a higher standing and more trust from the Union. That would make it convenient to pry into the secrets of the Phurosaur stone. With this thought, the light in Leylin's eyes gradually dimmed, a bone-chilling iciness within. Boss, what's going on? Mage chose this moment to push the door open and met Leylin's gaze. Instantly, he collapsed, cold sweat pouring, and was left stuttering. It's nothing. Our official mission has been handed down. Take a look. Leylin chuckled, and it was as if all that ice had melted with the smile. Warm sunlight shone down, and Mage was no longer limp on the ground and could struggle to take a hold the document. However, while looking through it, his hands were still trembling slightly. Mage swore that he'd never have imagined that when Boss Lay's expression was grim, it would be so frightening. That bone-piercing chilliness was something he had never experienced before. Swearing in the name of the honor of the Emberwangs, he never wanted to meet that sort of gaze ever again. Heavens, he now felt that even the sweltering heat outside was more comfortable than staying in this room. How is it? Have you finished looking through it? Tell me your thoughts. Seeing Mage in this state, Leylin smiled gently and crossed his arms, body half leaning on the chair as he appeared to be at ease. Since it's an order from the headquarters and the head of state, we can only obey. However, the members of our squadron don't have enough strength, and I'm afraid we will need to mobilize and coordinate with the garrison. Mage was no fool to have been able to survive up to this point. With some slight reflection, things immediately became clear to him, and he even had a contingency plan in mind already. But Mage stealthily peeked at Leylin, who was expressionless, and decided that before he could understand the man's thoughts, it was best not to speak his mind. That bit of bloodthirst earlier had frightened him. Very good, I'll leave contacting the local garrison to you. Don't disappoint me. Unexpectedly, Leylin did not ask about his plans and instead gave him a task. Though Leylin did not explicitly state the consequences of not completing the task, Mage could somewhat guess that it was something he absolutely did not want to bear. Understood, Captain. As a long-term habit, while Leylin was issuing the command, Mage subconsciously stuck out his chest and saluted, expression full of respect. Ever since he had entered Leylin's unit, he was completely convinced by Leylin and understood how he worked. It was consistently simple and crude, and he did not allow for retorts. Mage was naturally tactful. Send down the order that I want our unit to assemble. Leylin waved his arms, and Mage immediately escaped as if he was faced with a huge enemy. Though Leylin was usually very easygoing, to the point that Mage could get benefits like stealing some cool air here, the Leylin in missions was very resolute about killing. He was not going to make things bad for himself now. After sending down the order, their unit assembled quickly. On a field, Leylin wore military attire and walked past the orderly line, looking satisfied. The Lava World was a world with exemplaries. Their individual abilities far surpassed their collective strength, which was why this group was very small, with only 10 or so members. However, every single one of them was at or above the 5th level of Fuming Wings, meaning they were at the peak of the exemplary rank. He had 3 Earth ranks, and all had been forced to submission by him in missions. This was unthinkable in the eyes of many people. After all, Earth ranks were considered top-rated strengths even in the Atlan Union. They could take on important roles in the Corps, so how could they be the subordinates of a little captain? However, Leylin had done it, and many were in awe. In reality, Leylin's methods were simple. He had achieved victory with strength and forcefully suppressed them. Even so, he had not intentionally taken in these 3. They were an unexpected harvest. For him, Earth ranks were comparable to rank 1 or 2 Magi or Warlocks in the Magus World. He could kill a large number of those who possessed this level of strength with just a breath, and he did not even need to spend much energy on it. Even sky ranks, who were comparable to rank 3 Magi, were nothing much. The ones able to affect Leylin were star ranks, who were of a similar strength. The attention of a morning star would forever be focused on enemies of the same level. Based on the intel, the commanders of the few Atlan military districts are all star ranks. Rumors have it that the head of the Union far exceeds the star rank, and could be at rank 5, the Radiant Moon Realm. Learn touched his chin, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Lava Base. Lava Base, I really want to try my hand at fighting an enemy of this level of strength. A fierce desire for battle burned in Leylin's eyes, but was quickly withdrawn. Though he was looking forward to the Radiant Moon Realm, he was no fool. Power at rank 5 was still far from him as he was now. Before he himself became a rank 5 Warlock, he was not going to fight with any Radiant Moon Magus, no matter who they were. Leylin currently had his arms behind his back, and after inspecting these members, he shouted, "Everyone, the head has issued our newest mission, which is an order for elimination. With us, the special task force, taking the lead, the garrison troops will coordinate with us to uproot the Triserpent sect strongholds that are throughout the Atlan Union." Long live Atlan! Many members yelled together, an agitated flush on their cheeks. Compared to those troops formed with regular people, they were mostly people who were enlisted in a hurry and had not experienced much hardships, so it was expected if they had unrealistic delusions. Furthermore, this time, it was clear that Union was serious, and since the head had issued the command himself, it meant multiple opportunities to perform meritorious deeds. And those meritorious deeds would net them higher-level techniques, large amounts of information, and even the status and glory of nobility quite easily. How would they not be riled up? Good, Leylin obviously knew what these people were thinking. On the contrary, he was no saint. Hence, he did not destroy their hopes right now. There are a total of 15 strongholds in the eastern region that belong to the Triserpent sect. I will now hand down the assignments. In actuality, Leylin had not even told them how to choose their targets. In his perspective, only he and the 3 Earth ranks were mildly useful in his group. The others would probably only be useful running errands outside or providing moral support. It didn't matter, since they were only destroying the branches of the Triserpent sect, and the most powerful people there would probably be only at the sky rank. Within a large desert, boiling hot temperatures caused slight distortions in the sky. Heat waves surged, causing the scenery in the distance to seem blurred. One of the branches of the Triserpent sect is here. General Gilfa, your mission is to seal off this region and not let any suspicious characters escape. Any questions? In a simply constructed tent, Leylin pointed at a large map on the table and spoke to a white-haired Imberwing. This Imberwing was obviously not young, and even his mottled red feathers were falling down. However, the tenacity was as strong as ever. What had Leylin raising his eyebrows in surprise was that this old man was a sky rank. "No problem," Gilfa nodded matter-of-factly. "I will order the army to surround the area. Even a bug will not be able to escape." This high-ranking officer by the name of Gilfa was in charge of this region. He had been contacted by Mage. While he had control over the troops by order of the head, Leylin had gotten this general's support after displaying his strength. "I hope you can destroy this nest in one go. A lot of disappearances in my jurisdiction are related to it," the general brought up. "I understand. Let's go." Leylin nodded and left the camp, suddenly waving his arms. Rumble. His body turning into a tornado, he charged into the depths of the desert with a few similarly powerful pillars of light. This stronghold of the Triserpent sect is really covert. If not for the vast network of spies controlled by the Union, it would have been unlikely that I'd find this place. Light flickered in Leylin's eyes. The Atlan Union was much too vast. Even if he had his bloodline and soul fire crystal, and searched from city to city, or even ran through the outskirts, it would still take several decades to cover the country. Even then, he could end up not even finding a trace of the Triserpent sect. They had long since been chased by the Union, and their actions had always been secretive. Leylin had no confidence that he would coincidentally bump into them. With the map, however, all the branches of the Triserpent sect were bared before Leylin. There was no difficulty in finding them now. But did the three dukes really create the Triserpent sect? A giant, fire-red lake had appeared before Leylin's eyes. At the heart of it, flames were vaguely seen. Based on the intel, the branch of the Triserpent sect was under the lava lake. Soul force surged through the lava and the desert to scan below, and it resulted in a marvelous expression on Leylin's face. This! With his soul force, Leylin could clearly see the many experiments in the laboratories of the Triserpent sect branch, as well as the modified Emberwings. Bloodline modification experiments? As a warlock himself, he was no stranger to this, and could even be said to be a subject matter expert. With just a look, he could find many traces of what the Magus World, even the Ouroboros clan, were used to operative procedures. Could it be that the Triserpent sect really is an organization set up by the three dukes? Leylin's eyes flashed, a crimson crystal already appearing his hands, two threads of pale soul flames twining around each other. No reaction, the two dukes aren't here. Leylin shook his head. Though the range of bloodline and soul sensing was already quite vast, it was still too small in comparison to the whole Atlan Union, let alone the entire lava world. Attack! Thoughts whirling in his mind, Leylin unhesitatingly gave the order. A gigantic phantom phoenix made of fire appeared behind him. Bathed in pure golden flames, it was as if the real ancient phoenix had been reborn. This was the pinnacle of the 8th level of Fireplume. Seeing this display, nobody would believe it even if Leylin himself admitted to not being an Emberwing. The point mass of a morning star was incomparably tiny, and massive strength could be held within this tiny point. It would not cause any clashes with other energies. Leylin had the AI chip to analyze and perform simulations for him. In reality, he had secretly already practiced up to the peak of the 9th level of Fireplume. In other words, the limit of rank 3. However, as he lacked the training technique for the 10th level, he had been unable to progress further. Even if the AI chip could simulate it, too much time would be spent on it, and Leylin had thus lost his patience. Hence, he had focused on Skyker. He was sure that with Skyker's status, it was very possible for him to have access to the 10th level of Fireplume. To Leylin's knowledge, there were 10 levels to Fireplume. The first 3 were for regular people, but the 4th and 5th, it would begin to touch on exemplary strength. The 6th and 7th were comparable to rank 1 and 2 Magi, while the 8th and 9th meant being able to battle rank 3 Magi. As long as he entered the 10th level, he would be a star rank, which was comparable to a morning star Magus in the Magus World. Leylin did not have much interest in the first 9 levels of the technique, and was only invested in the 10th level. After advancing to morning star, it meant that he had already chosen a path for himself. While Leylin had no plans of giving it up, other paths to power still had a lot of useful experience to give him. Fireplume was one of the most advanced techniques among those of foreign origin. It could combine both physical and spiritual aspects, and this train of thought was a breath of fresh air for him. If he could obtain the 10th level of Fireplume and gain clarity on the Emberwing's path and system, it would definitely be of much use to him. "Come out!" Leylin shouted, and an ear-piercing explosion sounded behind him, like a high-spirited phoenix cry filled with heat and excitement. Amidst the cry, Leylin abruptly made his move. The flames that filled the sky were as splendid as the wings of a phoenix as they swept through the ground and shaved a layer of soil off the earth. The ground kept trembling, and rocks and dirt were scattered everywhere. As if a geyser of water, the lava from the lake shot upwards as its surface emptied out, revealing a giant secret base underneath. Many members of the Triserpent sect raised their heads. Upon seeing the dazzling phantom phoenix, they yelled in alarm, "It's Atlan's Special Task Force. Those black leather dogs have caught up to us." The members of the Special Task Force were usually ruthless in their methods, possessed extraordinary power, and dressed in black leather uniforms. That had netted them this title. "Aren't you wearing black robes too? What about it?" Leylin, who was in midair, grew speechless as he observed the followers who wore black, wide robes with an image of 3 black snakes intertwining on the surface. While he was quibbling, a few streaks of powerful undulations rose, and 2 black-clothed people who were obviously the leaders blocked his way, dressed in luxurious robes. The sounds of members of the Triserpent sect howling could be heard from within the stronghold. Take care of that trash as soon as possible. Leylin's brows furrowed. He could not sense any special aura from these two black-clothed people. If they were higher-ups within the Triserpent sect and had made contact with Morning Star, there should be some radiation residue or the like on their bodies. But there were no traces at all on these two leaders. This led to Leylin's disappointment. Understood, leader. A few streaks of red flames shot out, and Leylin's Earth ranks immediately began their massacre, doing as they liked amongst the ordinary followers. Crimson flames flashed, turning the region into a sea of fire. Facing this attack that was at the Earth rank, these ordinary disciples were mowed down like grass. Under the prowess of the exemplaries that he led, no matter how much battle intent the ordinary followers had, it all proved futile. That was the main reason why Leylin had brought a small team of only 10 or so people and dared to forcefully attack the enemy's large-scaled base. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558 Developments, Yurlay, the genius of the Special Task Force in the Eastern region. One of the dogs that Skyker's raising? The black-clothed person opposite him spoke with a hint of scorn. You're looking for death. Leylin's eyes opened suddenly, as if two balls of flames were being launched from them. Shiwa. His entire body seemed to transform into a thread of flames, boring through his opponent's forehead and coming out through the back before turning back into a humanoid figure. Crackle. The black-clothed person, who had not been the least bit modest with his words, had a dazed look on his face. Seconds later, he turned into a torch of fire and began to incinerate fiercely. Horf. The other person in black was clearly stunned before beginning to shout. The voice was lovely and evidently belonged to a woman. You dare kill him? The woman raised her head, eyes full of hatred as she glared at Leylin, itching to hack him to pieces. Leylin merely hummed coldly as if he did not care. If looks could kill, what was power for anyway? These two heads were sky ranks, but they had obviously used some secret potion or taboo techniques to forcefully break through. Their auras were rather unstable, and were at most comparable to the peak of the Earth rank. Perhaps any expert at the 8th level of Fireplume could dispose of them easily. Of course, this was understandable. If the three dukes had created the Triserpent sect, they could not have gathered many techniques given the difference in the flow of time between Lava World and the Magus World. Support for advancement and methods that would result in instant benefits were necessary things. The woman did not rush over to fight with all her might. Instead, she ordered something into her communicative device in her hand. Activate the Berserk Legion. Ka-cha. Ka-cha, a steel door in the base opened, and many Imberwings with dazed expressions walked out. Their crimson eyes radiated a feeling of indifference. Their bodies were filled with strange runes, and parts of their bodies had obviously been strengthened and altered. Many of the Special Task Force members had difficulty even telling that they were Imberwings. After being let out, the lost look in their eyes was replaced by viciousness as they let loose howls that were similar to those of beasts. Boom! A researcher nearby was immediately beaten to the point that blood splattered everywhere. A crimson rain fell on this Berserk Legion, causing them to appear even more malicious and terrifying. The Legion that had already gone insane began to destroy things without distinction. Whether it was the Special Task Force members or their own people, all were attacked. Due to the differences in numbers, the Berserk Legion landed the most critical attack on the followers of the Triserpent sect. Leylin, who saw this scene, could not help but shake his head. This woman was obviously treating these modified people, who were as of yet unable to control their bloodlines, as her trump cards and weapon for revenge. Ahaha, Horf's dead. I want all of you to die with him. The woman shouted maniacally, her voice so sharp that it could pierce through eardrums. This woman's gone crazy, or she wasn't mentally sound in the first place. Leylin shook his head. Watching her with pity, Leylin did not hold back. An enormous fire phoenix soared across the sky, its giant wings sweeping across the woman. It sent her retreating, coughing up blood. Boss, what do we do? Watching the Berserk Legion, especially whose members consisted of Imberwings, Mise was caught in a dilemma. Not only were those of the Berserk Legion insane, their battle might was astounding. On top of that, they were his fellow clansmen, so Mise found it difficult to attack. "It doesn't matter, I'll take care of it. Their blood might be infectious, so be careful not to make contact with them." Leylin's voice traveled over faintly, but Mize suddenly had a bad premonition. "Boss, you're not going to." But it was too late. Mize raised his head and saw Leylin turning into a streak of golden light, as if fusing with the phantom phoenix on his back. The phoenix's cries were even louder than before, practically piercing through the clouds. Golden flames were emitted from its body. In that moment, the phantom image of the phoenix had turned into a giant, blazing bird. The apex of fire plume, undead aves. Mize's eyes grew wide as he muttered to himself. He had only heard of this killing technique in legends. Based on the rumors, only those who had trained in fire plume up to the sky rank and above, and only ones with incomparably pure bloodlines could exhibit this ultimate technique, restricted to the Emburwang royal family. Could it be that Lei is a member of the esteemed Emburwang royal family? Mize watched the flaming undead aves soaring in the skies, suddenly feeling as if his brain had short-circuited. Rumble. With a shake of the flaming bird's feathers, large amounts of fiery red light shone down on the region. A spark fell onto the shoulder of one of the members of the Berserk Legion, and he immediately began to burn up fiercely, turning into a torch. With elated cries, the gigantic undead aves dived towards the ground. "Crap, get away, drop down." The other Special Task Force members' voices, distorted due to their nervousness, traveled into Mize's ears, but he could not manage to process it. He wore a stupefied expression as he stared ahead. The terrifying giant flaming bird was like a falling meteor descending upon the ground, bringing with it horrifying tremendous waves of flames. All Mize could do was hug his head and crouch down. In the face of this strength that was like a natural disaster, he felt as tiny as an ant. The flaming bird descended into the heart of the Berserk Legion, and the flames swallowed them in an instant. Moments later, the flames gradually went out and revealed a tall figure. "Boss is actually this strong?" Mize mumbled, hot blood rushing to his brain as he darted forward, glancing through the remains on the ground, eyes filled with tears. "Captain. They were also. There are only enemies on the battlefield." Leylin's voice was icy cold, and the heat in Mize's body went cold. "I'm very disappointed in you." Leylin had his arms behind his back as he left this hell slowly, leaving Mize in a daze. "He's right, child." At some point, the general from before was at Mize's side. "If we don't do this, if the Legion or any of these contaminated bodies escape, there could be a terrifying plague in the surrounding cities. Furthermore, with Lei's efforts, we've successfully destroyed this stronghold. No fire-feathered clansmen will have to be ruined by it anymore." The general patted my shoulders. "Cheer up, little guy. There seems to be some change in this little thing. I hope I haven't ruined his outlook on the world." Watching his bloodshot eyes as he darted to the front lines, a smile of rumination shot up on his lips. The desert branch of the Tricerpent sect had been destroyed, but there were still many other branches and organizations remaining in the eastern region of the Union. They were now within a giant Emburwang city. The members of the Tricerpent sect had actually set up a secret base within a city, something that only managed to increase Leylin's respect for them. To be able to come up and make use of this meant they were absolute geniuses. It was a pity that in a time when physical strength was of utmost importance, intelligence automatically decreased in value to the point that it was negligible. The army surrounded the area, while the Special Task Force rushed in. Leylin had long since gotten used to arranging things like these. After that matter the other day, Mize had seemed depressed for a few days, but seemed to become mature immediately after. In the next few battles, he was in an unusual state where he would charge to the front lines, and was ruthless in his attacks. It was as if he believed that the more he killed, the lesser the number of his clansmen that would be oppressed by the enemy, or something to that effect. It was a certain level of maturity, although still naive. "It's good to be young," Leylin observed the hot-blooded Mize, and could not help but get emotional. His real age had long since surpassed 200, and he was even older than his grandfather's grandfather in his previous world. Watching Mize now was like looking at a child. "Captain, the stronghold has been purged. No enemy was caught." Mize reported to Leylin with indifference, blood on his body. "Good. Go back and reorganize yourselves. The spoils of battle won't reduce." Leylin's arms were tucked together as he nodded. At this moment, a female soldier rushed over in a hurry, holding a communicative device similar to a handset. Captain Lay, a call from Lord Skyker. Instructor. Taking the handset, he immediately heard the sounds within. Though the principle of this thing's operation was different, it was still like the cell phones of his previous world. I know everything you've done. Very good. Skyker's voice sounded from within the handset, praise in his tone. Evidently, he had heard of the results of Leylin's battles. However, Leylin had astutely realized the trace of fury hidden in his voice. That was obviously not aimed at him. Looks like Skyker met with some trouble during his operation at destroying the Mobius organization, Leylin thought. As expected, Skyker mentioned this right after. Captain Lay, I now command you to bring all your members and hurry to Walk City and meet me. Understood, Leylin answered loudly. After waiting for a moment, he lowered his voice and asked, Did anything happen there? Yes, there are some issues. Skyker answered vaguely after a brief silence. It was obvious he did not want to touch on it. All right, I'll hurry there now. Leylin obviously knew what to say in this situation. After putting down the handset and sending away the female communications officer, whose expression was full of admiration, Leylin sank into deep thought, his hand finding his chin. Mobius organization, is this organization more difficult to deal with than the Triserpent sect? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Tingling Senses. There were many rebellious organizations in the Atlan Union, as well as various sects. However, the Union leader had only chosen to act against the Triserpent sect and Mobius organizations, which led Leylin to make a mental association. If the Triserpent sect was targeted because of its 3 foreign Morning Star Warlocks, what about the Mobius organization? What did they have? A trace of a smile appeared about Leylin's lips. Interesting, it's getting increasingly interesting. He abruptly turned back and shouted, All members assemble. As Leylin had very few subordinates, he could act swiftly and decisively, bringing his unit to the Walk City Skyker had spoken of the very next afternoon. After entering the city, Leylin sensed that the level of security was much higher than before. Even Leylin and the others were checked over once before being allowed entry. Uneasiness seemed to permeate the air. Could the Mobius organization have caused a huge ruckus? Curious. Leylin touched his chin as he arrived at the area Skyker had spoken of, which was also the current station of the Special Task Force. Locke welcomed him, pleasantly surprised. It's great that you could come so quickly. What's going on? Leylin's brows furrowed in feigned concern. We might have found the Mobius organization's headquarters. The attack that Instructor led was met with a violent counterattack from the other side. It's best that you personally take a look, Locke smiled wryly as he got out of the way. There was a gloom between his brows that would not disappear easily. It was so well feigned that Leylin cheered for him on the inside. It was rare to find actors of this caliber. As he opened the door and found Skyker inside, Leylin displayed an expression of alarm. Instructor, how did you? The Skyker in front of him now was in a pitiful state, wrapped up to the point that he seemed like a mummy. His right arm was hung in front of his chest. You did well. Seeing the worry on Leylin's face, Skyker looked gratified. You only took a day to get here. It's my honor to serve my lord. Leylin looked devoted. After all, the other party had connections in the capital and was his best route to getting Furusor stones. He could not give him up so easily. What exactly happened? Leylin clenched his fists, sparks emitting from his body. This level, it means your fire plume is about to break through to the 9th level, entering the peak sky rank. Skyker watched Leylin, eyes full of an unspeakable radiance. In terms of training, you'll probably surpass me soon enough. Not at all. It's all thanks to Instructor's nurture. Leylin bowed slightly to show his respect. We underestimated our opponent this time. I'd assumed it was an ordinary branch of the enemy, but never could I have expected that we'd found their headquarters. Leylin listened closely. Skyker, with Locke and the rest, as well as the support he garnered from the army, should have been able to complete the operation of destroying the Mobius organization smoothly. However, while wiping out one of the branches nearby, they'd found quite a few red-clothed bishops. Skyker, who had realized he had found a big opportunity, was obviously excited as he gathered quite a few sky-rank generals and prepared to eliminate these bishops at one go. However, when the time came for the actual attack, Skyker found out he had completely wrong. There had been a mistake in his calculations. This wasn't some branch of the Mobius organization, but their headquarters. They had astounding harvests under the joint effort of the sky ranks at first, and had even seized much of the resources the Mobius organization had stocked up on. Suddenly, Skyker was unwilling to say more, a hint of fear appearing on his expression. This expression immediately alarmed Leylin. For the fearless Skyker to become this way, the matter could not be simple. "I've gathered you only so that you can take over the next operations of the Special Task Force, especially since I'm in this state." Skyker raised his arm and laughed bitterly. "As for the issues there will be people coming in from the capital to take care of it. Don't worry." Leylin came out, still baffled, and went to look for Locke. Under the questioning of this new superior, Locke narrated all the parts Skyker had failed to explain clearly. As it turned out, while transporting the resources back, Skyker and the rest had been met with an ambush, resulting in total annihilation. Even the resources had been lost, and a few sky-rank generals had perished on the spot. Only Skyker had somehow managed to survive. "Oh, how many people were there?" Leylin had some conjectures and asked curiously. Just one, but he was more terrifying than thousands of troops and horses because that was a star rank." Locke's voice was low, as if afraid to alarm anyone. There was an obvious hint of joy in the fact that he was weak and useless in a battle between sky ranks, and had thus not participated in that operation. Otherwise, he'd be dead right now. "A star rank?" Leylin seemed to breathe in sharply, although his mind was actually working quickly. Star ranks were the most powerful members of the lava world. They were on the same level as morning star magi of the Magus World, and were absolutely certain of their cultivation path. They were existences who had already generated a core. Every single one of these existences was celebrated. Their achievements would be written in history books or even as legends, passed down for eternity. Facing such an expert, sky ranks would only be courting death unless there were other star ranks suppressing them. If Skyker had met one, it meant he had incredibly bad luck. On top of that, Leylin touched his chin, deep in thought, Skyker's backing must be quite firm for even a morning star Magus to have qualms about killing him and leave him alive. Leylin, who was also a morning star, naturally knew the terror of rank 4s. For morning star magi, sky ranks were just like slightly large ants. The generals, who were also at the sky rank, had all died, leaving only Skyker behind. Leylin did not think that this morning star Magus had a good heart and let Skyker go. It was very likely that the real reason was because he feared the person backing Skyker. "Looks like Skyker's background is very mysterious. I'll need to pay more attention and take advantage of that," Leylin decided resolutely. That's the basic situation. With the motivation from this event, many branches of the Mobius organization that had begun to disperse seemed to be congregating again. Locke shrugged his shoulders, the wry smile not diminishing at all. "But we only need to push through during this period of time. The Northern Duke will reach this place soon, and when that happens, we can just continue acting." Leylin rolled his eyes inside, while he looked to be in favor of his words. "The Northern Duke, that's a famous star rank of the Union. With him around, the Mobius organization won't be able to settle down and have a peaceful time," he exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, he now understood the reason for Skyker's listless look. Since someone with a higher status was taking over, his own position was dispensable, and his achievements would be wrested away from him. Though the Northern Duke might not think much of these merits, Skyker would not want to accept charity from others. Leylin knew very well what type of person he was, and he was not one to admit defeat. "In that case, I should return and quickly take over the defense of the Special Task Force, preparing for the counterattack." Leylin and Locke hastily bid farewell. Leylin did not like this idea. The Mobius organization had star ranks as well as many helpers and followers. After noticing something, they would definitely retreat, and by the time that Northern Duke reached, he would only see an empty nest. However, all this was none of Leylin's business. What he focused on was the resources that had been stolen by the mysterious star rank. To be able to get a star rank dispatched after them, these resources must be especially precious. There might even be Furosaur stones inside. Leylin's eyes flashed. He was in dire need of these stones, but he did not have that many points to exchange them. Since the proper way wasn't working, he would need to think of other methods. Not long after Locke left, Leylin's expression changed. He came to his room and took out the crimson gemstone from before. Rays of brilliance were twinkling, the two threads of pale flames beginning to increase in intensity at the middle. Seeing this, a smile showed on Leylin's face. They've come together. At the bottom of the lava, not far from the city, in a secret space that had been opened. Two figures were facing each other, sitting cross-legged. All of a sudden, a bald male with no eyebrows or a beard opened his eyes full of doubt. I felt a trace of my soul flames, which Warlock has arrived here. I had the same feeling. Opposite him was a young girl in blood-red robes. Her eyes were strange vertical pupils that would make people shudder in fear. Is this a trap? Gilbert muttered to himself and asked slowly. It doesn't seem like it, unless the Ouroboros clan was completely breached and Freya and the rest have all died. Blood Duchess Emma was very confident in the loyalty of her students. Then, have the reinforcements from the Warlock Union arrived. Excitement appeared in Gilbert's tone. HMPH, if they were reliable, we wouldn't be in this situation. In contrast, Emma's retort showed that she did not have a good impression of the Warlock Union. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Meeting, it's not for us to decide anyway, since they've already taken the initiative to come here. Crimson flames flashed on Emma's body as she appeared in midair, Gilbert right behind her. Eventually, the two came to a stop, standing side by side. The soul flames are closing in very quickly, and the other party's aura is very powerful. It's a morning star, but this bloodline undulation, how is it possible? Gilbert turned to Emma in disbelief, only to be met with Emma's eyes filled with similar astonishment and suspicion. From the incoming person, they felt the purest chem-in bloodline aura. But how was that possible? There had always only been 3 Morning Star Warlocks in the Ouroboros clan. Did the first elder come back to life? An idea rose in Gilbert's mind, but was quickly extinguished. He had personally seen the death of the first elder, and his point mass had even returned to the astral plane. From the thickness of the bloodline, the purity of the other party's chem-in bloodline was even above that of themselves, even that of the first elder. Who is it? Gilbert and Emma watched the red rays that were shooting over from the distance, filled with curiosity. Soon, the light rays dissipated, revealing the appearance of a handsome young man, a bright smile on his face, and he rushed to bow towards Gilbert. Mentor, I've arrived. In the next moment, Gilbert and Emma's mouths were just as wide, their eyeballs almost popping out. Leylin, how's that possible? A good while later, while Gilbert and Emma seemed to have accepted Leylin's promotion to Morning Star as reality, there was still a shock that could not be concealed in their eyes. This is how it happened. I advanced to Morning Star just when Phosphorescent Swamp was about to be breached, and then killed Demon Hunter Cyril. The Allied forces withdrew, and both sides are restraining themselves. The situation has now stabilized. Leylin gave a brief overview of what he had experienced in the Magus World. Of course, anything that touched upon his secrets, such as the AI, chip, the Lamia fingerbone, and all that, was obviously hidden and not discussed. Gilbert and Emma had not asked either. Of those who had reached the realm of Morning Star, who did not have their own secrets. Even the two of them had many fortuitous meetings while at rank 3, and received inheritances from ruins and the like, which had allowed them to thankfully advance to rank 4. In that case, that guy Cyril is really dead. Emma's eyes were filled with astonishment as she sized up Leylin. Compared to her own age, Leylin was much too young right now. However, it was this adolescent warlock who had caused Demon Hunter Cyril's fall. Emma couldn't help but recall Cyril's terrifying demonic spells, as well as his power and abundant experience. Her opinion of this young man raised immensely. All right, well then, are the two of you willing to return to the Magus World now? Leylin took off the silver-white necklace on his neck that was emanating the rays of stars. Gilbert and Emma's breaths immediately became heavier. This was the projection of the coordinates of Leylin's astral gate. It could open the astral gate and allow them to return to the Ouroboros clan. However, Gilbert and Emma exchanged a wry smile and did not speak. Instead, the area turned strangely silent. I understand. It seems like your graces still have very important things to do in the lava world. Leylin laughed, not minding the least. Yes, in the end, it was Emma who spoke up. Leylin, you're a morning star just like us, so you don't have to call us your grace. Just call us by our names. All right, my lords. Leylin looked solemn as he began to make guesses. Is it because of the Furosaur stones? The moment the words left his mouth, Leylin noticed the change in Gilbert's expression, while Emma cried out in alarm. You've actually found out. Of course. It's a treasure that can strengthen the soul and even the point mass. Any morning star would go crazy over it. Leylin nodded as he admitted. All right. In that case, we don't have to keep hiding it from you like before. Emma immediately threw away all hesitation. Although Jupiter's lightning had duped us, we were much stronger than they had anticipated. This was especially so in another world, where their radiant moon could not intrude. While we did suffer a bit, we managed to break out, and while searching for the road back we found out about the Furosaur stones. Emma sounded emotional. How can we let go of this treasure that can amplify soul force? We 3 Morning Star Warlocks thus led the way and took in a few oppressed races within the Atlan Union, creating the organization, the Tricerpent Sect. On the surface, we want to overthrow the government of Atlan, but in reality, we prioritize gathering Furosaur stones. Leylin nodded. In this meeting, he had found that the 2 Duke's soul undulations were obviously much more powerful than in the Magus World. It seemed to be the effect from the Furosaur stones. Then, where's the first elder? Leylin asked, and the atmosphere immediately became gloomy. A long while later, Gilbert spoke, his voice hoarse. There are many powerful beings in the lava world. At the peak are a few who have a strength similar to Radiant Moon Magi. At the beginning, with the 3 of us working together, everything went smoothly, and we even seized quite a lot of Furosaur stones. However, the organization Jupiter's Lightning set up here was obviously much larger, and even had relations with the higher-ups in Atlan. The head of their union was one who had trained up to the 13th level of the Fire Plume technique, which was unheard of in history. He was a peak Radiant Moon Magus. Under his assault, along with many other Magi, the first elder fell while trying to protect us. Though Gilbert explained it in a simplified manner, Leylin could tell how desperate that battle had been. He could keenly tell that Gilbert had concealed some things. Whatever it was, he would never believe the first elder was so selfless. But Gilbert and Emma had not asked why Leylin had not come here right after the battle and instead done so only now. Leylin thus would not make his opinion known. This means Mentor and Madame Emma are preparing to stay here for a period of time and conspire to obtain more Furosaur stones. In that case, we can collaborate. Leylin touched his chin. He held the same thoughts as these 2 Morning Star Warlocks. With 2 Morning Star helpers, he had more confidence. That's great. With you joining us, Leylin, our strength will increase by a large amount, and we will even have a way to retreat. Emma and Gilbert exchanged a glance, the elation obvious in their eyes. It looked like they had been planning to cause a huge ruckus before leaving this world. Leylin could not help but feel his scalp tingle. The unrestrained attacks of 3 Morning Star Warlocks would definitely throw the entire Atlan Union into chaos. However, this was none of his business. As long as he could obtain enough Furosaur stones, he didn't mind pushing the Union into the abyss or breaking it into smithereens. Leylin patted his head, suddenly remembering something as he spoke. Right, I'm lying low in the Special Task Force in Atlan for now. In order to obtain their trust, I destroyed a few of Tricerpent Sect's strongholds. It doesn't matter. Those are just the surrounding organizations. We can just create a few more soon. To really obtain their full trust, it doesn't matter even if we hand over the whole Tricerpent Sect. Gilbert waved his arms, not minding the least. In actuality, we've also been keeping a low profile in the Atlan Union and even obtained titles. Most of the intel regarding the Tricerpent Sect was intentionally divulged by us. Emma laughed, a layer of sparkling red feathers appearing on her body. The Emberwings and Fireplume, Leylin chuckled. Morning Star Warlocks were all grandmasters at remodeling bloodlines. With Emma and Gilbert's experience, passing off an identity as an Emberwing was way too easy. On top of that, these 2 were ruthless and had even sold away their organization just to obtain trust. That was probably how they gained their titles and why they did not mind Leylin's actions. Leylin was rather speechless at that, feeling like he still needed to learn much more from his seniors in these dark areas. If the followers of the Triserpent sect found out they had been betrayed by their leaders, they would probably just break down. Leylin could not help but begin to pity them. "Do you have any intel?" Leylin asked. These two warlocks had been laying low here for longer than he had and definitely knew more secrets. "Of course," Gilbert laughed proudly. "Based on our sources, there is only one place where the Furasor stones are being generated, and that's the capital of the Atlan Union, Tylesis. It only comes from the head himself, which means the source is being controlled by him. There are very few reserves outside. The head who is at the 13th level of Fireplum, the peak of Radiant Moon." Leylin sighed lightly, knowing things were going to get troublesome. 3 morning stars cooperating was still not enough to snatch something from this opponent. That was not all. Fighting in another world, foreign beings like them obviously had a disadvantage compared to the people of this land. The world's will itself would also have a bias and help its own people, and even if a peak radiant moon were to head over, they might not be able to deal with this opponent. "Gilbert and I have already set up a plan. We're planning to sneak into Tylesis 2 months later on the Holy Solar Day." "You're just in time," Emma exclaimed. Leylin touched his chin. Holy Solar Day was a very important festival of the Emberwings. During that time, the head would have to make a speech, participate in the feast and whatnot. There were more than enough opportunities to sneak into his residence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, Setting a Plan, Setting a Plan. "Good, I'll be there then," Leylin nodded. "Of course you will, because you'll have the greatest chance," Gilbert chuckled. "Oh, why's that?" Leylin's thoughts were lightning quick as he immediately came up with a reason. "Could it be? Hee, that's right. Lord Skyker is the illegitimate child of the head of Atlan. With this connection, and you yourself as part of the special task force, you'll get the most opportunities to sneak into his residence," Emma revealed. "No wonder I've been thinking Skyker has a very solid backing and very powerful connections. So he's the illegitimate child of the head of the Union?" Leylin spoke in understanding. Hee, this is called an opportune moment. We'd wanted to sneak into the special task force too, but the bloodline scanning there is very strict. We can only imitate up to the 7th level of Fireplum, which is pretty much useless. Even if we got in, we'd only be at the bottommost level. You're different. Not only is your Emberwing aura unbelievably pure, you've even improved in Fireplum up to the 9th level. What a genius, Gilbert praised. He was now feeling he'd been blind not to have noticed a super talent like Leylin. However, he had managed to take Leylin under his wing, which was a huge relief. "All right, I'll do my best and follow Skyker back to the capital," Leylin nodded, watching these two Chem-In dukes. Before heading to the lava world, he'd been worried that they were injured or something like that, but now it looked like there was nothing to worry about. What was difficult for morning stars to heal from were injuries to the soul. But as long as Furasor stones were in their possession, even the most troublesome soul injuries could be healed quickly. In actuality, Leylin guessed that these two Chem-In dukes had used all their Furasor stone reserves to heal the injuries from breaking away from the attack. If not, they would not have had just this slight improvement to their aura. "By the way, there's someone called Loke under Skyker. Is he also someone you arranged for to be there?" Leylin suddenly thought of something and asked. "Loke." Suspicion flashed on Emma and Gilbert's expression as they exchanged a glance. Even Leylin, who had been observing their facial expressions, could not tell if these expressions were genuine. "No, I don't know him. He's not a spy we sent out. Is there something wrong?" "A little. I suspect he's from another race who feigned an identity to enter the special task force." Leylin casually brought this up. "In that case," Gilbert rubbed his shiny, bald head, "you'll need to be more wary of him. He's most likely someone from the Mobius organization." "Mobius organization? Do you know that organization well?" Leylin's interest was piqued at this. Or rather, at the large amount of resources and Furasor stones that this organization had stolen. "Though this is just a guess, we are almost certain that it's Jupiter's Lightning's organization here." Emma looked grim. Due to the suppression from Atlan, Zegna of Jupiter's Lightning does not dare come to this world. He's only dispatched a few Morning Star Magi here to secretly build up an organization. Zegna? Leylin touched his chin. It was only now that he found out the name of this rank 5 Magus who had been opposing him. In this case, Locke is probably a spy or something to that effect sent out by Zegna, Leylin chuckled. Just a mere pawn. It doesn't matter even if that's true. As long as he's not a Morning Star, he won't be that vital in this game here. Ruthlessness flashed in Gilbert's expression. If you really think he's annoying, then dispose of him. If it's not convenient for you, just tell us, and we'll handle it. Though Gilbert and Emma seemed to be nobles in the Atlan Union, they were actually one of the 3 wicked leaders of the Triserpent sect. It was obvious that they would seek trouble with the special task force, and Locke's death wouldn't be that significant anyway. Let's keep him around for now and not alarm the Mobius organization. By the way, is that Morning Star who had caused major casualties and stole a lot of resources still around? Why? You want to know where he is? Emma and Gilbert both had on something that seemed like a smile. Of course. I don't really care about other resources, but I must get those Furosaur stones. Leylin answered decisively. Besides, I can gain more of Skyker's trust with his help. Think about it, if I give Skyker news of the Morning Star who landed him in his current state, what would happen? Actually, we've been trying to track him down and seem to have found some trails, Emma exclaimed. Just as well. That is Collins of Jupiter's Lightning. Neither of us is certain we can kill him, but with you around, we have enough strength. We shall divide the Furosaur stones equally, though. That's fine. Leylin immediately thought of Collins, who he disciplined at his ceremony, and the corner of his lips quirked up in a smile. Rumble, the earth split open, the sky falling. Space was constantly being destroyed, causing turbulence. Silver storms wreaked havoc and ravaged the region. At the very center, 3 phantoms in the form of indistinct giant black serpents streaked across the horizon, surrounding a figure. Collins, hand over everything you have on you, and we can let you off, Gilbert yelled loudly. Trapped in the middle was Collins, who Leylin had seen once before. Now, bloody wounds were all over his body, and it was obvious that his injuries were not mild. His own strength lost to even Leylin. Under the joint attack of 3 Morning Star Warlocks, he was actually pretty good to have survived so far. Lord Zegna won't let you off. The energy undulations from Collins' body were all over the place. The battle with Morning Star arcane arts had already landed him in a critical state. Zegna? HMPH. Even if he doesn't look for us, we'll look for him. We can't just forget about what happened with the First Elder. Emma snorted coldly. Collins could only whine about the situation inside his mind. Though his strength surpassed that of Demon Hunter Cyril, he was still no match for 3 Morning Star Warlocks working together. Unfortunately, Jupiter's Lightning was huge and needed many Morning Stars taking charge in the Magus World. There were few Morning Star Magi in the Lava World, and he was the strongest of all those sent over, having committed a serious sin that he had to make up for. But now, he first had to think about how to save himself. All right, I can give you all the Furosaur stones, but you'll need to swear on the astral plane that you won't harm or imprison me, Collins shouted. This was usually what happened in battles between Morning Star Magi. It might be easy to define the winner, but killing the opponent was difficult and often not worth it. That was why after being defeated, it was common to agree to an unfair contract and concede to a huge compensation. You don't have any leeway to bargain over this. Leylin's tone was firm. With his opponent's life in the palm of his hands and unable to escape, there was no space for negotiation. All right, in that case, Collins seemed to acknowledge his fate and placed his hands on his waist. All of a sudden, his expression turned sinister. Berserk black lightning closed in with him in the middle. Above his right hand, a simple leather scroll was slowly opening, revealing the phantom image of a Magus with a black moon rune on the forehead. It's a rank 5 magic scroll. Emma's expression instantly changed, countless blood-red rays exploding forth. A giant black snake that spanned across the horizon appeared, charging in his direction. Chem-in serpent transformation. Gilbert and Leylin, who were trailing behind, immediately acted as well. The power of a rank 5 spell was not to be underestimated, and they had to go all out. On top of that, since this was another world, there was no danger even if they destroyed anything. Their methods were frenzied and cruel, not considering the destruction of the environment. Hiss, a giant black phantom snake collided with the lightning, and the energy undulations created could be felt even hundreds of kilometers away. Boom! A human figure was sent flying, Colin's figure. Black blood shot out of the corner of his mouth, and there were traces of rot that continuously penetrated deeper within. Even his morning star body was full of bloody holes. While he flew backwards, he flung large amounts of fiery red ores and even some other precious resources and treasures of his collection. They flew in all directions, emitting brilliant light. The Furosaur stones are all here, as well as my collection. Don't go too far, he yelled, his figure turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. Swish! The fog dissipated, and 3 black figures floated down, gathering the many Furosaur stones. What do you think of this? Leylin spoke first. Since we're acting, we need to seem genuine. I'm going to chase him for a while longer, Gilbert nodded, before dashing towards the black streak. Well then, Madam Emma, I'll head back now. After keeping the portion of Furosaur stones that belonged to him, Leylin was in an exceptionally good mood and bowed to Emma. Take care of yourself. I don't want Freya to become a widow at such a young age, Emma hummed, though there were hints of concern in her tone. I understand. Leylin was slightly touched, nodding as he turned back into Lathium Burwing. He returned to the Special Task Force encampment in Walk City. Boss, the energy undulations just now? The moment he entered, Mize rushed over hurriedly, his expression grim. It's probably a fight between star ranks. Leylin obviously knew the reason for the change in his expression. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Leaking Intel to Mize knowledge, star ranks were the most powerful existences in the lava world. He, who had not seen much in the world, was not aware there was an even more powerful realm after the star rank. However, just one star rank was enough to cause their leader, Skyker, to be heavily injured, and Sky-ranked experts to die in large numbers. If another one had appeared, Mize didn't even want to consider that. Has His Grace, the Northern Duke, arrived? He guessed. Well aware of all that was going on and actually the main offender himself, Leylin had a serious expression. I'm afraid not. I'll need to see the instructor. On the way, Leylin met Locke again. However, the man seemed to have much on his shoulders, and he could not tell if this was real or a pretense. Reporting in, Leylin and Locke shouted outside the door. Come in, Skyker's slightly weary voice sounded from within. After entering the room, Leylin's nose twitched, the smell of disinfectant and ointment filling his nostrils. Skyker was still looking like a mummy, but looked to be in a better mental state. He could now perform simple actions. Did you feel those undulations too? Skyker asked with his eyes unfocused, watching a gigantic white tree whose light yellow flowers were blossoming. The undulations from a star rank battle were as dazzling and bright as a torch in the dark night. Most likely, all the Earth ranks in a 500 km radius around them had sensed it as well. Leylin and Locke nodded. Looks like one more powerful person has appeared apart from the previous morning star. The situation does not look good. Send down the directive. Our special task force is to wait for orders. Do not act recklessly. I know, Leylin apprehensively did as he was asked, but seemed hesitant. What is it? Skyker asked. Seeing Leylin this way, he found it funny. Actually, instructor, I actually went into the battlefield in secret, Leylin mumbled. What? Skyker's mouth went wide, as if he had just seen a rare beast. Just a single stray wave from a star rank battle could easily cause serious injuries or even death to sky ranks. And this fearless fool had actually rushed in? It was not only Skyker. Locke, who was at the side, was also stunned, feeling like he had to refamiliarize himself with this Lay. He, Leylin touched his head, looking embarrassed. I heard about what happened to Instructor and went to take a look and search for trails of that star rank. It was in preparation for the arrival of His Grace, the Northern Duke. With Leylin's hot-headed displays in the past, this was a very plausible situation. Hence, Skyker merely nodded, not doubting anything at all. Skyker had no idea what to say. He must have thought little of a sky-ranked kid like you. On top of that, you must have had enough luck to come back safely. If not, we'd only be seeing your corpse now. No, we wouldn't even have seen your corpse. Your courage is really one of a kind, Skyker nodded. Well then, what did you see? This is the report I prepared. Sir, take a look. Leylin immediately produced a sketch with two faces on it. The first sketch was someone Skyker did not recognize, because it was a portrait Leylin had drawn of nobody in particular. The other image, however, had Skyker's eyes turning red, his throat letting loose a roar. It's him. He's the one who attacked me. Quick, tell me everything you saw. Skyker's remaining arm held Leylin's tightly, eyes hopeful. All right. Leylin narrated the story he had come up with previously. All of it was the truth, though he took himself out of the equation. In that case, the star rank who attacked me was defeated, and you remember which direction he fled in. You did well. The ruthlessness was apparent in Skyker's eyes. He could sense that this could be his only chance at taking revenge. Thud! A stack of documents fell to the ground, and Lok, who was at the side, cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Leylin watched Lok, who had panicked, and found the situation hilarious as he went forward and asked in concern. And nothing. I was just shocked. Concealing the panic and anxiety well, Lok regained his previous demeanor. Oh, is that so? Leylin nodded. He could now confirm that Lok was most likely a spy sent in from the Mobius organization, and his superior might very well be Collins. He obviously knew where Collins was hiding, because he had done something to Collins' body. Only Leylin, who had the AI chip, was able to place an imprint that would determine Collins' location without arousing suspicion. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal he had placed some symbol on the other party's body. He just needed to point in a direction, and with this important clue, finding Collins was a simple matter with the entire Atlan Union working on it. Calm down, Skyker stood and began to pace around the room. His face was flushed as he cursed. After standing straight for a long while, Skyker lay back down, disappointed. No, even a heavily injured star rank isn't someone we can just walk up to. After calculating the power he had at hand, Skyker announced that he was giving up. Only his tightly clenched fists signified unwillingness and desire for revenge. Sir, are we going to let him off like this? Leylin seemed to be extremely impulsive as he yelled. Yes, instructor, we can't just let them off like this. Lok relaxed inside, but shouted along as well. I know, but Skyker smiled bitterly. There's no buts. A resolute voice sounded from outside, and the door was pushed open. A tall, sturdy and burrowing walk-in, dressed in military uniform. Skyker, I will help you take your revenge. An intense aura took over the room, and the atmosphere grew as heavy as lead. Thank you so much, Uncle Martin. Skyker's eyes turned, looking ready to cry. This was the first time Leylin and Lok had seen such an expression on him, and their eyes grew wide as they watched on in surprise. When would they see Skyker, who had gained repute for his tenacity, having such an expression? If not for pinching himself firmly, Lok would think he was dreaming. Compared to Lok, Leylin was more focused on the energy undulations. Fireplume, the 10th level of Fireplume. He must be the special commissioner, the star rank Northern Duke. This was the first time Leylin had seen an emburrowing at the star realm. He did not dare let down his guard and hid his point mass and soul energy completely, and leaving only Fireplume operating outside. You must be Ley, right? Not bad, you're brave. If you ever go to the Thunderroll Legion, remember to look for me. Martin extended a large hand that was like steel and patted Leylin's shoulders, eyes full of praise. Now, bring me to the place where they battled. A surging bloodlust was present in his eyes. Understood, sir. Leylin sounded excited as he yelled, though he was actually giving a long sigh inside. Luckily, he didn't see through my pretense. Looks like a high-leveled Fireplume, and the concealed strength of my point mass is enough for me to get away with this situation even in front of a star rank emburrowing. Having ascertained this, Leylin now had more confidence in sneaking into the Atlan capital, Tylesis. Let's go, fiery red flames lit up, and Martin and Leylin left before Lok could come back to himself. In instructor, Lok was tongue-tied. Haha, he's the Northern Duke. A star rank who once killed 18 fire elemental commanders in the Death Grand Canyon. A flush appeared on Skyker's face from his elation. He was extremely excited. I heard from Father that even among star ranks, Uncle Martin is still the best. The other party is now injured, and if Uncle Martin finds him, he definitely won't be able to escape. He ferociously punched forward, hope and carefreeness in his expression, My revenge will be taken quickly. Skyker went on and on excitedly, not noticing the hint of concern in Loke's eyes. Days later, a piece of shocking news spread through the eastern region of the Atlan Union. There were even indicators that this news would be spread to other countries. A patriarch of the Mobius organization, who was a terrifying being at the star rank, had been killed by the Union's Northern Duke, Martin. In that instant, the Northern Duke Martin's reputation spread throughout the eastern region, causing many rebelling organizations to be panic-stricken. However, few knew that Leylin and two others had been adding fuel to the flames. The fall of a star rank was a huge blow to the Mobius organization. Ever since Colin's death, the progress of the purging operation in the eastern region was lightning quick. The squadron that Leylin led showed no mercy as they uprooted all organizations and strongholds that had anything to do with the Mobius organization. Such a fierce method instantly netted a favorable evaluation from Skyker, and with the intel from before, Leylin sensed that Skyker now treated him as a trusted aide. As for Loke, that kid had been restless nowadays and was not as enthusiastic in his missions. This had resulted in Skyker's dissatisfaction. Of course, Leylin knew the reason, but he would not make it known. A month had passed by in a flash after the large-scale purging missions were over. The most magnificent and important festival of the Emberwings was now fast approaching, Holy Solar Festival. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Formal Visit. A fleet of vehicles slowly drove out of Walk City. Leylin turned to look at the city, a ruminating smile about his lips. The Atlan Union's operation had dealt a huge blow to both the Mobius organization and the Triserpent sect. As he had found the opponent's headquarters and killed a star rank, the eastern line that Skyker was in charge of was instantly rewarded by the leader. Now, they were heading back to the headquarters of the Atlan Union to have their merits evaluated after giving their reports. Within another vehicle, Skyker's injuries had pretty much healed, and he watched Martin, deep in thought and sitting upright. He restrained himself for a while before he could not help himself and asked, "Uncle Martin, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, it's nothing." Martin seemed to recover from his daze and looked tired. "I'm letting my imagination run wild in my old age," he laughed, mocking himself. "The opponent this time is from another world. I keep having a feeling that if not for his being injured, I might just have. HSS, Skyker sucked in deeply, someone as powerful as Uncle Martin. How about the person who injured him? Exactly. The mysterious person who exchanged blows with him is a giant threat, but no matter how hard I tried to find them, I couldn't find any traces. Martin rubbed his brows. What worried him more was that with his intuition as a star rank, he had a feeling that something big was going to happen at the Holy Solar Festival. However, there seemed to be a veil that he could not see through. With the head around, who else could create trouble? I'm thinking too much into this. Martin chuckled and closed his eyes to get more rest, not realizing there was someone watching him from the outside. Tusk, 10th level of Fireplum. I really want to use him as a guinea pig and do some research. Leylin withdrew his gaze. Martin was obviously an existence that had broken through to the star rank, and in Leylin's eyes was like a specimen with very high research value. If he were to make a move on the sly, he had a very good chance of taking him down and obtaining the secret of the 10th level of Fireplum. However, for the greater benefits, Leylin restrained himself. Besides, even regular contact throughout the day was enough for the AI chip to gather data on the energy undulations and force field of the Emberwing, speeding up the simulation of the 10th level. The sacred land of the Emberwings, that was also the capital of the Atlan Union, Tylas's city, appeared before Leylin. As the Holy Solar Festival was fast approaching, the whole city was in a state of merriment, with multicolored streamers everywhere. In Leylin's eyes, Tylas's city was not that vast, but since it was constructed on cliffs and precipices, it gave one the feeling of it being a boundless city in the sky. Red, floating, feathery, cotton-like items floated down into the city like snow. Skyker and Martin parted ways at the entrance to the city and brought Leylin and Loke to another area. Passing through a large square and a commemoratory forest full of large stone sculptures, Skyker arrived at a building as large and as majestic as a palace, the whole body made of some sort of white jade. "This is the leader's residence?" Loke's voice trembled, as if extremely emotional. Leylin, however, shot him a discreet glance. This spy from the Mobius organization, which was also Jupiter's lightning, was probably targeting this place. That excitement was probably not feigned. Leylin, on the contrary, had a change in expression when looking over this residence, as a trace of solemnness appeared in his eyes. In his line of sight, there were powerful energy lights all over the residence, as well as many probing spells and the like. This was a normal sight. However, there seemed to be a terrifying feeling emanating from within the residence. This aura was scalding hot and dense, where the radiation from powerful fire elemental particles was felt. A humming sound pervaded the area as the world seemed to come to a standstill in Leylin's eyes. Everything was monochrome, and there were distortions in the lines of the building. Eye-piercing red lights constantly leaked out to form an ancient fire phoenix that faced the sky and gave a long cry. Chirp! This fire phoenix was almost alive, eyes filled with wit as it glanced in Leylin's direction. Surprised, Leylin immediately curbed all the undulations from his body, where his soul force holed up within his point mass. A great heat wave swept past, and red rays of light flashed in Leylin's eyes, causing him to momentarily be dazed. "What's wrong, Ley?" Skyker immediately noticed him acting oddly and turned around, looking concerned. After all that had happened, he now treated Leylin as his trusted aide and even depended on him more than Loke. They had a very good relationship. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how we're going to see the magnificent leader of the state, so I was somehow lost in thought." Leylin still looked slightly distracted, but had obviously regained his senses. It seemed that only Skyker had seen him in that state. "Ha-ha!" Skyker patted Leylin in understanding, causing a trace of jealousy to arise in Loke's expression. "Lord Skyker?" The guards at both sides of the residence saluted with their bodies straight, not hindering Leylin and his group. It was obvious that they had known of Skyker's identity beforehand. "Instructor, so you're the son of the leader. It's truly an honor to be able to serve you." Loke entered the resistance, so stirred up that he seemed about to spit foam. In order to get these two talents to submit more wholeheartedly, Skyker had revealed his identity as the leader's son on the way to Tylasis. In actuality, while he'd assumed that his identity was kept secret, Loke and Leylin had long since found out. However, they obviously appeared to be shocked and were only one step short of groveling at Skyker's feet. "I'm going to bring you to see Father. Remember to be cautious with your words." There was no excitement on Skyker's expression, and his expression instead turning darker. This evidently had to do with his status as the illegitimate child, and Leylin and Loke naturally did not say more. There was a second wall after they entered the residence. Skyker did not enter directly, but instead brought Leylin and Loke to another area similar to a duty room. Leylin glanced at the inscriptions beside the room. There was a line of small wording written in black on a red base. "Military office." Could this be the Atlan Union leader's personal force? Leylin could sense the emburrowing undulations from outside the place. He found that the auras of all the soldiers inside the office were immensely powerful, and none were below the 8th level of Fireplume. He could feel powerful crimson flames in a few other directions, causing his Fireplume at the peak of the 9th level to turn somewhat sluggish. Star ranks. Perhaps only the leader of the Atlan Union will be able to order star ranks around. He's probably a rank 5 Magus, Leylin wondered. "I am Skyker, bringing 2 of my subordinates to see the leader. I've made an appointment." Skyker spoke to a staff member at the military office, passing an emblem-like item over. The staff member had a stern expression. From the undulations from the 9th level of Fireplume, he was also a peak sky rank. Taking Skyker's emblem, he placed it on a piece of apparatus and scanned it. Beep. The screen on the apparatus leapt up and showed information on Skyker's appearance and some other basic details. He stood up, performing a military salute. "Officer Skyker, you can bring 2 subordinates inside." "Thanks." Ever since Skyker entered the residence, he had spoken sparingly, to the point that every single word was as precious as gold. Leylin and Loke struggled to suppress the excitement in their hearts and followed behind him as a military official led the way. "I chip. Record information on the structure, as well as powerful energy responses. Whether it's heat, electrons, radiation, or chemical reactions, record everything. Leylin was inwardly communicating with the AI chip, making the most of his time and creating a topographic map of this residence. The moment those two Chem-In dukes found out about my status, they immediately threw this job at me while they relaxed. Sigh, Leylin rolled his eyes inside, but knew that they had already prepared this operation for a long time. Coming in midway of their plans meant he had lucked out, so he did not take this to heart. Furusor stones, this soul treasure is only distributed from the residence of the leader. There's definitely something wrong. A glint flashed in Leylin's eyes and withdrew again as he lowered his head and followed the official in front. They passed through several sentries and corners one after another. These security measures were all shown on the surface, and there were probably many more in the unknown. In actuality, Leylin disapproved of these measures. For the leader, they were probably a burden, and at crucial moments, only his rank 5 strength could suppress everything. However, this was the anguish of a person occupying the top seat. Even if it was impractical, it was needed for a person befitting his status. His Highness, the leader, is inside. You have half an hour. The official brought Leylin and the others before a large red door and gave a deep bow before retreating. Skyker took in a deep breath and held the brass handle of the door. "Father, come in." The voice was gentle, yet held within an irrefutable intent. Even the air seemed to distort, obstructing the usual operation of rules and physics. "There's a rank 5 inside, but I have the AI chip, as well as Fireplume at the peak of the 9th level as a cover. That's enough to conceal my original strength." Leylin, who had faith in his strength, followed him in. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 564, Infiltration. Leylin was clear that this was a huge test for him. If his disguise did not get through the leader of the Emberwangs, everything was over. He could forget gaining his trust, and the entire plan would have to be revised. Hence, he had to go through with this, but it wasn't as if he was entirely unprepared. At least, the two giant Chem-In serpent dukes had stealthily entered as well and were constantly on the watch outside the residence. If the leader noticed anything, Leylin would immediately use his Chem-In serpent transformation and attack. With 3 Morningstar Warlocks together, it would probably be enough to escape. After all, the 3 Chem-In elders from before had the record of fighting evenly with a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus. Though the most powerful first elder had already fallen, Leylin believed he was no less powerful than him. With 3 giant Chem-In Warlocks working together, it was enough for them to escape even if they could not win. That was what the 3 of them had counted on before daring to draw up this plan. "AI chip," Leylin called out in a low voice. Beep, beginning to conceal energy undulations. The AI chip intoned loyally, causing the aura on Leylin's body to become more obvious as if he was a pure Emberwang. The hidden strength of the point mass of a morning star, the secret technique to hide bloodlines, as well as the support of the AI chip gave Leylin the confidence that he could get away with all this under the rank 5's nose. Taking a deep breath, Leylin followed Skyker into the room, bowing to the figure at the middle. This was a large study room. Simple armor, oil paintings, and the like filled it with a history that changed the atmosphere. What surprised Leylin was the feeling that a domain had automatically been created in the study room. This was not the domain of Morningstar, but a special space that had been formed due to the long period of time it had existed. "Skyker, you're here." The head's voice was gentle as he watched Skyker and the rest enter. "Father," Skyker called out after he went through 1,000 different expressions. "It's been hard on you, get up. Are these your 2 subordinates? Excellent." When the sound fell, Leylin felt his heart squeeze and entire self get nervous. Immediately after, he felt something like a boiling hot gaze sweep at his body, causing him to tremble. When the gaze was on his body, his point mass shuddered, as if his soul force defenses was being forced to the surface, but Leylin firmly stopped it. Meanwhile, his Fireplume, which had reached the peak of the 9th level, formed a giant energy tide that kept the point mass within. Terrifying flame energy began to revolve spontaneously, resisting the spying from outside. The head made a light sound of surprise. "You must be Ley, right? Raise your head." Though the voice was gentle, it held the hint of an irrefutable command. Almost at the very moment the voice was heard, Leylin raised his head like it was a conditioned reflex. Following that, he saw a handsome young man with red hair and eyebrows look slightly similar to that of Skiker. He wore a loose white robe, and his eyes seemed to hold praise within them. Pretty good strength and a pure flame energy. The red-haired young man nodded and turned in the other direction. Loke's body shivered, but the head said nothing. It was no surprise either, though. Just a soldier at the 7th level of the fire-feathered technique was not enough to attract the leader's notice. I've already looked through your achievements in detail. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future and protect our union. The handsome head encouraged them and waved his arms. Leylin and Loke immediately retreated with expressions of reverence. Thud, the door to the room closed, leaving only Skiker and the head inside. The head's aura changed once more, and his expression while watching Skiker turned emotional. It's been hard on you these past few years. It's service for the Union. Skiker had a taut expression while speaking, but his clenched fists displayed the dissatisfaction in his heart right now. Forget it. I know you care nothing for using my name and working, so I'll let things move according to the usual procedure. Your contributions are enough for you to be promoted to be an admiral. Make some preparations, you will work at the Tylassus garrison. The leader's voice was gentle. Understood, Skiker answered coldly. Seeing this expression, the leader's brows furrowed slightly. One more thing. There's something off about your two subordinates, Ley and Loke. What's wrong? I don't need to say more about Ley's loyalty, and as for Loke, he's a descendant of the Eiffel family. The muscles on Skiker's face tensed. He cared quite a lot for these two subordinates. There's not a large issue with Ley. He's long since broken through to the 9th level of the fire-feathered technique, but he's been concealing it and only revealing the strength of level 8. It's probably on purpose, the red-haired head commented. He must have a pretty high potential to reach this level at such a young age, and you can definitely consider roping him in. His intentions are too complex. Give him the 10th level of Fireplume later, I'm sure he'll definitely be even more loyal to you after that. So he's already reached level 9? Skiker ducked his head, slightly ashamed. From his point of view, Leylin had probably hidden his strength because Skiker had yet to advance himself. He did not want to pressure his superior. He raised his head to look at his father, the number 1 genius of the Emberwings, and could not help but let his head hang down, defeated. He did not seem to have inherited even an ounce of talent from his father, and no matter how hard he worked, he still could not measure up to those geniuses. This was why he had been discouraged and left Tylassus City. I understand. Skiker huffed out a long breath and nodded. The head's next words caused Skiker's brows to raise. Loke, however, is a very serious problem. His appearance is a pretense. I'm afraid the real Loke has already died, and the one in front of you is of another race. Another race? Skiker cried out in alarm. Yes, I can't tell if he's from the Triserpent sect or Mobius organization, but he probably has his eyes on the Holy Solar Festival. A sneer appeared about the leader's lips. I'll seize him immediately. Skiker got up, understanding the situation. His heart was filled with fury from the betrayal. Never had he expected that Loke, the man who usually worked hard, was responsible, and very much to his tastes, was a spy from the enemy. The shame from not realizing this hovered in his mind. The leader stopped Skiker. There's no hurry. They're just a few bugs, what do they matter? What you need to do now is... After leaving the residence, Leylin bade Loke farewell and found an inn to stay in. Though the special task force members had a station in Tylassus City with many unoccupied rooms and better facilities, Leylin was obviously not going to choose to stay there. He would perhaps go there later, but for now, it was better to find a place that would not attract attention. After sending the maid away, Leylin locked the door and the light in the room dimmed. How is it? Are things going well? 2 translucent figures emerged from the dark corners of the room. They were Gilbert and Emma. Is this place safe? Make sure it's secure. Leylin's brows furrowed. Emma replied, don't worry. We've long since set up a concealing spell formations and boundaries. Even the staff and guests of the inn have been hypnotized, and we've also used some spiritual force pressure. Leylin did not ask more and began to narrate the happenings of the day slowly. Things are going well on my end. I've obtained part of the map of the building and even met the leader successfully. So he didn't suspect you? Tusk, So that leader is a pretty boy, Emma giggled. Probably not, but he did notice my faked fire plume, something I intentional revealed, Leylin laughed. He had long since gotten used to how these female warlocks jumped from subject to subject so suddenly. How powerful is he? Gilbert's focus on his power more than his appearance was only expected. They had exchanged blows with the leader before, but wanted to know Leylin's opinion. I can't tell. Leylin looked absent-minded, as if he was recalling the scene from the meeting. But I can confirm that his soul strength is very powerful. It's probably the strongest out of all the radiant moons I've seen. He is the best of another world. He's trained up to the 13th level of fire plume, so he's probably not any weaker than radiant moon magi with level 5 meditation techniques in the Magus World. Not to mention he's been using Furisor stones and supplementing his soul. Gilbert sighed, recalling the scene when he had fought with their opponent, and his body involuntarily trembled. In our operation this time, we'll try our best not to make contact with him, and all should be fine. Leylin's heart sank, but he continued and asked Emma, "How's your preparation going?" "It's smooth sailing." "Hee, from now, you need to call us Viscount Flower and Earl Violet?" Emma giggled. It looked like she was doing well. Leylin was rather speechless. The Atlan Union had actually let outsiders do so well that they became earls. He had no idea how Emma had gotten through the nobility examination. Also, we found traces of activity of several Jupiter's lightning morning stars in Tylesis. Gilbert's other piece of information immediately had Leylin's attention. "Are they here to take revenge on us?" he asked as he touched his chin. After all, Collins was slain by them. Gilbert shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Their target should be the same as ours." "Is that so? Then the difficulty of our operation should increase by a large amount. Of course, things might also become more convenient for us." Leylin's eyes glinted profoundly. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 565, Fire Phoenix. Leylin walked out of the inn, with the hypnotized boss and attendants left behind. After he left, these people would forget his appearance and him having been there at all, and would not even doubt their memories. This was a spiritual force intent planted deep in their minds. He had learnt this technique from the Spirit Circle Warlock Paul. He returned to the station to find Skyker waiting for him, having come in secret. After a lengthy conversation with him, Leylin was left wanting to both laugh and cry as he looked at the item on the table. This was a little book with a fiery red cover. Within was the information on the 10th level of the fire-feathered technique. Skyker had come over just to give him this. The 10th level of fire plume that had been on Leylin's mind had landed in his possession quite easily. "I don't know how to react." Leylin commanded the AI chip to destroy the book after recording the thing down. "But it looks like he has gotten rid of all suspicion towards me." On top of that, the item he had been desiring had landed in his palms. Leylin was in a pretty good mood. Beep, recording of 10th level of fire plume complete. Beginning analysis, the AI chip's voice sounded, and Leylin carefully looked through the contents in his memory bank. Compared to the 9th level, the 10th touched on the morning star realm and was a path that focused on strength. Given that this had the unique characteristics of a foreign world, Leylin believed it would have very high research value. Many ancient magi were all-embracing, incorporating these paths from other worlds into their own systems to advance. By making use of others' strengths to make up for their own weak points, they had been able to achieve the splendor of the ancient era. And Leylin, too, wanted to do the same. The 10th level of fire plume. Leylin's expression gradually became solemn. The more he watched on, the more he felt that the person who had created this technique had a talent that was off the charts. This was definitely a powerful technique that could contend against many other top-grade meditation techniques. As the AI chip's analysis progressed, Leylin's aura gradually changed. Within his body, the boiling hot energy from the 9th level of fire plume gradually purified and turned transparent, emanating a frightening might. Large amounts of fire elemental crystals appeared and even seemed to turn into a whirlpool. Scree, a high-pitched phoenix cry sounded by Leylin's ear. It felt as if his spiritual and soul force had made a connection with some unique existence. At the bottom of an abyssal starry river, a giant, terrifying beast with a body that spanned several worlds suddenly opened its eyes, gazing at Leylin coldly. Could this be the legendary ancient fire phoenix? With this aura, it's probably the king or even primogenitor of fire phoenixes. Leylin knew very well that even if what he saw was merely a phantom, such an ancient existence was mysterious and difficult to fathom. It could perhaps even use its phantom to display its strength. The rage in the phoenix's eyes caused Leylin to feel a biting cold. Crap, it's realized that I've been wearing a disguise? A thought flashed in Leylin's mind, and immediately after he sensed a tremendous crimson current flooding towards him. Rumble, the sound of shattering was heard in Leylin's lower abdomen, and he immediately turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression, however, was that of rejoicement. Luckily, I've already condensed my point mass. Leylin could still feel fear as he looked into his body. His point mass, which had already turned silent, had suddenly appeared when Fireplume was writhing, ready to break through to the 10th level. That had shaken the crimson energy essence that had gathered and broken the process of the advancement to the 10th level of Fireplume, the star rank. For this reason, Leylin had been pulled out of that dreamlike fantasy, or else the consequences would be dire. That fire phoenix that was like a world itself, could it be the ancient lord of phoenixes? Leylin recalled that terrifying giant fire phoenix. In his mind, it could only be compared with existences such as the Snake Dowager, Trial's Eye, and a few others. It looks like Fireplume and the Fire Phoenix have a relationship, and the 10th level of Fireplume requires connecting with the Fire Phoenix, and even withstanding the corruptive power radiating from it. Of course, the Emberwings would call that power an additional boost. The true body of the tremendous Fire Phoenix was obviously not here, but with sacrificial rites, or other techniques absorbing some sort of energy, disseminating power was a method used by many existences to traverse worlds. If not for Leylin having already reached Morning Star and having his own path, forcefully interrupting the advancement of Fireplume might have immediately caused his death at its hands. So Fireplume at the Morning Star rank is a path of sacrifice. By offering sacrifices up to the ancient Fire Phoenix or even changing one's bloodline, one will ultimately become part of its family. Leylin touched his chin. These methods were similar to the belief in various gods, but was still different. Gods focused on quantity, while the path of sacrifice was passed on a large scale, but then focused only on the elites. It was more like a chosen community of its own. Leylin's expression grew grim as he thought of something. These methods, this feeling of being suppressed, it's very similar to the rule of the Snake Dowager. AI. Chip, begin modification of Fireplume. Moderate the force of point mass and simulate fusion of the two, eliminating the possibility of being controlled via sacrifice. Since he would attract attention from the Fire Phoenix after reaching the higher levels of Fireplume, Leylin obviously would not persist. However, he was rather interested in modifying the technique and fusing it into the Magus World system. In the ancient era, these thoughts had been proven countless times to be workable. On top of that, the element he had the second most affinity with was the fire element, and in this area he had a natural advantage. This led to an even more insane thought. Since all this has to do with the bloodline, meditation techniques, and controlling cultivation pathways, I can probably make use of this Fireplume and find ways to deal with the Snake Dowager. Leylin's eyes turned darker. He was unwilling to serve beneath anyone, and while he had not gained the attention of the Snake Dowager yet, he could not tolerate the idea of being manipulated. He was already preparing for the day that will eventually come. Whether it was attempting to break through bloodline shackles or abandoning the bloodline restraints from meditation techniques, it was all for this cause. Where is the fun in having immortality at the peak, yet being under the oppression of another? A trace of profound thought flashed in Leylin's eyes. Beep, beginning fusion simulation, mobilizing 80% of task resources. 10th level of Fireplume, meditation technique Chem ends pupil estimated time. 16 days, 14 hours, 34 minutes and 56 seconds, the AI chip loyally intoned. After Leylin had entered the Morning Star realm, its calculations and simulation techniques had been reinforced, and the time limit set was now precise to the second. This was a rare occurrence while simulating techniques in the past. 16 days, It will be completed right before the Holy Solar Festival. That's not bad. Leylin touched his chin, rather satisfied with this outcome. In the residence of the leader, at the deepest part underground, boiling heat waves of hot lava expanded and withdrew, but were unable to advance due to an isolated maroon spell formation. Within the maroon spell formation, there were many crowded buildings that formed a large number of private rooms. In one of them, the leader, with his red brows and hair and young looks, was now meeting the gaze of another black figure in a mirror on the ground. The figure in the mirror donned loose, majestic Magus robes with a moon rune on his forehead. Those eyes were now filled with fury. Zegna's voice was low. "Scarlet Eye, you obviously knew that the Mobius organization was mine, and yet you still made a move. On top of that, there's the fall of Collins as well. You need to take responsibility for it." The leader of the Atlan Union, Scarlet Eye, snorted. "When we last communicated, I reiterated many times that the Atlan Union is my territory, and I won't let any outsiders spy on us, particularly Magi from other worlds. You seem to have forgotten that, my friend." Zegna, who was in the mirror, sighed lightly as if finding this a pity. He obviously knew what was taboo to the other party, but how could he have a large world right there but not do anything about it? "But a morning star from our end has fallen. Do you know how much resources we would need to compensate that?" Zegna's voice became sharp. "Based on the intel from my subordinates, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of perishing when we found him. Those 3 enemies of yours had attacked him." There was a hint of schadenfreude in Scarlet Eye's voice. Zegna's voice was stilted, and he was slightly regretful. When he had used this world and set a trap, he had been absolutely confident in taking care of the 3 dukes. That was why he had not minded the leaking of this world's coordinates. However, he had grossly underestimated his opponent's abilities, and they had used quite a few bloodline treasures to break free from their trap forcefully and descended down to this world. That had made things very troublesome for him. If he could turn back time, he would probably not do the same thing. "Besides, you have not kept to your word. Trading between us needs to be halted for a period of time." Scarlet Eye tossed him a heavyweight bomb. "No," Zegna immediately cried out and instantly saw the mocking smile on the other person. He lowered his head unwillingly, but said little more. The other party did not mind losing the support of his technology, but he could not let go of the Furosaur stones. That was his only hope at having a glimpse into the breaking dawn throne. Hence, he had no choice but to duck his head and gentle his tone. "Revered leader, I'm afraid we both have to take some responsibility, but this shouldn't affect our friendship." "That's right, my friend. As a cost of you violating the promise between us first, you will need to have the price of the secondary element balancing spell formation you promised the last time." "All right." Zegna was practically gritting his teeth as he agreed. When the communication was closed off, he stood up while roaring. The black throne under him continuously creaked, terrifying air waves dissipating in all directions. "I'll definitely kill that Scarlet Eye someday and roast his soul above my Magus Tower for 10,000 years. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 566, Shadowing a morning star Magus would not dare face the wrath of a radiant moon. Outside the elegant palace, a few morning star magi looked at each other and kept their distance, leaving the low-level servants hugging their heads and trembling at the side. A reckless energy wave swept across the area near the throne, and soon there was not a single living thing in the area. "Rage is the natural enemy of all magi. Don't tell me you're a bloodline warlock as well." A soothing, gentle laugh sounded in the air like a clear spring, mocking at Zegna. Shockingly, upon hearing the voice, Zegna calmed a little. Besides slightly heavy breathing, he showed no significant difference from before the contact. "You are right, but soon or later I'm going to wipe out the bloodline of those damn chem-in warlocks." Zegna returned to his throne, and the moon on his forehead glowed with bright light, brightening up the entire palace. "In your current state, you might not be able to deal with Scarlet Eye even if you use a large amount of Furosaur stones to increase your soul force. Unless you can lure him out of the lava world, or find a way to eliminate the resistance of the world's will." The woman said in a cold voice. "You're still pestering me to use that?" Zegna replied in the same tone. "Yes, I am the most experienced in the tests of secondary clones. I can reduce the percentage of error such that it's lower than 1 out of a million, and the best method for you to go to Lava World. The female voice seemed to analyze the situation in a very composed manner, sounding very charming. If you want to use rank 5 strength in the Lava World, this is the only way. Furthermore, you won't be detected as an enemy by the foreign world through some cleansing of the mind of the clone. Zegna fell into complete silence upon hearing the last sentence. A foreign world's will was the biggest hindrance to any Magus, and once it worked to support that world's inhabitant, even a radiant moon would not dare to defy its terrifying power. Perhaps only those who were at the peak of the breaking dawn realm would have the power to destroy the world's will. Zegna's face turned solemn and gloomy all of a sudden. Pass down my order. All Magi of Jupiter's thunder are to return and assist in the preparation of a pathway to the Lava World. All proposals and backups are to be effective immediately. Let's give Scarlet Eye's Holy Solar Festival a big gift. Zegna's voice lowered gradually as his facial expression turned malevolent. In the Lava World, Leylin had not noticed any of this. He had reached the head's place with Loke and Skyker. You guys are really lucky. I was transferred to the central garrison. Since you lot were from the special task force, I recommended all of you to enter the martial officer department of the head. Skyker was wearing the uniform of an emburrowing general as he brought the rest to the martial officer department. I am truly honored and thankful for your recommendation. Both Leylin and Loke showed gratitude towards Skyker. With them being allocated here, they would hold high positions wherever they went in the future. It was also obvious that they would have the benefit of getting closer to the head. As for Leylin and Loke, they both had unspeakable secrets, so the main reason why they got close to Skyker was to use him as a stepping stone towards the head. Since that dream of theirs had come true, they were both thrilled. Good, so long as you know I mean well. Skyker patted Leylin's shoulder. He did not wish to spare a second glance at Loke, but he still gave Loke a smile as he recalled his father's words. It's different here, completely unlike being in the special task force. You have to be extra careful. Once you violate law and order, I won't be able to help you. While Skyker was giving them reminders, he walked them into a small office. This is Bowen's, and he'll be in charge of you in the future. A blonde-haired middle-aged man in the office got off from his seat and came up to welcome them when he saw Skyker. He seemed to be rather easygoing. Haha, Skyker, you haven't been here in quite some time, so these are the ones? Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. But Leylin and Loke dared not ignore him. Not only would Bowen's be their superior in future, his aura was somewhat similar to the Duke they had encountered previously. This new superior of Leylin's was also an impressive elite, a Morningstar Magus that had already reached level 10 of Fireplume. This familiar aura, he was one of the elite Morningstar Magi I sensed earlier. The red progress bar was currently already halfway full. The AI chip had already begun to smoothly merge the essence of the 10th level of Fireplume into his Morningstar point mass, which would greatly increase his power. I'm not sure how the modified 10th level of Fireplume will be. How will it compare to these true emburrowing elites? I can't wait to find out. Leylin curled his lips in a subtle movement, showing great interest. Bowen's was totally oblivious to the decision of his new subordinate, who was planning on getting rid of him after completing the new Fireplume. He instead found this Ley quite genial and amiable, instantly growing fond of him. There are specific duty rooms and bedrooms in the Martial Officer Department. You guys cannot stay in the Special Task Force anymore. You have to move in from now on. You do have any missions yet? I want you two to join the night patrol team and attend trainings during the daytime for now. Any questions? After Skyker had left, Bowen's turned and looked at them. His tone was less courteous, his aura full of dignity. Yes, sir. Leylin and Loke bowed together. Night arrived. Something is just not right. Leylin straightened up his body, feeling good that everyone had their individual bedrooms despite the limited area. Skyker has always treated us as his trusted aides. Now that he's going to the central garrison, why didn't he bring us with him? Leylin rugged his chin. Even though being in the Martial Officer Department means to have a very promising future, it is also considered as being his father's bodyguards. It's unlikely that he put both of us in here, unless someone got exposed. Leylin had full confidence in himself, but Loke could not even fool him, much less a rank 5 elite. Now it seems that they're not as cautious about me anymore, even sending me the 10th level of fire plume. However, I'm obviously here under observation. It seems like they don't trust me unconditionally yet. As for Loke, he's basically bait. They're ready to net the entire organization behind him. Leylin grew more assured of his assumptions as he thought it through. Suddenly, a red light glowed from the ring on his finger. Leylin was shocked for a second, but then he lifted a map written on pale yellow parchment from the top of the table. A little black dot was moving slowly on the map. I knew you couldn't wait, but I never expected you to be this impatient. Leylin smiled and laid down. A thin black string drifted swiftly out of his body and emerged from the darkness. Hidden in the shadows, Leylin made use of his fine manipulation and the perception of the AI chip, carefully avoiding numerous sentry devices and traps in the leader's area as he followed the other party. That person was holding onto a black pearl, which had helped him get through many detection formations and the like. It seemed to be recording something. Collecting information, A. It seems like Jupiter's lightning wants to get rid of the leader of Atlan too, Leylin smiled, discovering the other figure who had also secretly followed after Loke. He shook his head and hid himself further. He was here in his real body, while inside the room was a mere shadow puppet. Still, with the AI chip's abilities, it was not a problem for the puppet to cover his absence for a short period of time. This fellow didn't even realize he was being followed. He only has himself to blame. Since Leylin already knew that this was a setup, he wanted to return to his bedroom, and hence he hid in silence. Just when he was about to leave, a horrifying, ferocious energy wave fluctuation in the air caused his body to come to a violent stop. What's this fluctuation? He raised his head, gazing at the sky nearby, morning star arcane art. No, not that. It's more like another path to power. It seems like magic, but it's actually a combination of fire elemental spell formations, not an arcane art. Together with strong fluctuations, a point of scarlet fire lit up the sky. The heavens rumbled as if they contained muffled thunder. A rain of lava dripped down, spreading over a vast range and almost covering up the entirety of the head's residence. He dares to attack this place directly? Leylin felt at a loss for words, unsure as to how he should praise that person's bravery. The ghastly lava rain had wrapped up the entire place, every single drop containing a power of over 1,000 degrees. If they were allowed to hit the ground, all the officers except the head and a few elite star ranks would die, and the whole place would be razed to the ground. The leader would turn into a huge laughingstock. "Stop! How dare you?" A few ferocious and reckless voices sounded around the whole place, and dazzling energy light pillars shot up, forming into a light shield that covered the whole place within. "Kekek, how many can you save?" A quirky voice sounded in the midst of sky, followed by a huge amount of lava rain. It extended fiercely, covering the entire city of Tylesis. A drop of the lava rain could kill all the normal citizens easily. Were this to happen before the Holy Solar Festival, the head of the Union would land in deep trouble. Thus, Leylin judged that that person would surely take action. Scree! Just then, a ferocious bird, huge scarlet body complemented with a stunning tail that was covered by flames flew out of the residence, the high-pitched whistle of a phoenix sounding out. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Gaia's Disc Scree. The gigantic bird of fire dashed out of the building. It opened up its wings in a flash of light, and glorious flames shot out from its body as it enlarged in the blink of an eye. Its humongous wings closed, wrapping up the entire city of Tylesis. The drops of lava with over 1,000 degrees of power fell onto its wings, being absorbed by the flames. When the lava storm passed, the city had emerged unscathed. A bright light flashed across Leylin's eyes as he looked at the scene. Such a transformation is very similar to that of an ancient warlock. It looks like the body of this emburrowing morning star has the bloodline of the fire phoenix. Warlocks were always fond of high-level bloodlines. As for the fire phoenix, Leylin had already seen its incredible power when he'd been trapped in the illusion previously. It was likely at least as strong as the snake dowager. This bloodline posed an irresistible attraction to warlocks, even if it was diluted through sacrifices and projections. Before we launch our plan, I should try to get some of the bloodline of a morning star in Burwang. It would be even better if I managed to get it from their leader, Scarlet Eye. Just as Leylin's eyes brightened, the phoenix soared down from the clouds in the sky, revealing several gigantic, 100-meter-long silhouettes made of flames. The fire elementals were the most powerful living beings in the lava world and the most populous. They did not have blood or flesh, and instead had bodies covered in fuming flames and rocks. Their eyes were like deathly white flames that arose from the very soul. Divine Flame Empire, it seems like you lot didn't learn your lesson at Death Grand Canyon. Scarlet Eye's voice boomed across the sky, and the humongous wings wrapped up the giant fire elementals, flinging them away. Its body rumbled as explosions erupted all over it, but it did not seem bothered at all. By the time the phoenix vanished, half the flames in the sky had subsided. Leylin widened his eyes. They even have such a method. Are there still people undercover in the leader's residence? And does that mean this was a ploy to lure the tiger out of its den? Hidden in front of him was Loke. He sighed in relief and pulled out a circular disc as he saw the phoenix leave. On the surface of this disc were weird runes with countless interconnected crimson lines that formed a vertical pupil. Haven't I seen something like this before? Puzzlement crossed his eyes as he immediately checked with the AI chip's database. The answer showed up within a second. A copy of Gaia's disc? Such a technique actually exists. Loke stopped at an empty ground in the building. He placed the replica on the ground as he showed a tinge of excitement. SSSHH. The very moment the disc touched the ground, a large amount of sand split apart like it was a stream, revealing a pitch-dark tunnel that led underground. Here it is. Now I'm at the weakest part of the entire building. Together with the power of Gaia's disc. Loke's eyes grew impassioned. He had endured a lot of humiliation during this mission, and now he could finally succeed in his task. That was good cooperation, but I'm afraid it won't be of help. Leylin saw the agitated Loke enter the underground tunnel, soon to be followed by a gloomy Bowens. This was the superior they had just met that day. It seemed like Loke's luck was at an end. However, Leylin had one more doubt. Since they wanted to coordinate between the inside and outside, why don't they just send a Morning Star Magus in? Isn't that much simpler? They already sent so many just to attract attention. One more wouldn't be too hard. He did not think much of it, since that was a question that wouldn't see an answer soon. Instead, he followed the two and entered just as the tunnel closed up. Boom. Skyker entered Leylin's room. Instructor. Leylin got up from the bed, bowing even with blurry sight. Skyker first looked around with a cautious gaze, and he looked relieved that Leylin was still around. Soon, he reprimanded the boy. You're still asleep under such circumstances. Master Bowens and so many of his colleagues are around right now. If they can't solve the problem, what can I do? I might as well just continue sleeping. Leylin threw his hands up, seemingly helpless. With the support of the AI chip, every action of this puppet was a perfect copy of Leylin's behavior. Even its character was flawless. Forget Skyker, even Gilbert was unlikely to be able to notice the difference. Skyker was dumbfounded, but the waves in his heart secretly calmed down. Inside the underground tunnel, Leylin followed closely after Bowens. He had weakened his breath to the maximum, and not a single energy wave fluctuation broke out. Additionally, Bowens seemed to have put his full focus on Loke, and he did not realize he was being shadowed. Gaia's disc was used by the hero Moncordal of the Emberwings legend to lift open the stratum. It is also the powerful weapon which slew the demon king Falsace. This can easily crack open a huge underground tunnel, even if it's just a replica. Loke's voice trembled in agitation. The organization possessed such a precious weapon that let me avoid triggering numerous traps. Truly, this is... As he reached the bottom, blood vessels popped out from under Loke's skin, his aura growing berserk. The final layer of defense! Loke was frantic in excitement as he saw a crimson defensive membrane. He suddenly attacked, and a huge amount of fire exploded forth from his hands, rushing into the spell formation. Crackling sounds rang out as the spell formation shook. A terrifying wave of energy was returned in counter and surged through Loke's body. His skin peeled off, revealing the flames burning within. Loke's body had been completely shredded by the formation's counterattack, revealing a 2-meter-tall fire elemental composed of flames and rocks. The flames surged in all directions, and Lok's aura rose to the pinnacle of the sky rank, the equivalent of a peak rank 3 in the Magus World. Lok is a fire elemental. Leylin was rather surprised. He had always thought that Lok was an undercover agent of the Mobius organization, Jupiter's Lightning's operations here. But now it seemed like he did not know the length of it. Jupiter's Lightning had also approached the Divine Flame Empire and had signed some terms of agreement with each other. After recovering his original appearance, Lok marched up to the Scarlet Spell Formation. A dot of a golden flame shot out of his body, burning a round opening in the spell formation's light shield. Lok turned into a ball of flames, entering from that tiny opening in the spell formation and soon returning to his normal form. Ha 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 ha, all of Scarlet Eye's treasures and secrets are mine for the taking. As Lok laughed, he explored the chamber. His flaming legs left a black burn mark with every step he took. He seemed rather familiar with this area, running straight towards the chamber in the center. The gigantic chamber was spacious, with nothing around except a large spell formation. Strings of runes interlocked with the energy circuit. It was so refined that a magus would go dizzy simply by staring at it for a length of time. In the middle of the formation was a weak red light, its energy as it flickered causing Leylin's heart to palpitate. This aura is so familiar. Yes, the Furosaur stones. Wait, it's a living creature. The AI chip had made a judgment that threw Leylin into confusion. Found it, Lok celebrated in his excitement. He took out a big black key, walking towards the spell formation. Just then, a membrane of light blocked his path of return, the surging wave of energy sweeping him onto the ground in an instant. The gigantic fire elemental fell flat to the ground with a thud, causing the chamber to shake a little. What happened? Doesn't this place just have a single defensive layer? Lok touched his head, puzzled. Obviously, it is used to guard against people like you. Bowens sneered, exiting stealth and walking out from the dark. Be Master Bowens? Lok was totally taken aback. The leader knew long ago that there was something wrong with you. It seems you hid quite a lot from us. The fuming lava hand dropped onto the ground, and the black key was snatched from his hands. You are a very important captive. The leader and Skyker will take great interest in you. Bowens spoke coldly as the flame on his hands turned into ropes which tied Lok up. Lok could not fight back against the power of a star rank. Rather, he was so flabbergasted that he did not even struggle or otherwise resist. While both of them were unaware of their surroundings, Leylin snuck close to the membrane of light. The AI chip scanned the formation, revealing the entry condition, aura of level 10 fire plume required for access. Watching Lok being taken away by Bowens, Leylin followed them out of the basement. He recalled the shadow puppet after returning to his bedroom. He had lots of questions. What was that red orb in the middle of the spell formation? Bowens settled Lok so quickly, and obviously he wasn't used as bait. Was it merely for Gaia's disc and that black bronze key? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568 Holy Solar Day, Gilbert, Emma, the tides have turned. The Mobius organization might be colluding with the Divine Flame Empire. Be very careful. Unable to come up with anything even after a long time, Leylin specially informed Gilbert and Emma about the situation. He then returned immediately to the leader's residence. His actions were not in the least bit unusual. Yesterday, Scarlet Eye had returned to the mansion right after Leylin followed Bowens out, making Leylin secretly heave a sigh of relief. If he had chosen to take action then, it was likely that even after he tackled Bowens, he would have bumped into Scarlet Eye who was rushing back. That would have spelt trouble. Furthermore, he didn't want to make a move before understanding the situation. Officer Skyker, where's Lok? Why haven't I seen him around recently? Leylin questioned, curiously. Upon the mention of this name, Skyker's facial muscles twitched, and he was silent for a long while before he spoke. He has been assigned to a top-secret mission and will be away for some time. I see. Leylin seemed to have gained some understanding. He moved closer to Skyker and asked, Instructor, about that night, what happened in the end? What else? The leader emerged victorious, of course. He struck two of the masters from the other party who were at the star rank. He took one of them prisoner, and the Foreign Affairs Department will negotiate with the Divine Flame Empire. A look of admiration flashed across Skyker's eyes, but Leylin's heart sank. They paid such a high price, yet ended up with nothing. Those people from the Divine Flame Empire definitely will not take things lying down. Furthermore, the trap they set previously that caused the loss of the combat abilities of the Morning Stars was not very wise. What is the truth behind all of this? Combining that line of thought with the intelligence given by Emma and Gilbert in the past 2 days, Leylin suddenly felt as though the future was shrouded in a dense fog. I'm afraid I'll have to modify my previous plan. This holy solar day will not pass in peace. Divine Flame Empire, Jupiter's Thunder, and even the Ouroboros clan will take action. When that time comes, this place will be plunged into chaos. Well, at least there's this to look forward to. Leylin saw that the progress bar on the AI chip was quickly filling up and couldn't help but smile. The 10th level of Fireplume was the gateway to the star rank. Leylin's energy had already been condensed to form a point mass, and if these two systems could be fused successfully, the formidable power produced would definitely not just be additive. There would be a horrifying qualitative change in him, amplifying his powers to a great extent. Additionally, Leylin had long since used up all the Furosaur stones he had earned from Collins, something that caused his soul force to improve by leaps and bounds. His strength after all this would surely give many enemies a surprise. His eyes glowed crimson as the corners of his lips rose to form a wicked smile. The bloodline of the apex predator, the giant Chem-In serpent, was pressing him to slaughter. He wanted to destroy everything, to bring it all to flaming ruin. The emotional instability that was common to bloodline warlocks had begun to act up. After he advanced to the Morning Star realm, the giant Chem-In serpent's soul had fused with Leylin's own, causing him to inherit these violent moods. These were no longer an external thing, but instead part of his own nature. Once such an illness acted up, it would have a far-reaching effect on the warlock's personality. Previously, Leylin had always made a conscious effort to restrain himself, preventing his feelings from eroding his character away. Now that war was upon them, he was facing unprecedented pressure, and some strange emotions managed to worm their way out. No matter what others thought, time was still ticking by. Finally, the day of the Imberwings festival, the Holy Solar Day, had arrived. During his recent trips, Leylin saw the streets and markets starting to bustle with activity. Many teenage Imberwings now went against the taboo, playing on the road. The atmosphere was filled with clamor. The various district representatives from the Atlan Union and the other tourists who came on their own accord arrived at Tylassus City one by one. The place was packed to the brim, even overcrowded, resulting in multiple cases of breaches in public security. Even Leylin, a marshal officer from the military office, had to step in at times, something more than evident of how thin the security had been stretched. According to the information given by Gilbert and Emma in private, many of the elites from the Mobius organization and Triserpent sect had also snuck into Tylassus City. They were the ones who stirred up trouble here, making the place chaotic. Additionally, the archenemy of the Atlan Union, the Divine Flame Empire, had also sent a large team of ambassadors, causing more trouble. It just seems like things will get relatively more troublesome, Leylin lamented. He donned the dashing uniform of a military official and stood tall and straight. He and his colleagues lined along both sides, while Scarlet Eye stood in front of a huge fitting room mirror, adjusting the butterfly-shaped necktie on his collar. Your Highness, your schedule for today is as follows. First up will be the Parliament lecture, followed by welcoming the envoy from the Divine Flame Empire. The banquet in the afternoon, standing next to Scarlet Eye, were a few secretaries with pen and paper in hand, chattering away. There were also a few maids who were tidying up the creases on the coattails of his dinner suit. Skyker, Bowens, and the others were also dressed neatly and stood at the side. Outside the window, lots of fireworks and gun salutes could be seen. Colorful confetti filled the sky, and the place was filled with a festive atmosphere. All right, I have my own plans for today's matters. Scarlet Eye furrowed his brows and waved his hand, sending away the secretaries who were still chattering endlessly. Skyker, you shall accompany me today. These words seemed to move the leader's son to tears. Seeing his odd mix of being both moved and apprehensive, Leylin felt at a loss for words. The private life of this state leader is quite confusing. His previous marriage did not produce an heir, and now that he only has Skyker, his illegitimate child, does he hope for him to inherit his political legacy and even become the next leader of the Union? If the other officials knew that Leylin was silently cursing their almighty leader, they might have come together to tear him apart, and the outcome wouldn't be pleasant. Let's go. After quite some time, Scarlet Eye finished his preparations and took the lead as he mounted a chariot that was drawn by numerous scarlet birds. Skyker followed closely behind. Bowens walked behind everyone. He suddenly glanced at Leylin and commanded, "Lay, you come too." But the duty of a humble servant is to stay behind and guard the residence. Leylin appeared to be hesitating, but he was secretly cursing in his heart. His duty for today was to stand guard at the residence. This was perfectly normal as he lacked the proper qualifications and thus could not show his face at the Parliament. However, this was what he wanted. After all, the places that Scarlet Eye would go to today would not be tranquil, and there would not be any advantages from following him out. How would that be more enjoyable than being able to hide in the residence and unearth treasures the minute he discovered that something was off? What did he stand to gain from going out with Scarlet Eye anyway? That one casual sentence from Bowens disrupted his plans for the day. Leylin felt a little gloomy as he looked at Bowens. Maybe Bowens sensed that something was amiss, or maybe he just found Leylin an eyesore, but he had been causing a lot of trouble for Leylin on the sly. "Yes, sir." To the others, it seemed that Leylin only hesitated for a while before agreeing immediately in a loud voice, ecstasy spreading across his face. This made many of the officials who were staying behind envy him, yet they did not know that Leylin was secretly rolling his eyes. Bowens was his superior after all, and Leylin could not do much even if he disagreed. Leylin stood at the back of the fleet and reflected, might as well. When the moment comes, I'll join Gilbert and Emma directly. Once something is amiss, we will immediately activate the coordinates and return. I don't believe that Scarlet Eye will give chase and follow us back to the Magus World. Gilbert and Emma had first found their way into the ranks of feudal nobility through a small noble family by disguise and strength. They then wantonly betrayed the secrets of the Triserpent sect against their interests and attained the positions of Earl and Viscount, allowing them to attend today's celebration. If the three giant Chem-In Warlocks were together, even Scarlet Eye would find it hard to capture them successfully, so there was at least some form of assurance in terms of safety. Bowens, however, has to be killed. He better not run into me today, or else. Leylin lowered his head slightly, hiding the brutal crimson radiance in his pupils. Leylin kept Scarlet Eye company at the Parliament while listening to an illogical and boring speech. Afterwards, he tagged along with the leader of the state and the other major ministers as they proceeded to the plaza where people pledged oaths and celebrated their victories. They were preparing to welcome the emissary from the Divine Flame Empire. Positioned behind Scarlet Eye were the delegates from several major districts, as well as a large number of high-ranking officials and influential ministers. Boom, boom, it was as though there was an earthquake. Fire flashed in the distance, and Leylin noticed the arrival of copious amounts of fire elementals. These fire elementals existed in various sizes, and some were not even humanoid. There were quite a number of beasts, bodies constituted of flames and lava, burning at temperatures that could scorch anything. Although they moved as a delegation, they left 2 long burn tracks on the ground. The temperature of the entire plaza started to rise steadily. It was fortunate that most of the Imberwings practiced fireplume. The high-ranking officials and nobility present in the plaza had all mastered at least 3 levels of the technique, and thus didn't find it hard to bear. Creatures that were able to survive in the lava world had a powerful resistance towards high temperatures. The officials who were specially put in charge of diplomacy appeared and engaged in a series of complicated rites and etiquette, something so boring that Leylin yawned multiple times in succession. Regardless of as a scientist in his previous life or a magus now, he did not have an ounce of interest in such rituals. In contrast, he was more willing to perform a few more experiments in his laboratory, or expound upon a few hypotheses, or even meditate. This was a common understanding between an overwhelming majority of magi in the Magus world. In the lava world, the circumstances were evidently different. As compared to magi who were much like researchers, the Imberwings who studied fireplume were more similar to knights. They had a great thirst for the secular benefits of various territories. The Magi of the Magus World often withdrew to the second line of duty and manipulated the countries from behind the scenes. Those who held authority in the Lava World, however, were different. They liked to handle things personally and preferred to take control of the entire system in the foreground. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569. The opening Leylin obviously did not think that everything done in the Magus World was right, but he did not approve of the methods in Lava World because they were too time-consuming. Of course, that might have to do with him being a Magus, since he consciously wanted to protect his own interests. Greetings to the Atlan Union leader. I am Sokka, the envoy of the Divine Flame Empire. Walking ahead of the diplomatic mission was a flaming giant who was over 10 meters tall, looking like a fire demon from myths. Him bowing down to a tiny Emberwing seemed rather laughable, but nobody would actually dare to do so. Scarlet Eye merely stood there like an eternal mountain, a sky which people could only look up to. Also, our empire seriously condemns the leader, Scarlet Eye, for killing one of our personnel without reason. Sokka's next words caused the atmosphere to turn chilly. Condemn? Scarlet Eye chuckled lightly. Anything else? The leader has to take responsibility for this matter, apologize, and resign. If not, the Holy Solar Festival that is a celebration for the Emberwings will mark the beginning of a war between us. What? There was a clamor amongst the audience, and even Leylin's pupils shrunk. Never had he imagined that the Divine Flame Empire's purpose in coming here was to declare war. Scarlet Eye's personality was quite open. Was it possible to get him to apologize and resign? When those words exited the envoy's mouth, Leylin felt a chill down his spine, as if a vicious ancient beast was staring him down. This was the imposing aura that the strong unwittingly gave off, filled with a sense of danger. Is that so? Scarlet Eye narrowed his eyes, and the fire elemental giant opposite him took quite a few steps back. The terrifying energy emitting from his body reached the Morning Star realm. This member of the diplomatic mission was actually a star rank, and that was not all. A few of the other fire elementals behind him had an abrupt change in their physiques, their bodies emanating powerful energy undulations. With just a few star ranks, that's hardly enough. Scarlet Eye's half-closed eyes opened slightly, as if he was stating a fact. However, all the Emberwings knew that their leader was already at the brink of fury. How could we inconvenience the leader to make a move against them? Uncle Bowens. Skyker was so frustrated that he had flushed red, suddenly standing up. The military office does not permit anyone humiliating our leader. Bowens stood up, crimson energy covering his entire body. With a wave of his hand, military officials charged out and surrounded the diplomatic mission. Seeing Bowens taking the initiative, Scarlet Eye's brows lifted. Bowens, you should first. At this moment, he suddenly turned his gaze northwest. Rumble, an immense blast sounded from that area. The earth swished along like a metal plank that floated on water, drifting up and down. Giant waves rippled, and a large number of cracks appeared, spewing crimson lava and scorching flames. It was as if there was a large flame demon underground. The cracks that formed were like a spiderweb that extended in the direction of Tylassa City. The moment these cracks closed in, the tremendous mountain that the city stood on would completely sink, and the city itself would not be spared. Haha, Scarlet Eye, do you feel touched that this emperor came to congratulate you personally? The earth split open, and a large arm that could cover the sky emerged from within, filled with flames and red lava. Scarlet Eye's expression was the most stern it had ever been. Archibald, accompanying the large hand, was the frightening suppression of power at rank 5, causing the many Emberwings to feel suffocated. A rank 5. Could this be the Divine Flame Empire's emperor? Leylin took a few steps backwards, making use of the shadows from a few buildings to hide. Amidst the terror caused by rank 5 might, his little actions remained undiscovered. Scarlet Eye's expression was somewhat dark. He knew that if the other party's attack was successful, the entirety of Tylassa City would suffer great losses, and many high-ranked officials and nobles would die. Hence, he had no choice but to make a move. A high-pitched cry appeared as a phoenix abruptly appeared in the sky, brilliant flames surrounding its body as its scarlet wings collided with the arm. Boom! The earth and sky seemed to disappear in that instant, and everyone fell into a daze. When their eyes could finally see again, they saw the giant fire phoenix that Scarlet Eye had turned into circling a flame giant that seemed able to support the skies. The two battled further into the distance, but the residual energy undulations still inspired fear. Go! Bowen's expression was grim as he cried out. Flames with energy at the star rank blazed on his body. Swish! The military officials seemed to act on a conditioned reflex as they headed straight for the diplomatic mission from the Divine Flame Empire, with some soldiers and nobles following behind. Among the Emberwangs of the Atlan Union, true nobles trained up to at least the 8th level of Fireplume, the Sky rank. None of them was weak. There were even a few star rank experts keeping watch, but not revealing their strength. However, the diplomatic mission of the Divine Flame Empire was not a pushover either. There were a few fire elementals who had already broken through the star rank, and in that instant, the two sides had reached a deadlock. Flames and lava flew everywhere, destroying the square where pledges of peace and victory were to be made beyond recognition. Leylin hid under a gigantic sculpture of the founder of the country. The people nearby had yet to realize there was a military official breaking away from the formation and escaping. At this moment, the sound of Gilbert's questioning voice sounded in his ear. "What should we do?" Leylin transmitted back calmly. "Watch the changes in the situation, but don't make a move. Only the fire elementals of the Divine Flame Empire have appeared, but there isn't news of the Mobius organization which Jupiter's lightning controls." He had a feeling that this situation probably had more to it than met the eye. Scarlet Eye was not someone so shallow and wouldn't have made no preparations. Hence, there could very well be a dramatic change in this situation later on. In this spectacle, 3 Morning Star Warlocks like them were not considered top strengths and definitely needed to conceal themselves and wait for a chance to go in for the kill. Besides, Leylin looked at the screen that showed the AI chip status. The bar that signified the progress of fusing Fireplume's concepts with his point mass had reached 99.9%. Only a tiny bit was left. A large amount of energy from Fireplume condensed within his body. But this time, it was being contaminated by great amounts of darkness elemental energy particles. The energy turned darker than its original scarlet red, now tending towards black. His point mass, as well as the nebula surrounding it, had appeared as well, beginning to take in large amounts of the dark red energy from the modified Fireplume, constantly condensing and assimilating it. With the point mass purification, the energy of Emberwang had become richer. At the same time, its color grew increasingly darker, giving it a sinister feeling. "Lei, what are you doing?" All of a sudden, a stern yell and a piercing gaze swept towards Leylin's location. Bowen's gaze now could practically kill Leylin. "What are you doing? Trying to desert the army?" "Damn it, why did he set his sights on me?" Leylin walked out, speechless. Seeing the quick changes in Skyker's eyes, he knew he could not explain this half-heartedly, or he would be attacked. "Bowen's is getting increasingly annoying." Leylin took in a deep breath, Fireplume at the peak of the 9th level exploding from his body, like a dazzling meteor streaking through the skies. "Our people have already acted according to plan. All that's left depends on you." A distance away from the square, in a residential building, the original owner had long since disappeared. The walls were filled with red runes, revealing a maroon luster. Some of the blood had yet to dry, and droplets of it were still dripping down, causing long blood-red lines to form on them. Within this building, a few people dressed in black robes were watching the scene in the square from afar through the window. The fire elemental delegation acted immediately and began to fight many military officials and nobles. Such an act caused chaos among the spectating commoners. The attacks from the fire elementals were ruthless. If lava brushed across a commoner's body, it would reduce them to ashes in an instant. On top of that, the military officials and the nobles of the Union didn't really bother themselves with protecting them. As a result, a huge number of the people watching died, resulting in great casualties. The mix of piercing screams and feeble cries for help were filled with the taste of horror. Many commoners of the Union were wailing, pushing everyone else as they tried to leave the blazing hell that was the square. This resulted in the chaos intensifying, leading to more innocent deaths. Hee, resent us. Cry out. These souls filled with hatred and fresh blood are the best nourishment for our spell formation. An aged voice sounded from within the mantle of a black robe. Don't worry, my friend. Us of the Mobius organization always trade fairly. The old man's voice was as piercing as an owl's screech and would cause goosebumps on anyone who listened to him. Yet the fire elemental opposite him did not seem to mind. The chaos we're creating can only last for a while longer. You'll need to make a move quickly. All right. The old man cackled, touching a dark green metal bracelet. How's the setup on your end? White noise sounded from the bracelet, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Enough flesh and blood have been gathered. It's just difficult to obtain vengeful spirits full of resentment. Only 80% of the charging process has been completed. That's enough, the old man laughed coldly. On my command, begin. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, Chaotic Battle. Number 1, Order Received. Number 2, Order Received. Number 3, Order Received. Along with the old man's command, 3 different voices sounded from the dark green metal bracelet. Begin extraction of aggrieved souls. Start the sacrifice. The old man's voice was calm, yet held within it a bone-piercing chilliness. At the same time, all the star ranks in Tylasis City felt a chill in their hearts. This feeling? A spell formation from the Magus World, an undead element spell formation aimed at aggrieved souls. Leylin, Gilbert, and Emma immediately recognized this unique energy. Seeing the flesh and blood flying everywhere in the square, Emma laughed bitterly. Such an environment will do wonders for an undead spell formation. Even if the morning stars restrained themselves, they would still cause major damage to the surroundings. On top of that, it was currently the Holy Solar Day, and those gathered here were not just the residents of Tylasis City. Tourists, followers from different regions, and many others had packed the city to the brim, and the square especially held a large crowd. Now they had all been turned into minced meat. Even if they were high-ranking officials or nobles, many had died. Obviously, nobody would bother with the commoners. I'm afraid the Magi of Jupiter's lightning have made their move. Leylin tangled with a 2-headed fire elemental hound as he transmitted to Gilbert and the others. In front of Leylin was a giant flaming hound about 2 stories high and with inverted steel spikes on its body. Its savage gaze settled on Leylin through its skull, similar to the Cerberus of the underworld in myths. This was also one of the members of the delegation, and the energy on its body had already reached the limits of rank 3. Hence, Leylin found some trouble when dealing with it, and even needed to depend on support from other team members to somewhat handle it. Making use of the chaos in the square, Gilbert and Emma secretly came to Leylin's side. The 3 morning stars made a team that might seem to have been formed by chance and surrounded the double-headed flame hound. There were many temporary team-ups like this in the square already. Besides, at this point not many would pay attention to Leylin. Of course, Bowen's was an exception. Skyker, do you see that? Despite the chaotic situation, Skyker was devoted to his duty and was guarding at the center, with Bowen's at his side. There's definitely something off about that Ley. One of the nobles near him is an Earl and the other a Viscount. Both are people on the list for thorough investigation. Furthermore, Locke has pointed out that their existence itself is suspicious. Let me think about it. Let me think, Skyker clutched at his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. At this moment, he was more concerned for his father. As for Ley, that was just a trivial matter. As long as his father was still around, there was nothing that could not be solved. Just when Skyker had made up his mind, the undead spell formation set up by Jupiter's lightning was activated. What's that? Dark green rays flashed out of the ground, forming a mysterious round symbol in the air. Phosphorescent green lights shone gloriously. It's the symbol of the Mobius organization. They're here too. Many loud cries sounded, and caused the square to descend even further into a state of chaos. This was especially so after many Emberwings found that the green ring of light was absorbing the energy in their bodies, and even their flesh and blood. Streams of black gas were emitted from the body of a noble. Before he could sense anything was wrong, He had already collapsed to the ground, a strange expression on his face as his body dried up. The weaker nobles all lost their lives instantly under the mysterious spell formation deployed by the Mobius organization. Even experts at the 8th level of Fireplume and above could feel the strength being sapped out of their bodies. We can't wait any longer. A few Imberwings at the peak of level 9 exchanged glances and charged into the air, blazing flames behind them forming the phantoms of large phoenixes. Boom! The flames and the dark green light collided, but that only resulted in a few of them being sent flying, spraying blood everywhere. You guys can't do it. I'll take care of this. Without waiting for these Imberwings to reach the ground, a pair of large, powerful arms stopped them from flying. The streams of black gas being emitted from their bodies were burnt to nothingness by the flames. The head of the garrison? These few Imberwings recognized him. This was the head of the garrison of Tylasa City, and they immediately saluted him. He was a man of few words. He had a head of long, soft silver hair, his handsome face currently filled with annoyance. The Mobius organization, those little mice that only know to hide in the gutters and shadows, looks like teaching them a lesson by destroying their headquarters wasn't enough. He snorted, and the force field of a powerful star-rank fighter exploded forth. He soared into the air, a red fiery streak shooting towards the distorted dark green circle of light. Boom, 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 the streak of fire was obstructed midway, and multiple human figures appeared. A total of 7 magi dressed in black robes floated in midair, unique undulations from their point mass causing this Imberwing to have a huge change in expression. So many star ranks? Shock instantly filled his mind. According to his intel, the Mobius organization was quite small. Though their sacrifices were bloody and insane, they didn't even have as many as the 3 patriarchs of the Triserpent sect. Now, however, they had deployed 7 star ranks to fight him. How could it not be appalling? There were likely less than 7 star rank Imberwings in the entire capital. The addition of such a powerful force instantly reversed the situation. There was one more thing to consider. If the Mobius organization had been concealing their strength in the past, what were they planning now? There wasn't any time left for him to ponder on these things, and ferocious energy was emitted as the 7 star ranks cast their spells. Their morning star domains appeared, overlapping with each other to form a starry sky. This caused the star rank Imberwing to turn deathly pale. His body had been suppressed. Using spells in other worlds is much too troublesome, but thankfully our organization has prepared and analyzed countless spell models. Though our Morningstar arcane arts don't suit the rules of this world well, rank 4 spells are enough for now. Prepare the combination spell. The Morningstar Magus standing in the middle spoke coldly. A ferocious tide of elemental particles surged towards his palm like a tsunami, forming a terrifying energy sphere. More condensed into it, and it strengthened continuously. Rank 4 spell, Binding Force Field. A female on the right pointed at the leader of the garrison. In that instant, the leader felt like he was stuck inside a rock. The air around him became incomparably heavy, and even just moving was becoming difficult. Rank 4 spell, 5 Sense Severance. Another Magus spoke up, their voice sounding strange. It was like a continuous shriek, piercing to the ear. Rank 4 spell after rank 4 spell was cast by these morning star magi, binding the Imberwing tightly and draining all his strength. The overlay of 7 morning star domains had practically created an independent space. With the strength of their combination spell, they had even sealed off this region. It left the Imberwings outside with no choice but to watch on furiously, with no way to send help. In the name of the flesh of Mobius, I bestow unto you your death. As if chanting, the morning star Magus in the middle passed his judgment. Boom, the Imberwing's silver hair drifted in the wind. This garrison head's body now completely lacked any form of an aura, and even his soul had been destroyed, giving him no chance at revival. Though this was another world and executing spells was slightly troublesome. 7 morning star magi had joined hands and even used a combination of rank 4 spells. This strength did not lose out to some morning star arcane arts. Indeed, a star rank had fallen with a single move. The morning star magi from another world showed their sharp teeth in front of the other races once more. Even as the corpse of the garrison head fell to the ground, many Imberwings stood there in disbelief. Though there had been a large battle from earlier, this was the first time a star rank had died. On top of that, this was the Holy Solar Festival, a celebration for all Imberwings. This was the first time a star-rank clansman had died at the celebration, and that was the ultimate ridicule. In that moment, the Imberwings felt like they were dreaming. Haha, friends of the Mobius organization, you've appeared just in time. The fire elementals, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly roared and quickly transformed into tremendous lava giants, beginning to wreak havoc in Tylas's city. With the addition of 7 Morning Star Magi, the Imberwings were put at an immediate disadvantage. Though they won in terms of their numbers, they were at a disadvantage in terms of their Morning Star strength. In front of Morning Stars, tactics of victory with numbers were a joke, especially with these 7 Magi of Jupiter's lightning specializing in water and ice elemental spells. This caused the many Imberwings who had never encountered such a situation to fall into trouble. With the retreat of military officials and high-ranking bodyguards, the entirety of Tylas's city collapsed into a mess of blood and fire. The whole city seemed to be crying and yelling. The flying flesh and blood broke off and burnt many of the banners that had been put up in celebration, mocking them. Seeing this scene, Skyker's fingernails dug deeper into his flesh, and blood even began to flow. However, he was told by many bodyguards to retreat. "Father, end the battle quickly and save your people." Skyker could not help but silently pray in his heart, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 571, Life Extraction. Life Extraction. Don't mind these people. Our priority is to break into the residence. The leader of the Morning Star, Magi, glanced at the many nobles and commoners trying to escape and shook his head. Leaving them to the fire elementals, he darted straight for Scarlet Eye's residence. "You seem to have other intentions in this joint operation. Is it convenient for you to tell me more? As allies, we hope to provide some support." At some point, Sokka had arrived beside this Magus, and he smiled gently as he spoke. However, when coupled with his huge stature and fierce face, this smile just seemed horrifying. "It's nothing much. We just have a few old enemies hidden amongst the Imberwings and need to take care of them," the Morning Star Magus replied politely. "Oh, are they Magi from the other world like you?" Sokka asked. This topic had him interested. It had mostly been thanks to them that he was able to break into the capital and cause such huge damage. For this reason, he had a huge interest in these mysterious spells and this rumored other world. "Yes. However, they're just a bunch of vile creatures that live off bloodlines, interested in the bloodlines of all living things. They don't mind committing murder for this. They're the source of all sin." The Morning Star Magus' criticism sounded righteous, as if he hadn't been killing without restraint just a moment ago. "I didn't expect the situation to turn out this way already. Quick, back to the leader's residence." Skyker's hand subconsciously touched the pendant hung at his neck as he issued the command. Bowen's body was brimming with energy as he flew with Skyker, the flames in the air leaving behind a long blazing tail. The speed of a star rank far surpassed that of a chariot. In less than a minute, Bowens had brought Skyker back into the residence. Skyker looked distracted. Just this morning, he had been in a good mood as he dressed formally to go out and celebrate with his father. Never could he have expected that he would return in such a pitiful state, even with his many years of military experience. He could not adapt to these changes instantly. A few military officials that had been left behind, as guards immediately rushed forward in salute as they noticed him. "My lord." When they'd heard the explosions in the square and seen the flames, their sense of responsibility as soldiers had told them that they should continue guarding this place. Notify everyone that war has arrived. Activate all defenses in the residence," Bowens exclaimed, and the command was quickly sent down. A golden layer of energy that looked like an overturned bowl covered the entire residence. "Father," Skyker touched the pendant on his neck, his eyes glinting with a decisive light. "So you got here first?" 7 terrifying figures flew in his direction. Even before they arrived, the powerful pressure caused everyone in the residence to feel suffocated. Desaz's flying palm. With the incantations sounding out, a giant palm with countless runes twining around it appeared in the air, slapping the golden shield. The golden shield shook, but still stubbornly held on. Yet, cracks had already appeared on its surface. It was as if an earthquake had occurred the moment the flying palm hit the shield. Multiple buildings cracked, and the sound of glass shattering rang out as cups constantly fell to the ground. "Uncle Bowens, can you take care of them?" Skyker had turned deathly pale. "There are 7-star ranks who hold the power of water and ice. Even one-on-one I wouldn't be confident, let alone against 7. The rest of the commanders either died in battle or are stuck outside." Bowens laughed bitterly and then patted Skyker on the head, his eyes full of love. "But don't worry, I'll protect you." "Uncle Bowens," Skyker's voice trembled, his eyes turning red. "The defense in the leader's residence is rather weak. Just a morning star is enough to deal with it." Outside the gigantic golden lair, Leylin and 2 other morning star warlocks had long since snuck in. Seeing this scene, Emma rolled her eyes at Leylin. "From the map you showed me, the defensive spell formation should not be that simple." "Yes. Usually this spell formation can take on 1 attack from a morning star, but can also be recharged and have its strength increased by several times. The key is in Skyker's hands, of course. I made a copy as well." Leylin laughed, retrieving a golden gem from his sleeves. Within it, one could see the image of a flaming phoenix. Skyker had already trusted him too much, and was not powerful on top of that. With the AI chip's scans and some psychological hints, obtaining information from him was much too easy. Leylin had even found out about this last resort and made a copy of it. "You're really quite something," Gilbert's eyes brightened. "With this, we can sneak into the residence without being discovered. It would be even better if we could take control of the central administration of the spell formation." "Don't even think about controlling the spell formation. Besides, since Scarlet Eye left it behind for Skyker, he probably hasn't shown all his cards yet. We need to wait longer." Leylin saw these 2 Chem-In dukes whose eyes were beginning to flare red, and his voice turned cold. His tone seemed to have some unique power, causing the red in Gilbert and Emma's eyes to dissipate. The 2 of them began to laugh wryly. Seeing the situation, I got a little affected. "My apologies." Immediately after, Emma's eyes were full of astonishment when looking at Leylin. "The emotional instability from your bloodline has such a small effect, and you can even indirectly affect us. With such a concentrated bloodline, it probably surpasses that of all Chem-In warlocks in history. Perhaps, the hope of overcoming our bloodline shackles lies with you." Gilbert was beaming. "My willpower is just slightly stronger than most others." Leylin laughed wryly, ruthlessly pushing down the destructive desires inside him. Even after reaching Morning Star, a warlock could curb the emotional instability from their bloodline fusing with their soul. It was just that it was much more troublesome. Matters that had to do with the soul could not be resolved with just regular potions or other methods. For now, he could only rely on his own willpower. Scree. At this moment, the replica Phoenix Phantom in his hands began to call out. "Skyker is about to use this. We'd better sneak in quickly." Leylin chanted a few syllables, and the scarlet energy from Fireplume poured into a gemstone. It produced a golden yellow layer of energy that encompassed the 3 of them. The moment the golden energy layer made contact with the residents, the 2 began to blend, causing Leylin and the other 2's figures to disappear. At the same time, an even more glorious layer of gold appeared outside the residence. The cries of a phoenix rang out, blocking the attacks of all the Morning Star Magi. This level of defense, the leader of the Morning Star Magi immediately turned grim. Without being discovered by the Morning Star Magi and officials, Leylin and the 2 dukes successfully snuck into the residence. While Leylin was leading the way, he seemed to be very familiar with the area. "Strange, did you feel that?" Leylin looked absent-minded as he judged the second activation, deep in thought. A life extraction spell formation. The second level of this formation is evidently a method to steal life force. It can even defend against the combined attacks of multiple morning stars by stealing life force and even soul force from a gigantic living creature. Gilbert nodded. On top of that, from the course of the energy that is being extracted comes not from the energy pool of the residents, but from underground. Emma touched the surface of the ground and confirmed. Those of the Magus World were much more advanced than those from the rest of the worlds, mostly because of their foresight and minds that were suited for research. After acquiring vast inheritances from ancient magi, There were few races in other worlds that could surpass these people of the Magus World when it came to knowledge or capabilities at identification. In that case, there might be a powerful ancient creature confined underground, and it's the type with a long life. Gilbert gave a hollow laugh, his face changing. The Furosaur stones can't be connected to this, can they? That's very possible. Leylin's expression was serious as he nodded, recalling the time he had followed Loke underground and the red rays that had formed from the heart of the large spell formation. For some reason, a sense of sadness surged inside as he thought back to that time. These feelings? With the instability from his bloodline, Leylin paid a lot of attention to his emotions. He immediately discovered the source of the sorrow he was feeling. Fireplume, if I hadn't changed the nature of its energy, the effects would be even more prominent. This feeling? Bowens touched his chest, looking gloomy. What's going on? I don't know. Skyker seemed to sense something as well and began to sound flustered. Father gave me this key in the morning, telling me that if there came a danger that could not be handled, I was to escape back into the residence and activate the second layer of defense. Is that so? Bowen's eyes glinted with mixed emotions. Since the Lord has made preparations for this, then that's great. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, Sneak Attack, Sneak Attack. This is the Northern Duke. I hereby command all residents of Tylassus City to return to their homes. You are not allowed to leave. Anyone outside will be killed without discretion. While the defensive formation was being reinforced at the leader's residence, a tremendous sound was transmitted to the city. I am Keel, commander of the Southern Military. Nobody is allowed outside from henceforth. I am the commander of the Eastern Military. Nobody is. This is an order from the Western Duke. Loud sounds echoed continuously throughout the city, and an expression of glee surfaced on Skyker's face. It's my uncle, the Northern Duke, Turin, and the others. The dukes and military commanders were the pillars of the Atlan Union. Every single one of them was a star rank. This sudden aid had excited him immediately. Along with the voices of the star ranks, orders were passed down, and the city was sealed. A layer of fiery red isolation layer kept Tylassus within. Scarlet, I really did have something planned. Is he trying to deal with all of us at once? The leader of the Magi sized up the spell formation from a distance away as he floated in midair. A fire-type isolation spell formation and the reckless assault of elite troops truly can stall us. With the attacks from others of the same rank, Scarlet Eye really has a huge appetite. Sokka seemed rather confident, on the other hand. Don't worry, our Emperor will come and bring us back. I hope so, the leader of the Magi laughed. Watching the many troops entering the city in an orderly manner, suppressing the chaos, and taking over the defense, he couldn't help but sneer. Rumble. Large amounts of fire energy were emitted from the bodies of the Northern Duke and the rest, fighting against the few morning stars. Fire sparked in the sky above the capital, space itself crumbling as silver storms wreaked havoc on the land. The leader knew you were going to do this, and had set a trap in advance. All of you shall die here today. The Northern Duke's expression was firm. With the addition of the many legions and the participation of the star ranks, the Emberwang's impending doom was reversed, and the scales had now tipped in their favor. Do you think you can stop us just like this? How naive. The leader of the Morning Stars produced multiple mechanical arms, protecting himself with the mass of steel. Seeing the Northern Duke and the others charging over, his eyes shone with pity. In this war, what determines victory can only be a strength above the Morning Star realm. Above Morning Star. Do you mean? The Northern Duke and the others glanced towards the outside of the city in disbelief. A flame giant that towered into the very heavens was contending against a similarly large, terrifying phoenix. Every attack of theirs seemed to shake heaven and earth, destroying their surroundings. It seemed like the end of the world. This was the battlefield between Scarlet Eye and his opponent, the Divine Flame Emperor. In a battle between rank 5s, Morning Star Magi could not even attempt at interfering unless there were enough of them. Skree. And at this moment, the winner seemed to have been decided. The giant phoenix's calls sounded out as gigantic sharp claws ripped apart the elemental's breastplate to a shower of lava and fire. You've lost, Archibald. Scarlet Eye's voice sounded from the phoenix's mouth. As they heard this sound, glee appeared on the faces of the Northern Duke's party. The leader that they had placed their hopes on hadn't betrayed their trust. "Yes, I've lost." The fire elemental giant clutched at his chest, rocks falling out from the huge injury, causing earthquakes as they hit the ground. "You really are a genius, Scarlet Eye. You've already reached the peak of rank 5. I made the right decision today. If not, you could have been the key to changing the status quo between the Divine Flame Empire and the Atlan Union." The Divine Flame Emperor's voice boomed like a thunder that rumbled throughout the heavens. "Decision?" Scarlet Eye seemed to be confused, but immediately after the giant phoenix retreated. However, it was too late. Large amounts of thunder clouds formed in the sky, and terrifying bolts of black lightning struck down. The dark clouds covered the skies, blocking the brilliant sun. The lightning came together to form a lance, and a Magus suddenly appeared, gripping it. This Magus' forehead was marked with a rune in the shape of a moon. "Goodbye," he called out in a low voice as he tossed the lance. Swish! As if it was a deity from the world of gods that had been enraged, a world-extinguishing bolt of lightning shot down from the skies. This horrifying black lance seemed to transcend the limits of time and space, and even the void was subdued under the tip of the lance, carrying the might of an apocalypse. This terrifying instrument of destruction appeared before the phoenix. "Scree," the phoenix called out, the sound this time filled with sorrow and suffering. "Ka-cha!" As the dazzling white light formed by the collision dissipated, the star ranks noticed that the phoenix Scarlet Eye had transformed into had suffered a gigantic injury. Feather after flaming feather fell to the ground before bursting into intense flame. Within this fire, the feathers somehow seemed even more magnificent. Leylin's pupils shrank as he saw this scene. Even if this was just a transformation, the parts that left the body still managed to retain their shape. This showed just what level his Fire Phoenix transformation had reached. "Leader," while the Northern Duke and the rest clamored over this sneak attack, Leylin and the others who were hiding in the residence watched on grimly. "That Magus is Zegna from Jupiter's lightning. How did he get here?" Leylin obviously knew the Magus in the black robe. This Zegna had come to stop him when he had traveled here from the Magus World. However, he'd pitifully been stalled by Wade. The rank 5 energy undulations, as well as that face that left a deep impression, were both things he could never forget. The Zegna now is different from the one we met before. It's probably just a clone, but why does it have the undulations of a rank 5 Magus? Even if it's much weaker than before, it's still a radiant moon. Gilbert looked to be distressed, evidently unable to make sense of this. It should be some sort of ancient secret technique. A rank 5 clone is an exceptionally powerful trump card. I'm more curious about the how he deceived the Lava World's world will and was able to sneak in successfully. Leylin stroked his chin. "Zegna, even you betrayed me." Scarlet Eye's voice was produced from the body of the giant phoenix, the injuries on its wings quickly regenerating. "Esteemed leader." Zegna, who was in midair, first bowed slightly to him. "Our relationship only extended to a cooperation between us. Rather, it was but a transaction that consisted of mutual benefits. So then, how could there be a betrayal?" "All right, Scarlet Eye, that was the first round. The second round is about to start now." The towering fire elemental giant roared, and Zegna sprung into action as well. Black lightning and powerful lava encircled Scarlet Eye. "Leader!" The Northern Duke, the supporting troops, and the others immediately had a change in expression. Though Scarlet Eye was at the peak of Radiant Moon, his opponent was not weak. This long-time enemy of the Atlan Union, the Divine Flame Emperor, had teamed up with a terrifying rank 5 Magus from another world. Even the most stupid person could tell that their leader was in trouble. "Everyone, this is the day to dedicate yourselves to our country." The Northern Duke sighed, a rare solemnness appearing on his face. It was evident that he was already expecting his death. "Haha, Vape, Sulu, we're heading off first." A few star-ranked elders erupted into an insane laughter, their expressions showing their readiness for death. Seeing such a solemn expression, the leader of the Morning Star Magi began to hesitate. While the star ranks of this world had fewer secret methods than Magi, if they really went all out, his side could suffer a large number of casualties. Morning stars like them, who had been nurtured by Jupiter's lightning through and through, were few in number. Most of their morning stars joined from other races, and only Zegna could keep them suppressed. In the face of great casualties to this core team, he was beginning to hesitate. The dukes and commanders, who were all veterans in battle, exchanged glances, all having noticed the strange look in their opponent's eyes. All right. It's been revealed that the Morning Star Magi are afraid of casualties. This battle is going to be fun. Zegna is probably going to cough up blood, Emma exclaimed, taking joy in his misfortune. This was reality. Even if the Morning Star Magus leader could harden his resolve, the other Morning Star Magi might not be willing to. After all, they had merely signed a contract and joined Jupiter's lightning, and there were no rules that stated they had to give up their lives for the organization. When the opponent made use of this fact and displayed, they were not afraid to sacrifice themselves, and that they would take their opponents down at any cost. Then they would be involving themselves in a pointless fight. I'm afraid Zegna's already foreseen this. He won't be that enraged. Leylin shook his head, stating his opinion. The Divine Flame Emperor's plan should be to kill as many star ranks and weaken the Atlan Union as much as possible. However, killing these people won't do Zegna any good, and it could even have the opposite effect, hurting his own forces. Thus, he won't grow mad. His main objective is likely the Furusor stones. We need to monitor the residents. I believe Zegna is about to make a move. You're right. Gilbert nodded to acknowledge Leylin's prediction after a momentary silence. The battle pushed on, and things turned out just like Leylin expected. The Morning Stars immediately yielded to the Imberwings, who were going all out. Their inefficiency drove Sokka insane, but there was nothing he could do about it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, Identity Revealed. Uncle Bowens, how's the situation? Skyker's gaze was set outside the city, at the battle between the star ranks. He had not advanced to the star rank yet, and naturally lacked Leylin's vision. All he could see was space continually being torn apart, the stray energy destroying the architecture. The defensive layer shook continually, and he couldn't help but look to Bowens in his worry. Don't worry, they're fine. Morning Star Magi will not act without benefits, and Sokka and the other star rank fire elementals can't match up to you Imberwings. Bowen's expression was slightly strange as he spoke. I guess I can relax now. Skyker patted his chest, but his expression quickly changed. He had sensed something off about Bowen's tone. Bowens was much too knowledgeable about that black-robed person. On top of that, what did he mean by you Imberwings? As he turned around and saw the strange expression on Bowen's face, his heart sank. You Uncle Bowens, you heart sunk. Uncle Bowens, you schlick. Before the words left his mouth, a black scorpion had crawled onto his neck as a black stinger piercing into an artery. The defense of 8th level Fireplume turned out to be useless. Skyker's eyes rolled up into their sockets, his consciousness lost. What's going on? Officer Bowens has attacked Lord Skyker. The few remaining military officials' mental strength crumbled at this sight. If this was a nightmare, all they wanted was to wake up from it as soon as possible. This Skyker is a spy who I've discovered long ago. Seize him, do your duties. Bowen's large hand quickly sought out the gem at Skyker's neck, retrieving the key with the phantom image of a phoenix within it. His words caused the minds of the military officials present to short-circuit. The illegitimate son that their leader thought so highly of, their Lord Skyker, was a spy. Many of them felt like they had just heard the joke of the year, but seeing the flame-ringed Bowens, they could not bring themselves to laugh. Officer, please let Lord Skyker go. Bowens was not completely in charge here. While the remaining star rank commanders were either trapped outside or dead, their subordinates were still around. Even if Bowens' own subordinates approved of his actions, these people would not. What? You want to attack me? Energy at the 10th level of Fireplume exploded forth, and a large amount of flames formed the terrifying phantom of a phoenix. The energy was similar to a domain of flames, and put the entire area under Bowen's control. The official who had spoken of his suspicions was merely at the 9th level of Fireplume. Even though he was considered powerful among sky ranks, he was nothing in front of Bowens. He took several steps back, face flushing red as he stood straight. You have restrained Lord Skyker for no reason. Please provide proof that he is a spy, or else. Crimson rays flashed, and the official who had just been speaking disappeared. All that was left on the ground was a pile of ashes. Did you really think I wouldn't kill anyone? Bowen sneered, carrying the unconscious Skyker and heading towards the back of the residence. Many officials looked around at each other, but none followed. Leylin looked at the other two dukes from their hiding spot in the shadows. What do you think? Gilbert spoke slowly. Bowen's is probably Jupiter's Lightning's real spy. Loke was most likely just a bait. And what's more interesting, he's practiced Fireplume to the 10th level. Leylin's eyes glowed with curiosity. He had needed the AI chip to modify Fireplume to harmonize with his point mass. How had this person done it? Furthermore, he couldn't have survived for so long as a spy without even Scarlet Eye finding out if he didn't have an arcane art that dealt in bloodlines. That was intriguing as well. Whatever it is, Bowen's picked a good time. Scarlet Eye is engaged, and the other star ranks are fighting hard outside the residence. As long as Bowen's has the fight outside under control, he had no need to fear for anything. Emma did not mention the rest of the military officials within the residence. In a Morning Star's eyes, anyone weaker than rank 4 was an ant. She didn't think that they could stop him. As expected, once Bowen's showed that he was not to be trifled with, many of the officials retreated, unwilling to go forth. Bowen's snorted and went deeper into the residence. Those who dared to hinder him were burnt to ashes under his flames. What should we do next? Emma glanced at Leylin. She could not make much sense of this young man at all. He was good at tolerating things, for one. Were she here alone, she would have struck out long ago. How could she have restrained herself until now, when the best benefits were available? Furthermore, the techniques he'd used to conceal himself had duped even Bowen's, which was amazing. We're obviously going to follow him. Leylin chuckled, pointing at Bowen's, who was ahead. He's definitely a spy from Jupiter's Lightning. He can be the scapegoat, taking all the damage from traps and conspiracies. We just need to follow him and get those Furosaur stones. Ha, as expected of a student of mine. Leylin, you're definitely very sly. I like it. Gilbert burst out into laughter, looking delighted. Emma rolled her eyes at his response. Bowen's speed was very fast as he carried Skyker to a place that Leylin was familiar with. This was the area where Loke had used Gaia's disc that day. Could it be? Leylin watched Bowen's actions, realization dawning upon him. Soon enough, he saw Bowen's take out a round plate, eyes on its surface formed from countless veins. He shook his head at Loke's previous actions. This is probably something used specifically to send equipment and confuse others. The earth split apart like an ocean, revealing a deep tunnel. Bowen's smirked and darted in. Leylin and the two dukes glanced at each other and followed. Very soon, the scarlet spell formation previously had appeared before Bowen's, fragmented and drifting through the air like butterflies. Bowen's was very familiar with this place as he walked up to the huge secret room in the center. A crimson spell formation in the middle of the room lit the place up, the light flickering at its edges. A humming sound was produced as the formation let loose a layer of flames to block Bowen's advance. Bowen's eyes only grew brighter at this. It's here, the barrier that Scarlet Eye set up himself. Blue light gathered at his hands, flickering. At the same time, Skyker woke up from this period of unconsciousness. His eyes were blurred for a moment, but he still immediately raised his guard. This, the underground safe room. Uncle Bowen's, you actually betrayed us. Look closely, kid. Who's your Uncle Bowen's? Bowen's sneered, his muscles and bones shifting. The red feathers that marked an emburrowing disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a completely different person. The energy of a Morning Star domain burst forth. So Uncle Bowen's is already dead? With this sight, Skyker heaved a sigh of relief. If it really was Bowen's who had betrayed him and his father, he had no idea what to do. Do you still not understand? I am Bowen's, but Bowen's isn't me. Whatever, the people of this land won't understand even if I explain it. Bowen snickered, and that caused Skyker's heart to sink further. If not for needing the 10th and higher levels of Fireplume as well as the blood aura of the leader to break through this barrier, do you think I'd have brought you here? Bowen's laughed coldly, preparing to make his move. Skyker shook his head and closed his eyes. It's better to wait. However, a familiar voice sounded by his ear, giving him the illusion that something was wrong with his ears. Lay. Didn't he die in the square? Opening his eyes, he found Lay in front of him, and somehow there were traces of fear on Bowen's face. I knew something was off about you. Bowens watched Lay, his hands still trembling. Leylin had easily taken care of his attack, which that this person was at the same rank as him. Must have been a wild guess. That baitloke can't have given you that much information, Leylin answered indifferently. As he was speaking, the characteristics of an Imberwing faded away. By the time he was done, he had morphed back into a black-haired, dreaded warlock. As expected, it's one of the remaining devil spawn of the Ouroboros clan. Bowens gritted his teeth. In the meanwhile, Skyker's jaw had dropped. He was dazed at the sight of this unfamiliar Morningstar Magus. So you've been lying to me too? Haha, you Loke, you're all liars. Have you been treating me like a fool? Skyker roared, large droplets of tears falling from his cheeks. The cold-faced instructor from before had all but disappeared. Did his mental wall crumble? Leylin shook his head, but had no plans of explaining himself. Whatever the case may be, he'd made use of Skyker, and now he'd repaid that by saving the Imberwing's life. In his mind, this act canceled out with all the help and guidance Skyker had given him. He couldn't care less about Skyker's thoughts. If the man was so dumb as to attack or obstruct him, he would not hold back. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, Open, how about you? Who exactly are you? How could you progress to the 10th level of Fireplume? Watching Bowens in front of him, Leylin was filled with curiosity. Take a guess, Bowens sneered, but know this. If I hadn't come and hidden myself here in the lava world for such a long time, Collins would definitely not be the strongest morning star in Jupiter's lightning. A vicious, berserk aura burst forth from Bowens' body. Starlight twinkled behind him, forming a unique morning star domain. 2 orbs of golden flames appeared in his hands, emitting the powerful energy of Fireplume. Congratulations, you get to see this new spell I came up with after combining the Path of a Magus with Fireplume. Fire Phoenix Slice. Berserk energy from Fireplume was amplified by magic, resulting in a barrage of powerful blades of fire that sliced towards Leylin. Indeed, there are no fools among Magi. It's only to be expected that someone would try to fuse the 2 different systems of power. What a pity, though. Leylin shook his head, sympathy in his gaze. A pity that you met me. Leylin's knowledge of Fireplume far surpassed that of Bowens. On top of that, he was a Morning Star Warlock whose soul had been strengthened with Furusor stones. His current might was incomparable to that in the past. Bloodline Shield. Leylin snapped his fingers, and countless large crimson shields came into existence. The Chem-In serpent carvings on the shield looked vivid, lifelike, their eyes shooting out vicious glares. Clang, clang, the blades of fire slammed into the shields, and the result was a piercing noise that sounded like a torrential rain. You still don't have enough of an understanding about the 2 paths? What a disappointment, Leylin sighed, and a large phantom of the giant Chem-In serpent appeared behind him. The 2 pupils were like giant stars, the ancient, ominous aura causing Bowens' expression to warp, rumble. 2 orbs of dark red fire emerged in Leylin's hands, beating back the energy from Bowens' Fireplume. Leylin darted in front of the man. No, how's that possible? The move that he was most proud of had been defeated so easily by his opponent, and it seemed to have no value at all. Bowens frowned. Nothing is impossible. Leylin extended his right arm, the hand passing through the opponent's defenses and grabbing onto his throat. The AI chip began a scan. Beep, scanning opponent's energy pathways, discovered areas that can be optimized, recording into database, adding into simulation fusion experiment. Details on Bowens' point mass and the operation of his Fireplume appeared in Leylin's mind, and the information gathered allowed the AI. Chip's simulations of fusing Fireplume into his path grew more complicated. Though the progress was still stuck at the final bit, the originally dark red energy from Fireplume seemed to have undergone a secret transformation, advancing to form a higher power. Fireplume energy with darkness elemental particles fused in can easily break through the defense of the 10th level of the original, even restraining the opponent. What'll happen if I take this a step further? A look of anticipation flashed in Leylin's eyes. His practice of Fireplume was undergoing a wondrous transformation. Even without advancing himself, he could use it to beat others at the 10th stage of the original, something that caused his expectations to increase. Here you are, shadow arms emerged, taking all of Bowen's items from his spatial storage as well as Gaia's disk. When he caught sight of the black copper key, his eyes sparkled. He had personally seen Loke use this thing to break through the final spell formation, and Bowens had kept it safely himself. It definitely had a special function. Let me go. Lord Zegna will offer a good ransom for me, or we can even sign a contract. After my contract with Jupiter's lightning ends, I'll side with the Ouroboros clan. Bowens had been trounced thoroughly and had lost all methods to resist. He quietened down, the viciousness in his expression disappearing as he began to bargain calmly. He did not want to die. As a Morning Star Magus, he believed he could still be of some value to Leylin and began to look for ways to save himself rationally. That isn't a bad deal. The loyalty of a Morning Star is worth letting you off. Leylin stroked his chin. What do you think? It'd be more convenient to kill him. We don't have the time to set up any powerful restriction formations on him, and he can probably destroy any regular contract. Ice-cold bloodlust filled the room as Emma's voice sounded out. Space distorted, and she appeared out of hiding along with Gilbert. So, all three of you are here. Bowens resigned himself to his fate. He hadn't even been able to win against Leylin alone, so what could he do when the three of them joined hands? Hearing Emma's unhesitating words, Bowens began to panic. Wait, I have a crystal contract in my spatial belt. Even breaking Dawn Monarchs won't be able to subvert or break it. This way, you can be at ease about me. On top of that, I know a lot of inside information which will definitely be useful. Even though he knew Emma had likely said it to frighten him, he didn't want to take the risk. Good. Tell us all that you know, and we'll discuss how to deal with you. Gilbert nodded while grinning. Leylin agreed tacitly. He was now certain that Bowens was but a vile character. If one could defeat him thoroughly based on what he had been relying on, he would completely be crushed. Not only would his initial arrogance disappear, he would even betray Jupiter's lightning to survive. What do you plan to do? Are you going to kill me? Seeing Leylin take care of the star-rank Bowens so easily, Skyker seemed defeated. He had not taken the chance to flee during the battle, instead just standing at the side. Seeing Leylin's gaze turning to him, he laughed wryly. I don't like wanton killing. Leylin shook his head, red rays flashing in his eyes, and Skyker crumpled to the ground. At this time, Bowens spoke from Leylin's side like a follower. Scarlet Eye's bloodline is needed to break through this flame defense. Along with the 10th level of Fireplume, our leader acquired an arcane art that will allow Skyker to be sacrificed to simulate his aura. This was the very reason he had even dragged Skyker here. Leylin shook his head in response to his suggestion. We have our own methods to replicate Scarlet Eye's aura from Skyker's bloodline. His nails scratched out a bloody line on Skyker's neck, and fresh pearls of blood spurted out, floating in the air. Bloodline trace? Leylin's eyes flashed, and he began to chant a strange, bleak runic incantation. With his incantations, Skyker's fresh blood began to boil, even forming a phantom image of Scarlet Eye with red eyebrows and hair. My lord's techniques are indeed superior. I am impressed. You can even do something as awesome mimicking Scarlet Eye's aura without using Skyker as a sacrifice. Bowens took the opportunity immediately, trying to flatter him. Leylin rolled his eyes on the inside, having no expectations towards the integrity of this Morning Star Magus. 10th level of Fireplume. Leylin's hand filled with dark red flames, and he pressed it to the layer. Buzz. The defensive layer began to tremble. Go! With Leylin's indication, the pearls of Skyker's blood flew to the defensive membrane, a blood-red color spreading across it. The dark red flames on Leylin's hands fused with this layer, and the defenses gradually fell apart. At this moment, something odd happened. Scarlet Eye's enraged voice resounded in the basement. Despicable robbers die. Blood-red light converged in one spot, forming an image of Scarlet Eye. Crap, it's a trap. There's a full-power attack from him hidden in the defenses. Leylin's pupils shrank. SKRE. The cries from the tremendous phoenix were unceasing as it fought against the towering giant and the black-robed Magus. The fight had taken them to the boundaries of the lava world, black spatial rifts opening up all around them as they warred. Just at that point, Scarlet Eye received some information. Someone is breaking into my secret room. Skyker and Bowens, how useless. Scarlet Eye, what's going on? Is there trouble in your nest? Zegna burst out into laughter, black lightning flashing in his hands. The Divine Flame Emperor, Archibald, roared as he heard the words, blocking Scarlet Eye's retreat. "You're the ones who forced me?" The phoenix that Scarlet Eye had transformed into shouted with rage. With his words, terrifying flames spread throughout the phoenix's body, causing the flying beast to turn into a horrifying bird of flame. At the boundary of the world, space itself was set on fire, distorting under this power. Flaming undead Aves, this arcane art burns life force for power. He's putting his life on the line. Zegna and Archibald quickly retreated. However, it was too late. How could Scarlet Eye let them off? The flaming bird spread its wings, and terrifying flames swept through the area, swallowing Zegna and Archibald within. Boom. The fierce firestorm wreaked havoc, even eliminating the spatial turbulence and leaving behind an exceptionally ugly black scar at the border of the world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575 Breakthrough in Fusion flames flashed, and Scarlet Eye's figure appeared once more. Now, however, his face was filled with fury and his aura was unstable. He glared at the storm of fire that had burst forth and immediately turned back, his palms opening up a spatial passageway like drawing apart a curtain. He immediately re-entered the lava world. Rumble. Tens of seconds later, black lightning and a large rock smashed into the firestorm, revealing the miserable figures of Zegna and Archibald. Whoosh! Cracks spread across the rock like spiderwebs, and large fragments began to fall off. At the end of it all, Archibald's body was much smaller than before and could even be called pocket-sized. Zegna was in an even more pitiful state. Not only were there traces of burn wounds all over his body, even a great portion of his hair had been burned off. Ha! After this, the injuries on Scarlet Eye's body will probably take at least 100 years to recover. Archibald was unusually carefree as he burst into laughter. He then glanced at Zegna. "So, should we chase after him?" "Forgive me, Your Highness. This body of mine probably won't be able to take the intensity of the next battle," Zegna laughed wryly. "Then forget it. The losses the Atlan Union suffered this time should be enough to give them a headache for a long while." Archibald laughed. "My Divine Flame Empire should have been the victor in the power struggles, but with Scarlet Eye being an Emberwing, we can't let our guards down. I believe that with your guidance, the fire elementals will remain the leaders of the lava world." Zegna had a smile on his face. Reputation and nice words meant nothing to him. As long as there were enough benefits, calling the other party the leader of the lava world was not an issue. Ha! Even so, that was enough for Archibald to laugh heartily. "All right, based on our previous agreement." Zegna wanted to continue on, but his expression immediately changed. "Damn it, Bowens and the rest are such trash," he cursed, turning into a streak of black lightning and disappearing in that instant. Interesting." Large flames appeared under Archibald's feet, lifting and moving him forward as he followed. Though he had joined hands with Zegna, he had never let down his guard against this guest from another world. Underground, next to the giant spell formation, Leylin had met with a crisis as well. The barrier that Scarlet Eye had set up had actually been a trap. The moment it made contact with an external force, it had immediately shown the image of the Emberwing himself and unleashed an attack. This was the terrifying attack of a radiant moon. It could seriously injure, if not kill, even the current Leylin. Skyker's bloodline can't be fake, and my fireplume shouldn't be a problem either. "Is it Bowens?" Leylin quickly shot Bowens a glance, but found him equally panicked, evidently not expecting this situation. "Despicable thieves, die!" Scarlet Eye's figure roared, hair and eyebrows seemingly beginning to burn up. Tremendous, fierce flames formed a blazing phoenix that charged towards Leylin's groups. As if this phantom had a will of its own, its first target was the traitor, Bowens. In the face of the suppression from a rank 5, Bowens' fireplume energy was destroyed quickly despite his desperate attempts at saving himself. He cried out miserably as he burst into flames. In one move, Bowens of Jupiter's lightning had died at the Phantom's hands. After taking care of the traitor, the Phantom looked straight at Leylin and the other two. Leylin seemed to have become the primary target. Goosebumps appeared on Leylin's body. Is there no other way but to undergo Chem-In serpent transformation with the other two? If we do that, the entirety of this underground room will be destroyed. In a short period, a variety of thoughts passed in Leylin's mind, and he gave up on this plan. I can only use Fireplume to fight it out. A glint appeared in Leylin's eyes as he made up his mind. Beep! Simulation of Fireplume at 100%. Mission complete. The AI chip's prompt sounded out. The AI chip's progress in fusing Fireplume's energy with his point mass had already reached 99.9% completion before. Scanning Bowen's version of Fireplume was enough for it to take that last step. Oh, Leylin's expression changed, Fireplume energy turning black as it was absorbed by his point mass. His point mass buzzed as it shook vigorously, rotating at a high speed. Powerful energy undulations were emitted from it. The nebula surrounding the point mass had increased in area by half a fold before it slowed down and stopped. The 10th level of Fireplume had been modified to fuse with his point mass. This result was not just an addition of 1 plus 1. Furthermore, this was a perfect fusion, not the bastardized version that Bowens had created. The amplification of power was even greater than Leylin had expected. Beep. Fireplume modification complete. Point mass is being upgraded. Host body. The AI chip's voice was intermittent, but Leylin had no plans of listening carefully. He felt power overflowing in his body, and facing the incoming rank 5 attack, he made his move without hesitation. After the modification, the energy of Fireplume was driven by the force of a morning star's point mass. The resulting power was terrifying. Crackle, devilish black flames appeared around Leylin, forming a phoenix wreathed in black fire. The phoenix cried out, and this screech brought with an aura of devilish power. Modified obscure 10th level of Fireplume, soaring demonic phoenix. Leylin spread his arms like a soaring phoenix, slashing towards the phantom scarlet eye with grace. Chirp! Melodic phoenix cries were heard, and the blackfire phoenix streaked across the horizon to welcome the phantom. Confronting this blackfire phoenix, Scarlet Eye's face was tinted with confusion, even fear. The earth rumbled as black and gold flames intertwined, creating a shockwave that spread throughout the area. Following that, the black flames actually began to devour the other side, becoming even more exuberant as time passed. Soon enough, it had exterminated the other party's phoenix and even drowned out Scarlet Eye's figure. This modified Fireplume is this good at absorbing other Fireplume energy as fuel and fusing with it. Seeing Scarlet Eye's phantom struggling amidst the black flames and gradually disappearing, even Leylin himself was shocked, and he was the creator. He felt that with the AI chip balancing and fusing the essence of Fireplume into his point mass, the power of this already formidable technique had been furthered and reached a horrifying degree of power. It was a pity that the AI chip was unique to him and only he could train in this dark Fireplume version. What just happened? Gilbert and Emma were dazed. What had they just seen? Leylin had wiped out the phantom of a rank 5 Magus in just one move. That was a full-out attack from a rank 5. In that moment, Gilbert and Emma felt as if they were dreaming. It took a while before Gilbert spoke. Leylin, did you break through to rank 5? No, I just made some progress in Fireplume, Leylin answered truthfully. Though the fusion of Fireplume energy with his point mass had immense benefits, it had not allowed him to cross over into the radiant moon realm. If this had been an attack by a phantom of Zegna instead, it wouldn't have been nearly as easy. His easy dispatchment of the Scarlet Eye Phantom was most likely to do with the modified Fireplume. I have an intensified feeling, Leylin raised his arms and watched the demonic black flames, that these mutated black flames are the bane of all traditional Fireplume energy. Whatever it is, we need to leave after getting the Furrosaur stones. It's a pity we lost Bowens. Gilbert watched the flames piteously. A bright point mass was received by starlight and floated into the astral plane. Not caring about Bowens, Leylin pointed his hands at the flame shield. Open! The membrane began to be burned down by black demonic flames. No, it was not burning. It was being corroded. The top-grade flames from Scarlet Eye's Fireplume were corroded by the modified flames from Dark Fireplume, gradually revealing a giant hole. Let's go! Leylin and the other two arrived before a complicated spell formation. Emma touched the runes on the ground, looking solemn. Spatial binding runes, dormant sacrificial runes, and life absorption runes as well. This spell formation is probably used to extract the life force of some being. Could that life form be at the center? Leylin immediately focused his gaze on the red light at the heart of the spell formation. It was weak, flickering like a candle in the wind, and yet it somehow survived with all tenacity. The energy undulations are similar to those of Furosor stones. I can somewhat guess what it is. Recalling the sorrow he had felt before, Leylin sighed and produced the black copper key he had obtained from Bowen's. The large black copper key rose into the air and projected a large number of complex data and light rays. The spell formation on the ground began to activate, and the sound of a key clicking was heard continuously. At the same time, the runes on the ground were unsealed one by one, revealing a giant cage. Rumble! Scalding red light filled the entire room, and the cage in the middle opened up to reveal a scarlet egg. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576 Blackfire Phoenix. Blackfire Phoenix. Could this egg be the legendary Phoenix egg? Leylin guessed absent-mindedly. Only a creature as ancient as that would be able to automatically push Scarlet Eye's progress in Fireplume to an unprecedented 13th level. On top of that, it could create amazing soul treasures such as Furosor stones. The reason he thought that way was because the moment this egg that was bathed in scarlet radiance appeared, his own Fireplume began to operate more quickly. A large, demonic version of the Blackfire Phoenix appeared behind him, and extreme desire filled his heart. The Blackfire Phoenix chirped for a long while, extending its wings. The scarlet energy emanated by the egg was continually being absorbed by it. Beep! Change detected in host's Fireplume. Energy levels increasing rapidly, currently at peak of level 10. Beep! Qualitative change has been detected in host's Fireplume, entering level 11. Beep! Unknown essence being absorbed by host. Scans show atomic configuration is similar to that of Furosor stones. Soul force is being enhanced. Beep! Density of host's point mass increasing. Affinity with fire elemental particles increasing. The AI. Chip's constant prompts left Leylin stunned for a moment. The egg's great amounts of energy had constantly been absorbed by Dark Fireplume, and with the assistance of the AI, Chip's simulations, he had broken through to the 11th level. The 8th and 9th levels of Fireplume marked the Sky rank, while the 10th and 11th marked those at the Star rank, the Morning Stars. The 12th and 13th belonged to rank 5, the Radiant Moon realm. Scarlet Eye, being at the 13th level himself, was at the peak of Radiant Moon. Now, Leylin's Dark Fireplume had been pushed to the peak of the Morning Star realm at the 11th level. This is definitely a phoenix egg. What other than a real phoenix could propel the progress of Fireplume and enhance one's soul? Leylin immediately became incomparably excited. I've only just taken in a part of its energy. If I use all, he scanned his stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent, complete form. Strength, 50, Agility, 45, Vitality, 65, Spiritual Force. 956.8, Magic Power. 956, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force? What a terrifying enhancement to the soul. Though I don't know how much exactly it was, just the difference in Spiritual Force is frightening. As he was mumbling, Leylin took a look at his innate elemental affinities. The red line that was in second place, the one that marked his fire affinity, had risen by a large amount. Although it still couldn't compare to his darkness affinity, it left the third place far in the dust. This isn't bad either. If my darkness affinity was too high, I could easily have been forced under the control of the Snake Dowager, walking the full path of the Chem-In Serpent. With this fire elemental affinity, I might be able to change my direction. Leylin's eyes were glistening. The benefits he'd gained from this phoenix egg were immense. This egg is definitely the source of all the Furosor stones. Let's take it and go. Gilbert and Emma saw the egg emanating a scarlet radiance, and their voices began to tremble in excitement. With their knowledge, they could obviously tell that this was the egg of some ancient being, and one that was very strong at that. Such powerful ancient creatures had been lost to the Magus World for tens of thousands of years. If the Ouroboros clan could hatch one, Gilbert and Emma couldn't help but immerse themselves in this beautiful fantasy. But Through the black flames, Leylin could see the energy in the egg falling rapidly. So sad, a piteous look flashed in his eyes. It's had its life force extracted by Scarlet Eye multiple times. I took some just now myself, and its life energy has become far too weak for it to be hatched. We can only use it as an extremely precious fire elemental treasure. Leylin sighed, moving to stow the egg away. You dare? An enraged voice sounded, the earth cracking apart and rumbling as it spoke. High-pitched phoenix cries sounded, and a whole layer of earth was ripped off, even the rocks and soil burnt to void by the flames. A rare light illuminated the area, and the trio looked up to see the earth above them being dug up. Scarlet Eye charged down, looking like a sun with the flames he emitted. He came this quick. Zegna and that Divine Flame Emperor are useless. Leylin shook his head, but he didn't stop the motion of his hands. Withdraw immediately, I'll hold him off for a while. Normally, Gilbert and Emma would have thought Leylin a fool for such a thing. He was, after all, a morning star trying to stop an enraged radiant moon. However, the series of miraculous breakthroughs in his strength had them thinking it was the opposite way around. They actually believed in him and even subconsciously listened to his instructions. They took out necklaces that were emanating starlight, preparing to leave. Return it to me. Large flaming claws motioned to grab the egg at the center, fighting the black flames over it. Leader Scarlet Eye. It's been a long time. The energy of the black flames increased rapidly as they attempted to devour flames at the 13th level of Fireplume. They exploded forth with power. Leylin grinned as he soared up, the demonic black flames that began fill the area actually rivaling Scarlet Eye's own. You're Ley. Scarlet Eye's pupils shrank. Wretched Magus from another world, how dare you deceive me? Swish. Leylin made a grabbing motion with his palm, and Skyker's unconscious body flew into his hands. Let's make a deal, shall we? Let us go, and your son won't come to any harm. Leylin felt no guilt in using Skyker to blackmail the Atlan Union leader. Rumble, the tremendous flames immediately wreaked havoc on the area, but Scarlet Eye flushed red. Leylin's words obviously had a huge effect on him. A long while later, he spoke through gritted teeth. All right, but the phoenix egg stays. With the AI chips scanning and the opponent's own behavior, Leylin immediately made a discovery. He's injured. This conjecture delighted him. With the suppression of the 11th level dark Fireplume alone, he wasn't too confident in his chances. But now, no. As the words left Leylin's mouth, he and Scarlet Eye transformed into huge phoenixes. Two birds, one red and the other black, pounced towards the scarlet egg. The one Scarlet Eye had transformed into was huge and had an overwhelming aura. And yet, although Leylin's black phoenix was smaller, it burnt with devilish black flames that could devour all matter. You, scree. Two different phoenix calls sounded as they slammed into each other. Flames of black and gold surrounded the phoenix egg as the two began a bloody battle. Don't you care for your child anymore? Even in the midst of the fierce battle, Leylin did not miss the opportunity to disturb his opponent. Every sliver of fear he caused was an advantage. I won't give it up, not even for Skyker. Besides, do you think you qualify to threaten me? Scarlet Eye's cold expression contrasted heavily with the fire energy he emanated, the flames burning even the air as it formed a giant phantom map of the lava world. This image trapped Leylin. He was ambitious and ruthless. He did indeed love Skyker, but it was not to the extent that he could be threatened by Leylin. However, even that slight bit of reservation was more than enough for Leylin himself. Damn it, is this really Fireplume? Why are the flames black? Scarlet Eye's expression grew dark. This opposing Magus was also using the Imberwing's Fireplume and had progressed to the 11th level in it. However, what was shocking was that his black flames were capable of controlling his own. And if not for him being at a higher level, his flames would already have been completely eaten through. This Magus cannot remain, his technique is forbidden. Malice flashed in Scarlet Eye's eyes, and golden flames wrapped around the true body of the phoenix. Flaming undead Aves. The terrifying attack that had seriously injured two rank 5s appeared once more, its ferocious flames causing the clouds in the sky to be burnt to nothingness. The gigantic flaming undead Aves streaked through the sky, causing all the battles to cease. The Imberwings began to revere the undead Aves as if they had seen their god. This attack would have forced me into retreat at your peak power. But what a pity, Leylin laughed madly, black flames engulfing everything as his entire person turned into a terrifying blackfire phoenix. Mutated obscure fireplume, soaring demonic phoenix. The Emberwings in the capital of the Union saw a unique scene in the sky that day. A demonic black flaming phoenix rammed into their leader's own phoenix form. Even the sparks from that battle would cause most star ranks to quiver in fear. The leader's entire residence was burnt to ashes by the flames, and besides a few star ranks who coughed up blood and retreated quickly, everything was incinerated. Haha, Scarlet Eye, the Atlan Union leader, doesn't amount to anything much. Arrogant, hearty laughter sounded as a figure covered in black flames withdrew, his face filled with an insane smile. The leader was defeated. The Northern Duke who had met Leylin once flew backwards as he mumbled in disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577. Terrifying battle. The Northern Duke had never expected that the kid Ley, who he had once met and had a good impression of, was actually of another race. Furthermore, the dark fireplume that Leylin used gave him a sense of fear. Perhaps if not for his dignity and resolution as a soldier and someone with power, he might have fled. This was especially true since he did not seem to be losing against his most revered leader. Instead, he was winning. Great Mother Phoenix, could I be dreaming? Please help me wake up as soon as possible. While the Northern Duke's will was strong, even he was beginning to find this situation absurd. Phoenix Egg? At this moment, two other powerful auras descended. Zegna observed the giant red egg at the middle of the battlefield, unable to conceal his desire. Archibald could not stand it either. This was the peak of all fire elemental beings. It's mine. The phoenix can only exist in our divine flame empire for all eternity. He roared in rage, and the earth began to shake. He charged forward, large hands grabbing towards the large scarlet egg. Swish! Zegna was even faster than him as he turned into a streak of black lightning, heading right for it. So this is the source of the Phurosaur stones. This phoenix egg must be mine. With it, I'll be able to advance to rank 6. Go away! A black wall of flames obstructed Zegna's path, the boiling temperature causing him to subconsciously slow his steps. Warlock Leylin. A mere morning star dares stop me? Aren't you afraid I'll eliminate your Ouroboros clan? Give me the phoenix egg right now, and I guarantee your Ouroboros clan shall be greatly rewarded. Zegna's expression was sinister. What answered him, however, was a wave of fire that covered the skies. Soaring demonic phoenix. A large phantom of a blackfire phoenix sent Zegna flying. Black flames constantly devoured the radiation energy from their opponent, causing him even more serious harm. HMPH, a gravely injured clone, still dares say such things to me. Do you have a screw loose? Leylin snorted, noticing Scarlet Eye and Archibald fighting. He could not help but turn back. With him shielding them, the undulations from the battle did not spread to this side, and the arrangements of Gilbert and Emma weren't interrupted. A door came into existence, one wreathed in starlight. There's not much time left. I need to finish this quickly. The black flames on Leylin's body gradually weakened, and substituting them were 4 horrifying rings of blood-colored light. The energy rings that signified his innate spells flashed one after another and gradually fused, forming a terrifying spell, the Morning Star Arcane Art, Chem-In Serpent Transformation. Rumble. An ancient vicious beast appeared in Tylas's city, one that was thousands of meters long. Just its descent alone caused the destruction of a great amount of architecture. Even if Scarlet Eye could hold onto his position today, he would have to relocate his capital. The giant Chem-In serpent hissed, a terrifying aura emanating from its body. Regular star ranks could not help but tremble in fear. These low-ranked beings all shared the common fear that came from being placed in front of a top-level predator. Compared to his previous times, Leylin's current giant Chem-In serpent transformation at the peak of Morning Star was vastly different. Not only was it much larger in size, there were now more red patterns on the scales, with darkness and fire elemental particles surrounding the body and forming a mist around it. A giant Chem-In serpent of this size, even as Morning Star Chem-In Warlocks themselves, Gilbert and Emma were stunned by Leylin's Morning Star arcane art. How did this kid get so large? It's about 3 times the size of my transformation. Gilbert sized up the body of Leylin's transformation that spanned hundreds and thousands of meters, absolutely astonished. It was obvious that he was envious as well. Even amongst the bodies of real ancient Chem-In serpents, Leylin was definitely the king. I'm afraid, Leylin can be considered the strongest Chem-In warlock in history, Emma sighed. Eye of Petrification, 2 amber pupils that were like stars, stared hard at Zegna, who was flying backwards. Crap! Before Zegna could react, his magic equipment had already exploded, and a layer of petrified skin appeared on his face as his movements ground to a halt. A petrification cast by an ancient giant Chem-In serpent would affect even radiant moon Magi. Boom! With a flick of its tail, the giant Chem-In serpent struck the petrified Zegna. The earth shook wildly and many buildings collapsed. Cracks spread in the shape of a web. Boom! The petrified Zegna exploded, being obliterated into dust that flew around in the air. A huge pit was formed in the ground. In front of the enhanced giant Chem-In serpent, the clone of a radiant moon Magus had died just like that. Let's take care of him first, or it'll do us no good. Scarlet Eye roared as he stopped his fight with Archibald upon witnessing this scene. Archibald halted his movements as well, fear evident on his face. HSS. Leylin obviously would not let 2 rank 5 Magi attack him together. He took the initiative and spewed out a few large black flame blades. Boom! The giant flame blades did not move in Scarlet Eye's direction, but instead headed towards the phoenix egg in the middle of the battlefield. Boom! 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 In the midst of immensely powerful explosions, the giant scarlet egg had cracked apart into countless fragments. Under the disbelieving gases of everyone else, a boiling heat spread in all directions. How dare he? How could he do that? Scarlet Eye almost vomited blood in his fury. Never had he expected Leylin to destroy such a precious treasure. However, he unconsciously headed towards the remains. Archibald did the same, and really, all the other star ranks had the same thought. This way, the recently formed forces against Leylin was dispersed. Leylin was obviously unwilling to damage such a treasure, but he saw the big picture and knew that it was very difficult to leave safely with all their enemies watching. It was even more impossible to get the phoenix egg. Though this treasure was precious, Leylin could still make the decision when met with issues of his own safety. Besides, he could take advantage of such a chaotic situation. HSSS. The giant Chem-In serpent charged around violently, and the star ranks were forced away. They could only stare wide-eyed at its defensive scales. Leylin did not hesitate as he swallowed the remaining third of the egg into his belly, pulling back until he was in front of Gilbert and Emma. He had returned to his human form. "Let's go," Leylin shouted. "Let's go." Gilbert and Emma knew they had to leave no matter how unwilling they were. After all this chaos and contest was over, they would immediately be sieged by the entirety of the lava world, and while they were reluctant, they immediately made their decision. The gigantic door of light expanded and swallowed the 3 of them, dissipating with grace. Boom! The moment after that door disappeared, a streaking flame turned that region into a sea of fire. Atop this sea of fire was Scarlet Eye's body, but now his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He looked at the sparkling, beautiful red gemstone in his hands that was emanating warmth. After the phoenix's egg had been smashed apart, it had turned into this state. He had not obtained even a quarter of the gains. Everything had been taken by Archibald and the other star ranks. Even if they were star rank Imberwings, it was impossible to make them return something they had taken. AAAH, Scarlet Eye, who had suffered massive losses, began to cry out hysterically. Jupiter's lightning headquarters, Magus World. At the same time, Zegna was shouting as well. Black lightning flashed and wrecked the palace, turning it to ash. Leylin, I won't let you off. Zegna could feel his heart bleeding. That was a phoenix egg. If he'd obtained that, he could have immediately advanced to become a Breaking Dawn monarch. Now, however, all his dreams were ruined. First, his secondary clone had been killed. Leylin, I won't let you off. His secondary clone had been killed by Leylin, so he had no chance to contest for the fragments of the egg. In that sense, he'd gotten no returns for all the work he'd put in. Even the surviving morning stars of Jupiter's lightning had been fortunate enough to get part of the fragments, and they would definitely not give it to him unless there was a trade of equivalent value. However, where would he go to find something comparable to a treasure like the phoenix's egg? If he used violence, he would force all the morning stars away. After thinking for a long while, Zegna's face contorted as he roared, Leylin, Leylin, Leylin. I won't let you get away with this, I swear. Impulse is the devil's emissary. The mysterious female voice sounded once more. It's all your fault. If my main body had gone over, how would my secondary clone have been killed? Zegna thundered. Can your true body go over? The female voice asked, and Zegna immediately became quiet. I taught you the method of making a secondary clone without any compensation, and even told you about my experiences. This is how you repay me? The female's voice turned cold. All right, forgive me for that. Thought Kid made me lose my calm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Return Zegna was a radiant moon Magus after all. Even if he was enraged, it would only be for a short period of time. The key now is to deal with this Leylin Farlier. I have a feeling that he'll hinder my advancement to Breaking Dawn. Zegna looked fierce as he muttered softly. Oh, has he risen to rank 5? Bloodline shackles aren't so easily broken. The woman's voice now held a trace of curiosity, her interest in Leylin having been piqued. He didn't break through, but he's reached the peak of Morning Star. With some strange techniques from the lava world and other methods, I'm afraid. Zegna wore a sour look. He had to acknowledge that Leylin really was a genius seen once in thousands of years. He had gained such strength even with the low-leveled bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent and its inheritance. Now, even if his main body were to act, defeating him wouldn't be a problem, but it was just a dream if he wanted to kill him. That was, unless he could find his opponent's weak point. He would then have to wage a life-and-death battle. But was that possible? Zegna recalled the intel on Leylin and gave up on that. He knew that, to some level, they were the same type of person, and would not risk their lives for anyone or anything. Enemies who were powerful and lacked any weaknesses that could be exploited were the most frightening. Zegna rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming. After being silent for a while, the female spoke again. In that case, let's engage our previous plan. How about it? Do you mean? Zegna's eyes brightened. Finally home? At Phosphorescence Swamp, Gilbert and Emma stood behind Leylin, watching the familiar surroundings with eyes full of an indescribable fondness and emotion. What should we do next? Gilbert asked. Emma glanced at Leylin. They were now treating Leylin as their main pillar of strength. After witnessing Leylin's strength, the two Warlocks would not protest even if Leylin used them as mere figureheads. With the yielding of these two Morning Star Warlocks, the real power of the Ouroboros clan now completely lay in Leylin's hands, and his authority was even more solid than before he had left. Such a result would cause anyone to be astonished. We don't have to do anything, just maintain our current stance. Leylin shook his head. Leylin, have you risen to rank 5? Fervent hope could be seen in Emma's expression. In her eyes, if Leylin could break through to rank 5 and had a method of circumventing the issue of bloodline shackles, that would be the best. How's that possible? Leylin smiled wryly. I'm only at the peak of Morning Star and only have a few cards up my sleeves. This was the truth. Leylin was quite exact when it came to evaluation of his strength, and while he'd seemed invincible in the lava world as he defeated Scarlet Eye and even obliterated Zegna's clone, he was aware of his own situation. Scarlet Eye's main body had been gravely injured in the battle before and had also been constrained by his technique. That was he had been unlucky enough to be defeated. And when it came to Zegna, not only was it just a clone, but it had also been seriously injured in his fight with Scarlet Eye. Faced up against Leylin's all-out Morning Star arcane art, his Chem-In serpent transformation, it could do nothing. When Scarlet Eye and Archibald looked like they were about to cooperate, Leylin rushed to escape, because he knew he would meet his death if he did not leave at that moment. However, Leylin would not belittle himself either. With his current strength, he might not win against a rank 5 Radiant Moon, but he had a large chance of survival. Just a few cards up your sleeve? Hearing his words, Gilbert and Emma rolled their eyes inwardly. Those frightening black flames and the strange Chem-In serpent transformation were a few cards up his sleeve. What did that make them? From the beginning, they had only stood at the side like cheerleaders, unable to make any moves. But our Ouroboros clan is now unafraid of external threats and can start a new journey. Leylin beamed as he gazed at the sun, the golden rays wrapped around him in radiance. There were few in the central continent who were unafraid of radiant moons. Those rank 5 magi would not want to provoke an enemy that could contend against them. Hence, with the Ouroboros clan in Leylin's hands, they were definitely going to expand well. Emma and Gilbert were aware of this fact, and their gazes towards Leylin were full of hope. Your Graces, Gilbert and Emma, it is the fortune of our Warlock union that the two of you could return safely. Within the headquarters, Leylin and the other giant Chemhen serpent warlocks were in discussion with Paul, Philip, and the helpers they had called over. The crystal phase warlock, Freya, stood respectfully behind these few morning star warlocks, her eyes full of indescribable emotion. Though even the first elders' side had smiles on their faces, they could not conceal the sorrow in their hearts. Leylin's abrupt rise to power, as well as the return of the other 2 Chemhen dukes, meant that they would lose a large portion of their benefits. There was no morning star who would support them anymore. Of course, there were few warlocks with this mindset. The students and clansmen of Gilbert and Emma were now full of glee and extremely grateful to Leylin. Due to her relationship with Leylin, Freya was wedged between Leylin and Emma. Her eyes glanced past Leylin, Emma, and Gilbert occasionally, and she came to a conclusion that made her gasp. Mentor Emma and Duke Gilbert are now letting Leylin call the shots. Though Leylin was a newly advanced morning star, he was the one taking charge of receiving all these morning star warlocks, and he was even seated right in the middle in the master's seat. Freya, who had astutely discovered this, was astonished. This meant that even Emma and Gilbert acknowledged Leylin's rule. For some reason, Freya sighed with relief as she found this out, even though her seniors and juniors were unwilling and perplexed. She was Emma's student and they were on very good terms, but that still lost out to her relationship with Leylin. If the two began to vie for strength, she really had no clue about where she would stand. Now, however, all was solved. Freya sneaked a peek at her husband, the reverence in her eyes unable to be hidden. Seeing his wife adopting a childlike behavior, Leylin laughed inwardly. If Gilbert and Emma did not know how to act even after he displayed his strength that was comparable to rank 5s, he would probably have to employ certain other techniques. However, morning stars were no fools. Gilbert and Emma especially understood the situation, which made things easier for him. Yes, when we first found out the two of you were lost in another world, we were extremely shocked. Next was the battle with the allied forces, but thanks to Leylin, regardless of the crystal phase Magi's thoughts, the morning star warlocks discussed amongst themselves. Philip was observing Leylin, but could not make sense of his sitting at the master's seat. He glanced at Gilbert and Emma and could not help but sigh. The magnitude of the events in the past few years had exceeded that in the past few centuries. Under crisis after crisis, many morning star powers in the continent had gone through a round of reshuffling. Spirit Circle and Wind Wolflair had lost most of their morning star forces in the Scarlet Ruins, and now only had one morning star maintaining their organization each. Their losses were massive. The Ouroboros clan had been on the brink of destruction, but a terrifying genius had suddenly appeared and successfully saved 2 of the dukes. Now, their strength had not diminished and was instead increased. I'm afraid the situation of our 3 organizations in the alliance with equal power will be broken. In the next hundreds of years, Duke Leylin of the Ouroboros clan will be calling the shots. Philip watched Leylin, whose aura was even more profound than that of the previous first Chem-In elder, and a thought rose in his mind. Whatever it is, our Wind Wolflair had been on good terms with the Ouroboros clan, and my personal relationship with Leylin is more solid than his with Paul. As long as I stay cautious, nothing will happen. With Leylin as an external support, I'll be able to protect my Wind Wolflair until the next generation grows up. Philip might be hot-headed, but he was no fool. Having understood this, he treated Leylin with more respect, and this attitude left Paul rather annoyed. All right, based on the contract in the Morning Star area, here are your rewards. With a wave of his arms, 3 streaks of light shot towards Paul and the other Morning Star warlocks, black light shining on a spatial item. After Paul and the others used their soul force and checked, looks of satisfaction appeared on their faces. The Ouroboros clan being safe is all thanks to all of you, and you've chased away a few people. Hence, I'm giving you 30% more on top of the promised rewards." Leylin's smile was very gentle. It was like a breath of fresh air for Paul and the others. This was obviously feigned, but when feigned by Leylin, who had a rather unique status, he seemed more amiable and mysterious. Paul and the rest were solemn, but their facial expressions displayed their thanks and seemed touched. Leylin shook his head inwardly, though the smile on his face remained. "Also, our Ouroboros clan is planning to launch a war campaign and retrieve our lost territory. Please bear witness to it." Upon hearing Leylin's words, the Morning Star Warlocks all carried different expressions. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 579, Contend. If not for Leylin's appearance, the Ouroboros clan would probably have been annihilated in the attack by the allied forces. Even if Leylin showed off his terrifying battle might and talent, and used various methods to get the other side to withdraw their troops, all the land and resources that had been occupied would not be taken back easily. Leylin had merely been a newly advanced Morning Star then. How could he request a territory as large as that of the other 3 Morning Star Warlocks? If they were to be attacked again, he would not be able to suppress it alone. The amount of strength he possessed dictated the treatment he could command. Leylin was very clear on this fact. Now, with the return of the 2 dukes and the rise of his battle power, Leylin felt that he had enough under his belt to request this. As for whether this would offend Jupiter's lightning, hadn't Leylin already done so in the past? Since he had completely offended them, doing anything more wasn't a huge issue. The Black River domain used to be one of the territories of the Ouroboros clan, and it being occupied by some other organization is an insult to us bloodline warlocks. Philip stood up, looking indignant. "I'll definitely tell the Union." Seeing him acting this way, Paul and the other warlock rolled their eyes inwardly, but did not retort against him. Rather, they were in favor of that decision. Those territories had initially belonged to the Ouroboros clan, and they were merely recovering them. In addition, they would at most show their support verbally and not actually act, unless the Ouroboros clan was willing to make more compromises for their benefits. However, Leylin was only requesting that they be witnesses, and was not planning on having them act. Not considering his current strength, just Gilbert and Emma working together would be enough to handle this. Hearing that Leylin had intentions of reclaiming their old land, the Crystal Phase warlocks around did not speak, but they were very emotional. The Allied forces still occupied their lands and ruled their people. That was the ultimate humiliation. The fact that the battle had come all the way to the headquarters and they had almost completely been uprooted was still fresh, and was deeply carved into the minds of these warlocks. With these seeds of hatred planted, they were stirred up on hearing that Leylin was going to lead them to enact their vengeance. Seeing this, Leylin nodded. The reason for this expansion was to increase the size of the pie so as to avert dissent. With 3 Morning Stars now in the Ouroboros clan, the resources of the area they controlled were not enough to divide amongst all of them, leave alone the rest of the people under them. Furthermore, by leading them to take revenge, Leylin's reputation would reach an unprecedented level, which would make it more convenient for him to take control of the organization. This was an open conspiracy. Even if Gilbert and Emma could tell, they would not be able to say much. Having agreed on the time, Philip and the others took their leaves, and even Freya and other high-ranked warlocks left automatically. Only Leylin and the other 2 were left. "Are you going to declare war on Jupiter's lightning now? Didn't you say to maintain the current state?" Emma asked worriedly. "When I said to maintain the current state, I meant our current state of preparing for battle." Leylin laughed grimly, a tyrannical aura emanating from his body. "Besides, Jupiter's lightning is probably too busy with their own matters." "Oh, how is that?" Gilbert was interested. He was always elated when there were methods to trim Jupiter lightning's strength. From Leylin's perspective, this was a deeply embedded enmity. "When I went to the Lava World, I asked the rank 5 Golden Lion Warlock, Lord Wade, to help hold up Zegna. He accidentally let a rank 5 clone go, but the main body did not descend. For that reason, I'm going to hold to our agreement." "What agreement?" Gilbert and Emma exchanged a glance. Ever since they had known Leylin, they had never seen this kid at a disadvantage before. There must definitely be some deep meaning for him to do this. He helped me hold Zegna back, so in return, I will give them the coordinates to the lava world. Leylin laughed. Just now, Wade received my message. What? Gilbert and Emma stood up abruptly. That's a world. Do you know what you've done? A large alternative world meant unprecedented benefits. Just the strength systems and paths to power they had were extremely helpful for Magi, and could help them progress rapidly. Not considering other matters, those Breaking Dawn monarchs had taken over entire large worlds before advancing. The fact that Leylin had obtained such benefits was also proof of the value of a world. Hence, organizations would guard these coordinates with the highest security. If not for Zegna being absolutely confident and having been bewitched by somebody else, he would not use these coordinates to trap the 3 Chem-Indukes. A world that had not been exploited yet was very attractive. It was not as if the 3 Chem-Indukes didn't have their suspicions, but they still fell into the trap. The fact was that the benefits were immense, to the point that it affected their rationality. Of course, it was Zegna who had lost everything. Not only had he gained nothing, he had also suffered greatly. Now, Leylin was giving such a huge secret away. Emma and Gilbert could not comprehend this. After all, in their eyes, only they and Jupiter's lightning knew of the lava world's coordinates. At this point, it was best to keep this secret to their death, and when the time was right, they could destroy Jupiter's lightning and completely take over the lava world. You guys, Leylin shook his head helplessly. How could another world be so easy to take control of? Besides, there are numerous rank 5s there, as well as Jupiter's lightning eyeing this strength. What we need the most now is not another world, but enough time to rest and regain our strength. Wade is part of our Warlock union. By luring him there, Jupiter's lightning will definitely launch an intense battle for control of the lava world. That will give us ample time for developments. Leylin spoke frankly and assuredly, tone full of confidence and eyes emanating an incomparable vigor. There are rank 5s on both ends. How could the lava world be so easily taken over? In this period of time, it's enough for us to take advantage of the chaos and gain benefits. On top of that, once we obtain more strength, it's not like we can't forcefully retrieve the lava world from the other party's hands. Not only did Leylin make the final decision, he even presented a pretty picture for Emma and Gilbert. If you say that, Gilbert and Emma looked each other in the eye begrudgingly. Seeing them acting this way, Leylin was laughing inside. He obviously didn't care much for the lava world because he'd already gotten the most benefits from there. Not only had he obtained the mutated fire plume and caused his morning star point mass to grow to the limits, he'd even gotten a third of the essence from the phoenix egg. These were basically the greatest treasures of the lava world, and Leylin was obviously satisfied with his gains. After the matter with the Holy Solar Festival, he had offended the heads of the 2 largest organizations in the lava world, Scarlet Eye and Archibald, and it could only be resolved by the death of a party. Just the knowledge that he had obtained fragments of the phoenix's egg would be enough to cause the strong ones within the lava world to hunger after his gains. The reason Leylin had handed over the coordinates to the lava world was because he had considered this as well. With Wade in control, he could still hold on to what he had. Besides, he'd already handed the coordinates over already. If Wade or others wanted some, it was simple, they could go to the lava world themselves and contend with each other for it. That Zegna from Jupiter's lightning is probably coughing up blood right now, given that I threw these coordinates away. Leylin stroked his chin, a malicious grin about his lips. He sent the 2 dukes away after their discussion. Following that was a conversation with Freya over dinner before Leylin finally returned to his Morning Star Magus Tower. The place was as towering as always, full of archaism and grandeur. As he entered the tower, the intelligent tower genie flew out. Master. Show me all the recent records, as well as the current state of operation of the Magus Tower, Leylin commanded. In the time that Master has been away, the Astral Gate has been operating at the lowest energy level. Astral stone storage has been completely used up. Magus Tower is now running on minimal energy required. 3.78% of the host's health is injured. Supplies-wise, the tower genie was expressionless and began to send in the reports methodically. It was extremely meticulous, as if he was the most thorough of butlers. Keek, I've practically used up all the astral stones I've accumulated as well as the power source of the Magus Tower. Leylin sighed, feeling his heart ache. But in comparison to such a huge harvest, this investment is very worth it. The profits were immense. Of course, that's because I have the AI chip and can unearth the resources of foreign worlds to the highest degree. Back in his study room, eternal flames emitted heated light. Seated behind the study table, he began to compare his gains. I've successfully met my goal and brought the two Chem-In dukes back. The Ouroboros clan's strength has risen rapidly, and just this alone means that I've gotten more than I invested. Leylin's eyes were twinkling as he spread out a black notebook on the table and began to scribble on it. In terms of resources, there's the essence of the phoenix egg. That is definitely a world-class treasure. Not only can it accelerate progress in Fireplume, it's remarkably useful for a Magus soul and point mass. The resources that I especially collected from the Emberwings can also be considered to be abundant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580 Vitality Bottleneck. Vitality Bottleneck. In terms of techniques, the mutated Fireplume is probably comparable to a top-grade meditation technique. Leylin checked on the point mass in his sea of consciousness. After devouring the essence of Fireplume, the point mass had not only become more concentrated, with the nebula outside expanding by half, it now emanated a trace of fiery red amongst the darkness. After obtaining Fireplume, his aptitude had changed. Previously, his darkness elemental affinity was the main element. Now, his fire elemental affinity had been raised, and while it was still not up to par with the darkness element, it was catching up. My Chem-In's pupil is no longer a meditation technique solely for giant Chem-In serpent warlocks, but a top-grade one infused with Fireplume. Leylin obviously would not start training in Fireplume all over again. He was, at his roots, a Magus and a bloodline warlock at that. Hence, while running its simulations, the AI chip had fused the essence of Fireplume into his point mass. Fireplume fused with Chem-In's pupil. The two had been made compatible with previous simulations, and they now fused together to form a slightly mutated meditation technique. The effects of the technique far surpassed that of the fourth level of the original Chem-In's pupil, and even allowed Leylin to see hope of simulating the fifth level. Once simulation of the meditation technique was complete, Leylin only needed to solve the bloodline issues, and he would be able to rid himself of the bloodline shackles of rank 4 and pry open the realm of the radiant moon. Chem-In's pupil doesn't have a fifth level anyway. I'll just continue calling this upgraded fused meditation technique the same thing. Leylin very continued to use the already given name with no intention to think of a new one. Whether it was the 12th and 13th levels of Fireplume or the 5th level of a meditation technique, they all enabled one to enter the radiant moon realm. Even if Leylin had some rough ideas about that, it would require a large period of time for him to comprehend them all. Even so, it was still much better than having no hope at all. Besides Fireplume, I've recorded a lot of information regarding the culture, technology, and geography of the lava world. The AI chip's database is much more complete, and I've benefited quite a lot. Leylin stroked his chin. The advantage of having the AI chip meant that he could leave Magi far behind in the dust in terms of his learning speed. In other worlds, he was basically like a fish in water, recording even the most complicated information with just a sweeping scan by the AI chip. He could analyze and understand everything quickly, and was much faster than Magi who had to study one book after another. For this reason, he could rapidly gain clarity on the path of strength in other worlds and fuse it into his own body, a unique advantage for himself. In general, the harvests were so immense during this trip to the lava world that my absorption is bursting at the seams. Leylin glanced at his stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline, giant Chem-In serpent, matured body. Strength, 50 agility, 45 vitality, 65 spiritual force, 956.8 magic power. 956 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Soul force? The lowest numbers for spiritual force among Morningstar is 500 and above, and I've almost reached 1,000. However, soul force has yet to be enumerated. Looking at the numbers, a wry smile appeared on his face. He had obtained much in the lava world, especially with a few advancements in his soul that allowed his soul force to rise sharply in power. While the AI chip could not show the numbers, just the difference in spiritual force implied that there was a large change. Soul force was a higher-grade version of spiritual force. Hence, advancements in the soul could be seen through advancements in spiritual force. However, an increase of around 400 is already beginning to exceed the limits of what my body can handle. The wry smile at the corner of Leylin's lips grew even more obvious. Fireplume and the phoenix egg were treasures that put emphasis on the elements, but did not do much for strength. While he had a large increase in spiritual force at one go, his body had already begun to show signs of an inability to endure. This was because there was too much water in the cup, and the cup was too small. Though there weren't any obvious residual effects yet, Leylin could only turn into a spirit and walk the path of a spirit magus if he did not treat this in time. To solve this, the essence is to strengthen my vitality and allow the body, as well as the spiritual force that suddenly increased, to grow harmonious once more and get everything done once and for all. Leylin commanded, AI. Chip, with my current control, how much vitality do I need to sustain my spiritual force? Beep. Mission established, scanning of stats of host body. Beginning construction of model. Beginning deduction, the AI. Chip's robotic voice was heard as it formed a blue human figure in Leylin's mind. Terrifying spiritual force undulations were emanated from the model. Deduction completed. To completely match with spiritual force, host must have a vitality of 100 or above. The AI chip intoned loyally. A vitality at 100 or above? Leylin touched his chin. As the body was a vessel for spiritual force, Magi took vitality rather seriously. They even had some techniques and body-tempering spell formations just for this. With Leylin's current state, with a vitality as high as 65–90% of the techniques for increasing vitality were useless to him. However, with his knowledge and the accumulations from his explorations in the past, he immediately had an idea. Not considering those remote techniques, multi-limb strength is very suitable for me right now. Even in the worst situation, I can control my current condition and prevent it from getting worse. Leylin stood up with a flash of understanding and headed to another training room. Ka-cha, his body suddenly contorted in a strange manner, arranging himself such that he looked like a strange rune. Bizarre joints and muscles could be heard vibrating within him. These vibrations combined and gradually formed a slightly hoarse voice. The voice seemed to be chanting some sacrificial text, full of a great, ancient feeling that also held within a barbaric air. Multi-limb strength. AO. A shrunken, six-armed figure appeared behind Leylin, and with his chanting, more runes appeared from the multi-armed race figure and disappeared into Leylin's back. When the ceremony was over, the rays of light from the multi-armed race member disappeared into Leylin's back and formed a strange golden image of the multi-armed race, looking like a vivid tattoo. Multiple golden threads scattered on Leylin's skin and muscles, and everything quickly quietened down. Leylin got up, looking at his palms. The skin was pale, bones slender, and there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Occasionally, though, faint flashes of gold would be seen flashing within. There seemed to be a layer of dense armor on his body, which made it heavy. This was nothing to Leylin. More importantly, the instant the tattoo was completed, the pressure from having his spiritual force straining his body at all times, while not completely dissipating, had reduced. Seeing this result, Leylin heaved a long sigh of relief. Though multi-limb strength can't increase my vitality, it has an effect of sealing and reinforcing the body, which can maintain my current state. When I find more body-tempering spell formations. Now, I need to quickly take care of the allied forces who are still occupying the territories that belong to the Ouroboros clan. I'll then make use of the Ouroboros clan's forces and get them to help me find treasures, potions, or spell formations, and the like that can increase my vitality. Leylin made plans for himself, feet continuing to move until he reached another secret room. On the door, there were many seals that formed a chain, locking the door tightly. However, a boiling heat could still be felt. Buzz, a black flame automatically appeared from Leylin's body, and it absorbed all the heat. Pretty good level of heat. It's like another form of the Phoenix's flames. AI chip. Leylin commanded inwardly. Beep. Limits to authority opened. Pass scanning. Along with the AI chip's voice, 2 blue streams of data flashed from Leylin's eyes, millions of ant-like golden words flickering and entering the seal. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The runic chain broke open, and terrifying golden flames surged out from behind the door. Scree. As if provoked or challenged, the black flames on Leylin's body grew more exuberant, forming a black layer of isolation that kept the door tightly shut. Large amounts of golden flames were eaten into and devoured by the black flames as they strengthened themselves. Such a devilish process left Leylin in shock. After entering the secret room, one could see a giant world of ice and snow. At the heart, however, a golden sun was emanating rays of light. Numerous ice runes formed chains that restrained the sun, but it still produced a boiling heat. In that moment, there was a deadlock between the icy blue and fiery gold. The bloodline of the rank 6 sun's child. Leylin's eyes were unfocused, the black flames automatically forming the figure of a devilish black bird. Crimson eyes were glued onto the little sun in the middle, looking fearful. It's a pity, Leylin sighed once again. This was the highest-ranked bloodline he had gained thus far. After the phoenix egg had broken, it automatically formed a dense crystal, and there were no traces of its bloodline remaining, leading Leylin to start wondering if the phoenix was a bloodline creature at all. There was no way to refine any ancient bloodline in this case. I have a feeling that the bloodline of the sun's child is very compatible with Fireplume, but it's a pity I already have another bloodline, Leylin sighed. If he had the bloodline of the phoenix, he would change his bloodline no matter how difficult it would be. However, the bloodline of the sun's child? That was only rank 6 and wasn't powerful enough to motivate him to take this risk. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Commencing Counterattack. Commencing Counterattack. It's too wasteful to use the sun's child's bloodline for an ancient bloodline ignition experiment. Besides, the Ouroboros clan is about to wage a war against the allied forces of Jupiter's lightning. After that, I still need to look for body-tempering spell formations and explore the icy world. I need exceedingly powerful methods that can inspire terror. Leylin stroked his chin. With his current strength, he could escape from a radiant moon, but he had nothing that would be able to threaten them. Hence, he needed powerful, intimidating trump cards. Chem-En Serpent Transformation, being a Morning Star arcane art, was indeed one, but people would learn to counter it if he used it too often. Leylin was looking to prepare a few other killing techniques. Using a rank 6 bloodline to create a one-time bloodline imprint should be enough to threaten the life of a radiant moon, right? Leylin predicted. Though it's a pity, there's no other choice. A bloodline imprint could be able to display the strength of certain ancient beings when they were at their peak. Even one attack at such strengths was frightening. In the past, Leylin could do nothing with the bloodline of the sun's child even if he had these thoughts. Now, however, not only had he risen to the peak of Morning Star and gotten a huge boost in strength, he had also gained control over the Phoenix Flames, which could rival this sun's flames. For that reason, creating a bloodline imprint was a real possibility. Let's begin. Leylin watched the golden flaming sun at the heart of the secret room and took a deep breath. Dense, demonic black flames were emitted from his palms and burst forth in the form of a thin thread. The creation of the bloodline imprint took a few days. When Gilbert and the rest in the Magus Tower outside were beginning to get impatient, Leylin appeared before them. They could feel something was different about him, but Gilbert and the others could not pinpoint it. I've made my decision. Gather the army, and we shall begin reclaiming our lost territory. Leylin wore a platinum Magus robe and had on white gloves. His temperament was full of dignity, and upon hearing his declaration, multiple Ouroboros clan warlocks began to cheer. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. After showing himself and setting the hearts of everyone at ease, Leylin sent Gilbert and the rest away and took off his gloves. Observing the back of his hands, his face could not hide the ecstasy he was feeling. Complicated runes in the form of a sun occupied the backs of both his hands. The outermost layer was a ring of black flames, as if a seal to store the power of the sun in his hands. With the support from the AI chip and the suppression from the Phoenix Flames, I finally molded the bloodline of the sun's child into a bloodline imprint. Leylin paid close attention to the bloodline imprints. After a long while, he sighed deeply and wore the gloves once again. I didn't expect for the blood to be sufficient to form 2 imprints, and I can even feel that Fireplume is nourishing these imprints on my hands, altering them in some way. They seem to have been upgraded. If I were to activate this suddenly, even a rank 5 wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Leylin's Fireplume and the bloodline of the sun's child had some mysterious response to each other, and the bloodline imprint's power was being nourished and amplified. The AI chip estimated that each of these 2 bloodline imprints was as strong as 2 all-out attacks from the ancient rank 6 sun's child. With such a great killing technique with him, Leylin now had something to count on, and was utterly confident in waging this war. Green Flame City. This stronghold, which acted as the bridge between the Allied forces and Phosphorescent Swamp, was also a key strategic region for the Ouroboros clan. Since the Sky Legion had taken over this place, this stronghold had been in the hands of the Allied forces. Even the commoners there had accepted this fact. Gradually, after a few years, they had recovered from the fires of war before and were now showing signs of prospering. No matter which Magus organization governs them, none would attack regular humans for no reason. Hence, their loyalty is not guaranteed. Practically all leaders will be easily accepted, or should I say, this is the survival instinct of people with low social status. Above Greenflame City, Leylin and a few other Morning Star Warlocks stood in the air. Seeing the prosperous city, there was little they could say. The Ouroboros clan had occupied this area for thousands of years, but they never expected the people to react this way. We've never had much of an interest in this area. It's fine as long as they can provide a certain amount of provisions and materials, as well as an annual influx of fresh blood. Gilbert stood aside, slightly red in the face. Oh well. At least, we won't have to feel bad about dragging them back into war once more. Emma sneered, eyes completely red. The news that the Allied forces had attacked the Ouroboros clan brazenly after she had disappeared had completely riled her up. The fury of a morning star could only be eased with fresh blood. If you don't make a move, I'm going to do it. Emma watched Leylin and the others who had been invited, such as Paul, who were unmoving. Laughing coldly, her robes began to sway and make sounds with the breeze. The flame elf of the immemorial times, please listen to my decree and descend, turning into a rain of flames. Emma chanted loudly as terrifying elemental particle emanated from her body like a black hole. Endless elemental tides formed a surging tsunami. A bit of red appeared in the sky, and it accumulated to form a layer of dense flaming clouds. Rank 4 spell Descent of the Heavenly Flames. Large amounts of flames streaked down like meteors, leaving splendid long tails as they descended upon Greenflame City. Soon enough, successive sounds of an explosion could be heard, and a large amount of black flames formed that spread everywhere. Enemy attack! These energy undulations, Morning Star. Within the residence of the city's mayor, a sentry yelled in disbelief at the data they had seen on the screen. At the same time, he hung his head, closed his eyes, and prayed, "Great Lord, has the war between morning stars begun once again?" He knew how terrifying wars between morning stars were. If Greenflame City was going to be the battlefield, none of the low-ranked magi like him would be able to escape. Just the stray spells and large amounts of horrifying radiation could easily take their measly lives. Crap, the base of the airship forces. After praying, this alarm watcher suddenly recalled something, and his expression changed as he activated a secret imprint in his hands. "Hello, is this the base of the airships? This is the mayor's residence. This is a rank 4 warning. I repeat, this is a rank 4 warning. A morning star is attacking." No matter how much he shouted, there was no reaction from the imprint. Knowing things were bad, he darted out of the surveillance room and immediately saw the shower of flames. The violent sounds of explosions that accompanied them meant that the airship base stationed beside Greenflame City was now caught in the blazing flames. "It's too late," he laughed bitterly, about to leave the battlefield. Rumble. Boiling hot meteoric flames fell and wrapped around him, the fierce flames burning violently. Warning, warning, energy from the barrier has been consumed. Unable to maintain energy defense. The piercing sounds of alerts could be heard everywhere in the base. There were panicked magi and technological staff everywhere, and the interior of the airship base was in chaos. Occasionally, a few airships would take flight, and would then be ruthlessly smacked to the ground by a few gigantic black arms, causing large sparks in the base. These airships aren't half bad, but it's a pity they're useless to me. Leylin sighed, but his hands did not stop moving. Large black giant chem-in serpent figures streaked through the skies, absorbing life force without care. All enemies in the vicinity of these figures had their life force sucked up and turned into dry corpses, with not even a bit of moisture left within. The Ouroboros clan was unable to handle so many airships, and besides, arrangements after the war were going to be very troublesome. Leylin could not be bothered to wrangle with the Morning Stars over this, and found it simpler to just obliterate the fleet. Stop! Such unbridled actions immediately gave rise to the fury of other magi. A streak of blue light shot out and appeared before Leylin and the others, revealing the figure of a young Magus. The undulations of a morning star were also being emanated from this young Magus body. From his bright eyes that had seen through the ways of the world, there was now merely rage. However, after seeing Leylin, Paul and the others, which came up to 6 morning stars working together, his pupils shrank slightly, and fear appeared on his face. Duke Farlier, are you planning on destroying the peace treaty from before? Leylin knew this Magus. He was one of the morning stars that had besieged Ouroboros clan, and was one of the leaders of the organizations that depended on Jupiter's lightning. Of course, to the current Leylin, he was as weak as an ant. Peace treaty. HMPH? That was just a temporary armistice. Emma took a step forward. A snake-shaped spore landed in Greenflame City below. Bang! The spore clung onto the body of a Magus, and fear was apparent on his face as many warts appeared on his body. Bang, bang, bang! Seconds later, the warts broke open, and even more spores flew out. In a short period of time, the entire Greenflame City had sunk into an abyss of suffering. The Morning Star Magus, was anxious, but did not raise his hand. With 6 Morning Star Warlocks here, he would be the one in trouble the moment he made a move. Hence, he could only glare at Emma with hatred. His Highness from Jupiter's lightning will not let you off. I'll wait. Leylin chuckled and stepped forward while he continued the conversation. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, he had gone completely insane. Even with 3 Chem-En dukes joining hands, as well as support from the Warlock Union, it was naive to think they'd be able to challenge a radiant moon. This morning star began to snicker, but immediately realized something was odd. Only Leylin, out of all the Warlocks here, has recently advanced. It's understandable if he doesn't understand the gap between them, but how can Gilbert and the others not know the power of a real radiant moon? Why do they look so relaxed? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Retrieving Land, every Magus possessed knowledge and wisdom that far surpassed that of ordinary men. How could any such person knowingly provoke a rank 5? There were only 2 ways that such a thing would happen. They were either absolutely confident in victory, or had a trump card that guaranteed them their lives. Though this morning star couldn't guess what trump card Leylin and the rest had, he could tell that the situation today was not in his favor. All right, give me 5 minutes, and I'll order all my magi to withdraw. I'll leave Greenflame City to you, he relented, albeit grudgingly. The city and territory were all small matters to him. His magi were what truly mattered, and he did not hesitate to make this choice even if he was unwilling. There's no need for that. Whatever the Ouroboros clan lost, we will retrieve it with our own strength. Gilbert shook his head and rejected the other party's suggestion. Also, even if it's you, whoever dares offend our Ouroboros clan will need to pay the price, Leylin added from the core of the group of warlocks. What? The enemy Morning Star Magus was enraged. The nerve. You dare threaten me? He had been infuriated. Morning Star Magi lorded over the central continent. With their Morning Star arcane arts, they had trump cards capable of taking their opponents down with them, and they'd thus developed a pride rooted in the belief that they were unrivaled. He acknowledged that he had been defeated, and taking the initiative and withdrawing was already giving his opponent face. However, the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan wanted him to pay a price. Lunatics. You bunch of Chem-In warlocks are all lunatics. The Morning Star's expression turned frosty. If he knew of Leylin's previous battle achievements, he wouldn't dare say things like this. Now, however, the Magus was determined to teach Leylin a lesson, and terrifying elemental energy gathered on his body as rings of light formed one after the other. Morning Star arcane art. Paul and the others exclaimed in shock. That's right, since you don't know what's good for you, then let this area be completely destroyed. The Morning Star Magus yelled maniacally. If a Morning Star were to disregard everything, the Ouroboros clan's territory would be ruined. Stand down, let me do this. Unexpectedly, the Warlocks opposing him had not withdrawn from his threats. Instead, Leylin had stepped out. A mere newly advanced Morning Star is going to stop me? This Morning Star suddenly had the urge to laugh. Soon enough, though, this smile turned stiff. HSSSSS. Along with large amounts of demonic black flames, the giant phantom of a serpent appeared behind Leylin's back. This large serpent was quite similar to the giant Chem-In serpent of the Ouroboros clan. But there were red patterns on the scales and large amounts of black flames twining around its body. It was as if it was wreathed in a layer of flaming armor. A force field even more terrifying than those of ancient rank 4 beings spread out, covering him. Crack! The rings of light broke, and the energy of this Morning Star Magus Point mass began to seep out and enter the black flames. Wow, what monster is this? The Morning Star Magus expression changed, regret filling his mind. He now knew that this newly advanced Morning Star was the most terrifying of this group of warlocks. HSSSS, the huge serpent snarled and devoured the Morning Star. Rumble, air shook and created shockwaves. Gilbert, Emma, and the rest shot glances at each other and began to stabilize the space around them. Whoosh! A moment later, a blue figure escaped from the giant phantom serpent, making a strange sound as he fled pitifully. Leylin stood quietly where he was, not even a wrinkle in his clothes or a strand of stray hair jutting out. He did not proceed to give chase. "Why did you let him go?" Gilbert and Emma asked. They knew it was intentional on Leylin's part. After all, they had personally seen his prowess. "Our goal right now is to regain our territory. Now isn't the time to start wars with others. Battles between Morning Stars would attract the attention of Breaking Dawn monarchs." Leylin shook his head. "Besides, the injuries to his body will take a few hundred years to heal. There's no need to take notice of him in the future." It had to be said that Leylin was very meticulous in some matters. Gilbert and Emma looked to give him their approval. Leylin, you're so amazing. Goodness. That was a Morning Star?" Philip was gaping. He had to admit that what he had seen today was just too amazing, and something rarely seen even in his long life. Leylin could actually forcefully suppress a Magus by interrupting them while they were performing their Morning Star arcane art. He had even gravely injured his opponent and was confident in killing them. This was not a strength that belonged to rank 4s. It was the might that only great rank 5 Magi possessed. "Leylin, your grace. Have you advanced to rank 5 already?" Paul asked a question that Gilbert and Emma wanted to inquire about as well. "Of course not." Leylin shook his head, but that only gave Paul the feeling that he was enigmatic and unmeasurable. "All right. Since the Morning Star has already been chased off, Greenflame City shall return to the arms of our Ouroboros clan." Gilbert said a few words to a secret imprint, and soon enough troops formed of multiple high-ranked warlocks arrived at the place. Having already been attacked by a rank 4 spell, and seeing their Morning Star flee in defeat, the high-ranked Magi of the enemy had no plans of fighting on. Teleportation portals flashed, and people flew away as they fled. Greenflame City returned to the Warlocks' control in less than an hour. "I remember that this place once belonged to the Mare family, right?" Emma spoke, implying something. "Yes. As the Mare family did not guard their territory properly, I suggest we reduce their land and take Greenflame City, giving it to other bloodline nobility." Gilbert immediately spoke. This was a reshuffling of power. With Leylin's powerful, abrupt rise, as well as the fall of the original First Elder, there were definitely conflicts of interest when it came to the allocation of benefits. The war was a perfect excuse to make changes to this. Leylin stood silently at the side, not seeming to have any intentions of seizing power. However, even outsiders like Paul and Philip could tell that most of the territories that were being reclaimed would definitely be placed under Leylin Farlier family and Freya's Blood Serpent family. After the war, the Blood Serpent and Farlier families would immediately rise in power. There was no doubt about that. All right, let's get to the next area. Once all affairs at Greenflame City were taken care of, a few warlocks immediately continued on a new journey. With Leylin, along with Gilbert and Emma, as support, the organizations that relied on Jupiter's lightning and had merely 1 or 2 Morning Star Magi were swept through. While Philip and Paul did not do anything, just their presence represented the stance of the Warlock Union. Even rank 5 Magi had to reconsider the consequences. Hence, the front lines were pushed forward smoothly. In less than a month, all the land that had been occupied had returned to the high-ranked warlocks of the Ouroboros clan. Of course, there were naturally changes when it came to allocation, but no warlock dared complain. "Ha, Onyx Castle, I'm back." Leylin stood above Onyx Castle in his territory and was speechless. The Magus Tower not far away had long since been overturned by the Oakhart family. Of course, they had immediately compensated Leylin with a brand new Morning Star Magus Tower. The Onyx Castle below had obviously been destroyed and reconstructed. That must have been the Oakhart family trying to curry favor with him since they were already here. Are you very familiar with the Azure Mountain King? The moment you arrived, he immediately withdrew his troops and even looked impatient in doing it. I just have something on him, so we're temporary allies. Leylin shook his head and chuckled. Temporary? Emma observed Leylin's profound smile, suddenly feeling like the breeze in the skies was slightly chilly. She began to mourn for the Oakhart family. News has come in that the Green Snake Marshes have been taken back. Our Ouroboros clan has now regained all its past territory. Gilbert's figure appeared by Leylin's side, a sigh in his tone. What should we do next? Nothing, just work on consolidating our original territories. Leylin knew when to stop, though he did not know if it was his existence or the intimidation of the Warlock Union. Jupiter's lightning had displayed a high degree of tolerance towards the Ouroboros clan's recent activities, and practically did not interfere at all. This was also why Leylin and the rest had been able to reclaim their territories so quickly. Of course, Leylin did not believe that they were afraid of him or the Union. Zegna probably had something more important to focus on, which was why he was temporarily enduring his activities. As long as he killed Leylin, the Ouroboros clan would quickly fall apart even if they took up half of the central continent. Leylin always had his guard up against this radiant moon. The Ouroboros clan has completely expelled our organizations and restored their territories. In the lava world, Wade has brought a group of high-ranked warlocks and is going around annihilating the Mobius organization. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Leylin, Wade, one day, I'll bury your skulls under my palace's steps and have your souls wailing within the flames of my lights. Zegna's eyes were bloodshot as he sent the reporting Morning Star Magus away. Recently, all that was being delivered to him was bad news. Wade had actually gotten the coordinates to the lava world, bringing a whole group and vying for territory with him. His previous actions had lost him his friendship with Scarlet Eye, and Archibald had become hostile with him after this matter as well. While Zegna was in terrible shape worrying over these, Leylin had meanwhile reclaimed all the territory that had once belonged to the Ouroboros clan. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Pond of Lamentation, Pond of Lamentation. It's all your fault, Narsha. Didn't you say that as long as we make use of the lava world's coordinates as a trap, we can get rid of them and make them disappear into a spatial rift? You said nobody would know. The moon rune on Zegna's forehead dimmed as he narrowed his eyes. How would I know that 3 Morning Star warlocks, when teamed up, were as powerful as a radiant moon Magus? The mysterious female voice sounded like that of a spoilt little girl. Are you calling me useless? Veins surfaced on Zegna's forehead. What? How could I do such a thing? You're my student, after all. The little girl's voice was suddenly replaced by a mature one. All we have is a trade, an exchange of benefits. Zegna was breathing heavily as he stated this fact. All right, I know what you want. Wade is fighting you over the lava world, and Leylin is challenging your might in the central continent, but all this does not matter. As long as we succeed in our plan, you can advance to Breaking Dawn and become a king. Even wiping out the entire Warlock Union would be a piece of cake, let alone just them. Her voice was very gentle and extremely easy to be caught into it. With the comforting words from the female voice, Zegna gathered his composure and returned to a dark secret chamber in his Magus tower. Passing through layers of restrictions, one would find nothing in the room except a circular fountain in the center. A large amount of turbulent black air was boiling within it, and a few expressionless, pale human faces were floating on the surface. Woo-woo! A little white stream of air rose up, before forming into a few tall human figures that moved slowly around Zegna. How is it? I spent all my treasures for this, and even... Zegna's voice lowered. It's looking good. The Pond of Lamentation configuration is almost complete. All that's left is a few last steps. The female voice turned a little cold. Beep. Reserves of the sun's child bloodline imprint strengthened. Beep. Host's fire elemental resistance has increased. Along with the timely prompts from the AI chip, Leylin's mind wandered off for a bit as he stared at the sun-shaped runes on the back of his hands. I prepared this specially for Zegna, but he didn't even show up. Leylin had to admit that he hadn't predicted the opponent's reaction. Zegna was a narrow-minded villain, but he had remained composed under such provocation. This was out of Leylin's expectations. Or maybe someone else persuaded him not to act. Leylin stroked his chin. If that's the case, it must be someone holding a prestigious status in Jupiter's lightning. Which one is it? It's better like this anyway. We got back all our territory, and I didn't even have to use one of my bloodline imprints. These bloodline imprints were almost as strong as rank 6 spells. They were definitely a trump card of Leylin's, and it was best that he continued to hide them. Also, Leylin could feel that the bloodline imprint in his skin resonated with the modified fire plume, and they complemented each other. With the passage of time, this resonance became more and more obvious. Could it be that the ancient sun's child was related to the phoenix? Leylin dismissed his own thought with a laugh. Mentor. These are all the documents related to the body tempering in the Ouroboros clan. The door to the study opened, and Snoopy entered with tons of black documents and crystal ball recordings. All the documents had been piled up on Leylin's desk, forming a small hill. Great job! Leylin nodded his head in encouragement to this handy student of this. He sent him off as he started on the documents. There were many different types of recording apparatus in the Magus World, and they came in different shapes, sizes, and materials. Books made of real paper were very scarce. In fact, Leylin had even seen a book made entirely out of bronze before, as well as books made of bone. After all, the Ouroboros clan was one of the top organizations in the central continent, and the very first thing Leylin had thought of after browsing through the documents was to find a way to improve his vitality. The side effects of the massive increase in his soul force had yet to be resolved. Moreover, judging from his current health, there were very few spells and refining methods that would be of use to him. Leylin casually flipped open a thick dictionary-like book. On the pale yellowish page was a brightly colored rose, the leaves and petals seeming to tremble a bit. Ah, dearest Trivish, I adore you, adore your eyes which are so pearl-like. And, as he flipped through a huge amount of mixed content, he found what seemed to be like short lines left behind by a board bard. The phrasing was poor and the text somewhat incoherent. Yet, Leylin browsed through the thing without much thought. He placed his fingers on a piece of paper with raised markings on it, gently sliding across every letter. It was then that something bizarre happened. A line of fire appeared at the part Leylin touched, and the rest of the letters started to twitch. There were even little black feet growing on them as they started to rearrange themselves. The following text contains information on the initial stages of the reformation of Hodo worms. Only official Magi and above can attempt to. Another instructional line appeared, and the AI chip sounded at the same time. Beep. Object letting out inductive radiation detected. Based on the activity rate of the detected radiation, it can be transferred into the host's vitality. Probability. 0%. Leylin closed the book, feeling rather speechless. Such hidden techniques and methods of induction could only be created by those at rank 3 and above. Rank 1 or 2 Magi who practiced this would have their vitality stimulated and would begin to improve. However, such a thing was way too weak for Leylin. Reformed through Hodo worms, there's a maximum increase of 3 vitality and added resistance against poison. Leylin's eyes glowed blue as he stroked his chin, but the new look would be simply too ugly, and it's useless for me currently anyway. He shook his head and moved on to the next source. With his position in the Ouroboros clan, he could use any resources he wanted. He'd finished browsing through all the documents in a few days. No other Magus would have been able to accomplish much after one quick browse through. They would have to spend time to understand and memorize the information. Unlike them, however, all the information was now in Leylin's memory, never to be forgot. AI. Chip, scan through the new data and look for methods that can improve my current vitality, Leylin ordered. Not only had he looked through all the documents about body refinement spell formations, he had also organized all the rumors and legends that related to improvements in vitality, giving it all to the AI. Chip to analyze. Even though he did not have much faith in the Ouroboros clan's library, just a few clues were good enough for him. Beep, search complete. Found 3 methods that suit the host. Along with its report, the AI. Chip projected some information into Leylin's mind. 1. Conversion into a Dafork will result in a one-time increase of 40 vitality. 2. Acquire the title of Virtuous Sky Sage and come in contact with the Endowing Scepter. Will assist in advancement of host's physical strength by 2 ranks at once. 3. Consume the giant dragon potion together with Hades' blood sacrifice. Will result in an approximate increase of 10 vitality. These were the 3 methods the AI. Chip had found the methods most suited to Leylin himself. Of course, they were deduced from rumors and scientific content. Leylin would have to do his own work to get all the resources required to proceed with them. Even so, it was much better for him than for those magi who were clueless when they encountered problems, having to try all methods one by one. Conversion of a Dafork. Where on earth am I going to find such an ancient spell formation for the conversion of vitality? Leylin smiled bitterly. Let's leave that aside for now. As for becoming a virtuous sky sage, he muttered as he touched his chin, sinking deep into thought. The Sky Castle was under the control of the monarch of the skies, but it was open to all scholars. The title of Virtuous Sky Sage was an honorary title in that place. For strictness of the Magi, those were able to get the titles, were all the masters of the scholars. Coming into contact with the Endowing Scepter would be the benefit of the entitlements. Rumors had it that it could increase Magus's physique without any side effects. Of course, with the help of the AI chip, Leylin was quite confident in passing the tests. However, the Sky Castle was located in a monarch's territory, and he was not sure of the attitude of the monarch of the skies held towards bloodline warlocks. Hence, he wasn't confident in that plan. As for the last thing, the giant dragon potion and Hades' blood sacrifice are quite simple to get. I can use a bunch of kobolds to refine some dragon blood, and I also have a spell formation for Hades' blood sacrifice. Leylin's eyes flickered with light. The increase is a little on the low end, but it's good enough. He had finally realized how hard it was for Magi to advance. His vitality was already great as a warlock, and he still faced so many difficulties in advancement. Imagine how hard it would be for Morning Star Magi. There were probably many Magi stuck in the Morning Star realm due to a stagnation in their soul force and vitality. Let's do this for now. I'll prepare the giant dragon potion, use it to increase my vitality, then proceed to the Sky Castle. Leylin had made up his mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584 Giant Dragon Potion. Leylin? Gilbert and Emma had come over while Leylin was deep in thought. Their eyes were twinkling with joy. What's this? You've acquired an interest in body tempering? Emma had immediately made the connection after glancing at the mess of materials on the table. My soul has strengthened too much recently, and my physical body hasn't been able to keep up. Leylin nodded. This wasn't any information worth hiding after all. Seriously, Gilbert sat down speechlessly. Us bloodline warlocks have the advantage of increased vitality due to our inheritance of ancient genes. We're ahead of Magi in this field, and normally we only have to worry about how to increase our soul force. There are practically no other people in your situation. Leylin's monstrous growth rate was something Gilbert found difficult to digest. Leylin laughed and asked the two Dukes some other questions about body tempering. However, both of them knew even less than he did and could hardly give him any useful information. In the end, Leylin could only ask, "How much do you know about Sky City?" "What? Don't tell me you're going there." Both warlocks stood up in shock. "Why, what's the matter?" Leylin asked with a smile. The endowing scepter kept in Sky City was a treasure that only virtuous sky sages could come in contact with, and it had the ability to increase his physique by 2 levels without any side effects. To the present Leylin, that was a huge temptation. 2 levels was roughly 20 points of vitality. With the additional 10 points from the giant dragon potion, his vitality would grow very close to 100 points. The remainder could be increased slowly through fire plume or multi-limb strength. Therefore, if he couldn't find other methods to substitute for it, he had to go through with this. After a moment of silence, Emma spoke. "Leylin, even though the Monarch of the Skies hasn't targeted warlocks before, you know the situation with our warlock union. Due to unknown reasons, bloodline warlocks had been rejected and were treated as enemies by the regular magi of the central continent. They had even reached the verge of extinction. Despite the tremendous efforts of the few Radiant Moon warlocks, most warlocks still felt quite unsafe. This was why the Morning Star area had come up. If the monarchs hadn't given the suppression of warlocks their tacit approval, this would have been impossible." In Emma's eyes, Leylin was an up-and-coming talent who she had high expectations for, even someone who she considered a son-in-law. She naturally wouldn't want Leylin to leave and expose himself to danger. "Mentor Gilbert, what do you think?" Leylin could only laugh wryly inside, his eyes focusing on Gilbert. "Let's not talk about the Monarch of the Skies. Sky City is a holy land for magi in the central continent and is considered the palace of truth. Countless top-grade masters, artisans, and scholars gather there, calling it the cradle of knowledge. In terms of innovations and advancements in spells, rapid progress is made every single day." Gilbert scratched his bald head, recalling some fond memories from the past as his eyes shimmered. "If you hadn't already become a Morning Star warlock and the pillar that's propping up our Ouroboros clan, my very first recommendation would be to go to Sky City if you intend to travel across the continent. If this is the case, I'm even more interested in going there." Leylin stroked his chin, yearning evident in his expression. "All right then, but you have to be extra careful. It's best to hide your true identity." Gilbert and Emma smiled wryly at each other. They knew Leylin well enough. He was the stubborn type, and now that he had already made his own decision, he would not change his mind easily. He just wanted to listen to their suggestions. "I know." Leylin crossed his arms, leaning slightly forward. "Well then, is there any reason for you to come all the way here now?" "Oh yes, of course. We'd even forgotten about that." Gilbert slapped his forehead. He passed Leylin a recording crystal. "After a month of hard fighting, we have finally regained all our territory. This is the new map we've drawn out." Leylin sent his soul force into the crystal and immediately perceived a giant map. Different colors were used to divide the regions that belonged to the different bloodline nobles. Compared to the previous map, there was not much of a change on the whole, but much of the nobles' territories had been greatly modified. Primarily, the territory that belonged to the nobles under the previous First Elder's wings had been greatly reduced, reallocated instead to the Blood Serpent family and, more significantly, the Farlier family. On the whole, both the Duke's rights and benefits remain the same as before, while I get a hold of the territory and resources that originally belonged to the First Elder. Leylin pondered over this in his mind, though on the surface just nodded. "I think this is fine. Let's go with this redistributed map." Only after Leylin agreed to this redistribution did Gilbert and Emma feel as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. After all, Leylin was far too crucial to the Ouroboros clan, and if he was dissatisfied with the distribution and left the clan, they would be in deep trouble. Leylin laughed and shook his head as he saw both of these senior, Morning Star warlocks in fear and trepidation before him. "Master, I've captured a third batch of kobold warlocks and placed them in the binding room." Tanasha bowed to Leylin as she reported. This Magus, who was currently wearing a black dress, had afforded him even more respect since his advancement. She had become very cautious with her work as well. At Leylin's command, she had captured large numbers of kobold warlocks in the blink of an eye. "Good job." Leylin knew exactly what she wanted. He laid lazily on the couch, waving his right hand slightly. A demonic dark flame formed on her forehead, leaving behind a distinct brand in the shape of a black snake. HSS, HSS. Surrounding the snake were hazy flames. The snake looked as if it was alive, about to break through the thin membrane of skin at any moment. Master! Tanasha knelt down in trepidation. She could feel terrifying power from the mark, enough to crush her into powder. This is my secret imprint, and is representative of me. I've also stored within a one-time attack from my own hands. Normal morning stars won't be able to withstand it. Leylin closed his eyes slightly as he spoke slowly. In the meanwhile, Tanasha was thrilled by his words. I'd once promised you at Quicksand Castle that once I was strong enough and not afraid of retaliation, I would grant you your vengeance. Indeed, this was the reason that Tanasha had chosen to serve under him. Yes, master. It's just that I never thought this time would come so soon. Tanasha sounded a little unsteady. Leylin's rate of advancement was far beyond her expectations. The family that you are going to take revenge on has no morning star. I have also talked to their backing organization, and they won't get in your way. You should be able to handle everything. The secret imprint I've left on you is your last resort. Thank you, master. Tanasha's choked as she sobbed, her eyes red as the memories of her being harmed and chased after came up. It was still extremely vivid in her mind, how she'd even have to hide in the wilderness to survive. Go! Leylin waved his hand, and Tanasha exited respectfully. After exiting the Magus Tower, Tanasha felt the secret imprint on her forehead, especially the immense power within it, and her eyes glinted with strength. How have you been, Dove? I will be back soon. Most would think Tanasha and this Dove were very good friends from her words, but they would be frightened upon looking at the terrifying expression on her face. Deeply buried hatred that hasn't dissipated over time. It's instead fermented and grown. After Tanasha left, Leylin stood up slowly and announced something that sounded like a prophecy. He had a feeling that Tanasha's trip back would be accompanied by a great amount of bloodshed and pain. The misery of being forced to leave home and the experience of hiding for survival was enough to turn Tanasha into a terrifying goddess of vengeance. But the history between them didn't matter to him. No matter what had happened, Leylin would surely side with Tanasha, and for a very simple reason. He had no relationship with the other party, whereas Tanasha was his subordinate. Leylin had always favored people of his own. He followed his own set of rules, and would definitely side with his own people if they were engaged in conflict with outsiders. Were Freya to fight his subordinates, for example, he would support her. But in case the two of them fell out, he would choose to protect his own benefits. His personal benefits was in the core of his set of rules. The closer an external circle of benefits was to the center, the more priority it received. As for fairness, justice, to things like that, haha. Tower Genie, begin the modulation of Kobold Warlocks based on the bloodline operation sequence I had entered earlier on. Take now, for instance. Leylin's interests were in conflict with those of the Kobolds, so he would not hesitate to sacrifice them. Beep. First stage of modulation beginning, increase in activity of bloodline. The Tower Genie's voice sounded. Meanwhile, sounds of mournful cries could be heard from the multiple cages under the Magus Tower. After days of experiments, Leylin held a purplish-red bloodline potion in a test tube, his face filled with satisfaction. Even though there were some failures in between, the giant dragon potion is finally ready. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585 Vitality and Formation. Vitality and Formation. Leylin had tremendous achievements in potioneering, to the extent that he'd even surpassed the realm of grandmasters, reaching a higher level. Even though the giant dragon potion was rare and difficult to make even during ancient times, it was only a matter of trial and error for Leylin. Even these few failures were not due to his technique, but because experiments were prone to failure themselves. Since the giant dragon potion is done, I can begin now. Leylin took a glance at the surroundings. It was a huge public square located in the Morning Star Magus Tower, created with the help of the Tower Genie. On the ground were complex designs and magic runes, and even vicious totem images. Surrounding the entire spell formation were 4 gigantic pillars, every single stone pillar the thickness of 3 men combined. Above them was something like a huge hollow tunnel, it seemed to be split open by sharp weapons, full of a wild ancient aura. Hades' blood sacrifice spell formation progressed 99.9999%, the AI chip responded after scanning through. Hades' spell formation, what an affinity between us, Leylin laughed. Hades was one of the most terrifying dark magi of ancient myth. His level of dark magic was said to be unreachable, and rumor had it that he had even completely grasped the rules of death. He possessed eternal youth and was full of desire for flesh and souls. But of course, Hades was nothing more than a super powerful dark magus in the eyes of Leylin and other magi, and some even looked up to Hades as a motivational target and tried to surpass him. When Leylin was trying to advance to rank 2, he had made use of the opponent's spell formation to harvest spirits. Of course, the current blood spell formation was a few levels higher than the one back then. It could even absorb the sacrificial offering's bloodlines by force in order to increase the Morning Star Magus's vitality. Leylin took a look at his current status. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 bloodline Warlock, giant chem-in serpent, complete form, strength, 50, agility, 45, vitality, 65, spiritual force, 956.8, magic power, 956, magic power in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force. I have more than enough spiritual force, but vitality is so hard to increase. Leylin smiled wryly. This was the side effect for his sudden, huge advancements recently. Moreover, if his vitality still could not reach 100, it would be a huge problem once the multi-limb seal was broken. Begin, Leylin's eyes shimmered with crimson light. Crack, crack. Under the manipulation of the tower genie, the entire square started shaking, and grieved howls could be heard from a near distance. That was the morning of the strengthened kobold warlocks. After the bloodline extraction, these creatures were being treated as waste material and processed by Leylin. Waves of a terrifying aura rose continuously within the spell formation. Once the morning of the kobolds weakened, the whole spell formation started to change. The 4 gigantic stone pillars surrounding the square began to shake. From the tunnel up above, a huge amount of sticky liquid that was blood red in color dripped down. Mixed in were white objects that looked like crushed bones. The red liquid first filled the pillars to the brink, before it slowly spilled out like blood flowing in veins, causing the pillars to turn crimson. The liquid flowed all the way down, finally reaching the runes of the spell formation. The concentrated blood-red liquid filled the runes in order. The entire process was full of a certain solemnity, and the stagnant atmosphere was stifling. The spell formation kicked into action, and an enormous layer of crimson light shot up from the runes. Under the attraction of the crimson light rays, the vacant void above the spell formation was broken. Light took on the form of symbols seen in sacrificial rites, as it began to radiate waves of summoning. Awu, the phantom of a monstrous 2-headed wolf, hovered in the sky above the spell formation, howling ferociously. Greed filled its green eyes as saliva dripped down its jaws. I've never seen such a summoning technique before. Is it a summoning from a foreign world or from a different time and space? Leylin's eyes flashed blue. He had ordered the AI chip to record the scene down into his database for future use. Awu, the 2-headed wolf, did not start to feast on the pulp of flesh, bones, and blood immediately. Instead, it turned to Leylin, a ferocious look in its eyes as it glared at him as if he was one of the offerings. It has a certain level of intelligence. Could it be a clone of Hades? Leylin stroked his chin, started as he sized up this 2-headed wolf. This carefree behavior of Leylin greatly irritated the phantom as it howled and aimed to pounce onto Leylin. SSSS, a malevolent phantom of the giant chem-in serpent, this one with crimson scales, appeared behind Leylin and bared its jaws at the wolf. A magnificent aura emanated from the chem-in serpent, causing the wolf to waver. The summoning of a creature from another world is indeed troublesome, Leylin snorted, started to activate a spell. Rumble. Eye-piercing white flashes of lightning struck the phantom, causing it to howl as it lost some of its dark form. After the lightning passed, each of the 2 wolf heads now had a collar on, with spikes that faced the neck. The 2-headed wolf was threatened by the spikes and dared not rebel. It then dashed into the crimson light before starting to feast on the flesh hungrily. The formation grew silent except for the bone-chilling munching noises. After a few minutes, The flesh and light inside the spell formation were both devoured by the two-headed wolf. It then roared to the sky, the sound waves traveling far and wide as it howled loudly. The spell formation started to warp once more under these terrifying howls. Starlight shone down through the Magus Tower, revealing the image of a bright moon. Under the howls of the wolf, the moon gradually turned red before it stretched into the sides and formed the shape of a human eye. An icy gaze swept across, causing Leylin to shudder in fear. He felt as if he had called upon a disaster, and his body tensed up. This pressuring aura must surely belong to a high-leveled Magus. Leylin inhaled deeply. Fortunately, the crimson eye did not fix its gaze on him. Instead, it only spared him a short glance and focused on the two-headed wolf. An eerie scene formed as the two-headed wolf howled continuously under the gaze of the crimson moon eye. Pop! The sound of a bubble bursting was followed by a crisp, explosive sound, and the phenomenal sights in the area disappeared without a trace. The two-headed wolf, the full moon, and the starlight suddenly seemed to be an illusion, and a tinge of purple light twirled around the spell formation. Conscient of greed from a foreign world has been attracted. Summoning of ancient Hades phantom is complete. A notification from the AI chip sounded, reminding Leylin that what he had seen just now was not a hallucination. Phew, what a weird spell formation. Hades, the king of the ancient dark magi, is truly a powerful elite. Leylin let out a long breath and stepped into the spell formation. Boom, the rumbling of the formation acted like a signal, and a huge amount of purple alite converged on Leylin as it entered his body. Arg! Leylin let out a stuffy groan and started to spasm. After the purple light rays entered his body, they started wriggling like earthworms. This feeling was indescribable. If not for his superb vitality and great endurance, he would have passed out or even died due to the pain. The giant dragon potion. Leylin kept himself composed, using the purplish-red medicine which he had long since prepared in his hand. Pow! There seemed to be a chemical reaction when the potion entered his stomach, and the amount of pain increased tenfold. Leylin's vision turned pitch black, but he managed to persevere through it with his strong will. Beep! Host is undergoing Hades sacrificial rites, muscle fiber strengthening in process. Beep! Host is absorbing quintessential materials, vitality increased. Beep! Giant dragon potion has taken effect. Radiation is creating the best environment for absorption. The notifications from the AI chip sounded continuously. After the last wave of pain had passed, Leylin felt a stream of boiling heat gushing all over his body. Beep! Host vitality increasing, currently at 66.7, 67.5, 68.3, 69.9. The value showing Leylin's vitality kept on increasing in the AI chip's database and surpassed 70 within a split second before continuing on. 71, 72, 73, 74, 74.5. In almost an instant, the number had rocketed up by 10. It only stopped upon reaching 74.9. Leylin straightened his body after the effects of the potion passed, and crackling sounds rang throughout it. Host data changed, readjusting. Leylin took a look at his stats and discovered a huge change in them. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Bloodline Warlock. Chem-In Serpent, complete form Strength. 50 Agility, 45 Vitality, 74.9 Spiritual Force, 956.8 Magic Power. 956 Magic Power in synchronization with Spiritual Force, Soul Force. Vitality had increased by 9.9 units, pretty close to the estimated data from the AI. Chip, Leylin nodded in satisfaction. Right now, he had reached a monstrous value in terms of his vitality. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Setting Off and Apprehension. Setting off and apprehension based on Leylin's understanding. Vitality represented defense as well as regenerative abilities. His value of 74.9 was very close to the terrifying numbers that ancient creatures possessed. With his current body, regular rank 1 and 2 spells could not break through his defenses. Even rank 3 spells would only give him tiny injuries, and he would recover instantly. His frightening vitality gave him an equally terrifying healing ability. After checking everything once over, Leylin nodded in satisfaction. With the strength of my body, even if the seal of multi-limb strength suddenly gives way, I can still hold on for a period of time. Next, if I can gain the title of a virtuous sky sage and receive the blessing from the endowing scepter, I'll be able to solve the issue of the repercussions from having my soul force rise too rapidly. Leylin had to go to Sky City no matter what. Though that was the territory of the monarch of the skies, and a warlock like him going alone could be troublesome. It was already the simplest method that the AI chip could come up with. Techniques and body-tempering spell formations that could increase the vitality of morning stars was very rare in the central continent. On top of that, Leylin's strong foundation as a warlock made things more difficult. The AI chip had summed up all of Leylin's knowledge and used the Ouroboros clan's large database to find these three methods. They were already the best out there. However, Leylin had yet to find any clues on the transformation spell formation in a Dofwork, and only knew it was in some ruins in the central continent from a legend. To him, taking the risk to explore ruins was too troublesome and dangerous. He had already used the third method and could not repeat it within a short period. If he tried, leave alone getting results, he would only face possible side effects. Hence, the most reasonable choice to make was the second. He would head for Sky City and the endowing scepter. Of course, Leylin was rather confident in his travels. He was a peak morning star and could escape with his life even if he met with a radiant moon Magus. The two bloodline imprints from the bloodline of the sun's child gave him more than enough confidence. Sky City was the home to the monarch of the skies. He did not wish for there to be a rank 6 battle at that place. Besides, I haven't provoked the monarch of the skies at all. I just have to be careful of Jupiter's lightning. Leylin stroked his chin and sank into deep thought. A few days later, in the area surrounding Phosphorescent Swamp, a completely black private airship that looked like a water droplet soared into the skies. In just a few minutes, it disappeared into the horizon. Atop high towers, countless figures stared at the floating airship in a daze until it disappeared. "Relax, Freya." Emma patted the back of Freya's hands, looking at her lovingly. "Leylin is now comparable to a rank 5 warlock. He'll be fine." "Indeed, Leylin is very powerful. We just have to do our duty here at the Ouroboros clan," Gilbert consoled her. "Your graces are right." Freya bowed slightly, the concern in her eyes still not completely gone. After all, Leylin was going to the territory of a monarch. What if something happened? Freya did not dare think further. "Haha, ever since little Freya got married, she doesn't listen to her mentor." Emma grabbed Freya's hands and began to repeat, "You don't have to care about other things right now. What's most important is to spread the bloodline of the Farlier family. Leylin has a lot of secrets on him, and his giant Chem-In serpent bloodline is the best I've seen. No, it's the best Chem-In bloodline. If you don't spread it, it'll be a true waste." "Mentor, what are you saying?" Freya protested coquettishly, two attractive flushes of red rising in her cheeks. Yet that had eased her worry. Bang! The colossal serpent parted the clouds and shook off the winds, breaking through the troposphere and reaching a higher part of the sky. One could see intense sunlight shining down through the glass windows. Below was a seemingly boundless white sea of clouds, the scenery incomparably beautiful. The private airship was very quick, but it was not obvious from the scenery, which seemed to be still. After he finished setting up the automatic navigation system, Leylin sat alone on the sofa with red wine in his hands as he watched the scenery on both sides through the windows. He looked on absent-mindedly. A long while later, he sighed. "I'm not treating Freya well?" Ever since Leylin had returned from the lava world, he had extremely busy with reclaiming territory and contacting other bloodline organizations. He had basically given Freya the cold shoulder. Now, he was going on a solo journey to Sky City. Though Freya had been strong and not displayed it, Leylin could feel her worry as she sent him off. Whatever it was, Leylin would definitely not bring her along. He was going to take a risk here, and this was no holiday. If he were alone, it would be easier to escape, but if he had someone else around, things would get difficult. "I'll make it up to her in the future." Thinking this through, Leylin focused on other things. "AI chip, how much longer till I reach Sky City?" Beep. Based on the speed of giant serpent, estimated time of arrival. 45 days, 13 hours, 46 minutes, 19 seconds. The AI chip loyally intoned. "That's really quite far. If not for me having my personal airship, it might have been even more troublesome. Leylin was speechless. If it required such a long time with the speed of his personal airship, it was quite obvious how vast the central continent was. This is a great time to meditate. Besides, there are still some more improvements to be made to the fusion of the Fireplume and Chem-In's pupil. Leylin sunk deep into thought, eyes glowing a blue that was indicative of the workings of the AI. Chip, numbers, letters, and runes from different worlds were processed by the AI chip. The AI chip operated continuously, calculating and deducing information, forming a wondrous cycle of numbers within a hidden Magus tower. This was a Magus tower constructed by a radiant moon, filled with black thunder and lightning. It gave off a dark atmosphere that would cause one's heart to palpitate. These flashes of lightning constantly flickered around, causing the Magi walking along the passageway to break out in cold sweat. The feeling of this area really gives me the chills. The morning star who spoke was one of Jupiter's lightning. After the incident during the Holy Solar Festival, Wade had brought along a group of high-ranked warlocks to attack them. The Mobius organization lost time and time again in the lava world, and quite a few morning stars were either killed or heavily injured. This led to a lack of manpower in Jupiter's lightning. At such a critical time, the leader of Jupiter's lightning, the great radiant moon Magus Zegna, had suddenly announced he was going to seclude himself in meditation, which had given rise to protests and confusion. Of course, that was only in the hearts of his subordinates. Those that would dare oppose Zegna overtly had been turned to ashes hundreds of years ago. Passing through the alley, the Morning Star Magus arrived at a bronze door. The uneasiness he felt had reached its peak. "Your Highness, this is Loki seeking an audience," he transmitted after a momentary silence. "Come in," Zegna's voice was heard. It was the same old voice, but there was something oddly jarring about it. While wondering about it on the inside, Loki showed the utmost respect as he bowed and entered. Behind the large brass door was a giant secret room. The walls were full of binding and summoning runes, as well energy isolation spell patterns. At the heart of the room was a large pool where streams of black gas surged, producing bubbling sounds. Zegna stood by the pool, clad in black and gold. His eyes were fixed on the current of the black gas. "Your Highness," Loki bowed, watching the pool with some curiosity. This was what had caused his uneasiness. Yet he would not dare to ask Zegna about it. He did not even have the guts to probe it with his soul force. "What is it? You even used the emergency communicator to contact me." Zegna's hands were behind his back, but Loki knew that this meant His Highness was beginning to be enraged. If his next words were unsatisfactory, he would be in trouble. "Your Highness had put me in charge of information about the Ouroboros clan, and in particular the Warlock named Farlier. I've acquired some intelligence." Zegna was paying close attention to Leylin, and hence he turned back to stare at Loki. "Speak." "Leylin of the Ouroboros clan left Phosphorescence Swamp yesterday. His destination is most likely Sky City," Loki hastily reported, but strangely enough, Zegna merely listened quietly and did not do anything special. "Your Highness?" Loki raised his head and saw the dazed look on Zegna's face. There were a few distorted spirit bodies hovering around him, pale, crooked palms grabbing at his collar. Loki felt his heart lurch, but after sneaking another glance at Zegna, everything seemed like it had been an illusion. This discovery had him sink deeper into fear. "Your Highness, do you need me?" Loki asked as he tried to sound out. "I'm conducting an exceptionally important spirit-body experiment. I'll take care of Leylin myself." "Don't bother with it anymore," Zegna answered coldly. "Yes, sir." Loki bowed once more and left. Only after leaving the Magus Tower did he let out a long sigh. He felt like his entire top half was drenched in sweat. His Highness, who had always been very enthusiastic about destroying the Ouroboros clan, had been reduced to this state. The scene just then even had Loki in shock. Could that just now have been? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Conjectures and Arrival within the Magus Tower's secret room, at the side of the Pond of Lamentation. The silent Zegna was in a daze, only turning back after he left and lifting up the sleeve on his right arm. On his right arm, Crests and troughs formed on what should have been smooth skin, taking on the shape of a mysterious female face. "What should we do about the Ouroboros clan?" Zegna asked. Two cracks opened in the skin, rolling apart to form a vivid pair of eyes. "You are now at the advanced stage of the transformation. Your main body will probably not be able to," the mysterious woman's voice sounded. "You mean we should let go of this opportunity?" Zegna raised his eyebrows. "No, we." The woman's voice grew softer and was quickly concealed by the waves of water in the black pool. Above the troposphere, the large amounts of white clouds gathered to form a boundless white sea. A black streaking was soaring through this sea, a private airship with a smooth structure. Currently on its surface was a faint layer of defense, allowing the interior to be silent. Leylin sat cross-legged on a platform in the bedroom, a phantom chem-in serpent slowly taking form behind him. Light flickered on the phantom, causing it to seem illusory, and it looked more regal as fine red stripes appeared on it. Meditation was something Leylin did every day. Even though he'd already reached the peak of Morning Star, he would not set this task aside. After he absorbed a large amount of darkness and fire elemental particles, the phantom behind him shrunk down and entered his body. Whoosh, Leylin's eyes opened, and it seemed like large amounts of lightning streaked past the room. With the AI chip's optimization, the fusion between Fireplume and Chem-In's pupil is now half a fold more effective than before. This was the most precise number he could come up with through his own personal experiments. Having a top-grade meditation technique, such as the Wing of the Sun for reference, Leylin knew fully well that other than not having enough levels, Chem-In's pupil was rather similar to a top-grade meditation technique. At this thought, Leylin could not help but focus on the AI chip. "How is the progress on the 5th level of Chem-In's pupil?" Beep. 76.5% completed. The remaining path is being optimized. The AI chip's robotic voice intoned loyally. "It seems like the 5th level will be completed soon." A hint of glee appeared on Leylin's expression. The bloodline shackles had ensured that no Chem-In Warlock had ever broken past the Morning Star realm. Hence, Chem-In's pupil, which was specialized for his bloodline, only had 4 levels to it. This was a type of bloodline shackle. The meditation technique itself would hinder a Chem-In Warlock from breaking through. Now, Leylin could hope to destroy these shackles. The meditation technique may be just one part of them, but it had a hole in the bloodline shackles. Now, all he had to do was pry it open. Leylin believed that, one day, he would manage to break through these shackles as long as he persevered. Meditation techniques are only one tiny aspect of the Warlock's bloodline shackles. The fundamental issue is still the bloodline, as well as restrictions on the spirit. At this thought, Leylin turned gloomy. Though he was confident in his future, that did not mean he thought the troubles ahead of him were easy to deal with. The limit of a giant Chem-In serpent is rank 4. I, who have fused with its blood and soul, am now bound to rank 4 as well. The limits imposed by a bloodline would extend to the soul once one reached the Morning Star realm. This was the true issue of the bloodline shackles. The soul was just too complicated. Even Morning Stars could only graze the surface in researching it. "How do I break through the restrictions on the soul?" Leylin touched his chin. "Do I have to begin experimentation on synthesizing and altering bloodlines?" Leylin, equipped with large amounts of information from the ancient Quicksand organization, was no stranger to all this. He also had much experience under his belt. Leylin was perhaps the only one in the central continent in altering giant Chem-In serpent bloodline or form a new one. However, artificially constructed bloodlines always have defects. They are less lively in comparison to those that have gone through the order of survival of the fittest, shaped by nature and history. This was the disadvantage of artificially made products. The only other option was if Leylin was willing to expend much time and weight, allowing the formed bloodline to grow in nature for up to several tens of generations and slowly ripen. However, the amount of time required far exceeded Leylin's lifespan. Besides, though altering bloodlines could result in the creation of more powerful types of bloodlines, the chances of failure were equally high. Leylin was not going to gamble on his future. Hence, this very attractive train of thought lingered in Leylin's mind, but was eventually abandoned. "If this doesn't work, I can only rely on the plan the ancient wisdom tree came up with. It's a pity, at my level, I can't use it yet. A deep wrinkle appeared on Leylin's forehead. In terms of just intelligence and knowledge, it was impossible for him to measure up to the wisdom tree which had lived since time immemorial. He knew that its suggestion was definitely viable. The AI chip had also performed many simulations and verified its feasibility. It was a pity that these plans were still far away for Leylin. His current strength was insufficient for him to carry them out. Besides, the method it gave me can take care of this issue once and for all. If I use it now, the effects definitely won't be as good as me employing it in the future. I must use it as a trump card, because this might be the only thing I can count on when I meet the Snake Dowager. Leylin's eyes glinted. Perhaps my ideas were wrong from the start. Rather than finding other forces to contaminate the bloodline, I should focus on developing my own bloodline. I might even get some results from that. Leylin made up his mind. Beep. Reached vicinity of Sky City. Arrival in 1H 24 Min 13s. The AI chip prompted. A month has already passed. Leylin was puzzled, but then looked through the time records the AI chip had created and could not help but burst out in laughter as he shook his head. I've long since heard that high-ranked magi have experiments that go on for years or even decades. When they come out, nothing will seem to have changed, but that would be untrue. I never expected to find myself in this situation. Just meditating a few times and going through a few conjectures and proofs on experiments had time passing so quickly. To outsiders, Magi possessed great strength as well as an enviably long life. Even rank 1 and 2 Magi could live for hundreds of years, which seemed endless. However, Leylin knew that their time was short, much too short. Besides meditating, they had to conduct experiments and embark on explorations. Each incident of these could take up decades, even centuries. Hence, even after reaching rank 4 and acquiring a lifespan of over 1,000 years, he still felt that there wasn't enough time. This is why so many magi transform into undeads or become spirit bodies. However, that's merely struggling at death's door. The body cannot do anything about the death of its soul, and there will be huge side effects, even going so far as the degeneration of their intelligence. Leylin could not help but shiver at that thought. Even if he was at the end of his lifespan anyway, he would not choose to use this method. While he could live for a longer period of time, the price to pay for that would be becoming slow-witted, a fool or lunatic. He would rather return to the astral plane with a clear mind. Buzz. At this moment, the colossal serpent began to tilt upwards. Am I finally there? Sky City, the holy land of the Magi of the central continent, said to be the cradle of truth and knowledge. Anticipation glinted in Leylin's eyes as he walked to the deck of the airship. The great wind and atmospheric pressure did not affect the defense of the colossal serpent at all. Leylin, who was inside, felt nothing. At this moment, the head of the airship tilted further, climbing upwards rapidly. From the troposphere where the weather was peaceful, he had broken through the stratosphere, arriving even higher than that. Beep! Air pressure around host has dropped, oxygen supply dwindling. The AI chip prompted. Not yet. Leylin shook his head, and the colossal serpent became a flaming arrow as it began to shoot up almost vertically. 80 km altitude, 200 km, 500 km? The AI chip rapidly refreshed its prompts. If I was in another world, I'd probably have broken through the warm layer and arrived above the ionosphere, right? Leylin looked at the AI chip curiously. He noticed that besides the strange reduction in temperature and a change in the behavior of ions, there were no other changes. No, Leylin looked up. He did not see a universe but just the sky from before. However, the sunlight seemed more vast and dazzling. The Magus World it just a world amongst many others. It naturally can't be the same as in my previous world. Leylin seemed to mock himself as he laughed. At this moment, dark clouds appeared above the colossal serpent, as if shrouding the whole sky. When he got closer, he realized that these gigantic dark clouds even had lightning snakes within, thunder booming constantly inside. The thunder layer of Akov, Sky City's first line of defense, Leylin chuckled, piloting the colossal serpent and charging straight in. Whoosh! The lightning seemed to be enraged and struck downwards suddenly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588 Floating City, the multiple bolts of lightning twined together, converging into a giant lightning serpent. There even seemed to be a hologram behind it, as it faced the unwanted guest that had just entered its lightning zone. BZZ, BZZ. Sparks flew madly on the surface of the colossal serpent, and the original defensive layer began to deform, seemingly unable to endure further. Emergency alert. The strength of each lightning bolt is above 300 degrees. Leylin touched his chin. An attack strength of 300 degrees was rare even amongst rank 3 Magi. Even Crystal Phase Magi would find it difficult to take on the combination of the lightning storm and the atmosphere. Other than Morning Star Magi, perhaps only a fleet of tens of rank 3 Magi could gain entry using the airship's defenses, augmented by a continuous supply of magic crystals and potions. This had caused tickets into Sky City to become immensely expensive, enough to make official Magi go broke. If not for caring little for this meager source of income, Morning Star Magi could earn quite a lot of money if they took charge of these airships. Leylin thought indifferently. Of course, Morning Star Magi were exceedingly rich and cared little for such a meager profit. In addition, their arrogance would not allow them to do something like this. Leylin was not staying idle right now. A terrifying soul force emanated from this body, wrapping the colossal serpent within it. Buzz! With the support of soul force, the colossal serpent's defensive membrane immediately stabilized and was now reinforced with another thick layer. It was now like a solid black crystal. The deck of the colossal serpent, that had been shuddering all this while, was now as solid as a mountain. That was not all. Tiny black flames clung to the energy defense. The lightning could not even reach the colossal serpent itself and was instead absorbed by these flames. In fact, the colossal serpent's energy reserves grew rapidly. The black flames seemed to form a pathway in the air, not allowing any lightning to strike in its path. The colossal serpent was then free to move as it liked, the lightning no longer daring to attack. Oh! Leylin scanned an area and chuckled. The colossal serpent turned into a black streak as he quickly left. Ha! A long while after the colossal serpent disappeared, the clouds dissipated to reveal an elemental sprite, whose lower body was covered by a spiral of unlimited lightning elemental particles. What a terrifying human! Only now did it dare mutter to itself, a tremble in its voice, "He'd long since found me." Just his gaze alone was paralyzing. Even the earlier morning stars haven't given me this feeling. Could he be a great radiant moon Magus? This lightning elemental sprite with a body of lightning energy particles shuddered as it looked in the direction Leylin had departed, eyes full of fear. Boom. The black clouds parted as a similarly black streak flew across the skies, with black flames trailing behind as it left a magnificent path in the air. Ha! So this is Sky City, the airborne holy land of the Magi. Leylin observed a large floating city from the deck in amazement. This city was constructed on a hemispherical island. The city itself was massive, glowing with light from all types of spells. Once in a while, a few ant-like black dots would move in the distance horizon. With Leylin's sight, he could tell that they were no ants, but magic airships that were bigger than even the most gigantic cruises in his previous world. In comparison to the floating city, these large airships appeared to be tiny. And to think I still knew that Sky City was afloat. Pictures and words can't describe the mind-blowing nature of this view. As the colossal serpent approached it, the city seemed to grow even larger. A faint golden light rose from the heart of the city, seeming to create a holy radiance in the sky. Peace and harmony, what a beautiful city. Even Leylin could not help but sing its praises right now. Beep. The colossal serpent has received a communication request. The AI chip sounded. The floating city had obviously discovered the communication devices on Leylin's personal airship. As expected of something from the Farlier family, they'd tampered with the airship. Leylin's eyes flashed coldly. While he had known of this, he had allowed it because it made communications easier, which did not go past his bottom line. Leylin had intentionally used the colossal serpent to come here. If he were to sneak in alone, who would discover him? Through the communications channel, a polite and humble voice was heard. Airship number DKG 1394. Distinguished Duke Farlier, welcome to Sky City. Please follow our guiding airship and park at the private port we've allocated. Leylin agreed, and the colossal serpent began to slow down while following the mentioned route before it stopped. Meanwhile, in the command room somewhere in Sky City, things were in chaos. Morning star undulations detected, determined to be at 4 stars. No issues with the colossal serpent. Chem-In Duke Farlier is confirmed to be inside. Information was flashed through red warning lights, and many staff members gaped at the gigantic airship. The figures working the deck felt faint. A morning star has come to visit us. Why were we not notified earlier? A burly middle-aged man shouted as he barged in after bursting through the door. He looked panicked as he snarled, "Do you know who he is? He's the most powerful Chem-In warlock in history, the one who killed demon hunter Cyril. It's Duke Leylin Farlier. If this kind of person flares up at us for how we receive him, we're finished." Immediately after, he looked at the red warning alarm and couldn't help but hold his head in his hands, feeling the desire to end his life there and then. 4-star undulations? The upper tier of Morning Star? Gods, just let me die. Morning Star Magi were a rarity in the central continent, and there were naturally no clear methods of classifying them. They were normally classified based on their reputation and battle achievements, among others. As the Holy Land of Magi, Sky City was the most advanced research center in the central continent. It had independently come up with a standard to measure the strength of a morning star. They had divided morning stars into 5 levels represented by 5 stars, with a 1-star Magus being the weakest. A grade of 4 stars was already at the upper tier of morning stars, while 5 stars was the peak. Of course, since Leylin had intentionally hidden some of his strength, their detection was not accurate. However, even 4 stars was already terrifying. Most of the morning stars were around 1 to 3 stars. Morning stars at 4 stars or above were absolutely powerful, and even radiant moons would be apprehensive when up against them. Sky City might be called the Holy Land of Magi, but there were few morning stars of this caliber among their ranks. People like them in charge of the ports could not afford to offend him. Even if they were exposed to the radiations on his body, there would be massive casualties here. We've already sent out the signal and requested that he stop at the personal dock. He's accepted our guidance airship and is probably here with kind intentions. A golden-haired young man produced a handkerchief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. What we need to do now is to report this news to the Sage Committee, and then all of us should welcome him. Oh, yes, you're right. Quick, report it in. While the Sage Committee, which controlled Sky City, had their own methods of detection, as their subordinates, they had to do their utmost as well. The burly man from before looked like he had just woken up as he snarled, "What are you standing there like that for? Report it in and follow me to welcome him." No need for that. A white gold flash appeared in the control room. Lord Boffle, the staff of the control room, immediately bowed to the man. "He comes with good intentions and doesn't want to act ostentatiously. I'll see to him myself. Go back to your posts and forget about this." The white gold light spoke and diverged into many rays of light. Good. With our morning star taking over, anything that happens next isn't our problem." The burly man sighed, hands behind his back as he left the control room. The other members in the control room looked relieved as they sat back down. The young man who had reported this earlier continued to work diligently, concealing the envy and feverish look in his eyes. Boom. The colossal serpent steadily descended atop a lawn with a large rune on it, not flipping up any dust. "Is it Lord Leylin? Welcome." Due to the urgent message just now, there was no staff member around. A young man with platinum hair and wings of light similar to the wings of angels stood under the elevating platform of the airship. "I am Leylin Farlier. You are?" The door opened, and Leylin walked out, looking friendly. Though Gilbert had suggested that he sneak in and conceal his identity, Leylin wanted the title of a virtuous sky sage in Sky City, and he would need to make contact with the endowing scepter. He would definitely be interrogated thoroughly and would even attract the attention of the monarch of the skies. How could he conceal himself? Hence, Leylin had chosen to step forward without any tricks. The title of a virtuous sky sage from Sky City was an honor open to all magi of the central continent, and large numbers of scholars would be attracted here. It was not shameful in any way that he wanted to obtain this. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Lightwing. The title of Virtuous Sky Sage was an honor given by Sky City to top scholars. As long as Magi had achievements in academics and were acknowledged by the Sage Committee, they could be awarded this title. Not only was it an honor to become a sage, there were benefits to it as well. Not only could they gain a bonus of 2 levels to their vitality from the endowing scepter, they also had the opportunity to join Sky City themselves. Even if they did not enter, the monarch of the skies would still protect them, and they would be able to move around the central continent without obstruction. Hence, whether it was for the fame, the benefits, or just to make up for their weaknesses in academics, large numbers of scholarly magi came here every year, which allowed Sky City to gain the good reputation of being the cradle of truth. Even if he couldn't pass, just gaining the favor of the monarch of the skies and being baptized by the endowing scepter once was no big issue. Leylin was now feeling very confident. The gift he had prepared would surely move rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi. How could the coordinates of another world not be enough? He'd never promised Wade not to give away the coordinates of the lava world to a third party anyway. It was attractive enough that the monarch of the skies could make an exception. He was just unsure if Wade and Zegna would cough up blood after finding out about this, which Magus would not take the secret of a world's coordinates to their grave. Only a freak like Leylin would actively go around, using it as a gift and giving it to others. Boffle, the person who had arrived, announced his name. As he began to judge the Magus opposite him, the first word that came to Boffle's mind was young. Whether it was his handsome face or the surging life force, everything gave him a sense of youth. Based on the rumors, Lord Leylin should be less than 300, yes. You've already become a morning star and gained such a huge reputation. Boffle observed this genius warlock. He wore gilded robes and gloves. His eyes were full of warmth and his smile was like the sunshine. With the crescent dangling from his earlobe, his handsome face was the type that young, teenaged girls or even female magi would go crazy over. So it's Lord Boffle? Leylin looked at this person, who seemed very similar to an angel, and had no idea how to react. However, the morning star radiation from his body was something that could not be imitated. The monarch of the skies held control of various organizations across the continent and had quite a few radiant moons under his wing. Obviously, the morning stars subordinate to him were much larger in number. Boffle here was one of them. Official magi could make modifications to their own bodies. By the time a Magus reached morning star, they were almost guaranteed to have something strange on their bodies. Presently, Leylin could not tell if the other party's shining wings were due to his bloodline or some sort of spell. The only way to confirm would be to run tests on him. Are you here as a representative of the Ouroboros clan, my lord? What is it that you require? Boffle asked after the greetings. This was a question that had been weighing on his mind for a while. He had heard of the Ouroboros clan's recent activities, as well as of their conflict with Jupiter's lightning. It was unlikely that Leylin would come out at such a crucial time for a holiday. I heard that the appraisal for virtuous sky sages is about to begin. I've come bearing the truth. Leylin did not conceal his motives. Appraisal? Boffle was dumbstruck. Never could he have expected that Leylin would actually be interested in this. The title of virtuous sky sage was only something that made it more convenient for scholars to travel across the continent. However, Leylin was already at Morning Star, which organization would not give him face. Benefits, honor, and the like were as fleeting as cobwebs to Morning Star Magi. Perhaps the only thing they would regard with importance would be the baptism of the endowing scepter for them. The only thing that they regarded as important would be the baptizing through the adept scepter. An increase of almost 20 points in vitality was very attractive even to Morning Stars. The Sage Appraisal is a public selection of magi throughout the central continent. Am I not qualified? Leylin asked with a smile. Of course you are. Lord Leylin's presence is sure to make the appraisal more exciting than usual. Boffle answered without any hesitation. The Sage Appraisal had long since gained a reputation for its independence of factions and status. It held the unanimous approval of all of the central continent's magi, which was how it had become a holy land in the first place. It took in fresh blood all the time, and Boffle would be a fool to refuse Leylin. In that case, please follow me to the temporary villa we've prepared for you. You can organize the thesis that you wish to present as well as your experiments and wait for the appraisal to begin. Baffel's invitation was enthusiastic. Though they were few in number, Morning Stars were known to attend the Sage appraisal, and Sky City had its own policy on dealing with this. In general, as long as the Magi who came forward did not break laws and had no restrictions placed on themselves, they could do as they wished and would need to be received warmly. Many thanks. Leylin did not reject Baffel's invitation. No matter where he went, he would be monitored anyway. He could just move into the place that had been specified, and he would be treated well too. My lord, a maid wearing a pure white silk gown was respectfully holding a towel and other items, waiting for Leylin's summon. This is a pretty good place. Leylin had on a loose white robe and was half reclining on a chair made of jade and stone. Within arm's reach were fine food and good liquor. He was now inside a gigantic white villa. The whole place seemed to be made entirely out of white marble, resulting in an aura of refined elegance. 3 fountains were placed next to Leylin, spurting out fragrant spring water. Outside was a flowering garden with a lawn. The lands of the villa were very expansive, and in Sky City, where every inch of land was extremely valuable, this was practically unbelievable. Of course, special privileges and preferential treatment were inevitable and only rightful when it came to Morning Stars. After bringing him to this area and instructing the staff inside to take care of him, Baffel left in a hurry, probably to report to his superiors. Hierarchy was etched deep into the minds of the people in the Magus World. Even if Leylin displayed his incredible battle might and terrifying talent, the one receiving him was merely a morning star. The real ruler of Sky City, His Majesty, the monarch of the skies, was still acting behind the scenes alongside with the other radiant moon. You are a Lightwing? Leylin couldn't help but ask after seeing the white feathers behind this maid's back. Yes, my lord. This maid was rather tall and slender. Her legs and body were perfectly proportionate, resulting in a smooth curve. The Lightwings were one of the winged races. They had an exceptional sensitivity to light elemental energy particles, and usually had very good results when training in light-type, high-grade meditation techniques. She seemed to be using a 3-level meditation technique. Of course, if she were of Baffel's level of strength, Leylin would be unable to identify her bloodline and specific meditation technique, as they were both at the Morning Star realm. What's your name? Leylin took a towel from the other party and wiped his hands as he asked in curiosity. Euro, my lord. The Lightwing maid spoke as if in a hurry. Leylin's presence just put too much pressure on her, even if he intentionally withheld his energy undulations. Accompany me outside. Since he had come to the place called the Cradle of Truth, how could Leylin miss a chance to go out? Besides, he had come as a guest. Baffel would be stupid to dare restrict his freedom. However, he was currently in someone else's territory. With Baffel being backed by the monarch of the skies, Leylin had to give him some face and bring the maid along. All right, Euro lowered her head deeply. As a maid of this villa, she obviously knew her duties. Let's go, Leylin stretched before taking the lead. Do you know where the Great Library is? Leylin was most interested in this place. The information in his AI chip only came from the Ouroboros clan and what he'd gathered himself during his travels. Compared to the entirety of the central continent, that was like a drop in the ocean. The Sky City, however, was different. Not only was it the territory of the monarch of the skies, it was also the holy land of knowledge, the academic center of the entire central continent. The knowledge they had accumulated was bound to be at a terrifying level. How much would the AI chip grow after he acquired all of it? Knowledge was power among Magi. This was no longer just a maxim and had instead become a fundamental truth. The Great Library is beside the Sky Plaza. Would you like to go there, my lord? Euro asked in a low voice. As she raised her head, Leylin's near-devilish handsomeness warmed her face. Of course. I've long since been interested in the largest library in the entire central continent. There was a hint of worship in Leylin's tone. There was a thirst and worship of knowledge specific only to those who were keen to learn the truth. Understood, my lord. Please come with me. Euro began to lead the way. Her long, soft hair came loose, occasionally floating above the feathered wings on her back as if it were sitting on a gentle breeze. Leylin rubbed his nose and followed with a laugh. After heading out of the residential area, the shadows of conical buildings were seen as the buildings covered the glaring sun in the sky. There were plants growing beside the spotless streets. The bustling streams of people traveled back and forth, making Leylin feel like he had returned to his previous world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590. Genius. Seeing some of these structures, Leylin suddenly understood a fact. Sky City occupies a small region of land, but it has a burgeoning population. It's obvious that every bit of land here is expensive. The villa that I was allotted to was probably in the wealthiest region. In this place, nobody below the Morning Star realm can have such a luxury. There were streams of people on the streets, and practically all the different races in the central continent could be seen here. The Magi here possessed scholarly auras and were dressed in luxurious clothing, treating the others with respect. Through the influence of civilization, the behaviors of the residents of the city have evolved. Leylin exhaled deeply. Only a place like Sky City, which was under the protection of a monarch, could display such a moving scene. As Leylin had withdrawn his aura, he now seemed like the most ordinary of low-ranked magi bringing his maid out as he took a stroll. He did not attract any attention. As he was walking, he saw many lightwings like Euro. Quite a few were dressed like servants, following behind Magi. This made him observe Euro herself, and he found her to be lacking. Lights flashed in Leylin's mind. Euro's talent was nothing in Sky City, and if she truly wanted to stay here, she would need to rely on the Magi. Her best option was to become a servant. Of course, those who were already considered excellent amongst the Lightwings obtained a higher status. However, no matter how much status they had, they could only remain as subordinates in front of their owners. This was rather uncomfortable, and feeling sorrow for their own kind living this way was understandable. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the streets, and the place immediately turned chaotic. Leylin moved several steps backwards without leaving behind any marks, and Euro grew nervous as she looked around them. This intense energy wasn't targeting me, it seems to be a coincidence, Leylin thought. He had stepped backwards in order to avoid trouble and waved his hands to get the nervous Euro to back down. He then turned his attention to the scene. A group of white-robed magi with jeweled crowns on their foreheads and curved blades in hand were in a fight with another group of magi. These energy undulations, they are at rank 3, but they possess a frightening vitality. Not bad, Leylin easily saw through the veil that the magi had cast upon themselves. The white-robed magi had astoundingly high vitality. This was especially true of their leader, his curved blade launching terrifying glints of light as it forced the dark magi opposite them to withdraw. Leylin was rather interested in gaining information about tempering the body. Do conflicts like this happen often here? Leylin shot a glance at Euro. Euro shook her head. No. I've been here for decades, and this is only the 4th time such a thing is happening. The Sage Committee will react soon enough. They're already there. Leylin looked towards the sky, a smile on his face. Rumble. Platinum flames flickered, forming a clump of light from which a Magus in platinum robes stepped forth. He looked extremely young, even childlike. However, the moment he arrived, a frightening energy swept across the area. Thud. The two groups of magi who were in a tussle were immediately blown backwards. The leader fell to his knees as his bones exploded under a suppressive force. Finally, he collapsed to the ground like a giant toad. Morning Star Domain. This little imp was actually a Morning Star Magus. And what's more, Sky City's first reaction to such an issue was to send a Morning Star to suppress it. Swish! In the meanwhile, even more magi dressed in Sky City's uniform had rushed to the scene. None of them was below the Hydro phase in terms of power, and all of them had a hardened, bloody aura and indifferent expression. With the suppression from a Morning Star, as well as the arrival of a large group of elites, the two groups were immediately restrained. Even their seas of consciousness were bound as they were escorted away. Their heads hung low. As expected of Sky City, their strength is so great that they can send out such elite forces quite casually. Leylin envied them. Euro misunderstood his gaze. Seeing this lord watching the direction in which these magi were taken, she thought he might be wondering how they would be taken care of. They're done for. Since they dared create trouble in Sky City, people from both ends will be punished. At the very least, they'll be expelled, and they might even be forced into labor, she explained to Leylin in a low voice. Who are they? Leylin was not really interested in the state they would end up in. What he was more concerned about was the body-tempering spells that the Magi had used. Though it was merely a quick glance, Leylin could tell that their body-tempering methods were complete. If there was information for Morning Stars, then it would definitely be able to affect him to a certain extent. I don't know, but based on their attire, they should be people from the northern desert, Euro answered. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her body and looked around, realizing something had changed. Under the domain of a morning star, be it the Magi or the residents, they were all lying on the ground, too afraid to move. Actually, they couldn't move at all, and yet she was standing as if nothing had happened. She and Leylin seemed extremely out of place in this scene. Is this my lord's strength? After all, he's a morning star as well. The Magus floating in midair discovered this strange situation quickly. With a flash of platinum flames, the childish morning star appeared in front of Leylin. I never expected to see a lord here. Upon seeing Leylin, the arrogance on his expression was moderated. When the young man turned and saw Euro, recognition dawned in his eyes. I remember you, you're a maid in Baffel's villa. Yes, Lord Weyers. Euro knelt respectfully, making introductions. This is an important guest of Lord Baffel's, Lord Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan. So it's you. The strongest Chem-In Warlock, someone who killed demon hunter Cyril right after advancing to Morning Star. Leylin could do little about this. As there was no obvious method of classifying morning stars, their reputation and achievements in battle had become their distinguishing characteristics. And what he was currently famous for was killing demon hunter Cyril. As for the title of strongest Chem-In Warlock in history, he had no idea how that had come about. It left him speechless. Lord Weyers became a morning star even before reaching 100 years of age. Even in the entire history of the continent, he's among the top hundreds. Before reaching 100, Leylin nodded in understanding. When someone advanced to become a Magus, they would permanently keep their original appearance. This fellow must have become an official Magus extremely early, and the following advances had helped him retain his looks. This was why he appeared this juvenile. It looks like he probably became an official Magus at 8 to 9 years old. What a demonic genius! Leylin's pupils shrank. When he was 8 to 9 years old, he probably didn't even know what a Magus was. To reach that level, one needs an astonishing aptitude, but that is not enough. There also need to be top-grade meditation techniques and expansive resources, as well as the mentorship of famous teachers. It looks like this Weyers has a great backing. Even as he wondered about such things inside, Leylin feigned shock. Lord Weyers is a rare genius in the continent. Morning stars like us can only blush with shame. Words of flattery were free of charge, and he specifically picked out the nicest words. As expected, a look of pride rose on Weyers' face. Face was something he had long since thrown into the drain. With this Magus strength, talent, and backing, one could not show distaste on their face unless it was possible to kill him in one move and eliminate his backers. Leylin had nothing against him, and he began to assess his own strength. It was probably difficult to destroy Sky City, which was why his words of flattery were boundless. Even if they were merely pleasantries, it also depended on who was saying them. Weyers had been treated as a genius since he was young, and he had probably heard many compliments like this before. However, praises from Morning Star like Leylin evidently put him in a good mood. Of course not. If I, as I am now, were to be matched against Cyril, things might be slightly difficult. I quite admire Lord Leylin. Geniuses were perhaps the loneliest of people. Weyers had never had someone at a similar age to his who could speak to him as an equal. While Leylin was slightly older than he was, they were somewhat around the same age. Apart from being a warlock, Leylin had some reputation in potioneering too. Hence, Weyers felt like he had found a companion at the same age and began to converse with Leylin. Haha, once this matter is over, I'll definitely drop by for a visit, Leylin. By the end of their conversation, Weyers had automatically dropped the formality of the Lord title, calling Leylin by name. It showed that they had gotten closer. Weyers and Leylin conversed for a long while as if nobody else was present. Whether it was the Magi on the ground or the other guards, nobody dared disturb them, and they could only wait pitifully. Of course, due to the power of the Morning Star domains, they could not hear the contents of the conversation between the two. All they knew was that this lord of theirs, who had always looked cold, seemed to be in a good mood. There were very few magi who the lord found to be pleasant company. The guard team was astonished as they all snuck peeks at Leylin before departing with wares. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591 Great Library, let's go. Leylin watched Weyers as he left and brought Euro with him. He had yet to arrive at his intended destination, which was the Great Library. To him, whatever just happened was like a circus act and nothing more. When Leylin's figure had disappeared as well, the remaining magi present immediately got up, their faces full of grime. Being affected by the battle out of nowhere, and being suppressed by a Morning Star domain for a long time had now left them in a pitiful state. Afterwards, the officials who had arrived slowly began to tidy up the roads and calculated the losses. Everything was methodical and thorough. Gil, back in the office, Weir's voice was low, the arrogance from before had completely vanished. Master, a black shadow silently surfaced from the floor. Investigate this. Who's responsible for the incident at the Floating Feather Avenue? Who was it that did this on my watch? Weir's voice was frigid as he spoke in a discerning manner. Understood. The black figure answered and withdrew noiselessly. Once Weyers was alone in the room, he frowned. He began to sift through the memories of the day's events, and a cold smirk appeared on his lips. Trying to use me as cannon fodder, good. Very good. How many among those who had reached the Morning Star realm were fools? No matter how young he looked, even if he seemed like a child, Weyers had lived for almost 100 years. It was clear to him what had happened. Provoking a Morning Star Magus just for some false reputation, he would not do anything so stupid. Even if his backing could take on the backlash, pointless actions should be avoided if possible. That Warlock Leylin from today was quite interesting. Like me, he's being bound by some pointless reputation. Through the events that had occurred that day, Weyers had formed a favorable impression of Leylin. He was currently enraged at the person who had set up this situation. Perhaps I've been keeping a low profile for too long, and some people have begun to think I'm an easy target, he muttered to himself after a long period of silence. The temperature dropped as his voice sounded, and the place turned into an icy wonderland, of course. Leylin was not aware of any of this. After Weyers had left, he had arrived at the Great Library under Euro's guidance. Truth is my calling. The pursuit of knowledge is the foundation of all strength. Leylin was currently observing a large number of statues in a seemingly boundless palace. They were proportionate, and so detailed one could differentiate the strands of hair on their bodies. It made them seem lifelike. The pedestals under these statues held information like their time periods, maxims, achievements, and the like. Leylin turned his attention to the time period of the central statue after reading its maxim. Elesme, year 1327, just a birth date and no death date. Could he have lived for over 5,000 years? Leylin stared at this statue in astonishment. He saw a kindly old man there, a spotless white beard floating in front of his chest. A pair of wise eyes hid behind circular-rimmed glasses. This is the great sage, Lord Elesme. He was the first-generation ruler of Sky City and is a Breaking Dawn Magus. While his whereabouts are currently unknown, many still believe that he is alive, and is perhaps risking his life exploring foreign worlds. Euro was full of admiration as she made the introduction. Leylin had seen some information regarding this great sage, but those were all mixed in with legends and rumors. None had been as specific as the base of the statue. He circled the forest of statues with interest, finding that only Morning Star Magi and above were allowed here. They were scholars who had made significant contributions to Sky City or the Magus World. There was a small number of Magi who were like Elesme, with only a birth but no death date. This meant there was a good possibility of them still being alive, perhaps stuck in foreign worlds or ancient spell formations. However, if they were to appear as a group, the strength they possessed was enough for the entire central continent to tremble. Without the contributions of the past sages, there would not be the Magi of today. Leylin looked solemn as he bowed to the many statues, I, Leylin Farlier, shall complete all your unfinished work and resolve all regrets. Of course, he could only say this inside his mind. If Euro heard it, things would be slightly troublesome. Though the continent was full of ambitious magi, there were few as egotistical as Leylin. After they paid their respects, Euro brought Leylin to the entrance of what seemed like a Greek temple. My lord, here is the entrance to the Great Library. The collection here in the Sky City is open to all magi with no restrictions. What surprised Leylin was that the entrance to the library had no doors, nor were there any guards. Everyone could move about freely. A comfortable warm glow from eternal light spells filled the area. Magi would pass by Leylin every once in a while, but while there were quite a few of them, they were generally very quiet. Euro spoke in a low voice by Leylin's ear. The Great Library is set up above a gigantic spell formation and is being managed by a sentient spirit genie. It's in charge of all management, and while there aren't any guards stationed here, there has never been an incident thus far. There's never been an incident here, Leylin nodded. This meant that on top of the basic effects of repelling dust, moisture, and flames, the gigantic spell formation also possessed an exceedingly more powerful defensive ability. Yes, rumor has it that the defensive spell formation of the Great Library can even confine a morning star. She was apprehensive while she spoke, peeking at Leylin while afraid he would grow angry. However, Leylin remained calm, and Euro could not tell if he was happy or annoyed. Not bad. My expectation on the information here has risen further now. With the spirit genie managing the area, every single corner of the library was probably being monitored. With the ability to suppress even morning stars and the Magi of Sky City being ready to provide support very quickly if anything were to happen, there seemed to be an impenetrable defense. There was obviously a vast amount of information. There was a large, bright hall past the entrance that could hold over 1,000 people without becoming crowded. At the middle were hundreds of tables and what looked like terminals. The Great Library is separated into 7 levels. The first 3 are open to all magi, and you can browse through once you pay a certain number of magic crystals. The information and documents at the 4th level and above are kept very confidential, and one can only browse through them using information points. Leylin stood aside, watching a Magus operating the system. After inserting pure magic crystals into the terminal and using spiritual force to interface with it, he took out a blank crystal ball at the opening of another device. Large amounts of information was transmitted, instantly filling the crystal ball up with information. Transmission of data, as well as a backup, Leylin shouted in surprise. Thankfully, the terminal could not directly send information to the Magus memory, or Leylin would be worried that something like the AI chip existed in this world. Yes, as long as it's information that the spirit genie has a backup of, it can be duplicated using the terminal. Of course, there is a required fee. Some information was stored in certain special materials, and it could only be presented in that specific format. For example, there were some books that the spirit genie was unable to make a duplicate of, and required that one read using the physical copy. Leylin now had so many magic crystals that he cared little for them. He asked Euro, "How do I obtain information points?" There are 2 methods. One is to complete missions by the Sage Committee. The second is to furnish the spirit genie's inner library with information it still does not possess. One will be awarded information points based on the value of the added information. Euro laughed wryly, but I don't recommend the second method. This could have been possible in the early days, but with the addition by generations of magi, there's very little information that the Great Library has yet to obtain. After hearing how the library operated, Leylin was quiet for a long while and took a deep breath. "How bold," he exclaimed. Even the first 3 levels being made public showed how bold they were. The system of information points conversion also allowed the library to become more abundant in information, and by this point, it had accumulated a vast trove of knowledge. Such a huge amassment of information had allowed Sky City to withstand the test of time. Considering it one of the strongest organizations in the central continent was not even a stretch. Euro brought Leylin to a terminal. After paying the magic crystals, she passed a white crystal card to Leylin. "This is a blank crystal card. Every newcomer here will obtain one. You may choose to seal it with your spiritual force, or you can leave it open." However, you will then need to keep your crystal card properly, or else anyone can choose to use it. With a sweep of Leylin's soul force, the library card began to emit a black luster. He placed the card in a small depression, and the terminal's screen instantly brightened. A few lines in a familiar script appeared on it and gave him a few choices. Leylin did not try to skim through the table of contents, but instead chose to obtain information points through providing data. Though Euro mentioned that the database was already quite complete, Leylin was confident. His AI chip had a lot of information regarding the lava world. The Great Library couldn't have information from foreign worlds, could it? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Shocking Accumulation Beep. Spiritual force data connection detected. Proceed with transmission. The AI chip intoned. Although Leylin had placed a crystal ball on the transmission port of the terminal, he was actually mobilizing his AI chip for it instead. Try this first. Leylin selected a piece of information regarding the one-horned clan of the lava world and uploaded it. Serial number ZXC678 has chosen to contribute information. Processing. A progress bar suddenly appeared on the terminal screen. As the progress bar reached completion, it was replaced with new content. Helix tree composite image, 89% complete. Initial inventory, 40% complete. Effectiveness, 51%. Initializing fusion of data helix tree composite image, 91% complete. Your contribution has been evaluated and you will be awarded 26 information points. Whoosh. A golden light flashed, and the number 26 appeared in a new row on Leylin's library card. He drew a sharp breath. It even contains knowledge from such a remote place as the lava world, even if it's flawed. After a moment of thought, though, he came to a realization. The ancient Magus World was in control of a great number of other worlds. Sky City obtained a portion of the ancient world's database, so it's no strange matter that it contains some pieces of flawed content. After that one attempt, Leylin had to restrain his excitement. I'll be living here from now, so don't disturb me unnecessarily, he instructed Euro. Soon after, he left the dumbfounded maid alone and buried his head into the sea of knowledge. The huge library in Sky City could be said to have everything. Its information was not limited to that about the central continent. There was data about other worlds as well. Further in from the data terminals and the hall was the gigantic library that resembled a palace. Some sort of technique had been employed to expand the space within. At a glimpse, one would see bookshelves as massive as mountains, all so densely packed and numerous that there seemed to be no end. Leylin was now standing at the foot of a bookshelf that was tens of meters tall. The giant wooden ladder brought him in front of a row of little black catalogs as per his wish. Raphael's Poetic Saga, Leylin nodded, his eyes glistening. The many ancient myths and legends actually contain a large amount of intelligence. It's just that those who recorded these accounts have beautified and romanticized them. Thus, we have to separate the wheat from the chaff in order to obtain the most accurate information. Raphael was a famous poet in ancient times, yet he also had a hidden identity as a magus. Therefore, all the accounts that he recorded have high research value. Leylin muttered to himself as his eyes glistened. He fingered through the numerous volume numbers of a series of books and stopped when he reached volume 239. When he tried to pull out the book, the robotic voice of the spirit genie rang in his mind. Beep! You are requesting to read Raphael's Poetic Saga, volume 239. Fee is 2 information points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. With a motion of Leylin's soul force, 2 information points were automatically deducted from his library card. The energy that had been protecting Raphael's Poetic Saga also disappeared suddenly, allowing Leylin to remove the book easily from the shelf. He clicked his tongue. Although I know that library books of grade 3 and above are very expensive, even these mere historical records have such exorbitant costs. Leylin shook his head. The wooden ladder, as though a living creature, automatically transported him onto the ground. Leylin was now in the 5th story of the library, which was much quieter than the previous levels he had been to. There was practically no one there, and beside the tens of bookshelves, there would always be a small area where Magi could peruse the books. Leylin found a random chair and sat down as he began to flip open the jet-black cover of Raphael's poetic saga. "I have come, I can see." The pages of the book were a dazzling flame-like red. The words especially were like fire sprites jumping around the pages. "Chip, record this," Leylin commanded inwardly. Assignment established, beginning scan. Beep, Raphael's poetic saga, volume 239 discovered. Supplementing Raphael's poetic saga in the history folder, the robotic voice of the AI Chip sounded. Seconds later, the entirety of Raphael's poetic saga had been recorded. "I've been searching high and low for this portion of Raphael's poetic saga, and was lacking just these few volumes. Who would have thought that this huge library would actually contain the full set? Now that it has been supplemented," an expression of satisfaction surfaced across Leylin's face. As a bonus, he had discovered the shortcomings of the Spirit Genie and the data terminal. Through data transmission, the Spirit Genie could only fully engrave low-grade data records into crystals. However, Magi would still have to obtain the knowledge within them through studying them, unlike the AI chip, which was able to directly transmit information to one's memory. Comparing the time consumed by the two methods, the disparity was rather frightening. This further proved that the AI chip's operational and analytical abilities were far better than that of the Spirit Genie. Moreover, content that was at grade 3 and above were mostly engraved using the Magus' own energy. The materials the books were made of were also very special. The Spirit Genie was unable to duplicate such information, and thus Magi had to come down personally to study the content from the physical book itself. Even so, this huge library is still rather overwhelming. As compared to his previous database, the amount of information in the entire library was seemingly like a vast ocean, boundless. It was incomparably enriching. Leylin felt like a person who was nearly dying from thirst being thrown into a freshwater lake all of a sudden. He absorbed all the content as though his life depended on it and never stepped a foot out of the place. The same went for the AI chip. As its database grew with even more detailed and complex subjects, its technical ability was supplemented unceasingly. The copious amount of information in here formed a foundation for all disciplines of magic scholarship. Leylin had a premonition that the numerous resources he had amassed this time would result in a relatively drastic upgrade for the AI chip. After this upgrade, he would definitely reap harvests that he would not have even dreamed of before. Beep, supplementation of foundational information complete. Refreshing and restarting system, estimated time, 2 hours, 34 minutes and 13 seconds. The AI chip prompted, startling Leylin. It actually grew to such an extent? What surprises will be the renewed database bring me? This was a happy occasion, and Leylin's face almost lit up with delight. Indeed, I made the right choice to come to Sky City. Even if not for the endowing scepter, I just had to make this trip. Although there was loads of information in the huge library, Leylin felt that content that was grade 3 and below were the most important. This was because he possessed a near unlimited amount of magic crystals, and coupled with the data terminal, the convenience of information transmission was unparalleled. In just a short span of time, the foundational information that could be duplicated by the Spirit Genie had all been backed up into the AI chip. As for more advanced content that was above grade 3, Leylin had tossed out all his information to the Spirit Genie, as long as it was eligible for conversion and would not attract any trouble, of course. This allowed him to exchange his data for a monumental amount of information points. He then specifically searched for topics that Warlocks and the AI chip lacked information on before commanding the AI chip to scan and record it. With the AI chip, a large amount of academic content could be derived from just the foundational information alone. No matter how high the grade, the content could still be deduced. After all, now that he already had a great foundation, all that was left was to perform derivations that would consume copious amounts of operational energy. Leylin used his information points to directly access the content that the AI chip did not have the ability to derive, thus completing his database. In this manner, within the short span of a month or so, he had already recorded roughly all of the content in the huge library. One must know that even radiant moons, Breaking Dawns, and other magi or scholars who grew up in Sky City wouldn't be able to remember so much. The excessive accumulated information would have conflicting information, causing the Magus to forget some things. They would have to constantly refresh their memory. With their standards, being able to remember all the grade 1 and 2 information would mean that one was an absolute genius. Leylin, however, had exceeded them by leaps and bounds. He'd accumulated a lifetime of information. If others knew about his terrifying rate of progress, Leylin would definitely attract a lot of trouble. Thus, he could only be secretly satisfied with himself, not revealing anything. When the AI chip is done refreshing, I'm afraid that I will be worthy of being called the most learned person throughout the entire central continent, and will be knowledgeable about even the research done in other worlds. Leylin had now thoroughly understood the meaning of the phrase, knowledge is power. While his further studies did not increase his strength by a single bit, the underlying effect on his foundation was truly terrifying. This is just right. The information points are mostly spent, so I might as well use up all of the remaining ones as well. Leylin fished out his library card, the thin lines of golden numbers immensely glaring. They couldn't be compared to the single long line of numbers on his card previously. The astronomical number of information points had only lasted him a month or so. Crash. Opposite Leylin's desk, a female magus raised her head and peered over her book curiously, gazing at Leylin's back. A pair of spectacles with thick lenses was perched on the bridge of her nose, and her hair was tied in 2 braids. She had been paying attention to this strange magus in front of her for a long time now. He didn't seem to lack information points, which could be seen from how he often referred to thick stacks of resources. Even if she worked all day and night for a month without rest, she wouldn't be able to earn the amount of information points required for such information. After selecting his resources, he didn't read the information carefully, but instead flipped through it briefly before casually casting it aside. This made her heart ache. Library resources that were grade 3 and above were only for private browsing in the reading room. They couldn't be brought out of the library or exchanged with others. Under the supervision of the spirit Janie, there were no loopholes. Thus, this female magus could only drool with envy at the mountains of resources Leylin had acquired with his information points, and couldn't do a single thing about it. Without the scanning abilities of the AI chip, Leylin could only depend on reading the resources himself to obtain knowledge. Thus, he chose a book on how to optimize one's vitality, and laid back in his chair as he slowly started to read. The eternal light spell was adjusted by the spirit genie, gently tuning the light rays for a better reading experience. Time ticked by along with the rustling sound of the pages turning. This odd magus is finally acting normal? The female magus secretly nodded, then continued to immerse herself in her books. Time was precious, and she could not afford to waste any of it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Soul Profiling Beep. Database has been refreshed. Update completed. After Leylin had flipped through about half of the book in his hands, the AI chip, which had gone silent for a while, suddenly sounded out. Good. Let's see if there are any differences in the upgraded AI chip. His attention immediately wandered from the book, and he focused on his AI chip. Beep. Database on Soul Force is complete. Beginning collection of hosts' data, recalculating. The first prompt that the AI chip gave had Leylin elated. So Soul Force has finally been enumerated. He had been at a loss due to the AI chip's inability to enumerate Soul Force for a very long time. All this while, he had collected a lot of information on the soul, and performed many experiments and thought of numerous conjectures. However, all that had not been able to complete the database on the soul. Now, the AI chip had completely deduced this information. Show me my current stats, Leylin immediately commanded. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent, complete form. Strength, 50, Agility, 45, Vitality, 74.9, Spiritual Force, 956.8, Magic Power. 956, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 96, 5-star, the AI chip intoned. 96 Soul Force, what does 5-star mean? Leylin asked. Soon after, a passage of information was shown by the AI chip. The star rating is a method that the Sky City has come up with to evaluate morning stars, based on organisms in the astral plane. Newly advanced morning stars are at 1 star, while the peak is at 5 stars. I see. What beings are used as the standard? Leylin wasn't that interested in this star system. Instead, he was rather tempted to perform research on the organisms that had been set to be the standards for morning star magi. The organisms that have been set as the standard are the beings of the astral plane, the heavenly astral race. At birth, they possess strength at the morning star realm, and it's unknown how powerful they can become. The race was wiped out during ancient times. The Magi of Sky City obtained some of the data from ancient times, which is how it became the standard when it came to evaluating strength. Heavenly astral race. Beings from the astral plane, morning stars at birth. This piece of information had Leylin completely stunned. Never did he expect there to be dwellers in a place like the astral plane, and they were even so powerful that they had morning star strength right from birth. If compared to the heavenly astral race, giant Chemline serpents could only cry. Their end point was this race's beginning. There was no way to begin to compare them since they weren't even on the same level. Even such gifted creatures went extinct. Looks like the events during the ancient times were unfathomable. Leylin sighed deeply. Acquired information on a standard individual of the heavenly astral race. Change standards? Leylin's current system of measurement used the standards from his previous world, which was why the numbers in each attribute seemed to be so phenomenally high, especially since they were calculated with regular humans in mind. If he used the standard criteria of the heavenly astral race, his stats would immediately drop sharply. Compared to before, with the standard strength of a regular person at 1, this was now compared with the terrifying strength of a heavenly astral race at 1. There would obviously be a marked difference in quantity. Changing the measurement units? Let's try. Leylin touched his chin. Display it. Beep. A blue light flashed, and the numbers immediately changed before Leylin. Leylin Farlier. Rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent, complete form. Strength, 1.5 Agility, 1.2 Vitality, 2.7 Spiritual Force, 4.3 Soul Force, 4.3 5-star. Seeing the numbers that had decreased drastically, Leylin was rendered speechless. In other words, my strength and agility are only slightly higher than a heavenly astral race at Morning Star. My vitality is twice that of theirs, while my spiritual and soul force are more than 4 times greater. All in all, I can take on 2 or 3 of them at once. This comparison had stunned Leylin. He was now considered to be at the apex amongst morning stars in the central continent. He could even rival a radiant moon, and yet he was only slightly stronger than a child of the heavenly astral race. This was quite a blow to his ego. Forget it. Show the numbers according to the units from before. At the very least, the smaller the base numbers, the higher the precision. Leylin stroked his chin. When the numbers in all aspects increase by a large amount, I'll then begin using the units of the heavenly astral race. That's better. With a flicker from the AI chip, all his data reverted to the original. Display host's soul diagram. At this moment, the AI chip showed another prompt. Of course. Leylin did not hesitate at all. After the Soul Force database was completed, his grasp on Soul Force was even greater, and he could do things that would have been very difficult before. One of these included the structural diagram of his soul. BZZ. A diagram that had been magnified countless times was projected in front of Leylin's eyes. His soul, which was also the true soul of a morning star, was protected within the point mass. The point mass' terrifying density and strength was the last defensive layer protecting a morning star's true soul. There were few magi who could clearly observe their own true souls within their point mass and make appropriate changes to train the soul. In fact, there were practically none. With the help of the AI chip, he could finally pass through this barrier. In the diagram, Leylin's true soul was like a tiny star, emanating bright rays of light with a tinge of crimson within. It was as if a crimson giant Chem-In serpent was cruising inside the thing. Beep. Host's soul composition is loose and not dense enough. Suggestion, through the diagram and the AI chip's analysis, Leylin's issues when training the soul were made apparent, and the AI chip gave concrete suggestions. If other Morning Star Magi were to know of this, they'd want to commit suicide out of envy. When had the mysteries of the soul ever been displayed before Magi? It was probably because of the hasty infusion of fireplume. Leylin stroked his chin. Luckily, I can still salvage the situation through the improved meditation technique. Every 3 ranks in training as a Magus was a major hurdle. The 1st to 3rd focused on training spiritual force, and the 4th to 6th on the soul. If problems with the soul were not resolved now, there would be huge issues during his future advancements. However, this was not the end of the surprises that the AI chip had to offer. Beep. To generate a conjecture of Radiant Moon's soul and compare it to a diagram, the AI chip asked robotically. Yes, Leylin obviously chose that option. Afterwards, beside his soul diagram, a few other similar ones appeared, marking out the initial, middle, and late stages of Radiant Moon. In the diagram, the difference between morning stars and radiant moons was made obvious. The soul of a morning star was similar to a star, dazzling and condensed, but a radiant moon who had just advanced had a soul that was tens of times larger than that of a morning star, forming a large and full sphere. In other words, it resembled the moon. As for the radiant moon stages, those who had just advanced had souls which only emanated bright rays from a small portion of its full area. The rest of the moon was dim, forming a crescent. It was like a new moon being blocked by the sun. Magi at the middle stage of radiant moon had half their soul emanating clear rays, like a half moon. Peak radiant moon, Magi had light that was dazzling and transparent, like a full moon. Name these stages new moon, half moon, and full moon. Leylin did not hesitate to label these radiant moon stages. Of course, his soul was now merely a star and was a large distance away from reaching radiant moon. There were mistakes in my previous conjectures. Zegna was probably merely a new moon, while Scarlet Eye was at most a half moon. He had yet to achieve the peak full moon. Leylin's eyes suddenly flashed with understanding. He had not obtained the 12th and 13th levels of Fireplume, so it was plausible that the 14th level could still be at the radiant moon realm and was representative of the soul reaching full moon. In that case, the road from rank 4 to rank 5 has completely unraveled in front of me. Leylin looked ecstatic. The 3rd and 4th ranks had a very large disparity between them, with spiritual force upgrading to soul force. There was another huge gap between rank 6 and 7, with soul force upgrading to the manifestation and wielding of laws. Hence, all these gaps were immense and usually caused tremendous changes. Advancing from rank 3 to 6, one's training was mostly on the soul, because it was the level of one's soul that signified one's strength. First is Morning Star, where the soul becomes a tiny star, with power from 1 star up to 5. Next are the new moon, half moon, and full moon phases at the radiant moon realm. The path through Morning Star and radiant moon were completely presented before Leylin. That's basically it. Of course, there might be some odd geniuses at the apex who break through these boundaries, but in general, that's how this is divided. This upgrade was definitely worth it. Even just the completion of the Soul Force database alone would have been enough, not to mention the rest. An expression of elation rose on Leylin's face as he could not hold himself back and burst into laughter. "My lord," at this moment, Euro's voice traveled over. It was very low, and she was obviously afraid of disturbing the other scholars. Leylin turned back and saw Boffle behind her. "Haha, so your grace has been staying in the library all this while. Such a thirst for knowledge is definitely admirable, but the sage appraisal is about to begin. Besides, the monarch of skies would like to meet your grace." Boffle had on an amiable smile, while the female magus beside him looked rather flabbergasted. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 594. Stuart Boffle. Could it be the divine luminescent wing, and calling him your grace? Isn't that a title used in ancient times for morning stars, and the monarch of the skies? Oh, goodness. Could this magus be a morning star as well? The female magus, who had a pair of thick glasses on, peeked at Leylin, feeling like he was as unfathomable as the mountains and the seas. She could not help but lower her head, feeling ashamed at her previous conjectures. Boffle did not spare her a glance. Since violence could not be employed in the library, the usage of morning star domains was restricted. She could hear some of what they were saying, but since this was an honest conversation, there was nothing to be hidden anyway. Oh, my apologies. The information here is just so abundant that I forgot about the time. Leylin stood up, looking apologetic. Anyone who disturbs a magus immersed in the ocean of knowledge should have their souls scorched in the flames of the ninth hell. Why would I mind? Boffel had a very witty way of speech, and Leylin immediately formed a better impression of him. Boffel was not at all surprised about Leylin staying in the library all day. Many scholarly magi would treat the Great Library as their home upon reaching Sky City for the first time. There were people who stayed within from a few months to even decades, and if not for having too little information points, they would even stay there for their whole lives. Compared to these people, Leylin had only been there for a month, which was very normal. Boffel felt that he seemed to have too many information points, but then again, considering he had just returned from a foreign world, he must have gained large amounts of knowledge from it, so this was understandable. All right, I shall head there now. Leylin placed the book back in its original position. He had reaped a great harvest this time, and the Great Library currently did not have anything especially useful to him. Besides, the monarch of the skies had summoned him, and it was best that he tidy himself up. This was a necessary part of etiquette. And you, earnest young lady. Leylin shot a glance at the female magus who only wished she could hide behind her book. Your Grace, Boffel, and this, Your Grace. Please forgive me for my offensive behavior. Cold sweat was already dripping from the female magus' forehead. Though Sky City was a peaceful area that paid attention to the law, Morning Stars always had privileges. The moment Leylin or Boffel found her an eyesore, she would wind up in a pitiful state even if they didn't act themselves. Haha, don't be afraid. I want to thank you for accompanying me while I studied for this past month. Treat this as a gift. Leylin laughed, and the library card in his hands flew out. Scanning the female magus library card, he transferred his remaining information points to her. The Great Library now held little meaning for Leylin, which was why there was no point in having these information points with him. Though Leylin felt that the number of information points left was pitifully low, to the point that it had almost hit 0, this was still a gigantic amount for the female magus. She immediately cried out in surprise. By the time she had recovered from her shock and wanted to thank Leylin, she found that they had long since left. Your Grace's act of providing financial aid to other magi is truly admirable. Boffel could not understand Leylin's actions, since the information on him showed that Leylin was not someone so charitable. I'm just in a good mood, Leylin chuckled. This explanation rendered Boffel completely at ease. Warlocks were truly a group of magi who were very emotional. In such good moods from the benefits from the library, they could indeed reward any low-ranking magi as they wished. This unusual situation lost all strangeness when warlocks were involved. Boffel did not pay much attention to Leylin's momentary act of kindness, and instead brought to attention some things to take note of when meeting the monarch of the skies. I don't get it, Leylin immediately asked Boffel. I'm merely a morning star. Why would the monarch of the skies want to see me? The other party was a breaking dawn magus with influence all over the central continent. He had complete control of the airship networks and possessed a foreign world of his own that had been completely taken over. The morning stars and radiant moons under him were innumerable. This sort of person should, by right, be far superior to him. Why was there the sudden desire to meet Leylin? Leylin had once had the idea of making a trade with the coordinates of the lava world, but he'd never once expressed these thoughts. Something suspicious. Leylin stroked his chin, and immediately, Jupiter's lightning came to mind. It could not be helped. He had few enemies in the central continent, and Zegna was the only one of them could influence the organization behind Sky City. I was just worried you wouldn't come. A smirk appeared about Leylin's lips. The heart of Sky City was a large-scale floating garden, forming the floating landscape that gave the title of the floating city. This garden, the Drifting Garden, was the heart of Sky City's power. It was also the temporary imperial residence of His Majesty, the monarch of the skies. This is Boffel. Step aside. Boffel flew all the way to the Drifting Garden with Leylin in tow. The warlock had tidied up and was now dressed in formal attire. The deeper into Sky City one went, the more the instances of probing and detection, to the point that Leylin's expression changed slightly. If not for Boffle guiding him, it would have been inconvenient for him to sneak into the drifting garden without being detected. Looking down from the edges of the drifting garden, one could see all the sights of Sky City. It left one's heart free and unfettered. Further in was a cobbled lane. On both sides of the path were devil fungi taro, heavenly intoxicating nectar, and large amounts of other precious plants that Leylin did not even know the names of. They were numerous and all in full bloom. If not for the AI chip detecting powerful shackling runes there, Leylin would have had plans of taking a bunch. After walking through this area, we will arrive at His Majesty's residing quarters. I can only accompany you up to this point. Boffle laughed as he spoke. His Majesty is a very amiable person, and he'll definitely— Boffle, you seem to have brought someone new here. That's against the rules. Another voice sounded, and Leylin especially went stiff, feeling like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. You! He raised his head, seeing what looked to be a kindly old Magus approaching them. Lord Stuart, this is Duke Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan, here to meet His Majesty. Boffle bowed. At the same time, he introduced the person to Leylin in a quiet voice. This is Lord Stuart, a radiant moon Magus. Since His Majesty is often absent, he is usually in charge of managing Sky City. So it's Lord Stuart. Leylin bowed, neither too enthusiastic nor too cold. His sensitive soul immediately found a trace of ill intent directed at him. In that case, he wouldn't bother being too cordial. Such an attitude rapidly increased the distaste that Stuart already had. He did not hold back and began to criticize Leylin. As expected, it's a little chap with no manners. Is it really all right for this kind of person to meet with His Majesty? Lord Stuart, Leylin is a treasured guest of our Sky City. Boffle coughed and answered with a warning. Stuart's attitude was obviously biased, and he could not watch further. Your Highness, Stuart, you are in no position to judge whether I have any manners. Leylin retorted without restraint. This immediately left Boffle dumbfounded. This was a radiant moon, a great rank 5 Magus. In Sky City, he had tens of thousands of subordinates under him, and yet Leylin was not giving him any face. In actuality, if the other party was merely a little arrogant, Leylin did not mind humbling himself and treating him the way he did Wares. However, Stuart was obviously here to create trouble, finding Leylin an eyesore before even meeting him. No matter how much Leylin tried to endure this, he would only be humiliated and all for nothing. There was therefore no reason to be courteous. Good, I'll teach you some manners right now. Hearing Leylin's tone, Stuart was evidently exasperated. Never did he expect a morning star like Leylin to speak to him in such a manner. Rumble, formless soul force, was like a raging sea as it gushed towards Leylin. He had intentionally controlled the might of the spell, such that it affected only this small area. With Stuart's control, he was confident that he could keep the battlefield within the area and not alarm anyone else. Boffle could only laugh wryly. While he did agree that Stuart had gone too far, he only stood aside. HMPH, is a rank 5 so fantastic? Leylin sneered, his soul force that had reached 5 stars surging forth. The gigantic phantom of a giant chem-in serpent with scarlet lines on it appeared behind him, hissing at Stuart. HSS! The ferocious soul tide formed a gigantic black snake, colliding fiercely with Stuart's soul force. Stuart's eyes widened, not expecting to have difficulties in dealing with Leylin. 5-star soul force. Didn't the intel say 4 stars? Crackling sounds rang out as the 2 bouts of soul force canceled each other after the collision. The forces that went astray caused an explosion. Pack, pack, pack. The sounds of countless runic chains breaking could be heard. The concealing spell formations that Stuart had previously set up were completely broken through. Leylin staggered backwards, face completely red. Stuart, on the other hand, stood completely still as he stared at Leylin expressionlessly, not intending to pursue this fight. The strength of this morning star before him had exceeded his expectations, and he was a 5-star warlock. It would take a large amount of time and energy to take him down. What was even worse was that this would not be hidden from His Majesty, and Stuart's expression turned dark. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, an audience, HMPH. Count yourself lucky. Stuart glared at Leylin with resentment and dissipated into wisps of soot. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Leylin neatened the creases in his shirt with an indecipherable straight face. "Why you? You managed to withstand an attack from Lord Stuart, but he's a radiant moon Magus." "Hold up, what did he say just now? 5 stars? You've reached 5 stars." Boffle stammered and pointed a trembling finger at Leylin. Uncertainty brewed inside of him. Leylin reaching 5 stars carried a great amount of significance. There were less than 30 5-star morning stars in the entire central continent, and Leylin was one of them. He was someone at the peak. Furthermore, being able to withstand a strike from a radiant moon. The more Boffle looked at Leylin, the more he thought that this fellow was a monstrous genius like Weyers. "You've found a rival, little Weyers." Boffle laughed bitterly in his mind before he walked forth. As he looked at Leylin, he felt helpless and lost. "Let's move quickly, we shouldn't have His Majesty wait," Leylin said considerately. He already realized the intention behind Stuart's behavior. The man was obviously trying to catch him unprepared. The ideal situation was to be able to capture him directly, but if that failed, he could always sow the seeds of mistrust between Leylin and the monarch of the skies. If those seeds were to sprout, Leylin would be done for. Of course, Leylin was still patient about it all. Even though Stuart was already a dead man in his eyes, none of his thoughts surfaced on his expression. "Oh, indeed, we can't let His Majesty wait." Boffle seemed to have woken up from his daze. After passing through the garden, they came upon a chain of fragile and complicated buildings that seamlessly formed a sort of circuit. Green vines coiled snugly around the spotless marble pillars decoratively, but a thorough scan by the AI chip showed that there were actually a huge number of spell circuits here. "Circuit structure?" Leylin was slightly taken aback. Could it be that of a perpetual motion disk? He remembered coming across such a thing in the library. "Right, this is it, rumored to be able to move indefinitely without an energy source. The sages of the Sky City will join hands with the addition of you, my lord, to perfect this hypothesis and create an energy source for the whole drifting garden." Boffle continued. "Sadly, this system is still quite a distance away from actual perpetual motion. As it is right now, it consumes 9826 magic crystals a month, and it's also impossible to expand the system to use it for the entire city. Still, it's impressive enough that it can support the whole of the drifting garden for an entire month with just that amount of energy." Admiration was painted all over Leylin's face. As for it being used for the entire city, if such a thing had succeeded, the entire continent would be filled with floating cities, and Sky City would definitely not be the only one. Leylin held back his admiration and sauntered into the palace alone, leaving Boffle behind. He had actually wanted to bring Boffle along, but the person himself refused outrightly. This left him at a loss for words, but he was also astonished at the imposing presence of the monarch of the skies. In front of him was a jade-built snow-white door, at least 10 meters tall. It exuded a sense of divinity and dignity, and instantly led Leylin, who was standing in front of it, to think that he had arrived in a land of giants. No traces of spells or restrictive measures. Leylin's eyes flashed blue as he scanned past the gargantuan door and the enormous statue in front. Can I not detect something set up by a breaking dawn yet? Or are such things no longer of any significance to the monarch of the skies? Leylin believed in it being the latter assumption, but he secretly hoped for it to be the former. But he stroked the white gloves in his hands, seemingly gaining strength from that action. He then took a deep breath before arriving in front of the door. The door rumbled open upon sensing Leylin's arrival and revealed the spacious sight within, closing once more with a thud as he stepped in. Despite being stunned for a bit, Leylin observed his surroundings, realizing he was in a big hall. The 2 side walls were littered with countless paintings, mostly depicting scenes of war between Magi and other races, but also demons on occasion. The deeper in the hall one went, the more abstract the paintings, slowly turning into mere meaningless lines and streaks at the end. Directly opposite Leylin was a huge statue. A human with 6 pairs of wings, walking out of an enormous shell, accompanied by horn-blowing angels and petal-throwing maidens. The entirety of the statue was carved with such realism that it had an aura of life about it. This was especially true for its eyes that were made of black pearls. They seemed to move, focusing upon Leylin. "Leylin Farlier," a voice resonated within the hall. Ha! Leylin turned his head to the statue. Its eyes were pinned on Leylin, and it seemed to be smiling. Snap! The statue moved all of a sudden and walked out of the shell, ripping off the plaster on the wall. The whole hall seemed to have come to life in tandem with the male statue's descent, differentiating itself from the outside world and forming two distinct domains. Greetings, Your Majesty. Leylin knew the identity of this person by now. The difference in their statuses was clear. Even if this was only an embodiment of the monarch of the skies, he still had to show the utmost respect. Not only was his etiquette perfect, even his expression shouted out humility. Leylin did not mind bowing down in front of someone he could not oppose at the moment. Furthermore, the monarch of the skies was a pioneer in the pursuit of truth, a good role model who deserved Leylin's salutations. Leylin, you're a fine lad. I apologize for Stuart's rude actions. A gentle voice sounded from the statue. At the same time, Leylin was slightly taken aback by its sharp observation as he felt its gaze on his earrings and the two gloves. Is the purpose of your visit to enhance your vitality with the endowing scepter? If so, I can grant your wish directly, the winged statue said unhurriedly. Yet, Leylin had other plans in mind. No, Your Majesty. Only a virtuous sky sage can come into contact with the endowing scepter. That is a tradition of Sky City. I don't wish to break this balance. I'll obtain it through the proper channels, honorably. His reply was clearly unexpected. He felt a dignified yet hidden force scanning across his body. He didn't show anything in his expression, but the AI chip had already begun working its magic. In the past, Leylin would have been worried about his secrets being revealed. But now, with the advancement of the AI chip, if he could not manage to hoodwink the mere embodiment of a monarch, he might as well give up on life. The only things the statue found out were the things he wanted it to. The force circulating on his body was retracted, and it was apparent that the monarch of the skies did not detect anything out of the ordinary. You're good, very good. A voice sounded from the statue after a good while. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer you the coordinates of the lava world. Leylin took action immediately upon sensing the imminent departure of the statue and presented his long-awaited gift. A ring of shining coordinates flew to the side of the statue. The 12-winged statue did not accept it readily, but rather stared at Leylin. Leylin, I believe you recognize the value of foreign worlds. The fact that you offered such a treasure means that you want something. Your Majesty, I only wish for Sky City to remain neutral when conflict breaks out between the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's lightning, Leylin replied humbly. To remain neutral? Leylin felt the statue's gaze pause at his hands before it replied. All right. My lord, there is a Mr. Leylin who wishes to see you. A phantom reported in Weir's room. Leylin, Weir's raised his petulant face, shock evident in his eyes. Didn't he go see His Majesty? Is he done already? And why did he come to me first? Even if he was taken aback, Weir still managed to pass an order. Invite H. No. I'll go pick him up myself. Leylin did not beat around the bush when he entered the room, dropping the bomb directly. Weirs, do you want to go up against Stuart? WH what? Weir's smile hardened. Are you nuts? Why would I go against a radiant moon Magus of my own organization? Is that so? Then why do I feel like you're someone who bears grudges? Moreover, Leylin smiled and pointed a finger, causing a blue light screen to appear. It showed two people in the midst of a conversation, one of them that sinister-looking old man, Stuart. His eyes were burning with hatred. You lied to me. That Leylin was obviously a 5-star warlock. I'll have to sacrifice a lot more in order to go up against him. Zegna had better give me a remuneration I'll be satisfied with. In front of him was a morning star engulfed in darkness, bowing his body and looking extremely humble. Lord Zegna said Lord Stuart has been a close friend of his for many years and would definitely help him out. Also, our plan to pin the blame on Weirs almost succeeded, didn't it? Weirs was appalled enough by Leylin's 5-star status, but his expression turned even darker as he listened to the conversation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Sudden Attack, Sudden Attack. So what if our previous plan failed and Leylin managed to pass the monarch's test? We still have a chance. This morning star from Jupiter's lightning was still trying his hardest to persuade Stuart. Leylin is about to participate in the appraisal for virtuous sky sages. As long as we get Wares to participate as well, they're likely to come into conflict eventually. After all, they're both geniuses, and those kinds of people love glory and solitude. Your plans are just too troublesome. Stuart shook his head. I can tell you from experience, the more complicated a plan is, the more slip-ups there are. The simpler plans usually have a higher rate of success. Leylin is merely a 5-star morning star, and no matter how crafty he is, he can't break through the bloodline shackles and reach rank 5. I'll just have to deal with him personally the moment he leaves the vicinity of Sky City. Of course, the price will double. Ware's not falling into the trap had instilled a sense of crisis in Stuart. If your highness can do this for us, we will be grateful. The morning star Magus in the black mist immediately bowed in thanks. Actually, the rewards can still be the same as before, but you'll need to help me eliminate someone. Stuart's voice turned low. Who is it? This morning star suddenly had a bad premonition. Wares, Stuart looked vicious all of a sudden. Enough, Wares announced coldly, black lightning breaking the screen apart. What do you want? He was beginning to trust Leylin. Though images like these could be forged, the screen from before had displayed even the soul undulations belonging to the other party, and Wares had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, he was now beginning to feel terror towards this Leylin, who had the ability to spy on even radiant moon magi. This was a rank 5 Magus. On top of that, from what Wares knew, the other party had something similar to a world's protective sphere that could isolate his residents from everything. Yet Leylin had been able to snoop on him. This is just too terrifying. Wares glanced at Leylin. The Warlock's smile suddenly sent a chill down his spine. Simple, I'll go and take care of them. You just have to stop the powers of Sky City from interfering. Leylin straightforwardly explained his plan. As for how he had found out about the other party's scheme, of course, that was due to the Stardust bugs. This formidable, incomparably minute being of the Oakheart clan could not be detected by even the most advanced spell formations. It was the best way to spy on someone, and he'd planted them on Stuart's body in secret during their clash. Leylin's previous methods only allowed him to discover when he was being spied upon by Stardust bugs. However, after reaching the Morning Star realm and extorting the Oakheart clan, he had obviously gotten a hold of some young Stardust bugs by force, using the AI chip to form his own way of manipulating them. He'd wanted to learn of Stuart's plans, but he'd never expected to see such a scene which had much more potential to be exploited. Wares is an absolute talent, and there are definitely people in Sky City who oppose him. Leylin was confident in this assumption. Wares was an arrogant person, and someone trying to make use of him or take his life was not something he could take lying down. He was sure Wares would act on this. Leylin merely wanted him to stop the interference of external parties and took on the more dangerous job himself. Thus, there would not be any issues. However, Wares had one last question. What if the Monarch of the Skies finds out? Ha ha! Leylin burst into laughter. I just returned from meeting him, and he agreed that Sky City would remain neutral in a conflict between the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's lightning. You can go ask him if you want. That's not possible. Wares cried out in alarm and began to say a few words into a secret imprint. His expression immediately changed, and his voice even turned hoarse. What did you use to move His Majesty? Coordinates to a foreign world. Is that enough? Enough. You're insane, but I like it. Let me accompany you in your insanity. Ware's pupils began to burn with what seemed to be an ambitious fire, growing gradually in intensity. Leylin and Wares stood side by side in the sky, watching a building in the distance that had a large number of runes flickering on it. Stuart's villa is over there. He's a radiant moon, though. Can you handle him? Ware's voice was low. That's my problem to deal with. You just have to focus on holding down the fort. Besides, even if we can't handle Stuart, we just need to get that morning star from Jupiter's lightning. That'll be enough to discourage him from further action. The higher-ups in Sky City will also be disappointed in him, which will lead more Magi to side with you. Wares didn't refute Leylin's calm analysis. Since the two of them were already working together, all attempts at concealing anything would merely be a joke. In the future, I will definitely take on any of the pressure that Sky City might exert on you, as well as suppress Jupiter's lightning's forces. Ware's voice was icy cold. He'd already discussed these terms with Leylin, and they'd even inked a contract. "That's enough," Leylin chuckled, turning into a streak of black light and piercing into the dense spell formations like a sword. A large amount of runic chains flickered into existence, but they were quickly shredded apart. "He actually dares to barge into the nest of a radiant moon. Where does he get his confidence from?" Weyers muttered to himself in the distance. "Stuart, prepare to meet your maker." A booming voice was transmitted into the entire area, causing many magi to gape in shock. Since when did someone dare to barge into the residence of a radiant moon, Magus, in Sky City without an invitation, even acting so unbridled? Was something changing? A large number of conscients gathered at the place, watching the alarming scene nearby. Soaring demonic phoenix. Chirp! The phantom of a terrifying phoenix wreathed in black fire emerged along with high-pitched cries, its gigantic wings breaking apart the spell formations in Stuart's residence. Black flames spilled in all directions. The remaining spell light was devoured by the black flames, and the formations completely lost their might. Yet, the giant Blackfire Phoenix was still unsatisfied, and it pushed at a building underneath. Rumble, like a natural calamity, the black flames swirled through the area, and all that was left behind was merely a huge pit, as well as two stunned figures. All other life energy was gone. With Leylin attacking at full power, besides Stuart and that morning star who could somewhat take it, the region had been completely leveled. The many maids, servants, and the like were completely obliterated. The might of just one attack had reached this extent. The onlookers grew crazed at this scene, thinking they were still dreaming. "That is Lord Leylin." Euro's hand clamped on her mouth. "Ah, it's that morning star who gifted me information points." In her shock, the spectacled female Magus dropped the book she was holding. "Wow, what's going on?" Stuart was still in a daze. He had obviously reacted, but long years of a pampered life had resulted in his disbelief when someone dared to attack his residence. What's worse was that they succeeded. The stupefaction was soon replaced by rage. You dare," Stuart snarled, terrifying energy undulations sweeping through the area. Weyers, who was already a distance away, immediately moved much further backwards, now more fearful as he watched Leylin's back at the center of all of it. "I am Duke Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan, here to kill the morning star of an opposing organization, Jupiter's Lightning. All unrelated personnel are to leave." Leylin did not wait for Stuart to speak, an immense voice traveling everywhere instantly. "What? He's that Leylin, the most powerful Chem-In warlock in history." "Yes, the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's Lightning are now at war." The clamor from around the female Magus with thick glasses allowed her to get Leylin's name. Watching Leylin's back, traces of concern and admiration flashed across her face. "Die." After proclaiming this, Leylin did not give Stuart any opportunities to speak. A gigantic Chem-In serpent phantom with scarlet stripes on it appeared behind his back. As it thundered forth, two vertical pupils like stars gazed at the morning star, wrapped in black mist. My lord, save me." Though similarly a morning star, he knew that there was too large a disparity between him and Leylin, and only Stuart would be able to save his life. "You're going too far." Terrifying flames began to burn around Stuart, all a result of his anger. He even vowed, deep in his heart, that no matter the cost he had to kill Leylin right here on this day. "It's you that I want to bully." Leylin laughed manically, the gigantic phantom serpent swallowing both Stuart and the morning star whom he did not know the name of. Frightful energy undulations were immediately dispelled, and if not for the two of them controlling the situation, these undulations would have spread to the outside. Even so, Weyer's expression changed as he activated quite a few layers of defense, ensuring that the battlefield was only above Stuart's residence. A red signal alarm sounded in the control room of Sky City along with a voice. "Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, dangerous energy detected. Warning, dangerous energy detected. Discovered intense energy undulations. Location, above Lord Stuart's residence." The phantom images of two magi fighting appeared on the screen, showing another morning star that could only hide in a corner. The screen locked onto Leylin. Determined target to be a morning star Magus. What? The person who's fighting at the same level as Lord Stuart is actually a morning star. Have you gone stupid? The person in charge smashed a file on the supervising staffer's head. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Hot on the Heels, Rescanning. Confirmed to be a Morningstar Magus. As the spirit genie's voice rang out, the person in charge was silenced. One instance could be considered a glitch, but what if it happened a second or third time? He watched the figure on the screen in disbelief. What level is he at? Display his star grade. The screen quickly changed. Target is Leylin Farlier. Saved data 4 stars. What a joke, rescan him. He was practically yelling at this point. Swish! An energy bar appeared, and the 4-star level was filled almost instantly. The meter arrived at 5 stars. So it's a peak morning star. It's no wonder that he can contend with Lord Stuart. But don't worry, he can't hold on for long, he sighed suddenly, but immediately after, the monitoring staff pulled him to look at the screen once more. In that moment, he practically turned to stone. On the screen, the meter filled up even the 5-star grade and then burst through it. The screen glitched out and was restarted. The spirit genie then gave another evaluation. A morning star at the 6-star grade? It's a monster, a monster. He collapsed feebly onto his chair. My lord, what do we do? The staff watched the man in charge, hesitating to speak. What else can we do? Activate the most powerful defenses and ensure that their battle won't affect any other regions. We can't handle the other matters. The man's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Weyers was on the battlefield, and he slowly gained more clarity on Leylin's strength. This level of strength, Weyers watched the giant phantom of a serpent soaring through the sky as it let loose terrifying sounds. He had become slightly dazed. This is definitely stronger than a 5-star. Is he a legendary 6-star morning star? There were only 5 normal ranks for morning stars. However, history always produced frightening geniuses that defied common sense. This was the 6-star grade, a morning star who could match up to a radiant moon. He's actually reached this level. Weyers clutched his fists tightly, thinking about his pride at breaking through to 4 stars, and he suddenly flushed red. He wanted to find a place to hide in. Swish! Swish! Large numbers of elites rushed over, looking solemn and preparing for death. Platinum flames flashed, and Weyers stood in their way. I'll take over here. Step back for now. Though he was envious, he still had to abide by their agreement. Weyers watched these guards and the morning star that arrived behind them in a lofty manner and offered his greetings. Boom. A tremendous energy tornado split open, and a blackened Stuart was ruthlessly sent flying as he arrived beside Weyers. Leylin threw the morning star Magus to the ground, the black gas already completely removed from him. It's a Magus from Jupiter's lightning. The spirit undulations are correct as well. I've seen him once before, and those can't be hidden. Many morning stars looked at each other. Everyone can see that Lord Leylin was merely attacking the Magus from the opposing organization, Jupiter's lightning. Based on the decree of the monarch of the skies, our sky city is to maintain a neutral stance. Weyers stood up and spoke righteously. Many morning star magi exchanged glances and watched Leylin, who did not back down despite his injuries. In the distance, Stuart looked exasperated as he maintained his silence. Leylin and Weyers glanced at each other, grinning. The outcome had been decided. Information about this huge battle in Sky City spread like a storm. The Warlock Leylin took on a radiant moon Magus by himself, only suffering light injuries to capture a morning star Magus from the other party. His name spread far and wide, and Stuart had been delegated to a supporting role. The commotion grew further and further, dwarfing that over the Sage appraisal. Now, Weyers watched on as a black airship left Sky City from a private port. A strange expression was on his face. The person leaving was naturally Leylin. Though he had successfully taken care of the Magus from Jupiter's lightning and humiliated Stuart, he had completely ruffled the feathers of Sky City. After all, he had ruthlessly attacked on of their esteemed elders in their own territory. If not for Weyers helping him control the situation, the Magi of Sky City might have just declared war against him. Weyers obviously did not go uncompensated for his help. They had discussed that part beforehand, which was the only reason Leylin was cocky enough to rush to the front lines. Even then, knowing that he was garnering too much attention, Leylin did not dare stay in Sky City much longer. He accepted Weyers' proposal and went through unofficial channels to be baptized by the endowing scepter, keeping a low profile along the way. With his vitality increased by about 20 points, he secretly left the area, not participating in the appraisal. As long as he obtained the profits, Leylin did not particularly care for such a title, and he tossed the conversation he'd had with the monarch of the skies to the back of his mind. Leylin looked at his stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock, bloodline, giant chem-in serpent complete form. Strength, 50, agility, 45, vitality, 94.9, spiritual force. 956.8, magic power. 956, magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Soul force, 96, 5 stars. My vitality increased by 20 points, which means my body is pretty much adapted to the increased soul force now. The endowing scepter was truly essential. Leylin couldn't help but mumble to himself as he recalled the scepter. He had realized during the baptism that the endowing scepter was the energy core of Sky City. If it was attacked, the entire city would fall to the ground, leading to a horrifying disaster. The endowing scepter was not an actual scepter, but instead a gigantic energy reaction furnace. Its refined, looped structure was something Leylin admired, and he had the impulse to steal it and study it. Leylin suddenly came back to himself, a slight smile about his lips. It's about time they caught up to me. Rumble. Immense energy undulations swept through the area, and the colossal serpent vanished in a puff of smoke. Leylin, who had been prepared, merely stood in midair while staring at Stuart, who had suddenly appeared ahead of him. Within Sky City, Weyers watched the direction Leylin had left in and muttered to himself, "Though I agreed to help you take on the pressure from Sky City, you'll need to deal with Stuart's retaliation yourself." His gaze was full of complicated feelings. "Leylin, I admit that you're the biggest genius I've seen, to the point that you can tussle with a rank 5. However, the disparity between ranks is not something one can step across so easily." In the battle before, Leylin had successfully captured the Morning Star Magus alive, but he had also paid the price of getting injured. Meanwhile, Stuart had been covered in dirt, but he had no real injuries. Now that he was away from Sky City, it was hard to tell the outcome if he was caught. The most likely outcome was that, after an intense battle, Stuart would end up with serious injuries and Leylin would wind up dead. Insanity flashed in Weyer's eyes. There needs only be one true genius, and that will be me. Is he gone? Flames flickered, and a Magus stood beside Weyers that looked similar to him. The radiant moon energy he gave off was even more terrifying than Stuart's. He glanced at Weyers with a look of encouragement. "You did well this time. With Stuart dejected, our organization can now make ourselves known in Sky City." Leylin's already gone. "I've also received news that Stuart has followed him." Weyers' voice held a trace of laughter. Weyers daring to oppose Stuart was not because he was a fool, but because someone else was backing him. "Weyers, do you know why His Majesty, the monarch of the skies, promised not to interfere in the battle between the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's lightning? A radiant moon isn't nearly enough for His Majesty to do this." The radiant moon looked serious as he spoke. Could it be? Weyers' expression changed. "Leylin, you can't run this time. I will return the humiliation you gave me today tenfold. No, 100-fold. Stuart's voice was distorted and his expression vicious. Though Leylin was powerful, his total strength could still not match up to his own. This was what he had depended on when he chased after Leylin. Besides, he had helped today and could absolutely kill Leylin here. Meanwhile, Jupiter's lightning headquarters in a Magus tower. "Is it all prepared? It's about to begin." Observing the bubbling pond of lamentation, Zegna's expression fluctuated as a female voice was heard. "This will consume 21% of the Pond of Lamentation's energy reserves and might even affect your transformation. Have you thought it through properly?" "I've thought it through enough. Do it." Zegna's voice was low. "All right. Give me a portion of the control rights." Mysterious, complicated incantations sounded in the secret room, and multiple black masks arose, disappearing into the void. Leylin, who was facing Stuart, had a change in expression. Large numbers of black masks suddenly surrounded his body, sticking onto his face. "Beep! Host has been inflicted with a curse. Vitality and soul force have weakened," the AI chip's voice transmitted. "A curse? And it's a long-distance ancient curse?" Leylin's pupils shrank. "Ha ha, you're fated to die here. I will extract your soul and torture you for 1,000 years." Stuart laughed madly before he charged forth. A terrifying rank 5 spell formed a snarling black monster that opened its large, ferocious mouth in Leylin's direction.